Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic and the new Wild Root Liquid Cream Shampoo present The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
Oh, Sam. I'm glad you're back in town.
So am I, Effie, so am I. Confidentially, I didn't think I'd make it. Confidentially, that is.
Was it dangerous, Sam?
I should say it was. Why, for the past 24 hours, I've been at it hammer and tongs over hill and dale, through shot and shell. It was enough to turn any ordinary man's blood to ice and his hair pure white.
Oh, that sounds terrifying, Sam.
I wish it had been only terrifying, Effie. It was blood-curdling, spine-chilling, hair-raising. I was bored. It was also rural and countrified.
Well, what happened, Sam? Tell me.
You've heard of the Muttons and the Coys?
No.
And the Boston Massacre?
No.
Custer's Last Stand?
No.
Well, put them all together and they spell what I'll shortly be in to dictate, a report which I call in a burst of clever literary plagiarism, The Farmer's Daughter Caper.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, starring Howard Duff. Produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. To look your holiday best, friends, be sure to use Wild Root Cream Oil, America's favorite hair tonic. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, removes loose, ugly dandruff. What's more, it's non-alcoholic and contains soothing lanolin. Get Wild Root Cream Oil in the big family-size bottle or handy tube. Ask for it at your drug or toilet goods counter very first chance you get. For the holiday and all year round, use Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, with Howard Duff as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Effie,
I'm right here, Sam.
pull up all the shades.
All right, Sam.
Now, turn on every light in the place.
But it's daylight.
Do what I say.
All right, Sam.
Now, check the closets.
But what for?
For snipers, what do you think?
All right, Sam. Nobody here.
Okay, I guess it's safe to come all the way in.
Oh. What's this all about, Sam? I don't understand.
Effie, it's just that I don't ever want to be caught in the dark again, especially when people are shooting at me. I want to see every nook and cranny of every square foot of land that surrounds me.
Sam, who was shooting at you? Where?
They were shooting from the left, from the right, from up above, down below, everywhere. Death was winging in on every breeze that blew, and they all blew my way.
Oh, Sam, now stop this. I'm just dying of curiosity.
When my time comes, I hope that's all I ever die of. Ready?
Yeah.
Date this week to Mr. Elliot Parson, Parson Drive Yourself Garage, 1618 St. Charles Street, San Francisco, 13, California. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the farmer's daughter caper. Dear Mr. Parson, I fear you have an explanation coming, one that you can pass along to your insurance company as to why the car I rented from you last week appeared as late as it did and in the condition it did. As you know, I rented said vehicle to drive to Middletown to bail a client out of the drunk tank. On the way back, a native showed me a shortcut, and I'll get him if it's the last thing I do. Dusk was falling, and so were my eyelids, when I saw a sign that said tourists invited. Behind it stood a ramshackle farmhouse in a surly woodland setting. I should never have knocked on that farmhouse door, but then I wouldn't have had any story to tell, would I?
Good evening, young man.
Good evening, madam. I'm afraid I need a room for the night.
Well, of course you do. Land sakes, you're tired. I can tell by your eyes. Been on the road long?
Too long.
Land sakes, of course you have. Come in, please.
Thank you, ma'am.
You'll find this is the homiest tourist home in California.
Really like mothers, eh?
Like your grandmother's. No electricity, no phones, just quiet.
I see.
Now, I have two rooms, a $3 one and a $5 one. Which one do you think you'd like?
What's the difference?
One less blanket, one squeaky spring, and with the $3 one, you might have to take a walk.
I'll take the $5 one, thank you.
I'm Mrs. Elkins. Mrs. Bert Elkins. Who might you be?
Sam Spade.
Spade? Land sakes, that's a very unusual name. And who are you traveling with, Mr. Spade?
I'm alone.
Oh, I mean what company? We only accept traveling salesmen. You realize that.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm traveling for the makers of Mouton mustache wax.
Oh, use it all the time.
You are well groomed, madam.
You will go far, young man.
Yeah, but before that, I'd like to go to bed.
Well, come on. This way.
She led me upstairs to my $5 room and left me. As lumpy as it was, the bed invited me, but I decided to shave first and thus facilitate an early start in the morning. I poured myself a drink out of my traveling bar kit and then stepped in to shave. It wasn't easy because all I had for light in there was an oil lamp. When I came back to the bedroom with the lamp in one hand, I stopped short in utter surprise. I had heard about these things in traveling salesman stories, but I never expected to see it. She was sitting in an armchair, smoking a cigarette. High heels, silk stockings, light rayon dress, and a face right off the cover of Cosmopolitan.
Hello, Sam.
Hello.
Mary Smith.
Huh?
Hope you don't mind me just barging in.
Well, no. Well, no, that is,
Afraid I'll bite you?
It never entered my mind.
Well, I might. I'm so tired of talking to myself, I need someone like you. You know, you're not bad to look at.
Who, me?
Where do you live? What do you do for a living?
Well, I guess you'd call me independently wealthy. I wish someone would.
How nice. San Francisco?
There must be some fog on my lapel.
Look, Sam, I'll give it to you straight. I want to get out of here, go to San Francisco. Could you take a passenger tomorrow?
Well, what would your mother say?
She's my aunt. What do I care what she says? I don't belong on a farm. Out in a wet pasture ruins my nylons. I'm a city girl, Philadelphia.
Why did you leave?
My parents died. Look, Sam, I won't be a burden to you. I just want to get to San Francisco. After that, I'm on my own. Sam, take me with you. Please take me with you. You won't regret it.
What am I going to do with this lamp?
Who cares? Oh, Sam.
What?
I thought I'd find something like this going on in here.
Aunt Maud,
Get out of here. Go back to your room, young lady. Go on. Now, Mr. Spade.
It does look bad, doesn't it?
Oh, I'm not blaming you, Mr. Spade. Nan sakes, it's her. She ain't responsible for what she does. She's like this all the time.
Oh, I see.
Now, when I go out, you just lock your door. Just keep it locked.
But, ma'am, this is a $5 room. A sleepless hour later, I heard something slide under my door. I looked and found it was a note that read, Mr. Spade, Sam, please unlock your door, and when the house is quiet, I'll come and see you. I'm desperate, terribly, terribly desperate. Don't leave me. Give me a chance to tell you what it's all about, please. Stupid me, I unlocked my door, dressed again, and waited. An hour and a half later, I heard my doorknob turning in the dark. The door opened quietly and quickly.
Sam, the things that go on in this house, they're insane.
Oh.
I've been here 3 months. When my father died, I had no money, and because Aunt Maud was my only relative, I came here. And ever since I came, they never let me out of the house for more than an hour. They never let me see anyone or do anything.
Why?
I wish I knew. 5 days ago, Uncle Bert left early one morning. He hasn't come back since. Aunt Maud says he's away on business. He doesn't have any business.
Yeah, well, even so, that doesn't seem strange to me.
Then there's my dog.
And what about it?
It disappeared the same night Bert did. They told me it ran away. I know it didn't. I've had it for 3 years. It never ran away.
Well, what do you think?
Well, I was sure I could hear it howling somewhere for 2 or 3 nights. Then the howling stopped. I think I know where it is, but I don't know why. It scares me.
Well, where do you think it is?
Sam, you're going to think I'm crazy right out of my mind, but, well, about 150 yards behind the house, there's a hillside with an old cave in it.
Oh, an old cave.
I don't know what it's used for, but yesterday I saw the whole front end of it closed with dirt. Sam, they buried that dog alive in that cave. I know it.
Oh, wait a minute now. Did you ask Mrs. Elkins?
Yes. All she said was the dog ran away and mind your own business. She told me to leave the cave alone. Sam, let's go out there and look. Please.
Well... So big, brave, stupid Sam, idiot boy, allowed her to show me the back way out of the house, and we sneaked to the barn together. She found a shovel, and we walked to the cave. When my eyes got accustomed to the dark, I saw the entrance had been covered with dirt, and recently. I took the shovel while she stood watching. I cleared half of the dirt away and worked as quietly as I could, but apparently not quietly enough. A flashlight suddenly hit both of us in the face, and a shotgun barrel flashed in the beam.
Get away from there before I shoot your head off.
Point that thing someplace else, please, ma'am.
Just what do you think you're doing, mister?
Digging.
Mary, you get back to the house.
No. Aunt Maud, I won't.
Get back to the house before I count 3, or I'll put a load of buckshot right through you. Now, 1.
Aunt Maud, my dog is in there.
2.
All right, I'll go.
Now, Mrs. Elkin, suppose you put that gun down and tell me what this is all about.
I got one thing to say to you, mister. Get in your car and get out of here, and don't waste any time doing it.
But, madam,
your suitcase is in the car, and your $5 is with it.
Yeah, but...
Now get, before I shoot you as a trespasser. And I could do it, mister. Land sakes, I could do it. Now get.
So I got under guard to my car. I got in and drove off. And was in the driveway with the shotgun still pointed at me until I was out of sight. I turned left at the first crossroad, parked the car, and cut through the woods back to the farm. I could see a light in the living room. Nobody was in or near the barn. And when I got to the cave, there wasn't a sound anywhere. I picked up the shovel I dropped and started digging again. 30 minutes later, the shovel broke a small hole through into that cave, and a stifling blast of fetid air rushed out, and something leaped out at me in the dark. And it wasn't the dog. It was a human hand on a human arm.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of America's favorite private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who actually purchased Wild Root Cream Oil were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the new 25-cent get-acquainted bottle of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, back to the Farmer's Daughter Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
In a night already full of surprises, I should have been ready for the next one, but I wasn't. The loose earth, which had blocked the entrance to the cave, suddenly fell away, and I fell with it. Then I heard something like nothing on earth. Nails dragged across my face, taking skin and flesh with them. I twisted and went down, and something went down with me. The snarl became a voice.
Bury me alive! Bury me alive! I'll kill you! I'll kill you!
And he did his best, which was pretty good. Finally, I got a good hold on him and sat on his chest. After that, I lit a match and looked at a tall, thin man in his middle 40s. He was caked with mud from head to foot. His hands were impossibly torn and bleeding. I could guess why. Judging from the stubble on his face, he'd been bottled up in that cave at least 5 days. How he was still alive, I didn't know. He acted like a madman, and he had every right to. But surprise, when his eyelids fluttered open again, he read a very sane line.
I'm all done in. You got a drink, friend?
Not on me.
They hit me on the head and left me there. They thought I'd stay in there forever. Forever.
Who put you there? Who did it?
But they couldn't get me there. I dug my way out, didn't I? Didn't I? I dug my way out. Didn't I?
The force of the bullets knocked them halfway back down the incline to the cave. All I could do was hit the dirt. Finally, when it seemed safe, I broke cover and ran smack into somebody carrying 2 bags.
Oh, no, please.
Let's have a look at you.
Sam, it's me. Sam, I knew you wouldn't go away without me. I knew it. I couldn't stay in that awful house any longer.
None of that now. Who was that shooting at you?
I don't know.
Where's your aunt?
In the house, I suppose. I slipped out the back way.
Any visitors tonight?
No. What is it? What is it?
I think I found your Uncle Bert. Come on. I led her back to the cave entrance and showed her the body of the man I'd dragged out. I watched her face a long time as she looked at him very carefully.
That's not Uncle Bert, Sam.
Really?
No. It's Mr. Linden, a jewelry salesman. Came to the place a few nights ago.
5 nights ago?
Yes, come to think of it.
The same night your uncle disappeared. Tell me, did you ask Mr. Linden to take you back to San Francisco the same way you asked me? Did you?
Yes. He said he would. He got up early and left without me.
You didn't get far. What kind of car was he driving?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Do you drive a car?
Yes, but
Here. Mine's down the road about 500 yards. Go to the nearest phone and call the highway patrol, a sheriff, anybody who represents law. Got that?
Yes, I know exactly what to do.
To make sure we were both thinking of the same thing to do, I followed her in the dark, watched her get into the car I rented from you, and drive off. Then I turned around, put a new clip in my gun, and walked back to the old homestead. It was still very homey. By the light of an oil lamp, Mrs. Elkins was peacefully knitting what looked like a shroud.
Why, Mr. Spade?
Why, Mrs. Elkins?
Land sakes.
Land sakes. Now that we got that out of the way, let's get down to business.
If you're here to make trouble, young man, believe me, I can handle trouble. My kind of stock know about trouble.
Well, suppose you tell me about the trouble I just had, or haven't you heard all the shots that were fired around here tonight?
Shots? My.
My.
Seems I would have heard gunshots.
Seems you would. Look, I've got a sheriff on the way.
Have you, Mr. Spade? Why?
I suppose you didn't hear the shooting.
Oh, yes, I'd forgotten. Was anyone hurt?
A man named Linden. He's dead.
Linden. Now, that sounds familiar.
It should. He stayed here 5 nights ago. He was a jewelry salesman.
Yes, now I remember. You say he's dead?
Somebody tried to bury him alive in your little cave.
How awful. I do declare.
I thought you would. Well?
You must be joshing, Mr. Spade.
I'm not joshing at all, Mrs. Elkins.
Well. Buried alive, you say?
Look, let's talk just like plain folks. Where's your husband? Where's the jewelry samples you probably stole from Linden? Is there anything else you want to say?
Gunshots, eh? Well.
I left the sweet old thing knitting and rocking and made my way through the house looking for guns, jewelry, and killers. I got downstairs in time to see Mrs. Elkins disappear out the front door. When I tried to follow, I stumbled over the rocking chair, which was indeed a lucky thing for me. After a few minutes of silence, bravely crawling on my stomach, I followed the shadows of the house until they blended into the shadows of a large, hulking building, which happened to be the barn. Inside, I bumped my head on the radiator of a car. Naturally, I didn't find any keys in it, but I did find a familiar jewelry salesman-type mud-soaked corpse. I was trying to remember how to cross ignition wires. I heard the hum of a motor and saw 2 headlight beams swinging up the driveway. They lasted as long as any other lights. The car came to a lurching stop, and a thick-set figure in a Stetson hat stumbled towards me, tugging at a gun.
That burned gall-blame cuss thing,
Undo the flap.
Oh, thanks. Huh? Put your hands up, whoever you are.
You be the sheriff?
You're dead blame right on the sheriff. You're dead blame right on the sheriff. Who are you? What's the idea of shooting the lights out my car?
My car.
Oh, you Slade?
Spade.
Well, I'm Homer Pickett, sheriff of this county. The girl come, woke me up, said all sorts of funny things going on around here. Said there'd been a murder. Now, who's killed? What's going on, Stan?
Sam. Well, for one thing, somebody's been trying all sorts of ammunition on me for size.
You don't say.
I do say, Mr. Sheriff.
Why?
Because I found a man in a cave who'd been left there to die.
Want to look at the corpse?
You can look at him right here. He's sitting in this car.
So, yeah. How'd he get here?
Somebody moved him here.
Shouldn't have moved a corpse till the police examine it.
I didn't move it.
Huh?
Now, listen closely. Listening?
Huh?
I found the man. He was still alive. Then somebody shot him.
Shouldn't have moved him.
Then they tried to kill me because I found him. When they didn't kill me, they decided to hide his body.
Illegal.
They probably intended to drive away and dispose of it so there'd be no evidence when an efficient, smart, alert, courageous police officer like yourself came around to ask questions.
That sounds reasonable. Who's behind all this?
Well, Mrs. Elkins threatened me once and tried to kill me once.
More! land sakes.
Well, that's her, yes.
I want to talk to her. Where's she?
Roaming the countryside with a gun, no doubt.
Well, we'll have to clear all this up, see what it's all about. Now, who's this fellow in the car?
His name's James Linden.
Got a pencil? Better write that down. Tilden, huh?
Linden.
Well,
By any strange coincidence, Sheriff, you happen to know a man named Dundee, San Francisco homicide?
Lieutenant Dundee, old Tom.
Old Tom, yes.
Shucks, I learned everything I know about police work from him.
Yeah, well, that figures.
And law's law. Dundee always said.
Yeah, I've heard him say it, Sheriff, but...
And I aim to enforce it around here. One side, Mr. Slade.
Spade. Hey, you'll be sorry. Well...
Now look here, all you Elkins. This is Homer Pickett talking, and I ain't no small-town constable. I'm the sheriff of this county. You'll get a square deal from me, but first I order you in the name of the law to throw down your guns. Well? My.
You all right?
Nothing but my feelings hurt.
I warned you.
I thought that'd do some good.
Well, now you know. Hey, look, maybe it did do some good.
I'm giving up, Sheriff. I'm giving up. It's me, Mrs. Elkins.
She came across the farmyard as the first light was showing in the eastern sky. Her hands were above her head. One held a shotgun.
Maud, get back where you belong, Maud.
We could hear, but we couldn't see her. Maud stopped, hesitated for a moment, and then began running towards us. She almost made it. To drag her back, expecting any second to be the target for the night. There was a sudden and curious silence as I pulled her into the barn. She was still alive.
Sakes. That man's been missing everybody all night. Never thought he'd be able to hit me.
Easy.
I come from good stock. I'm no criminal, Mr. Spade. Sheriff, you know that.
Yeah, I know, Maud. I know.
Let me take a look at you. You'll be okay.
Don't blame Bert too much. He wanted to have money once in his life. So when this man came along with all the jewelry, Bert went out of his mind, I guess. He put the man in the cave. And the dog, too. So the dog wouldn't call attention to him. And then he took the man's car, went into San Francisco to try to sell the jewels and the underwear.
No luck, huh?
Bert says they laughed at him. The jewels was just paste. Stampos.
And he came back and found me at the cave, and he figured he had to knock us both off.
I just stuck by him all the way. Now he's like a tiger that smelled blood. No telling what he'll do.
We'll have to get help, Spade. Roadblocks, bloodhound.
No, this is his land. He won't run. He'll hide here.
Where?
Why, in the cave.
Well, I reasoned, one, that no matter how much a man loved his land, he was not going to let himself be trapped in a cave with only one exit. And two, it followed, therefore, that if he did hide in the cave, there was more than one way out, which the late Linden hadn't found. Sheriff Pickett volunteered to watch the front of the cave while I looked around for a rear exit. After a 20-minute search, which netted me nothing, I remembered the car parked inside the barn and how quickly Elkins had carried Linden's body to it. I went back there and took a look around. In a corner of the barn, I found a trail of dirt leading to a bale of hay. When I moved the bale, I found, you guessed it, a trap door. I pulled it open, caught a familiar whiff of used-up air, and lowered myself into a black hole that turned out to be a passageway. I cautiously made my way forward in the darkness for a few yards.
Who is it? Who is it?
I pressed back against the dirt wall, listening to him approach. When I figured he was close enough, I threw a cloud of dirt toward him across the passageway. His gun flashed and lit up the whole place for a second, and I fired 3 times at the silhouette. I waited, then I went towards him. He was lying on his back. I kicked his gun away, and when I bent over him to feel his pulse, he suddenly came to life. Something crashed against the side of my head, and everything became darker than the inside of the cave. The next thing I knew, I was looking at a pair of red-rimmed eyes. Several minutes had gone by.
Thought you was a goner for sure. You ain't used to this country fighting, are you?
Is this country liquor, Sheriff?
Yeah.
Give me.
Here.
Yeah, country liquor. Tell me, Sheriff, Did you by any
Why,
chance?
sure. Of course I did. I got 'em, Slade.
Period and a report.
Sam,
Hmm?
do you mean to tell me you let a little country sheriff outdo you?
Well, Effie, Homer Pickett's coming up for re-election next fall, and besides, you might think I was egotistical if I told you how it really ended.
But your reputation. You're the greatest private detective of them all.
And so I can afford to be generous. Now, not another word. Scoot, type that up.
If your supply of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic is getting low, better make a note to get some more tonight or first thing tomorrow. Remember, Wild Root Cream Oil is the famous hair tonic that grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, removes loose dandruff. Always keep a big bottle or tube on hand. And ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too.
Here it is, Sam.
Let me see. Let me see here. F. You rewrote the ending.
I had to, Sam. You're much too modest.
And Sam Spade, with a knot of cold fury in the pit of his stomach, a vindictive fire in his eyes, stepped wearily over the loose rocks on the cave floor to do battle with the thing that loomed up in the darkness ahead.
Mm-hmm.
The thing's roar filled the night with terror. But Sam Spade, dauntless and knowing not fear, stepped up to the monster, laughed in its hairy face, and with one quick convulsion of his powerful shoulder muscles, dropped the thing in its tracks. I see. Well, is that the way you think it ended, Effie?
Oh, Sam, I guess I was being a little foolish. I'll change it.
No. No, as long as you've done it this way, we'll leave it this way. Can't waste paper.
No, I'll change it, Sam.
Leave it!
Oh! Sam,
Yeah?
I copied that ending out of an old Black Mask magazine.
You what?
Yes, Sam. Don't be mad.
Come here. Come here! I copied that of an old whiz-bang.
Oh, Sam. Good night.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade was written for radio by John Michael Hayes and E. Jack Newman. Musical direction by Lud Gluskin, with score composed by Pierre and Renee Garrigang. Join us again next Sunday when producer William Spear presents another adventure with Sam Spade, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. This is Dick Joy speaking. Here's an exciting new shampoo that's grand for all the family. And here's our own Squeaky to tell you about it.
Look at your hair. Is it stringy and dull? Does it only cover your skull? The Wild Root Liquid Cream Shampoo is just the thing for girls like you. Gleams your hair, know what I mean, and leaves your hair squeaky clean.
Squeaky clean?
Squeaky clean. Wild Root Liquid Cream Shampoo.
Stay tuned for the Summer Symphony with Katherine Grayson on NBC.
From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. this week's story, Murder on a Wager.
There's the dead body, Holmes, washed up on the beach.
Yes, Watson.
Obviously drowned, I should say.
Yes, quite. Yet the death is not as simple as it would seem, Watson. I should say our two visitors from Monte Carlo, our two brilliant criminals, have concocted a special brew for me. I should say, quick, behind that tree.
What do you see?
A shadow with a gun. Get down, Watson!
I'm sure you've overheard people say, who is that handsome man? Well, now, of course, everybody can't be handsome, but every man can look his very best, and it does not cost you a lot of money. The secret is this. Get a perfectly styled Clippercraft suit and topcoat, and you're the best-dressed man in any group. A Clippercraft all-worsted suit in smart spring patterns at only $45 makes your shoulders look broader, your waist trimmer, gives you that tapered-down athletic appearance, makes you feel important. And then topped off with a beautiful all-wool covert cloth or gabardine Clippercraft topcoat at $42.50. Well, people will say, who is that handsome man? Clippercraft clothes look like they should cost much more, and they would too, except that more than 1,200 independent merchants have pooled their tremendous buying power to make Clippercraft's low prices possible. Compare Clippercraft yourself with clothes costing many dollars more. Dr. Watson, you've titled this evening's adventure, Murder on a Wager. But who would commit such a murder?
It does seem an extraordinary motivation, doesn't it, Mr. Harris? Well, it was a summer evening in the late 1890s. We were at our flat at 221B Baker Street. We had a call.
You represent the bank at Monte Carlo, Monsieur Guillere?
I do, Monsieur Holmes. Most remarkable spot, Monte Carlo. I'm terribly curious to know what prompts this visit, Mr. Guillere.
I am extending an invitation to you, Dr. Watson, and to Monsieur Holmes to visit Monte Carlo. At our expense, of course, and for whatever fee you wish to name.
Surely not to admire the scenic beauties.
No, Monsieur Holmes. We anticipate trouble.
What sort of trouble do you expect?
Are you acquainted with the names of Roger Douglas and Georges Anetrios?
Oh, Roger Douglas, renowned gambler, isn't he?
Yes, Watson. As for George Anetrios, he's an incredible character. A Greek, Douglas's counterpart in the Near East. Given to wagers of gigantic sums, though not always upon cards or dice or chemin de fer, rather on curious events and feats of daring.
We maintain a secret service for the bank, Monsieur Holmes, and they told us that for the very first time these two treacherous gentlemen, Douglas and Anetrios, will meet. And at Monte Carlo.
Each, of course, with his entourage of double dealers and professional killers.
Exactly.
I should enjoy the spectacle.
Both gentlemen are experts at every conceivable form of gambling. We wonder, therefore, when the two meet, what game they will play. Might they make a wager of some sort that would endanger the interest of the bank? Might they join forces against us? We fear that the meeting of these two may lead to a disaster. We implore you to join us, Monsieur Holmes.
It's hardly necessary to implore me, sir. Since this is a meeting of supremely sharp minds, it'll be hard to keep me away. Let us prepare our luggage for a trip to Monte Carlo, Watson.
Mr. Douglas?
Yes, Mr. Anetrios?
I am delighted to meet you. The moment I heard you were coming here to Monte Carlo, I was most anxious to see you.
Thank you. You know Miss Deborah Stevens, I believe?
I know George very well. We're old friends.
We miss you, Deborah. Deborah lived in Athens and Constantinople for some time. She and I were very close. I first met her when she was dancing professionally.
We'll all miss her soon. She's to be married. I thought you wouldn't mind my bringing Deborah to this meeting. We required a witness for whatever wager we shall make, or whatever game you choose to play.
Oh, I am so pleased you did bring her, Mr. Douglas. Shall we close the door and begin? Most considerate of the management to provide this private room for our game.
As you may see, Mr. Anetrios, the management has provided us with equipment to play whatever we choose.
Your naivete is charming, Mr. Douglas.
Why do you say that?
It would be extremely dull for either of us to indulge in a contest of an ordinary sort. We would merely exhaust ourselves, only to end with a negligible gain of a few £1,000. by one or the other.
Then what on earth did you expect to play, George?
I do not know, Deborah. Perhaps together, Mr. Douglas and I may conceive of a game or wager of truly fabulous stakes, of infinite excitement.
I have a suggestion that might intrigue you.
Yes?
Did you know that at this moment Mr. Sherlock Holmes is on his way here to Monte Carlo?
Certainly.
Mr. Holmes has a magnificent reputation as a criminologist.
Well, Roger, what of it?
Mr. Holmes's mission is undoubtedly to prevent either of us from committing a crime. Mr. Anatrios, I will wager whatever sum you wish on the fact that you cannot commit a crime, of whatever nature you specify, and elude Mr. Holmes. In short, that you cannot commit a crime while he is in this city and go scot-free.
Wonderful suggestion. I accept.
Witness, Deborah?
Yes, Roger.
To make the wager even more alluring, I shall allow you to name the sum and the crime.
£50,000?
100,000.
Agreed.
And the crime?
No pedestrian crime will do. It must be a major crime. Arson on a gigantic scale, embezzlement for an enormous sum, or better yet, murder.
Whatever you like. I control a great and efficient organization. I have years of experience in these matters. My performance should be inspired. Sufficiently to baffle Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Yes, Anatrios. Murder.
Roger, you're going too far. I thought you two would play a very exciting game of cards or wage a battle together against the bank. But murder...
For your £100,000, do you have a potential victim?
Yes, I believe I do. Have you heard of Leslie Dixon?
Dixon. Yes, a magician. I've seen him at cabarets.
He is no longer a magician. I discovered he had a more valuable talent for manufacturing.
Oh, manufacturing?
Yes, he had designs for wheels, bird cages, marked packs of cards, where the results would always be in my favor. I placed him in business.
But why do you want Leslie killed, Roger?
He wants considerably more money. Oh. He's threatened to go to the newspapers. Of course, I can't afford that. Nor could you, Anatrios. It would keep the public away from our houses.
This Leslie Dixon is a very tempting victim.
He's here, now, in Monte Carlo.
Oh, Leslie Dixon will be dead by midnight of 1 week from tonight, when Sherlock Holmes fails to identify the murderer and returns to London, defeated. I shall meet you on the evening of his departure, in this same room, where you will pay £100,000 to me. Cash, of course. Agreed?
Agreed.
Ready for your evening swim, Mr. Dixon?
Yes, Reynolds. Have my dressing gown and towels ready as usual?
Yes, sir. They're back in the cottage, sir. I'll fetch them.
It's lovely tonight here on the beach, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Dixon. I shall return within the customary half hour, sir.
Fine, Reynolds. Now for a dip.
How is it, sir?
Water's wonderful. I'll see you later. I'm swimming out toward the raft.
Very well, sir. I'll be at the cottage.
My legs. Cramp. My legs. Reynolds! Oh, my head. Dizzy. My legs. I can't swim. Reynolds! Help! Help!
There is the body of Monsieur Dixon, Monsieur Holmes. Washed ashore here on the beach just as the police found it.
Bewildering, eh, Holmes? They say Dixon was in perfect physical condition. Superb swimmer. The sea was very calm. No signs of violence. What do you make of it?
You've interviewed the butler, Monsieur Guillaume?
The police did so, yes. He failed to hear anything. If Dixon called for help as he drowned, the butler was out of earshot.
He might simply have developed a sudden cramp. Eh, Holmes?
Rather doubtful, Watson. A thoroughly experienced swimmer would not enter the water immediately after having eaten anything that might cause a cramp.
Especially Monsieur Dixon. He was most careful about food. Gourmet.
I see. No, Watson, I'd say this is directly concerned with a visit to Monte Carlo of Messrs. Douglas and Anatrios. It would appear that the two geniuses of crime have concocted a special brew for me. I'd say, quick behind those trees.
What is it?
What do you see?
A shadow with a gun. Get down!
It's amazing what people can do working together. For instance, more than 1,200 independent merchants pool their tremendous buying power and thus make possible Clippercraft, America's greatest clothing values. These friendly hometown businessmen know that to get and keep your friendship, they have to give you more for your money. And when you get a new spring Clippercraft worsted suit for only $45, an all-wool covert cloth topcoat for $40, or an all-wool Clippercraft gabardine topcoat for $42.50, you're getting the most for your money. Clippercraft clothes take their name from the famous Clipper ships that established honest New England quality everywhere in the world. Yet they're as modern as the Clipper planes that fly around the world today. Yes, you can trust Clippercraft clothes, and you can trust the men who sell them. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8 and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Dr. Watson, shall we return to the murder committed on a wager?
Yes, Mr. Harris, and to Monte Carlo, where on the beach in the moonlight we stood beside the dead body of Leslie Dixon. As Holmes bent over to examine the body, shots rang out from behind a tree. We fell flat upon our faces in the sand. When the firing ceased, I ran toward the trees from where the bullets had come. And as I returned...
See anyone, Watson?
No, Holmes. They've escaped. Just vanished into the darkness.
It is Demetrius and Douglas. They are after you, Monsieur Holmes. They are afraid you will solve the murder.
Yes, their fears are well grounded. I suggest the body be removed. I shall be interested in the results of an autopsy.
Autopsy?
Yes.
But it is obvious that Dixon died of drowning.
Nevertheless, I urge an autopsy. I have good reason.
I shall so instruct the police. They are most cooperative with requests made by the bank.
Good. And as for me, I shall discuss this case with someone well qualified in these matters. Mr. Demetrius.
But he has just attempted to kill you. Now you would walk into his hands.
Physical defeat has never frightened me, sir. It's the danger of mental defeat that lures me to whatever Demetrius has planned. Coming, Watson?
Oh, dazzling crowd, eh, Holmes? Princes, millionaires, cabinet officials, diplomats. See the Indian Rajah in the ruby-trimmed headdress there?
Irrelevant, Watson. We've business with Mr. Demetrius.
That croupier said table 3. Ah, yes. Wouldn't that be he?
Mr. Demetrius.
Good evening. Mr. Holmes?
Oh, I'm complimented that my face is internationally familiar.
I've been expecting you. Shall we step into that private room?
I wouldn't, if I were you, Holmes.
You are upset by something, Dr. Watson?
Yes, I certainly am, sir. If I were you, Holmes,
I accept your invitation, Mr. Demetrius.
Oh, before we step into the room, would you like to hold my gun, Dr. Watson?
Well,
Here. Perhaps it would put you at ease, huh?
By Jove, I will take it.
Excellent. After you, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you.
I shall save a great deal of time for you, Mr. Holmes. I did not kill Leslie Dixon.
Didn't you?
I was in the gambling rooms at the time of his death. For 2 hours previous to that, I enjoyed dinner at the Hotel Maurice. I can produce a dozen witnesses to that effect.
Yes, I'd no doubt you'd have a flawless explanation.
Previous to dinner, I attended a lawn party. Again, as many unimpeachable witnesses as you like.
I see. I'm curious, Mr. Demetrius, about the game you played or the wager you made with Roger Douglas last night. Could it in any way have been connected with the death of Leslie Dixon?
Very directly. I wagered, Mr. Douglas, that I could murder Leslie Dixon in such a way that you, Holmes, would never succeed in proving I had committed the homicide. The sum, £100,000.
Astonishing. Of all the effrontery, throwing the gauntlet in your face, Holmes. Now, really, this...
Very amusing.
Well, there's the motive, Holmes. There's your man.
I see no reason for concealing the wager. Besides, it would be unjust of me to collect. I did not kill Dixon. I intended to, yes, but I was late. I hadn't even started my plans when I had the news of his death.
Hadn't you?
Perhaps it's a move by Roger Douglas. He wanted Dixon to die. He suggested the wager. He might eliminate me that way as a competitor. His own men execute the crime in their own manner, being sure it's done properly. The guilt would seem to be mine. Oh, Mr. Douglas. You know Mr. Holmes, Dr. John Watson.
How do you do? We were discussing the late Mr. Dixon.
Really? I was at the theater when he died. Can you prove that, sir? Of course, Dr. Watson. I can prove my whereabouts throughout the entire evening.
I told Mr. Holmes about our wager.
You did?
Why shouldn't I?
Aren't you writing an invitation to the gallows for yourself?
Not at all. Mr. Holmes must produce concrete evidence before I lose. Evidently, he's finding it impossible.
Oh, quite the contrary. We're leaving, Watson.
May I offer my carriage, Mr. Holmes?
Thank you, no. I don't believe it's much of a walk to the morgue.
The morgue, Holmes?
Yes, Watson. If you'll excuse us, gentlemen, I must visit the morgue. The dead, you see, are often more articulate than the living.
Well, there's the body on that slab, Holmes. The police surgeon said you could examine whatever you wished.
Yes. I see they've already performed the autopsy.
Dixon drowned, Holmes. What the dickens are you probing about for? His lungs there show clearly that he was drowned.
Yes. And why did he drown? As I thought.
What do you see?
I see that I must pay a visit to the late Mr. Dixon's cottage.
Well, Holmes, if you insist upon being secret...
You, Watson, return to the casino. Keep an eye on Anitrios and his associates. I shall meet you at the casino very shortly with a thorough explanation of the murder and the identity of the killer. Thank you, driver. That was indeed fast enough.
Well, Holmes, I've been waiting for you here on the steps of the casino for 2 hours. Did you go to Dixon's cottage, speak to the butler? What have you found?
Where are Anitrios and Douglas and their crew?
Well, they're having cigars and brandy on the terrace. This way, Holmes. It's the terrace on the cliff, overlooking the sea.
Hurry, Watson. We must find them. I have the evidence.
You have?
Yes.
Where is it?
Here, in my hand.
In your hand? What is it?
This small bottle of salad oil.
There they are, Holmes, with that girl. The table by the railing.
Oh, yes, I see them. I regret disturbing you, gentlemen.
Mr. Holmes, you've met Mr. Douglas. This is Deborah Stevens.
How do you do?
How do you do, Miss Stevens?
I presume, Mr. Holmes, you've some sort of evidence you believe will prove I killed Leslie Dixon?
No, Mr. Anitrios. Your remarkable instincts are wrong, for once.
Then I'm sure, Mr. Holmes, you are prepared to accuse me, believing I carried out the crime, having engineered it so that Anitrios would suffer for it.
No, Mr. Douglas.
But Holmes, one of them...
Neither of them, my dear Watson.
Then the butler?
No, the butler. Mr. Leslie Dixon was killed by you, Miss Stevens, with this innocent-looking small bottle of salad oil.
Where did you find that?
You know what you are talking about, Holmes.
It was obvious someone had contrived for Dixon to drown. But how? There was no external evidence of violence. No, the sole possibility was that he'd been given something internally. In all likelihood, something that would cause him to lose control of his arms and legs, that would cause unconsciousness. So that when he set off on his nightly swim alone, he'd drown.
Stay where you are, Miss Stevens. I've had my service revolver along this trip. I knew I'd have use for it. Go on, Holmes.
So I insisted upon an autopsy. It revealed to me that Dixon's stomach lining was affected by an extreme irritant. It confirmed my suspicion. Dixon was subtly poisoned.
I won't listen to this.
You'd better, Miss Stevens. It's your death warrant. I raced to Dixon's cottage. I spoke with the butler. I inquired about what Mr. Dixon had had for dinner prior to his swim. His dinner included a salad prepared with a small bottle of oil. This bottle, which had been presented that afternoon as a gift to Mr. Dixon by Miss Deborah Stevens. This oil contains an overdose of camphor.
Camphor, Holmes? What sort of diabolical notion?
Camphor, as you know, Watson, is soluble in oil, but not in water. The salad oil was a magnificent idea. The minute amounts of camphor could easily be blended with other flavors and odors, so its presence might not be detected.
Deborah, of all the
Shut up! Shut up, all of you!
Camphor, Miss Stevens, is obtainable easily at a chemist's, isn't it? There's no suspicion of poison when you purchase camphor, is there? And just a bit too much of it will cause leg cramps and dizziness. Will it not, Miss Stevens?
Stop it!
And an autopsy might well be a routine drowning report without evidence of poisoning. Am I correct, Miss Stevens?
Yes. Yes, you're quite right.
At one time or another, she's been associated with all kinds of men. Lord knows what sort of mess she was in with Dixon.
I was to be married next week. Dixon knew about where I've been and what I've been. He was very much in love with me, ever since we met when I was dancing in cabarets and he did his magic act. I loathed him. Every time I had a chance to marry, he would speak to my fiancée and break it up. He was going to do it again.
So you couldn't wait, could you, Miss Stevens? You couldn't wait for Mr. Enetrios to eliminate Dixon. Besides, it was an ideal circumstance. If there were any suspicion of murder, it would point to Enetrios.
Yes, but Holmes, the shots on the beach.
Fired by you, Miss Stevens, to create the impression that an organized gang was responsible.
I won't go to prison. Dixon won't have another victory over me. I won't allow his death to send me to even more misery. No, I won't go.
Here, let go of my revolver.
I would get her away from you.
And she's tripped. She's falling back over the rail.
Well, fishermen down below said Miss Stevens' body struck the rocks, floated out to sea her.
Yes, a more satisfactory finish for her, Watson, I dare say. Avoiding the long, painful trial and inevitable execution. Now, Mr. Enetrios, Mr. Douglas, if you'll excuse me.
Returning to London, Mr. Holmes?
Yes, and to Baker Street. But before I go, gentlemen, I propose a toast.
A toast, sir?
Yes. To George Enetrios and Roger Douglas, two surprisingly pleasant scoundrels. To our next meeting. To your next fantastic wager.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was a very gripping adventure.
Indeed it was, Mr. Harris.
And what adventure have you for us next week, Doctor?
I have called it The Adventure of the Unfortunate Valet. It concerns a medical diagnosis, a restless corpse, and a domestic quarrel.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughrane. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelvin. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. A happy birthday to the Girl Scouts. March 12th is your 37th anniversary. You and Girl Scouting are important, and we salute all of you all over America. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Unfortunate Valet. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
And now, stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who's guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In The Whistler.
whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler, rated by independent research the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And now, The Whistler's strange story. The Clock on the Tower.
After a dismal breakfast, Joe Brill stood silently smoking a cigarette, staring through the narrow window of his prison cell at the big electric clock on the tower of the Mercantile Building a few blocks away. Joe had once believed that the pleasanter the circumstances, the more rapid the passage of time. But now he knew otherwise. The 8 weeks since he'd been tried, convicted, and sentenced to death for the murder of his wife, Martha, had passed with incredible speed. And as he watched the hands of the big tower clock, he could hear its ticking in his mind's ear, as clearly as though it were inches away. 20 hours of life. That's all that's left, Joe. Just 20 short hours. For unless a miracle happens, you'll enter the gas chamber at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. As you continue to stare in hypnotic fascination at the clock, the sound of footsteps in the prison corridor causes you to turn quickly around.
Your attorney here to see you, Joe.
Oh, hello, Eddie.
Good morning, Joe. Well, while I'm here, Joe, I wonder if you've decided what you want for dinner tonight.
No, I haven't thought about it. I'll let you know.
Okay, and remember, the sky's the limit tonight.
Yeah, I'll remember.
I won't be long, guard. Take as long as you want, Mr. Morris. Our boy gets anything he wants today.
All right, I'll call you in about 45 minutes, okay?
That'll be fine.
Well, anything new, Eddie?
Yep.
Good?
I think so. First of all, I just spoke with the governor on the telephone.
You got a stay of execution.
No, wait. Not quite that good, Joe. But he did promise to stand by his phone until midnight in case I come up with anything new today, and it looks like I will.
What?
Here, take a look at this wire.
Let's see. Acapulco, Mexico. A found restaurant owner insists your missing suspect, Fred Barnes, is in Acapulco. Dines there frequently. Hope to verify by noon today, Franklin.
Right, and Franklin's the best investigator in the business.
Yeah, but his wire about somebody seeing Barnes in Acapulco won't do us any good. Barnes been reported seen in a lot of places. Doesn't mean a thing.
It does this time, fella. Even if Franklin doesn't come up with Barnes, the governor says that this Acapulco restaurant man is a respectable citizen with an honest reputation. He'll grant a stay of execution.
You mean even if they don't find Barnes?
Right. And if the governor grants you a stay, I'll guarantee I'll get you a new trial. Even if the stay's only for a few weeks. A new trial's all we need, Joe. The next time we'll win.
Now we're getting somewhere, Eddie.
Sure we are. I told you to keep your chin up. But you know, it just doesn't seem to make sense to me. Barnes not having shown up. He can read. The story's been in every paper in the United States.
Wasn't in the paper until the day after Martha was killed. By that time, Barnes could have been somewhere in the mountains of Mexico. In fact, he probably was.
Yeah. Well, you're positive he can clear you if we locate him?
Well, sure I'm positive. Barnes knows I'd gone back to work when Martha was killed. He was in front of the house when I left. He saw her throw me a kiss.
Okay. I just wanted to be sure. You know, Joe, I've always had sort of a feeling that Barnes never left town. I think he's still here.
You're way off, Eddie. Everybody, including his boss, knew he was leaving for Mexico that day.
Yeah, I guess you're right at that. Oh, here, I brought you the morning papers.
Thanks. I guess I'm front page again, huh?
Well, I haven't had time to look. And don't you spend too much time looking either, Joe. I brought along the transcript of your trial, too.
The trial transcript? Why?
I want you to study every line of it between now and this evening. I'll be back around 6. Read every word of that thing. Maybe you can find something in it that'll help. Something else I can tell the governor when I phone him this evening.
There's nothing in that transcript I don't know already. It was my trial. I was there. I remember every word of it.
All right, but go over it anyway. Especially the testimony of that Jeffers girl.
If she hadn't lied, you wouldn't be in here now. She did lie, didn't she, Joe?
Well, of course she did. I broke off completely with her 2 weeks before I married Martha. Where I made my mistake was in being nice to her afterwards. Driving her home from little theater rehearsals, things like that.
Yes, you sure did.
I knew she'd never gotten over my falling for Martha, but I didn't think she hated me enough to deliberately lie. To send me to the gas chamber. You know I was in love with my wife. Don't you, Eddie?
Yeah, I guess I do. All right, now, go over that testimony carefully. I've got a hunch this is going to be the biggest day in our lives. I'm positive we'll find that restaurant man in Mexico is a high-grade citizen, and that the governor will grant us a stay of execution. Now, if you happen to dig up anything from the transcript that I can add to that, well, it'll mean a new trial. And many more tomorrows, Joe.
And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Joe, you never thought you'd be in a spot like this, did you? In a prison cell, less than 20 hours away from execution in the gas chamber. The visit from your attorney, Eddie Morris, a few moments ago, had raised your hopes for a last-minute stay of execution. But now that he's gone, your spirits ebb. Force of habit draws your gaze to your cell window and the tower clock in the distance. Again, you seem to hear it relentlessly ticking away the hours remaining before your unsought rendezvous with death. Abruptly, you turn around, open the newspaper Eddie had left you. A headlined column on page 1 reviews your whole story.
Convicted wife slayer due to enter gas chamber. Tomorrow morning at 4 o'clock, Joe Brill, convicted 2 months ago for the slaying of his wife, will enter the gas chamber unless new evidence is unearthed or the police locate Fred Barnes, the missing witness the doomed man insists could prove his innocence.
Yes, Joe, you're in a tough spot. You've read about it happening to other men, but you never dreamed it would happen to you. Your mind races back to that unhappy day when it all began. The day the police picked you up at your office and drove you swiftly to police headquarters for questioning.
Why did you come home at 11 o'clock this morning, Brill?
Because I forgot some papers.
You never went home at that time of day on a business day before.
I never had any reason to.
It's quite a coincidence. The only business day in a year, when you return home from the office, your wife is murdered.
But I didn't do it.
Then the minute you got into the house, you had a quarrel with her, didn't you?
No.
It was over your girlfriend, wasn't it?
I didn't have any girlfriend.
That's not what Corinne Jeffers says.
Corinne Jeffers? You talked with her about me?
Sure. Before we picked you up.
Well, then she told you the truth, that everything was over between us before I ever got married.
She didn't say your little affair was over. She said there was anything else but over.
She couldn't have said that.
She did say
I don't care what she said. I didn't do it. I can prove my wife was alive when I left the house to return to the office.
How?
By Fred Barnes. He lived next door.
You better call him.
Why, I can't. He left town today from Mexico.
Whereabouts in Mexico? We'll wire him for you.
I don't know. He said he was just going to hibernate somewhere in the mountains down there.
Another strange coincidence. The only guy who could have testified for you is somewhere in Mexico. Nobody knows where.
But Barnes did go to Mexico.
Sure, he went to Mexico. His landlady told us that. She also told us he left 3 hours before your wife was killed.
The memory of that first day's questioning in police headquarters still rankles, doesn't it, Joe? Even before they saw you, it was obvious the police were convinced you were the killer and would spend far greater effort in proving it than searching for another suspect. You toss the newspaper aside. The time is short. You realize you must do something. You turn to the transcript of the trial in the vague hope you'll find something helpful there. You skip lightly over the original indictment proceedings, scan the testimony of the opening witnesses against you. In the brilliant hands of the district attorney, even the simplest of truths was turned against you. Your every move, however innocent, seemed to stem from a sinister motive. Even the young bride, Mrs. Nancy Walters, your next-door neighbor, was like putty in the hands of the clever prosecutor.
You are Mrs. Walters?
Yes, sir.
You discovered the body of the defendant's late wife the day she was killed, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
What were the circumstances?
Well, you see, I live next door, and I'd just gotten home from my mother's. I went over to borrow some coffee from Mrs. Brill. The side door was open, and I walked in and found her on the floor in the front room, dead.
Tell me, Mrs. Walters, was the defendant Joseph Brill aware that you were going to be absent from home that morning?
Yes, sir. At least I think so.
Your Honor, I object.
Objection sustained. Just answer the question, please.
Mrs. Brill knew. I'd told her.
You used to visit with Mrs. Brill?
She used to visit us quite often, 3 or 4 evenings a week. Mr. Brill was out so much.
Your Honor, I object to that statement. It's irrelevant.
If the court please, the witness's statement is quite relevant. The state contends this defendant killed his wife because of his love for another woman. The testimony of this witness proves he spent many of his evenings away from home. Later on, we will prove where he spent them.
Objection overruled. Counsel may continue.
No further questions. That's all, Mrs. Walters.
That's the way the whole trial went, didn't it, Joe? Everything your neighbors said seemed to point directly to your guilt.
Now, Mrs. Briggs, you've testified you were also a next-door neighbor of the defendant. And you further testified that the defendant was aware you were going to be absent from your home on the morning his wife was killed. You've also heard Mrs. Walters testify that she was absent from her home that morning.
Oh, yes, sir.
And it would have been possible for the defendant to have sneaked home, killed his wife, and returned to work without being seen, wouldn't it?
Your Honor, I object.
Objection sustained. The district attorney is well aware that his question was improper. I must warn counsel that
I apologize, Your Honor. I withdraw the question.
Proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Mrs. Briggs, for several months prior to the murder, you had a boarder, a young man named Fred Barnes, did you not?
Yes, sir.
He left your home to go to Mexico the morning of the murder. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Now, Mrs. Briggs, a little while ago, you heard a police officer testify that the defendant swore to the police that Mr. Barnes was standing in front of your home at a few minutes after 11 on the morning Mrs. Brill was killed.
Yes, sir, I did.
And you know that the defendant further claims that Mr. Barnes saw that the defendant's wife was alive at the time?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what time Mr. Barnes left for Mexico the morning Mrs. Brill was murdered?
Oh, I do, sir. It was about 7:45 when the taxi arrived to take him to the bus station.
And you actually saw Mr. Barnes drive off at 7:45. The same morning Mrs. Brill was murdered at a little after 11.
Yes, sir. He waved goodbye to me.
Then it would have been impossible for Mr. Barnes to have seen Mrs. Brill alive or otherwise at 11, wouldn't it?
Oh, yes, sir.
Your Honor, please, I object on the grounds that the question calls for a conclusion by the witness. All she knows is that Mr. Barnes said he was going to Mexico and entered a taxi.
Objection sustained.
No further questions. You are Mr. George Adams, president of Adams Incorporated.
I am.
You were formerly the employer of Fred Barnes?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Barnes give you any reason for leaving your employ?
He said he wanted to spend a year in Mexico.
Did he leave a forwarding address?
On the contrary, he said he wanted to go somewhere where no one could find him.
When was the last time you saw Mr. Barnes?
On Thursday morning, September 14th, about 9:45.
Where?
At our offices. Barnes stopped by on his way south to San Diego. He said he couldn't resist stopping in for a minute, even though he had to get off the bus.
The San Diego bus passes right in front of your office, doesn't it, Mr. Adams?
Yes, sir.
You say that Mr. Barnes did stop at 15 minutes before 10 o'clock on the morning of Thursday, September 14th, the morning Mrs. Brill, wife of the defendant, was murdered.
Yes, sir.
Then Mr. Barnes couldn't possibly have seen Mrs. Brill at 11 o'clock, when the defendant claims...
Objection. Your Honor, Mr. Barnes had ample time after he left Mr. Adams' office at 10 o'clock or thereabouts to return to the neighborhood of my client's residence by 11 or a few minutes after. The time the state has established as the time of the murder.
Objection sustained.
No further questions. Now, Miss Jeffers, I know this is a painful subject, But were you and the defendant, Joe Brill, in love?
I was in love with him.
Wasn't he in love with you?
Well, he said he was.
How long had this romantic feeling existed between you?
Oh, off and on since we were in high school.
You broke off with him when he married, of course.
Oh, yes, sir.
And how did it happen to resume your association with the defendant after his marriage?
We were both members of a neighborhood little theater group. He used to drive me home after rehearsals. Sometimes we'd drop in some little place for a sandwich or something, and... Well, you know how those things are.
Yes, I see. The defendant was seeing you regularly up to a week or so before his wife was found murdered.
Yes.
When was the last time you saw the defendant?
About a week before his wife was killed.
Can you recall the date?
Oh, yes, sir, I can. It was Wednesday, September 6th.
What did you do that evening?
We just drove around, stopped at the beach for a while, and dropped into a cute little Hawaiian spot. He drove me home early, around 11:30.
Did the defendant tell you that evening that everything was over between you?
Hardly.
What did he tell you?
Well, just that...
Go on, Miss Jeffers.
He said he thought he'd soon be free.
Marry you?
That's what he said.
Thank you, Miss Jeffers. That's all. And in closing, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state contends that the defendant, Joseph Brill, has been proved guilty of the murder of his wife, Martha, beyond the shadow of a doubt, because of his love for Corinne Jeffers. We contend further that the defendant deliberately chose the time for the murder because he knew his next-door neighbors were absent, and because he further knew that Fred Barnes, the man he claims could establish his innocence, was leaving that same day for parts unknown.
Yes, Joe. The district attorney made a brilliant summation. But it was Corinne Jeffers' testimony that was the telling blow, wasn't it? After that, even your own testimony sounded unconvincing. You knew when she left the stand the jury had decided against you. Too late you realized the truth of the age-old proverb that hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Or such was Corinne Jeffers' jealous hatred of you that she deliberately lied, committed perjury, to help send you to the gas chamber. Suddenly you see it. The answer to your hope for a reprieve, a new trial. You can prove Corinne Jeffers lied on the stand. You rush to your cell door.
Guard! Wilson! Wilson! What's on your mind, Joe?
Get my attorney, Eddie Morris, on the phone. Tell him to hurry over here. Tell him I found what he's looking for.
You bet I will, Joe. You sure?
Sure, I'm sure. Tell him to hurry. It's all right here in the transcript, Eddie. The only reason I didn't get it at the trial was because I was so knocked out by what Corinne said. I wasn't paying any attention to dates.
All right, never mind the history. Show me what you found.
Right here. Right there, Eddie. You see?
Yeah?
She swore I was out with her the night of September the 6th. Drove her around, stopped at the beach.
Yes, I know all that. How can you prove she lied?
Our little theater group had our dress rehearsal on September the 5th.
Yeah?
Corinne had the lead. Her costumes didn't fit. She phoned her dressmaker. She'd be over the next night. That was September the 6th. That's the night she testified she was with me. She couldn't have been with me.
Are you sure she went there?
She must have. The next night, the night of the show, her costumes fitted perfectly.
Do you know the name of that dressmaker?
I think so. Yeah, wait a minute.
Yeah?
Her name was, Bronson. Bronson. I remember Corinne called her Mrs. Bronson.
Do you know where she lives?
Somewhere near Silver Lake, that's all I know.
Okay, I'll check on her, Joe. But you know, our best bet with the governor is that we find out that Mexican restaurant owner is okay. Or better yet, that Franklin comes up with Barnes himself.
Forget about Barnes, Eddie. Nobody knows where he is. You can find Corinne Jeffers. She's right here in town.
Well, naturally. I'll try to find her, but time's getting short. She might be out, so might that dressmaker. But look, if Franklin stands a chance of finding Barnes...
That would have been fine before we had proof Corinne's testimony was perjured. Look, Eddie, it's my life. Concentrate on this, will you? It's a lot better than trying to find Barnes.
Well, sure, Joe, sure, if that's the way you feel about it. Just the same,
Get going on it, will you, Eddie? And call in if you find the dressmaker and she backs me up, will you, please?
Well, you bet I will, Joe.
After Eddie leaves, you pace your cell. Try to interest yourself in the newspapers. Finally, light a cigarette, sink down in your cot, and stare through the windows at the big clock. Finally, a few minutes after 2, the guard brings you the news you've been waiting for.
Well, kid, so far the news is good. Your attorney said to tell you he found the dressmaker okay and that everything was going great. He's on his way out to talk to Miss Jeffers right now.
The next few hours seem like years as you wait for further word from your attorney. Finally, the lights in the cell block go on. And again you stare out the window at the big clock, its face now brilliant with electrical illumination. 20 minutes of 6. Time is getting more precious with each passing minute, isn't it, Joe? You should have heard from Eddie by now. You begin to wonder if anything could have gone wrong. Again you pace the floor, smoke one cigarette after another. Then at last you hear the guard.
Joe, got news for you. And it's plenty good. You sure? Positive. Eddie Morris just phoned. Said to tell you that Corinne Jeffers had admitted her testimony was all one big lie.
When? Where is Eddie? Why isn't he here?
I guess he's trying to get hold of the governor. He sure has worked hard for you. I'll bet he's as happy as you are.
I wonder what's keeping him.
He'll be here soon enough. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, sure he will.
That's not all the good news I got for you. Huh? Eddie said to tell you he'd located Fred Barnes, too. I'm sure glad you hit the jackpot, kid. I always figured you got a bum rap.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. And now back to the Whistler.
The guard's message left you numb, didn't it, Joe? After all the weeks of waiting, you suddenly learn that Corinne Jeffers, the girl you'd broken off with after you became engaged to your late wife, has admitted that her testimony against you, testimony that had been the deciding factor in swaying the jury's verdict against you, was false. Just a matter of hours before your scheduled execution in the gas chamber, you wonder if Eddie has phoned the governor, whether your stay of execution, the first step toward the new trial, has already been granted. Once again, your eyes wander to the big tower clock. 5 minutes pass. 10, 20, before Eddie finally arrives. You're surprised, shocked at the seriousness of his manner.
Hello, Joe.
I thought you'd never get here, Eddie. The guard said Corinne Jeffers admitted she lied.
She did.
Would you call the governor?
Not yet.
But it's after 6, Eddie.
We've still plenty of time. I wanted to see you before I phoned the governor, Joe.
The guard said you'd located Barnes, too.
I did.
Where was he?
I'm coming to that. You know, it's funny the way things work out sometimes, Joe. That little Jeffers girl was hard to break. When I got to her house, she wouldn't talk. Then, when I got a little tough, she said she wanted a drink of water and went out to the kitchen. A minute or so later, I happened to look out the window. She was leaving in her car.
You didn't let her get away?
No, I jumped in my car and followed her. I finally caught up with her and crowded her over to the side of the road. She got out of her car and ran into a grove of trees. I found her on the other side of those trees, hiding in an abandoned quarry. That quarry was right behind your house, Joe. That's where I found Fred Barnes. It was all covered up with an old raincoat and dirt. But not quite enough dirt. Nothing to say, Joe. Well, I guess it wouldn't do us any good to phone the governor now, would it?
I guess not, Eddie.
You knew where Barnes was all along, didn't you, Joe?
Yeah.
Joe, why did you do it? Did Barnes happen to come back and see you kill your wife? Well, it's almost time to order that last big dinner, Joe. Would you like to tell me about it first?
Might as well, Eddie. When I returned home from the office unexpectedly that last morning, Barnes was there, too.
Then he did come back.
Yes, he did. When I opened the front door, I saw him in the living room with Martha. She was in his arms. They were planning to go to Mexico. Together.
Conducted by Wilbur Hatch and is the property of Herman Music Incorporated, ASCAP, Hollywood, California. Broadcast rights granted solely to Audio Arts Productions, La Mirada, California.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
George Reed here, Johnny.
Well, George, I'm really glad to talk to you.
Oh? Why do you say it that way?
Because every insurance case I handle for that company of yours pays me a nice fat fee. And right now I can use a little extra cash.
Well, now, Johnny...
So tell me all. What's Floyd's of England upset about this time?
Well, I'm not sure.
Uh-oh, here we go again.
But, Johnny, I just received a transatlantic telephone call from Paris, France, from a man who wanted to contact you but didn't know where to call you. And he identified himself only as Le Chat Gris.
Ah? Le Chat Gris?
It's French, Johnny.
No.
And I believe it means the gray cat.
Yeah. And George, the name fits him.
You know him, then?
His real name is de Marsac. He probably knows more about the dark alleys and back streets of Paris.
Oh?
Yeah, and about the people. In other words, the underworld. What did he call about?
He mentioned the Blue Madonna.
The what?
It's a painting, Johnny, a small oil painting by a modern artist named Vincent Bardot. It's owned by a Mr. Kingsley Holland down in Philadelphia.
Yeah?
It hangs in the Gavin Galleries, and we've insured it for $12,000.
Well, what did he have to say about it?
Only that you're to call him. His number there in Paris is Orleans 57722.
Uh-huh.
That he has some very interesting information for you about that painting.
Oh, sure. That he'll be glad to give me for a price.
Exactly. I can't for the life of me figure what his interest is in it. If there were anything amiss, I'm sure the gallery would have called me.
George, if you knew that character as well as I do, you'd okay my expense account without even looking at it and be willing to pay me that big fee I was talking about.
What do you mean?
Want to make a bet?
What kind of a bet?
I'll give you odds of 10 to 1 that whatever's hanging in that gallery down there in Philadelphia is not the Blue Madonna.
What? Now, look, Johnny, good heavens.
George, I'll be talking to you.
Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
And now, Act One of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Floyd's of England, North American Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Blue Madonna matter. Expense account item 1, $12 even for a phone call to my underworld contact in Paris, France, a man by the name of de Marsac, who calls himself the Gray Cat.
Oh, oui, Monsieur Dollar. This is your very dear friend, Le Chat Gris?
Very dear friend, huh? Now listen, you telephoned George Reed that you have some real hot information about a painting his company insured.
Ah, oui, Le Madonna Bleu. What did you call the Blue Madonna?
Okay. How much you want this time?
Oh, monsieur, you touch me to the quick. While one might think that I slave and suffer and risk my life on your behalf only for money.
How much, de Marsac?
Say, $1,000.
1,000? Look, if your info's worth anything, I'll send you a check for $50.
$50? No. 900?
Okay, I'll make it 75.
But, monsieur, 750?
How about an even 100?
500.
2.
4?
3, that's final.
Oh, please. 200?
Okay, 200.
Oui. Eh? No.
It's all settled, $200. Now, what about the Blue Madonna?
Yes. It is now here in Paris.
Yeah, where?
In the shop of Monsieur Dubuisson on the Rue des Pas de l'Amour.
Dubuisson? Huh. You sure it isn't just a copy? That he'll try to foist it off on some wealthy sucker?
Dubuisson is a crook, an evil crook. But he's an honest one.
Oh, sure.
Yes, and he knows the works of art. Also, he's very clever. To get his price, he will wait until the real Madonna is discovered missing.
If it really is. That's what I'll check on now.
And then you will send me the $500, my very dear friend.
200, remember?
Oui, I cheated myself. But, monsieur...
Yeah?
Suppose I could find out who smuggled the painting into him, eh?
Fine.
That would be worth a lot to you, no? Say 1,000?
We'll see. I'll be talking to you. Item 2, 420. I phoned to my old pal, Foster Harmon, down in Sarasota, Florida. Told him I'd pay his fare if he'd grab the first plane out and meet me in Philadelphia at the Bellevue Stratford Hotel. I knew that if anybody could identify the genuine painting, he could. Item 3, 940 for my own transportation to the city of brotherly love. Item 4, 950, cocktails and dinner for the two of us there at the Bellevue.
Yes, the Blue Madonna is one of Vincent Bardot's best-known works. I don't think there's another living artist who could so effectively use various shades of just one color. But what about it, Johnny?
Well, first thing in the morning, I want you to come along with me and take a look at it.
It's in the Gavin Galleries, isn't it, up on Walnut Street?
Yeah, at least it's supposed to be.
Suppose?
Now, all I want you to do is take a good look at it, then reserve any comments until after we get out of the place.
And?
That's all.
Well, but Johnny...
Meantime, I want to check with the owner of that painting. The telephone directory gave me Kingsley Holland's address. Item 4, 620 for a cab to a small apartment house out in West Philadelphia. Holland turned out to be, well, I'd say he was about 30, short, lean, and nervous, with the surly expression of a man who feels the world hasn't done right by him.
Yeah? You mean you're interested in buying the Blue Banana?
Well, it all depends, Mr. Holland.
Uh-huh. Look, Dollar, that's what you said your name is?
Yes, that's right, Johnny Dollar.
Sounds familiar. Well, anyway, listen.
Yeah?
That gallery's got a price of $18,000 on it. But if you want to buy it direct from me, and right now, I'll give it to you for $12,000. Save yourself a few $1,000, and it'll save me having to pay them their 20%.
But if you've already commissioned the gallery to sell it for you...
So I'll tell them I changed my mind, that I want to keep it. Then when they find out that I've sold it, well, let them try and catch up with me and collect. Because me, I'll be right back in little old gay Paris.
Back in Paris?
Sure, I'd be there still, only I ran out of money.
$12,000, huh?
That's exactly what it's insured for. And that's what they appraised it for when I got it from my uncle's estate. With all his money, what does he die and leave me with but a lousy painting? Well, do you want it?
Let me think about it. I'm staying at the Bellevue Stratford.
Sure. Just don't tell them at the Gavin Gallery about our little deal, huh? What those crooks don't know won't hurt it.
Crooks?
You think for a minute all that stuff they've got laying around the place is genuine? But the Blue Madonna is.
You're sure?
Huh? What do you mean by that?
Just stick around, Mr. Holland.
Any reason why I shouldn't?
I don't know. Is there?
Now, wait a minute, Dollar.
I'll be in touch with you.
Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
And now for another episode in the life of Sergeant Donald Bellwether, my husband. Donald!
I'm out here on the back porch, honey.
Oh, there you are. Honey, why on earth did you choose a time like this to clean your hunting rifle? We're due at the Jamesons at 7.
I'm ready, honey. All I have to do is wash my hands. I'll finish this tomorrow. Be with you in a jiffy.
Donald, come back here.
Now, what's the matter, Reba?
Are you going to leave this hunting rifle right out here in plain sight?
Nobody's going to bother it. The kids are asleep and we'll be gone. I don't think our babysitter will bother anything. She's got her homework to do.
Those are famous last words if I ever heard them. Donald, don't you realize that accidental death by firearms ranks second only to deaths from falls, fire, and poison?
But the kids are in bed.
Well, sure they are. But what if our 6-year-old Marshall Dillon should wander out to the kitchen for a drink of water? You know, he'd love to play with his gun.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Well, please put it away under lock and key.
Yes, dear, yes, right away.
And for heaven's sakes, take those shells, too. You know, many accidents happen when bullets are thrown into a fire or hit with a hammer. Those things are dangerous. You ought to know that.
I know, honey. I guess I just wasn't thinking.
The unloaded gun and ammunition lying around the house is even more dangerous than itchy-fingered hunters. Statistics prove that.
Okay, there. Everything is safe under lock and key. Now, you still angry with me?
Oh, Donald, I don't want to sound like a nagging wife, but...
My dear, you have every right to reprimand me. Me, a non-commissioned officer. I should know better. But that's the way it goes. We forget. That's why there are accidents in the field, out hunting, and in the home. We all know better. We just forget or get careless with firearms. Well, come on along. Let's get over to the Jansons.
Okay, dear.
Now, this won't happen again, believe me. You know, I wouldn't have started to clean that rifle if you hadn't taken so long to get dressed. But you sure did a good job. Oh, you look beautiful.
That's my Donald. That's my doll.
Now, Act Two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar and the Blue Madonna Matter.
Had Kingsley Holland, the owner of the painting, recognized my name? I thought so. And if a switch in that painting had been made and he knew about it, well, I'd do well to look out for him. Yeah, the more I thought about it, the more certain I became that whatever hung in the Gavin galleries was not the Blue Madonna. Item 5, another $6 for a taxi back to my hotel. Item 6, $5.80, breakfast the next morning for Foster Harmon and myself. By 10 o'clock, we were at the Gavin galleries, looking at a pretty modern, but I must say beautiful painting.
It's amazing, Johnny, amazing. The most extraordinary... Well, I just can't believe it.
Can't believe what, Foster? That it's the real thing or just a good copy?
Oh, good morning, sir.
That's just it. You see...
I've helped these gentlemen.
Johnny...
Hold it, Foss.
That painting, you know, is a genuine Bardot.
Yeah? My name is Johnny Dollar. This is Mr. Foster Harmon.
Gentlemen, I'm Arnold Gavin. You're interested in buying the Blue Madonna?
If this is really it.
Johnny, listen.
Wait, Foster. What is the price of it, Mr. Gavin?
20,000. Mr. Dollar, did you say?
Yeah, but, wow. Haven't you got a Bardot that's a bit cheaper?
His Laconic Lagoon is priced at 10,000.
Holy. Well, how about a copy of this?
Bardot has never allowed his works to be copied.
Johnny, listen.
Yeah, Foster, it looks like this stuff is too rich for our blood.
No.
Come on, let's go back to the Bellevue Stratford.
No, listen.
Perhaps there's something else that might interest you.
No, I'm afraid not, but thank you.
That's quite all right. Now, look, suppose I come back later.
Johnny, listen.
Come on, will you?
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, Mr. Gavin.
Now, Johnny...
Just take it easy. Well, Foss?
It's a fraud, Johnny. It's a copy. I'm sure of it.
Hey. Did you say that Blue Madonna's a copy, mister?
Yes.
Wait,
Well, I thought you were looking at it kind of funny there in the gallery.
Yes, sir. It's a fraud.
Foster.
You don't mind my asking, who are you?
My name is Foster Harmon.
Harmon? From the John Ringling Museum down in Florida?
That's right.
Well, then you ought to know.
Now, just a minute, mister.
Say, aren't you Johnny Dollar, the insurance investigator?
So what? Who are you?
Me? Well, I'm Rube Alloway of Transworld News Service.
News service? Oh, fine.
Yeah, I'll see you, boys, and thanks a lot.
Well, Foss, it looks like you opened your mouth and stuck my foot in it.
Well, I'm sorry, Johnny, but what I said is true. That Blue Madonna is an imitation, a phony.
That much I already knew. At least I was pretty sure of it.
But don't you see the amazing thing? Well, Johnny, that copy is so perfect, so exactly in the style of Vincent Bardot, even to little things, little idiosyncrasies that even the finest copyist couldn't match. Certain minute details about an artist's work are as distinctive, as impossible to copy as a man's own fingerprints.
Yeah,
What I'm trying to say is that if I didn't know every brush mark on the original...
Okay, Foss, forget it.
Forget it?
Hey, listen. Kingsley Holland, the owner, and I wouldn't trust him for a minute. I think he knows who I am. If so, and if he knows that painting is just a copy, well, he's pretty sure to figure out what I'm doing here.
Johnny, he must know it's a copy. If he gave it to the galleries to sell.
Perhaps. Or maybe the switch was made after it was hung there.
Then what you're saying is that either one of them could be responsible for the fraud.
That's right. How well do you know the Gavin galleries?
Well, they're not very big. You could see that for yourself. And, of course, they're rather new in the business.
I think I'd better get a rundown on this Arnold Gavin while we're waiting at the hotel.
Waiting? What for?
Well, you plant a couple of seeds. You hope that one of them will sprout.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Foz, I told both of them who I am in the hope they'd guess at why I'm here. I also gave them reason to suspect I think that Blue Madonna's a phony.
Well, I'm afraid that I may have led Arnold Gavin to feel that way.
Same thing. I also made it very plain to them that I'm staying at the Bellevue Stratford. In other words...
Good heavens, Johnny, if you mean what I think you do.
Yeah? Like what, Foz?
You think that one of them, the crook, will come to the hotel and try... Well, don't you see, Johnny, knowing that you're on to him, he might try to kill you.
Can you think of a better way to bring him out in the open?
Johnny...
Come on, let's get back to the hotel. And wait.
Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
Do you know who said, every individual in society has certain powers, rights, and privileges which no other individual can justly abridge or destroy? Those words were written by Noah Webster, the man who compiled America's first great dictionary. Mr. Webster knew that if the country which he had seen come into being were to succeed, the rights of the individual have to be protected. Each person is entitled to certain basic rights, powers, and privileges which must not be taken away because of the whim of someone with greater power. In the United States, the individual is important regardless of his wealth, power, or position. The importance of the individual is closely linked to the American tradition. Remember the words of Noah Webster. They are part of your American heritage. The rights and privileges of the individual must be preserved.
And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
After all, there was no reason to drag Foster any further into this mess, although I knew he'd be game to see it through. So I paid him for all his expenses. That's item 7, 151 even, and sent him on back to Sarasota. Item 8, 10 cents for a phone call to Sergeant Jerry Hawkins at police headquarters. About mid-afternoon, he called me back.
Boy, did you ever start a riot.
Well, what'd you find out for me about Gavin and Holland?
Well, Holland's just a lazy kid that's been trying to live off his relatives all his life.
And Gavin?
Okay, so far as we know. But listen, you seen the papers?
No.
The story about that phony painting is on every wire service in the country. All you can see in the headlines is that name Bardot, and I don't mean Bridget. Johnny, you and that Foster Harmon ought to collect a publicity fee.
Are you holding Gavin or Holland?
Well, what on? Sure, the boys have questioned both of them, but unless we can show some evidence that one of them pulled the switch. Johnny, you got any ideas?
Yeah, Jerry. Suddenly I think maybe I have.
Well, then start talking so I can make a pinch.
No, I don't think you will.
What do you mean, if you know who did it?
Oh, I didn't say that. But, Jerry, I've got a hunch, a real potent one. And if it's right...
Yeah?
Well, read tomorrow's papers.
Huh?
Item 9, half a buck for an evening paper and a tip for the bellboy who brought it up to me. Yeah, the sergeant was right. This was the most free advertising any artist has had in years. Prices on genuine Bardots were skyrocketing. As for the fake Blue Madonna, I put in a fast call for Paris. But before the operator could get it through... Yeah?
Arnold Gavin, Mr. Dollar.
Well, Mr. Gavin...
Do you see what has happened? Have you seen the papers?
I sure have.
And the police have closed my shop, my galleries.
Can you blame them?
But don't you understand? I've had offers of up to $30,000 for the Madonna. I've received wires offering me nearly $20,000 for the other Bardot, the real one.
No kidding.
Well, I'll show you how much I'm kidding. I've cabled Bardot to paint some more for me. Paint anything. Don't you see, after all this publicity, we'll make $1 million.
So it was you that rigged this whole thing, huh, Gavin?
I, Mr. Holland? Why, of course not.
Sure, to raise the price of some of your lousy paintings.
Well, how can you say that? You who gave me that copy.
Expert, huh? You trying to tell me you didn't know that was a copy?
No. It was only this morning when the authority from Sarasota, when I called in the people from the museum here in Philadelphia. Do you know what they said?
What? And it better be good.
They said the only one who could have made that copy...
Wait a minute.
The only artist in the world who could have possibly...
Hold everything. Holland, you said you got that painting from your uncle's estate.
That's right, it was willed to me.
Where did your uncle get it?
Well, Well, listen.
I'm listening.
Dollar, that Madonna was smuggled into.
Smuggled?
That's right.
But by whom?
Well, believe it or not.
I think I can tell you who. And if this is my call to Paris, well, maybe I can even tell you where he is now. Johnny Dollar.
This is your dear and faithful friend, Le Chagris.
Good. Now listen.
And for the information I can give you this time, you will have to pay me a vast sum of money.
You're about to tell me that the Blue Madonna was smuggled into Paris by none other than the artist himself.
That's it?
By Vincent Bardot.
Exactly. So that should be worth it, but how did you know?
All right. All I want to know now is where is he? You know.
He's not in Paris.
Where is he? For $100? 150?
300.
Oh, for that much I'll find out for myself. Goodbye.
No.
Okay, 200 or I hang up on you.
Well, only for you, my best, my oldest friend.
Where?
He is aboard the plane for the United States.
I might have guessed it.
He has the Madonna Bleu with him. He received the cable this morning.
Great. I'll send you a check. You hear any of that, Mr. Gavin? Holland?
Well, yes, but I'm afraid I don't understand. Oh, I sure don't.
And maybe this call will help you.
Headquarters?
Sergeant Jerry Hawkins.
Yes, sir? Sergeant Hawkins.
You can have the boys in New York pick him up or wait for his plane to arrive here in Philadelphia.
Johnny.
If you're sure you really have any charges against him.
What?
Yeah, he's on his way in from Paris. The guy who painted the copy of the Blue Madonna. Or maybe this is really the original over here.
Huh?
Well, at any rate, he'll have the other copy with him. So do you want to tell the papers or shall I?
Look, will you make sense?
Oh, and his name is Bardot.
Bardot?
That's right, Vincent Bardot. Well?
You mean that he painted two of them?
Sure, with probably something like this in mind.
But I can't
And look what it's done for him. Put him on the map. Anything he paints now will net him a fortune. And I don't think you'll suffer particularly either, Mr. Gavin.
Well, no.
As for you, Holland, well, you'll get a lot more than you thought for that painting of yours.
Man, what a fast.
Sure. But you know something?
What, Mr. Dollar?
I just wonder if Le Chagris was in on this thing with him from the beginning.
Le Chagris?
So help me, I wouldn't put it beyond him. Sure he was in with Bardot. And probably collecting plenty from him. Anyhow, the insurance company isn't out anything. But I hope they'll be a lot more careful the next time they insure a painting. Any so-called original. Expense account total, including $400 for Le Chagris, the hotel, and the trip back to Hartford, $620 even. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were G. Stanley Jones, Forrest Lewis, Harry Bartell, Joseph Kearns, Bert Holland, and Byron Kane. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Johnny Dollar has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape. Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight we escape to a small ship off the coast of Borneo, and an exciting tale of murderous greed, as Floyd A. Nelson tells it in his strange story, Seeds of Greed.
This is it, the romantic South Pacific, the languid lure of the tropics. A ship at my command to take me any place I might choose. A jeweled tiara of sky above and an ocean of emerald velvet below. To my left, the languid coast of Borneo. To my right, the Sulu archipelago. Such romance, such gentleness, such maddening, unbearable gentleness. Not long ago, I was a carefree little monument to failure, reaping the rewards of my college education in the atmosphere a hitch in the Navy had taught me to love and live. The waterfront. Maybe it's the atmosphere, maybe it's the people you meet, or maybe it's the margin you can make on the exchange of drinks with guys in port fat with CPay. Take this guy Lee, for instance. An Oriental little guy whose correct English told you it was adopted. I had him figured wrong from the beginning.
Mr. Braun? Mr. Kenneth Braun?
Yeah, that's right.
My name is Lee. Lee Tse-tung, if you prefer.
I don't.
May I join you?
Sure, Lee. Pull up a buck for a couple of drinks and sit down.
Certainly. Here.
Al, same thing here.
Okay.
What's yours, Lee?
Nothing, thank you. I do not indulge.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Al.
Sure thing.
Well, Lee, I've got the bait. Set your hook. What's on your mind?
You were pointed out to me as a man who knows boats.
Just like the Navy.
And also as a man who might be induced to gamble.
Well, I can't contradict.
But if you will pardon me, as a man who is more than casually devoted to drink.
I can take it or leave it. At the moment, my mood says take it. Your health, Lee.
Yes, but for that one failing, Mr. Braun, I could offer a very interesting and profitable proposal.
Mr. Lee, it is considered very poor taste in the Occident to proffer drinks with strings attached. A good day, sir.
Oh, no, one moment, please. Forgive me. I was going to add, a failing which we could overlook if it were to be controlled for a short time.
I said I could take it or leave it.
I am in the pearl business. Do you know anything about pearls, Braun?
Yeah. An oyster gets a hold of a bad grain of sand, and he or she or it gets an ulcer. Bingo, a pearl.
Perhaps we should take this up at another time. I am stopping at the Case Hotel. Good night, Braun, and come see me if you should reconsider.
Okay, Lee, but don't wait up. I hate the warm feeling of elegance that takes me over after the fifth drink. I hate myself. I hate morning. Worst of all, I hate waking up without a little hair of the dog and not a nickel in the poke to supply it. Out of the fog of remorse came a stolid little Oriental face. Yeah, there's a generous soul. Pearls, he said. Well, that should be a nice, substantial little proposition. Yeah. Maybe I am ready to talk business.
Braun, I did not expect to see you. Come in. Oh, this is a pleasant surprise.
Yeah. You mentioned something about a business proposal.
Yes, I did.
Hotel rooms depress me, Lee. Could we go down to the bar and talk it over?
Oh, certainly, Brown, if you prefer.
I prefer. You mentioned something about the pearl business.
Yes, Brown. I didn't think. That is, I thought that might have slipped your mind.
Well, things aren't that bad, Lee. Tell me more.
Oh, we could be very useful to each other, Brown. I have the information on the equipment. You have the experience without which the equipment is useless to me.
Yeah.
We can turn an enormous profit in very short time.
Uh-huh.
I have just completed a transaction whereby I become owner of small ship equipped with certain scientific devices for probing the ocean floor.
Sonar equipment.
I believe that is the name.
I hate to disillusion you, Lee, but you can't bounce an echo off an oyster. It'll never work.
That is not my intention.
Well, then how does sonar equipment fit into the pearl business?
These pearls, a great fortune in pearls, are all in one package. Ours, for the taking.
Salvage?
Yes. I fell heir to chart upon the untimely death of a friend. On that chart is indicated the position of a vessel sunk during the war somewhere between the Sulu archipelago and the northeast coast of Borneo.
Yeah.
I have reason to know that on board at the time of the sinking was the personal fortune of a certain sultan, as well as the assets of his constituents. There was one survivor.
And you hope to locate that vessel with this sounding gear?
I do.
Well, what about getting the stuff up after it's located?
I also have diving equipment.
And you want somebody who knows how to operate the gear?
Precisely.
What's your deal?
I am prepared to offer you 1/4 of any treasure we may locate.
For that consideration, I could offer about 1/2 of what I know about your equipment.
I don't understand.
For a 50-50 share of any loot, I could offer 100% cooperation.
Oh, I see. Braun, you're shrewd. It surprises me you are not more prosperous. All right. 50-50, as you say.
All right, you've got yourself a boy. To you, partner. Now, one for the road, and we'll go look at your ship. Okay, partner?
Okay, partner.
Lee's stubby forefinger pointed a great circle course across the harbor to a little tub laying with her forward quarter scraping paint against the can of her mooring. She was from the orphan fleet of sub-chasers pressed into service out of desperation during the war. About 100 feet, built to roll on a 20-foot beam. Some dreamer had her rigged for fishing. She still mounted an A-frame, outriggers, and a cargo boom aft. Lee didn't speak of her with the pride of an owner.
There it is. The one with the blunt end toward us.
Well, when can we go aboard?
I have the papers. We can take possession immediately.
What kind of shape is the power plant in?
I am really not qualified to say. I know nothing of ships. But I am sure she will need work before we... What is it you say? Cast out?
Yeah. Well, give me 2 days to work over the plant, and I'll have her ship shape and shaken down. If she's standard, she's got 2 671s on the generators and 2 pancakes on the main plant. A couple of spare injectors and some baling wire will see her to Timbuktu.
You will need a crew, won't you? An inexpensive crew.
Yeah, a couple of hands to do the dirty work. We could get by with one if you could take a turn at the wheel.
Perhaps I can learn. Yes, perhaps I can learn to drive the ship.
Good. I'll line up a hand. These waterfront bars are full of guys looking for a chance to go fishing.
Oh, you seem to understand what I want, Brown. I will leave everything to you. You may reach me at my hotel.
Okay. The next time you see her, she'll be overhauled, provisioned, and manned. So long, Lee. See you in 48 hours. She was in surprisingly good shape. Her batteries charged right up on the generators. Her oil was clean and her linkage tight. I replaced a corroded condenser on the sonar gear, pressure checked the diving suit, and put new pistons in the compressors. One straight 24-hour shift, and she was shaken down and ready for a crew. I set out to meet my man on common ground. I found him being escorted out of Casey's bar by Casey himself.
You young hoodlums are a disgrace to the city. You'd better get some salt behind your ears before you start something in my place. Let go. Now get along with you. Let go. And don't be coming back. You brother of a pig.
Oh, what's the matter, sailor? Slippery deck?
You be quiet or I stick you.
All right, stow the ship, kid. The jails are too full now.
I'm going to kill that pig. Get out of my way.
All right, stay out of there, kid, and stow the knife.
I still get that fat pig someday.
You're new around here, aren't you?
How'd you know that?
Well, you wouldn't tangle with Casey if you weren't. Where are you from?
Ensenada. I have papers. In my room, I have papers.
I didn't ask you. You didn't ask me either. But I'd advise you to get rid of that knife. With a temper like yours, you can cut yourself off a life sentence.
So far, this knife knows only the blood of fish. I have never been kicked by a fish.
I can use a man who can handle a knife. You working?
No.
Come on, I'll buy you a drink.
All right.
Now, what's your name?
Costa. Antonio Guillermo de la Costa.
Okay, Tony. 2 double shots later, I had my man. A pathetic little guy with no roots in a barren world. I set him to stowing provisions while I cleared the paper and gold braid department of the Commerce Building and picked up a couple of 100 fathoms of useless shark net to flake out for effect. Then I called Lee. He was impressed.
You have accomplished a lot in very short time, Brown. You must have worked day and night.
Yeah, I can sleep underway.
Where is your crew?
Below. He's stowing provisions in the galley.
I see. Does he meet our specification?
Exactly. Good back with not too much above it. Except a nasty temper.
Good. He thinks he's going fishing. That explain these nets?
Partly, Lee. Also, there's an unwritten law of the sea that gives fishing craft a wide berth.
Clever, Brown. Very clever.
Practical.
Is everything in first-class condition?
Everything. The diving gear is tight, and the sonar readings check right on the nose with the charts.
Then we are ready to cast off?
Anytime.
Then let us go. Head her out west-southwest, Brown. Right into the sun. Right into the sun.
In just a moment, we will continue with Escape. But first, Groucho Marx, Bing Crosby, Dr. Christian, and George Burns and Gracie Allen will be back with you tomorrow night on most of these same CBS stations. Al Jolson will join Bing in another of their unparalleled exhibits of wit and song. George Jessel will be the special guest of George and Gracie. Stay tuned to CBS for this wonderful midweek Wednesday night listening. And now we return you to the second act of Escape.
3 weeks at sea taught me a lot about my friend Lee. His switch from landlubber to competent mariner was too fast to be convincing. Something about the whole setup spoiled the taste of my whiskey. The only way it figured was that he really did need me to operate the gear. Beyond that, the picture changed. From the first day out, he showed too much interest in the sonar equipment.
Brown, I think it might be prudent if you were to teach me the operation of this instrument. Is it very difficult, just their operation?
Oh, it's something anyone can pick up in 5 or 6 months of full-time instruction.
Surely not to learn just the operation of it.
Well, it's not only complicated, Lee, but delicate. I think we'd be wise to keep it secured until we need it.
Perhaps. Yes, perhaps. It won't be very long, Brown.
When are you going to break out the charts with the position of the stuff?
In due time, Brown.
Well, I'll need it when we start taking soundings.
Then you shall have it. It wouldn't be prudent to surrender a chart that I have been forced to defend with my very life, would it, Brown?
I get your point.
I might add, Brown, that the chart alone is useless to anyone but me. The exact position is not indicated. I took the precaution of committing it to memory, lest the chart should be, misplaced. The only value of the chart is that it indicates sounding lines.
That makes your position clear enough. What about Costa? Do you think he might be dangerous when he finds out what we're really after?
For a man to be dangerous, he must first be intelligent. Costa is ignorant, he will stay ignorant.
Sooner or later, he's going to get wise.
Fortunately, Costa is not equipped to get wise, as you say. He is happy in ignorance. We will not expose him to the curse of greed.
What's your plan?
To turn the wheel of fortune to my own needs. We must be practical, Brown. A person such as Costa leaves little impression on the world. He will never be missed if he were to disappear. Fate will save him from the curse of greed.
The late afternoon of the 22nd day, I saw Lee's methods put into practice. Cold, efficient, ruthless practice. It happened so fast, I was helpless to do anything about it. Costa was splayed out on the nets near the stern, sound asleep, when Lee appeared from nowhere. Without warning, Lee let fly a vicious kick. Costa's blade flashed. Lee stood motionless until Costa closed. Then Lee grabbed Costa's knife hand and whirled, twisting Costa's arm into a lever and using the momentum of his rush, tossed him effortlessly over the rail to disappear in the swirling wake. Without even glancing astern, Lee gave me the arm signal for straight ahead, a signal that pointed accusingly at me, screaming, "Accomplice." His face was still frozen in trance-like serenity when he appeared on the bridge.
It is now you and I, Brown.
Yeah.
These things are distasteful, but on the other hand, Brown, life itself can be distasteful.
Oh, wasn't there some other way to handle it? Couldn't we have put him off somewhere in the island?
Your whole life in too high esteem, Brown. We could have put him off at some island, but then, Brown, we would have had to wonder about his welfare. Now his troubles are over. He has peace. He no longer has to struggle, as you and I.
He didn't have much chance to struggle, did he, Lee?
He was not one to struggle intelligently, Brown. Struggling, not directed by intelligence, can destroy.
Where does strength, muscle fit into your theory?
If you'll pardon a personal reference, Brown, I long ago subscribed to the teachings of an Eastern cult which believes that the intellectual neutralizes the physical. Therefore, there is no difference in stature among men, only a difference in mental power. We do not destroy. We merely expedite the adversary's self-destruction by his own weakness.
Costa's temper, huh?
Exactly. One does not think in temper. He merely acts, and so destroys himself. Do I make myself clear?
Not especially, but I'll think it over. Lee's insidious philosophy began to prey on my mind. I knew I was on the last leg of a one-way trip. I knew he was perfectly competent to take over the ship at any time, but I still felt reasonably safe. It would take 2 men to handle the instruments to locate the pearls, and beyond that, 2 men to get the stuff up. After that, I would worry about my failings and which one Lee would pick to destroy me. I eliminated the big one by tossing my last 2 bottles of whiskey overboard. We were cruising somewhere between the lower Sulu archipelago and the northeast corner of Borneo when Lee broke out a dog-eared chart of Dutch origin.
Cut it back, Brown. Now, somewhere within the radius of this circle, our fortune waits to be taken.
Now, let's see. The charts indicate a sandy bottom, and that's good. The currents go southwest. He falls off to deeper water to the south.
I understand the charts, Brown. Start the soundings, man.
Okay, I'll start here, at the 60-fathom line and work toward shallower water. You stand at the bow with a smoke flare. If I pick up anything, heave a flare over to mark it, okay?
I prefer to stay on the bridge with you, Brown.
Yeah, that way we can watch the instruments and each other. Okay, partner. I worked each depth line half a mile from the point Lee established as center, staying parallel to the soundings indicated on the chart. 3 times over the area showed nothing but a uniform bottom. Then I took a new tack. I set the wheel in a tight circle and secured it with a lanyard. I figured the current and the torque of the shaft would take us far enough off-center on each spiral that we wouldn't miss anything big enough to register. I was beginning to think in circles when the scope showed a fast drop and then wavered erratically. Lee must have read it in my face.
It showed something, didn't it? We have found something, haven't we, Brown?
Maybe.
What are you going to do?
Back it down and check it.
Oh, no. No. Drop the anchor. We won't move. We'll take no chances of losing it. Drop the anchor.
I settled her bow into the current, dropped the hook, and backed her down on the scope of the anchor chain until we were over the spot. Lee expertly rigged the line from the cargo boom to the cathead and hoisted the heavy diving gear out of the after hold. His expression left no question as to the division of labor.
Of course, you will make the dive, Brown.
Yeah.
We cannot risk losing a life when 2 men are necessary to complete this mission, can we?
Not your life, Lee. Yeah, I'll go down there. But just in case you have any ideas about letting my weaknesses destroy me...
Oh, come now, Brown. You're not falling prey to the curse of greed, are you?
No. And I don't intend to fall prey to anything if I can help it.
You don't have faith in me.
That's right.
But you must have faith in me. We must work together.
Until we locate the stuff and get it up. After that, Lee, only one man is necessary. That's what worries me.
Are you afraid, Brown? Does fear number among your weaknesses?
Yeah, Lee, it does.
I don't know how to reassure you, Brown. Do you have solution?
Yeah, Lee, I do. My life is in your hands while I'm down there. Unfortunately for you, my life is the only link you have between the pearls and this ship.
Only a fool would break that link, Brown.
Lee's words echoed in my helmet as I felt myself being lowered from a sheave at the end of the cargo boom. Only a fool. I knew that I was pitted against a ruthless maniac. That finding the pearls meant that one of us would die. Yet some power greater than reason forced me on. A power I recognized as greed. My weighted feet settled on bottom. My headlight sent a glaring shaft through the murk, serving only to blind me. Then my eyes adapted. Strange shapes darted in and out of the beam, splashing big shadows. I pivoted slowly, straining my eyes to the burning point. Suddenly, the beam stopped short and reflected upward in a blinding glare. There she lay, a slimy hulk stern down in the sand, her stack and superstructure eroded away, and her plates hanging scab-like from her frames. A death ship washed clean by gentle currents. I headed for the quarterdeck and leaned on the crumbling vestiges of the hatch. It fell away. My light picked up a single object. There it lay, its corners worn round from shifting against the bulkheads. A teakwood chest. Brass bindings radiated from its single big hinge like the fingers of a giant hand. I felt a wave of desire grow into a surge of greed and resolve itself into an overpowering lust. I bent a line onto the chest and signaled Lee to haul me up. I felt as though I was threading my life away as I paid out the line that would link the treasure with the surface, knowing that only Lee's ignorance of what the other end held ensured my shedding the heavy diving suit safe on deck. That would put us on even footing. I lost the fear of Lee's methods and thought of my own. Methods based on greed that knows no compromise. Methods of killing to keep. Then my fears passed. He couldn't kill me until the chest was on deck. Lee was like a man waiting for sentence when I climbed out of the diving suit.
Well?
It's there.
Describe it. Describe the chest.
Solid wood bound in brass.
Is that all?
Brass hinges, like a hand.
That is it, Brown. The hand of Muhammad. My reward at last. The hand of Muhammad.
You mean our reward?
Of course. Our reward.
For a brief second, we were two animals standing at bay, eye to eye, appraising, each waiting for the other to move. Then, as one, we saw through the cloud of greed. We still needed each other until the chest was on deck. Lee swung the boom inboard while I reeved the line attached to the chest through the eye of the sheave. He took the running end of the cathead and made a turn, his narrowed eyes fixed on me, waiting for the signal to haul away. His hands turned white, bloodless, as he gripped the line. I gave him the signal to haul in the line.
Start it easy, Lee, and take it slow all the way. We'll stop it at the surface to keep the weight off the line.
The line threaded through the sheave endlessly as time while I strained to catch the first glimpse of any bulk in the water. Again, I felt the surge of greed I'd experienced below. Unconsciously, I drew my sleeve across my mouth. A dark and distorted mass showed beneath the surface.
Slow it down, Lee. She's going. Slow it down, Lee. Slack off. You'll break your line. Slack off.
Lee was out of control. The heavy chest lost the buoyancy of the water. The strand of the line snapped and shot a ragged end up to the block. But it was too late. The chest hit the block and the line snapped, crashing the waterlogged wood against the ragged metal of the topside.
Brass fingers of the giant hand opened grotesquely, spewing a shower of tumbling beads over the surface of the water.
Oh, you fool! You American fool!
There they are, Lee. Look at them float down. Your little white seeds of greed.
You will die, you idiot!
You felt the pearls at the end of that line, Lee. They were in your greedy little hands and you couldn't let go. You couldn't slack off on the line. You couldn't let go, could you? So the hand of Mohammed sowed the ocean with little seeds of greed.
You will pay, Brown. Pay with your life.
All right, intelligent one. There are no odds. Pick a weakness and destroy me. Take your choice. Come on.
You will die, dog.
He came toward me slowly. Then he drew back, right foot poised. I was ready for it, but instead of the kick, his thumb shot out at my eyes, pushing jagged nerve ends right into my brain. Blind instinct told me to swing while I knew where he was.
You'll die.
Not yet, Lee. How do you like that, Lee? Ducked by a blind right fist. And this, how do you like this, Lee? How do you like my thumbs? How do you like 'em mashing into your master throat? You're getting weaker, Lee, weaker. Oh, where's your mental power now, Lee? Gone, is it? Dead? Dead. Yeah, the tropical Pacific. Gentle Pacific rocking me to death in a cradle of rusty steel. Maybe it's spring or summer or day or night. The breeze is gentle, sent to soothe. And my eyes no longer pain. Yeah, it's gentle. Such gentleness. Such maddening, unbearable gentleness.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Tonight we have presented Seeds of Greed by Floyd A. Nelson. Featured in the cast were Gary Merrill as Brown, Ben Wright as Lee, Bill Conrad as Casey, and Tony Barrett as Costa. Special music was arranged and conducted by Del Castillo. Next week.
You are sitting unarmed in an early California boomtown saloon. Across the table from you is a man who has just murdered your brother, and who holds in his hand a new and terrible weapon from which there is no escape.
Next week, we escape with an exciting tale of the California gold camps, as Les Crutchfield tells it in his gripping story, The Pistol. Goodbye, then, until this same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. Groucho Marx, and who will quarrel when you label him a very funny fellow, will be back on most of these same CBS stations tomorrow night with his deliriously wonderful quiz show, You Bet Your Life. You'll find Groucho's unlike any other quiz you ever heard. So join us on CBS tomorrow night for You Bet Your Life, starring Groucho Marx. Now stay tuned for Hit the Jackpot, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup present Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host to welcome you through the squeaking door for another half hour of lovely chills and shudders. Oh, before we begin tonight, I'd like to give you a word of advice. If you should ever walk through a cemetery at midnight and come face to face with a transparent personality floating above a tombstone, don't be frightened. After all, you can see right through him.
Good gracious, why do we have to talk about cemeteries?
Because, Mary, our story tonight is about a vampire. Where else would you expect to find one if not in a cemetery? In the Vampire State Building?
Well, suppose you go wait in that closet there and talk to the skeleton while I have a word with our Lipton listeners about one secret of success. You know, folks, when a Hollywood actress climbs up to stardom, it's usually because there's something different about her personality. And that's true of other success stories. Lipton tea, for example, is the largest selling brand of tea in the world because it's different from other teas. Lipton's has that wonderful hearty flavor the tea experts call brisk, which means it's bright and zestful in taste, never wishy-washy or flat. Now, don't take my word for it. Compare Lipton's to other teas yourself. That's the real way to discover Lipton's rich, full flavor, Lipton's extra flavor that brings you all the goodness of a superb tea. It's full-bodied and satisfying, with a smooth, mellow tang that brings you real enjoyment. So pour yourself a cup of Lipton tea, folks, and then see for yourself what a difference that brisk flavor makes.
That's fine, Mary, but quietly, my dear.
Why the whisper, mister?
Don't make too much noise or you'll wake the dead. And we don't want to do that because tonight's story is called The Undead. It's an original radio play by Milton Lewis. Yes, and our star tonight is Anne Seymour, who plays the role of Diana.
I was alone here in the penthouse sleeping. The doors leading to the terrace were open. Suddenly, I was awakened by a queer, whirring noise that sounded like the flapping of wings. I opened my eyes. Moonlight filled the room. It was one of those clear, cloudless nights that the winds moaned and howled like weeping women. Somewhere, a dog howled. I sat up, peered into the green light of the moon. Seeing nothing at first. I lay down again. My eyes were half closed, and I heard it again. The sound of wings beating on the air. Told myself it was nothing. Until out of the queer green shadows that surrounded me like a mist, I saw a pair of blood-red eyes close to my face. No, they weren't human eyes. They were rimmed with green. And they glittered like glass in the dark. I looked closer. Too frightened to move. Too terrified to cry out. The thing that seemed to be flying round my head looked like a bat. Yet it wasn't a bat. Suddenly it floated down. I felt soft fur on my neck. Then my throat was pierced with a sharp, terrible pain. I started screaming, "Let me go! Let me go! Richard! Where are you, Richard? Richard!"
Go on, Diana.
When I felt their arms around me, I knew I was safe, Richard, but it was the most horrible dream I ever had.
Yes, I know, darling. You were hysterical.
What do you think it meant?
Well, nothing. Nothing, of course, dear. Everyone has nightmares like that sometime or other.
But it was so vivid. I could almost swear it happened just as I told it to you.
Now, Diana, do you really believe you've encountered a vampire?
I know it sounds ridiculous, darling.
Listen, baby, you're living in New York City on top of an 18-story building. This is 1945, not the Middle Ages. Well, the whole notion is just rubbish.
I tried to tell myself it was nonsense, too. But somehow... Oh, Richard, I want to get out of this place.
But why?
I don't like this apartment. There's something evil, sinister here. I've always felt it. And listen. Listen to that wind. The wind howls around here all the time.
Well, naturally, it's a penthouse, and it catches the winds from the river.
You hear that? Something flapping on the terrace.
That's just the awning.
There are always queer noises around here. All the time, and I can't bear it being alone here at night. Victor, please don't let me stay here alone tonight.
I can't stay with you, darling. I've got to go to the theater.
I don't want you to go there, please. Let your understudy take the part tonight. Take me away from here. Far away when it's warm and there's sunlight.
Diana, you don't know what you're saying, dear. I can't give up my part in the show.
Of course. Of course. Oh, darling, forgive me, please. I'm sorry I ever mentioned it. You do forgive me, don't you, Richard? Say you do.
Why, of course. You're just upset over this silly dream.
I know. I won't mention it again.
You're okay, baby. Well, it's 10 to 8. I'd better get going. Want to come with me?
Yes. No. Well, I'm going to stay here.
But if this place frightens you...
That's just why I'm going to stay. And alone. I'm going to beat this thing. Somehow.
That's better, darling. Much better.
Here's your coat. Right. And you better take your scarf. It feels chilly. Richard.
Hmm?
I said I won't mention it again, but there's one thing more I have to tell you. That the face of that thing in my dream, it was your face.
Diana, in the name of
heaven. I won't
heaven.
talk of it anymore. I promise you, darling. I didn't mean to upset you just before you went to the theater. Just kiss me, dear. I'll be all right. I'll be all right.
Diana.
Good night, dear. I'll be waiting when you get back. It was just midnight. 2 nights later. I was waiting for Richard to come home from the theater. I was going through his desk looking for a postage stamp. And I found something that turned my blood to ice. It was a newspaper clipping dated 10 years ago. The picture of a man, and under it the caption, "Prominent real estate operator Richard Barker, found dead of a sudden stroke." I looked at the picture again. There could be no doubt of it. It was Richard. I read further. The deceased will be buried at Woodlawn, Greenlawn Cemetery after services in the Westland Funeral Chapel.
Good evening, Diana.
Richard.
Why, what's the matter? You seem startled.
I didn't hear you come in.
Have you been brooding again?
No, Richard. Of course not.
Well, how do you feel tonight?
Not very well.
Weak?
Weak, sleepy, ill.
Well, no wonder. You've hardly been eating a thing. And I know that you never catch a wink of sleep.
I told you I can't sleep in the daytime as you do. As you do.
Why are you staring at me like that?
Why? Why do you sleep in the daytime?
I've been doing it for years.
Years?
What's so terrible about that? Most theatrical people do. We live and work at night.
Yes, I know.
Really, Diana, what is the matter with you?
Nothing. You think I'm losing my mind?
Well, I don't know what to think.
Why are you pretending?
Pretending what?
That you're something other than what you are. Because I know what you are, Richard.
Really?
I found out. This clipping I found in your desk, it tells how you died.
That clipping? Oh, that.
Why are you laughing?
Well, you see, it's a joke. It's a gag. One of my pictures was sent to the papers, publicity for a new play, you know. And a drunken typester put it in the obituary column. It's quite an amusing story.
I don't believe you. You're lying.
Listen, you can't go on like this.
No, don't touch me.
You're not well, darling.
Get your hands away from me.
I just want to kiss
you.
No,
don't touch me.
Diana, where are you going?
Out of here.
Diana, come back.
I'll come back when I've proved something to myself. Is there anyone there?
What do you want, ma'am?
I'm sorry to wake you up. Are you the caretaker here at Greenlawn?
Many years, ma'am.
I want to see the grave of Richard Barker.
Who are you?
Diana Barker. His wife.
But it's 1 a.m, Mrs. Barker.
I know what time it is. I want to see the grave.
No one comes at a time like this.
Please, will you tell me? Perhaps this will help.
$10.
For disturbing you.
All right. You take the path in back of my house. Turn to the right. Have you a flashlight?
I brought one from the car.
It's only a short way, but it isn't a grave, ma'am. It's sort of a tomb.
Thank you. I'll find it.
You want me to come with you?
No, I've troubled you enough. Good night.
Good night.
Somewhere, an owl was howling, as though warning me not to go on with this insane adventure. But I knew I had to continue. I had to be certain. I followed his directions along the path of the cemetery. The moon poked yellow fingers through scudding clouds, as though showing me the way. I was frightened, terrified. There's nothing to fear from the dead. Kept telling myself that to keep up my courage. The dead. Perhaps they were right. There was nothing to fear from them. But the undead. There it was. A tomb. The inscription was clear. Here lies Richard Barker, born May 7th, 1890. Died September 4th, 1935. There was a lock on the door. It was old and rusty. I'd come this far. I made up my mind. I picked up a stone. Smashed the lock. I opened the door. Blackness. Inky blackness, such as one imagines one would see at the end of the world. Turned on the flashlight I took from the car. Coffin was lying in the center of the tomb, on an altar. I felt my heart beating wildly, like a throbbing drum inside me. With a trembling hand, I opened the coffin. I looked down on a ghastly white satin lining. That was all there was in the coffin. There was nothing else. It was empty. I looked up. There was a face staring at me in the shadows of the tomb. It was Richard.
Diana, I knew you'd come here.
Well, friends, that just goes to show that an empty coffin makes the most noise. You know, this is the kind of nice domestic story I like. The intimate family chronicle of a vampire.
My goodness, is that what you call intimate family life?
Of course, Mary. It looks like our lovebirds will even share the same coffin.
I'm afraid you're drawing a very strange picture of family life, Mr. Holst. Now, I always picture the family gathered around the dinner table. Everybody's laughing and happy. The bright lights push back the shadows of evening outside and shine on the teacups, where Lipton tea is waiting to add to the family's mealtime pleasure. Lipton's brisk flavor will make that good meal taste even better. Everyone around the table, from junior to grandfather, will enjoy its tempting fragrance, its deep amber color, and that brisk flavor that makes Lipton's different from other teas. They'll all like its full-bodied, hearty goodness and the zestful tang of Lipton's flavor. So serve Lipton tea for dinner at your house, folks, and round out the family picture with real enjoyment.
Right, Mary. And now let's go back to our horrors. Let me see. What dire predicament are we in tonight? Oh, yes. Diana has just discovered that her husband was wandering around his tomb. What would you do in a situation like that? Here's what Diana did. Listen.
I ran, blindly, stumbling, tearing my clothes. Somehow I managed to reach the car, start the motor. In the car, I knew it wasn't all some dream. People didn't come back from the dead. Did they? Could they? I drove to the city. I wanted to see the lights, people, hear music. I wanted to be sure this was the world I'd always known. I tried to think. I tried to reason. I tried to understand what had happened to me. Because I knew something was happening to me. Something that I dreaded. I was becoming like them. Like Richard. I felt strange craving. Desires that I didn't dare think of.
Excuse me, Mrs. Barker.
Oh.
May I sit with you?
I don't believe I know you.
Perhaps not. Does it make any difference?
No. No, it doesn't. Please sit down.
Thank you.
I'm glad you came over. I'm glad to be able to talk to anyone tonight.
I've been watching you for the last 10 minutes.
Have you?
You look very strange tonight.
How do you know me?
We all know each other.
We?
Yes. You realize you'll be dead soon.
Dead?
At least what they call dead.
You know what's happened?
Oh, yes, of course. I've seen it happening for weeks. Your face became paler and paler. It will not be long now. You will become one of us.
I don't want to.
It's not in your hands.
It isn't true. It can't be true.
It's quite true. Many of us have gone on for hundreds of years. Those who sustain us become like us.
And I...
There is no escape.
No, I don't believe it.
Don't you feel it? Blood. That strange desire.
Yes.
There. You see?
I don't want to.
I once tried to fight it, too. It's no use.
I'm going away. Far away. Where he can't reach me. I'm going now where no one can reach me.
Waiter! Waiter! Will you help me here? There's been an accident.
Everything is going to be all right, Diana. Just lie here and rest quietly. You're in your own home.
I opened my eyes and saw Claudia, my older sister. Never was so glad to see anyone in all my life. Claudia had always helped me, always advised me. She'd know what to do.
You want something to eat?
No, I'm not hungry.
But the doctor said you'd have to eat.
How did I get here?
You collapsed in the cocktail lounge. They brought you home.
When?
Last night.
It's dark out.
You've been sleeping almost 24 hours.
Where's Richard?
At the theater. Poor boy, he was so worried about you.
Was he?
He sent for me. I've been with you since last night. Diana, what happened?
It's terribly difficult to explain. I sometimes think I'm losing my mind. I'd be sure that's what it is if I hadn't found out differently.
Tell me about it.
I found out Richard is dead. He's been dead for 10 years.
What are you talking about?
Still, Claudia. I went to Greenlaw and I saw his tomb. I opened it and the coffin was empty.
Diana.
I know what you're thinking, but I'm not insane. He never sleeps at night. Now I feel this strange craving. Claudia, don't steal it.
You know what you're saying.
Yes, I know it sounds wild, fantastic, but I haven't told this to anyone, but it's true. There are things in this world you only think are primitive superstitions, but Claudia, you must believe me.
Yes, of course, I believe you, dear.
We must destroy Richard. I read about those things. We must destroy him by driving a wooden stake through his heart. That's the only way I can escape from him. That's the only way I can become a human being again.
Diana.
You'll help me, Claudia.
Of course, dear. Haven't I always helped you?
Where are you going?
Just to fix you something to eat.
No, you're going to leave me. Leave me here alone with him. I won't let you do that, Claudia.
That gun. Where did you get that gun?
We've always had one here. Ever since I first told Richard I was afraid of this place. You're not going to leave me alone now, Claudia. I'm not going to let you.
Of course not.
Get away from that door.
That's what you want.
Claudia, come back. No. No, you're insane. No. She's gone. Insane. She was so sure I was insane, she didn't even give me a chance to explain. I was alone in the house. I felt terribly weak. I wanted to sleep. I wanted to sleep forever and ever. But I knew if I lay down and closed my eyes, I might never open them again. Never open them and see the world as you or I used to. I'd be something else. I looked at the clock. Almost midnight. Richard would be coming back any minute. I ran to the door, locked it from the inside with a safety bolt. What to do? What to do? Police. I ran to the telephone.
Operator?
Hello, operator. Get me the police and hurry, please.
One moment, please.
Hurry, will you? This is a matter of life and death. Hello, are you ringing them?
Police department.
Hello, police. You've got to help me.
Yes, what is it, lady?
My husband, he's going to do something to me tonight. He's going to make me what he is.
What's that, lady?
He's been dead for 10 years. I saw his empty coffin. That's proof, isn't it? That's evidence. You always want evidence, and there it is. Now do you understand?
Well, I'm not sure I do, lady. What's your name?
Diana Barker.
Well, all right. Now, calm down. Tell me where you live.
I live... Oh, you think I'm insane, too, don't you?
I didn't say it.
You think I'm crazy, just as Claudia does.
If you'll just give me the address, lady.
Oh, what's the use?
Please, lady.
No one believes it. I know I'm not insane. I know it, and yet... What's that? His key in the lock. He can't open it. It's bolted from the inside. He's trying to get in. But he can't. Not with that bolt. I won't open it. I won't. I'll just pretend I don't hear it. I'll cover my ears with my hands and I won't hear it. He can't get in here. If I can keep him out until daylight, I'll be safe. Safe. Suddenly, the doorbell stopped. I knew he hadn't gone away. I could feel him near me. But he couldn't get in. No, he couldn't get into the penthouse. There was no way to get in unless he came through the terrace. And there was no way to get on the terrace unless he could fly. Fly. The wind was screaming. When I turned to look at the French doors leading to the terrace, it was impossible. He couldn't. And yet, he couldn't. And yet, the doors burst open. The wind blew through the house like a cyclone. The air framed in the double doors. Stood Richard.
Why didn't you let me in?
How did you get out on the terrace?
Never mind. What are you doing with that gun?
Don't come near me, Richard.
Diana?
Go away. Go away and leave me alone.
Give me that gun.
No.
I'm warning you, Diana. You'd better give it to me.
If you take another step toward me, I'll fire.
Diana. You see?
The bullets. They didn't harm you.
No.
But I didn't miss.
No.
It's empty.
You see? It didn't do any good.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to put an end to this once and for all, Diana.
An end?
I've prepared for this. I have a knife. You see?
Richard.
Don't be afraid, Diana. You won't quite die.
No, don't.
Come here, Diana.
No, Richard, no.
You're
no.
making too much trouble while you're alive.
Help me, someone! Let go of me! I saw the knife over my throat. I beat at his chest with the empty pistol. Then, just before everything became black, I saw 3 flashes of lightning.
Go on, Mrs. Barker.
When I woke up in the hospital, Inspector, I couldn't believe that I was still alive. It seemed like a miracle.
You would have been dead if it wasn't for your sister.
Claudia.
She came back with one of our men. He shot and killed your husband just as he was about to plunge the dagger into you.
But how did he get in?
He came over the adjoining terrace from the penthouse next door, just as your husband did. No, Mrs. Barker. Your husband didn't fly.
But the other things, the picture, the tomb, the empty coffin.
All props for an elaborate scheme your husband worked out to murder you. Richard Barker's not an uncommon name. He found a man with that name who died 10 years ago. He removed the body. He got the whole idea from the dream you told him.
But why?
To establish that you were insane.
Oh.
He planned to murder you and claim he did it in self-defense to protect himself against an insane woman.
But the gun...
Filled with blanks. He wanted to get your money, Mrs. Barker.
But the way I felt, those strange cravings...
You're suffering from anemia. The doctor told us that. It's not uncommon for anemia sufferers to feel the way you did.
I still can't believe it. I still feel that he isn't quite dead.
I'll relieve that fear right now. His body's in the other room. I think you should see it. Come this way, Mrs. Barker. There. Ray's delivered the coffin, Charlie.
Yes, Inspector.
What's the matter?
He looks so lifelike. His lips are so reddish. He looks as though he could move. Get up at any minute.
Nonsense. I assure you he's quite dead, Mrs. Barker. And I can further assure you that the police department has never encountered one authentic vampire in its history.
You're very reassuring, Inspector. I think I'd better leave now. Don't bother to see me to the door. Bye.
All right, Charlie. Cover him up and have him buried.
Okay, Inspector.
What is it, Charlie?
Inspector, Maybe I'm nuts, but I could swear that I saw him move.
Oh, nonsense. Close the lid. It's getting dark, Charlie. Sun sure goes down quick these winter days. I'm going home. Good night, Charlie.
Well, friends, do you think Richard is really dead? Oh, that's something for you to sleep on when you go to bed tonight. Oh, and by the way, we have a moral for tonight's story. Yes, it's taken from a diary of Miss Delirium Tremens, who once said, "Never marry a vampire. He may turn out to be 500 years old without a social security number to his name. And how can a girl have any fun going around with a guy like that?"
Well, Mr. Host, I don't think that's a serious problem. I'm positive that no girl will ever meet a vampire, much less marry one.
Ah, but you can't be sure, Mary. The safest thing is to drive a wooden stake through your husband's heart. Yes, if he dies, then he must be a vampire.
Oh, such foolishness. Let's forget all this talk about vampires, because I want to tell the folks about something wonderful that's going to happen next week. And next Tuesday's Christmas, you know. So instead of our usual mystery thriller, Inner Sanctum will bring you a tender and beautiful Christmas play called The Littlest Angel. And our star will be that great and beloved actress, Helen Hayes. There's a lovely musical score specially written for The Littlest Angel. And the play is one your whole family will enjoy, especially the youngsters. Perfect entertainment for Christmas night. And of course you won't want to miss Miss Helen Hayes' performance. So be sure to tune into this station at the regular Inner Sanctum time next week. I promise you, The Littlest Angel, starring Helen Hayes, and brought to you by the makers of Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup, will be the crowning pleasure of your Christmas day.
That sounds great, Mary. You know, Christmas is really wonderful. There's something about it that gets even the most hardened characters. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is The Fearful Passage by H.C. Branson. And don't forget what Mary told you, friends. Next week, we'll bring you Inner Sanctum's special Christmas program, directed by Hyman Brown and starring Helen Hayes, America's First Lady of the Theater. There'll be no gore, no chill. Not even one little murder, believe it or not. The holiday spirit is getting even us. So be sure to join us next Tuesday. Meanwhile, I'm going to do my Christmas shopping. You know where I can get a nice fur-lined coffin for a cold-blooded friend? Until next Tuesday, then. Good night. Pleasant dreams?
Folks, these busy days, we all want to save time when we prepare meals, and yet we don't want to sacrifice that good homemade taste. Well, that's just the time to serve Lipton's noodle soup. Lipton's has a real fresh-cooked, chickeny flavor. It tastes like the chicken noodle soup you'd make right in your own kitchen, and yet it takes almost no time at all to prepare. And Lipton's is economical, too. It costs less and makes lots more than canned soups. So don't forget to try Lipton's Noodle Soup Mix. And remember to tune in next Tuesday night for Inner Sanctum's special Christmas show with Helen Hayes.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. If there ever was a country of myth and legend, it's the Emerald Isle, that precious gem that adorns the restless sea. Ireland. But for all its gay and infectious beauty, its green fields and the riot of colored flowers, there is a darker side that haunts this shining isle. Not all the mythical spirits are as captivating as leprechauns, or as gentle as the fairy folk. The Celtic gods of olden times still lurk in the shadow of the woods, the deep mountain glens, the black velvet night.
This man swam across the Irish Sea?
Ah, not man, sir. Sure, he was more than man. A boggart or a god or whatever you'd like to call him. And evil as a raven. Colossal he was, so no ship or house could hold him. And his heart as black as the pits of hell.
Our mystery drama, The Witching Well, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Paul Hecht and Carol Teitel.
It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Sign-Off, the sinus medicine. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
One of the basic pagan worships in any land is the adoration of water. From the beginning of man, the well has been a shrine, a symbol of life to be propitiated by sacrifice and prayer. If not the well itself, the gods or devils or guardians of its sacred content. So now let us join Patrick Kinsella of Boston, fourth-generation Irish, as he starts unwittingly on a trip which will take him back to his family roots and beyond them to a brooding, misty, foreboding past, a past where timeless spirits stir and live again.
Thank the Lord you're not your father's son.
And what does that mean?
I meant only that you take after your mother's side of the family.
Oh, my mother, I hope not.
I'll remind you that you're talking about my daughter.
I'm sorry, Uncle F. I didn't mean to hurt you. It's just that Mother was so cold and withdrawn and, well, I don't know, bitter.
Well, whatever she was, your father made her that way. With his womanizing and his extravagance and his drinking.
That's not true. He was only driven to that because... God, in the name of heaven, would you leave him alone to lie dead in peace? And Mother, too.
Yeah. I'm glad you have some regard for her.
I do, Uncle, I do. It's just that somehow we were never close, like
you and Michael. Well, Lord knows he loved you. The one unselfish passion he ever had, I suppose.
Well, does that complete the formalities concerning Father's will?
Oh, no, just one more thing. This.
Oh, what is it?
An envelope, obviously, sealed. About its contents, I know nothing.
Oh, is it all right to open it?
It's addressed to you. Well, why are you hesitating?
I don't know. Hunch. Just a feeling.
What sort of feeling?
Well, that maybe this should die with him, that it's something better left alone. You know me, Uncle.
Oh, yes. You were a strange and wonderful little boy, I have to remember. When I was younger and a little more full of sap and vigor, I used to call you the changeling. I wouldn't have been a bit surprised to find your ears growing into points. You seem to be aware of so much beyond us stiff-necked old Yankees.
Yeah. I remember you used to kid me about leading you to the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
That's why I'd like to have you in the bank now. I still think you could lead us all to it. Just the way I thought your father could once.
Let's not get back into that, Uncle. Let's just open this mysterious envelope.
Well?
No, it's just something he wants me to do.
Is it a secret?
Oh, no. Oh, well, he doesn't say. Well, sort of, I suppose. Well, not between us. Well, let me read it to you. Dear son, among all the things in our relationship which has made it the best of my life was the fact we never questioned each other but accepted us on faith. So I ask a final act of faith with no questions asked. Please continue to issue a banker's check for $800 every month as indicated to the following address, Box 13, Branwell, County Meath, Ireland.
That is all?
Yep.
No name?
No name.
What for?
No indication.
Or how long he's been paying?
Nope.
And how much?
$800 a month.
That's nearly $10,000 a year.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to keep paying that out.
Oh, yes, Uncle F, I am. It was my father's wish. I'm living up to it. There's only one thing I'm not living up to.
And that is?
I'm not going to do it without a reason, which means I can answer an earlier question of yours. I know what I am going to do with myself. I'm going to make a trip to Ireland. I'd like to know just who's picking up that check from Box 13, GPO Branwell, County Meath. If I wasn't quite living up to my father's last request, I wasn't being completely honest with my uncle either. For there was a name, as well as an address. Boann Connaught. So on the next plane, I left for Ireland and Branwell, wherever that turned out to be.
The top of the evening to you, sir. What'll it be?
Oh, I'll just have, have you any draft beer?
Oh, that I have. Pride of County Meath. Would I be after drawing you one?
Yeah, I'll have a glass if you don't mind.
Well, now, from the tone of your voice, you'd not be from these parts. America, is it?
That's right, but I am of Irish descent.
There's your draft, sir.
Oh, thank you.
And what brings you to Drumcarry?
Drumcarry? I thought this was Branwell.
Well, so it is in a manner of speaking, or was, you see. Been all of 18 years since we used the old name.
The old name?
That's right, sir. Up till January 15th, 1922, then it got changed. A lot of things changed once we became the Irish Free State.
You mean this town has been called Drumcarry since 1922?
That's how it'd be, all right.
But if letters were posted to Branwell, they'd still be delivered.
Oh, naturally.
Even after all these years?
Well, now, Lord bless you, sir. I've been postmaster here the last 25, so I can assure you any letter sent here would find its way to its proper destination, whether it was to Branwell or Drumcarry.
I see. Why did you change the name?
Oh, I don't know. Superstition, maybe. Not a very pleasant name, after all.
Oh, seems pleasant enough to me.
Well, that's because you wouldn't know Irish history, or local history, for that matter. One reason or another, it's been a real curse, that old well.
Well? What old well?
Well, the one the town got its name from. Brand's Well, do you see, to begin with?
Yes, there actually is a well.
Oh, yes. Well, that is, there was. Being capped up ever since, long enough ago. No need for it once the water supply was brought in. Folks weren't using it anyway, what with its history.
But what happened to the well? Did it go bad?
From bad to worse. Though 'twas never any good in the first place, to my mind. Not after, as they say, Bran took it for his living place.
Who was Bran?
Oh, you never heard of him, weren't sure? It is not surprising, since he was Sassenach, and you being of Irish descent.
Sassenach?
A British man, British. He belonged to them, and we never asked any part of him. But they chased him out of Wales. And it was an ill wind ever blew him west to swim the Irish Sea and up the Boyne, till he found our subterranean caves under the mountains there.
This man swam across the Irish Sea?
Not man, sir. Sure, he was more than man. A bogle or a god or whatever you'd like to call him. And evil as a hoodie crow or a raven. Called docile he was, so no ship or house could hold him. And his heart black as the pits of hell. My grandfather himself told me that the well was brackish enough already in his time. And to be sure, I always thought it tasted like bog water myself. But no matter. They finally had to cap it after there was one too many.
One too many what?
Well, sure. Why should I be bothering you with local gossip and old wives' tales? Have another brew on the house.
Oh, that's very kind of you, sir. Well, it's getting late. I have to find some lodgings. Do you also have an inn here?
No, I'm afraid not. How long would you want to be staying?
I'm a writer, and I wanted to get some background and local color. Well, could you suggest somewhere I might find a room?
No, I might just be able to do that, for I see someone coming down the road would be just the answer.
Who?
Boan Connaught.
Boan Connaught? Where is he?
He? Well, sure, what is the matter with you at all? Boan is a lady's name. And there she is herself, if you look out the window, on her way here, bless her heart. Ah, sure, it's the lonely, brave soul she is, and a hard, long life she lives, taken in boarders to make ends meet. Hey, well, come out now. We'll meet her by the stoop. God save you, Mrs. Connaught. Where are you off so late in the eve and in such a hurry?
I had a call then, Mr. Muldoon, do you see?
Oh, a call, was it? And from where at all? On the telephone?
Ah, sure, you know I don't have such an instrument in the house. From the voices.
No, there, 'tis a mite early for the little folks to be about yet.
Ah, stop your nonsense, Sean Muldoon. I don't hold with frippery the like of that. I have my own voices, and they serve me well. Was there something for me in the post, then?
Ah, no, sure, not even one of them advertisements. Number 13 is as bare as the old woman's cupboard.
Ah, but I heard it so clear.
Well, maybe you did, after all. For he is a gentleman, a writer and all, is looking for lodging for a while. And 'twas in my mind that you might want to take him in.
It'd only be for a couple of weeks, Mrs. Connaught. I'm willing to pay anything within reason.
You're from the States?
Yes, I am. I should introduce myself. My name is Patrick Kinsella.
Well, now, there's a fine Irish name for you, eh?
Is it not? Kinsella. Patrick?
Well, the full name is Michael Patrick Kinsella.
Ah, that'll be it. The room will be 10 and 6 a day with breakfast. 18 shillings with full board. No reduction by the week or month. It's just by the day.
Oh, that'll be fine. Now, let me see. Suppose I pay you 2 weeks in advance?
Have you luggage?
It's in my car outside. Come along, I'll drive, and you direct me where to go. I had the strangest sense that I'd stepped across a border into a dream fantasy world. We drove a short distance and over a bridge. And then, at her direction, I turned down a hill and onto a cobblestone road to stop in a courtyard paved the same way, next to a round structure about waist high that was roofed over by some heavy oaken timbers dovetailed together and shaped to fit like a lid. Is that a well?
What else? That's Bran's well.
The one that's never used anymore.
The one that was fouled forever. As well you know.
What do you mean, as well I know?
Who would know better? Now, I want to know something.
What?
Why did you come back, Michael? Why did you ever come back?
For the moment, Pat Kinsella can only stare, open-mouthed, at the tiny woman who is suddenly all blazing eyes, burning with accusation. He realizes, of course, that he is being mistaken for his father. It isn't the first time people have noted the resemblance. But what fascinates and repels him is a secret that seems about to be revealed. A secret he is not sure he wants to know. I shall return shortly with Act 2. So here is Michael Patrick Kinsella in the year 1940, sitting in a car next to a little wisp of a woman who, for some inexplicable reason, his dead father has been supporting for over 20 years, secretly. And next to a well that has been capped and shut tight. Against what? The legends of the enormous demigod who lives far below in its subterranean caverns? Always hungry for the sacrifice of a human soul? Or some more practical reason, that the water is fouled, or the well has outlived its usefulness?
I'm afraid you're making a mistake, Miss Connaught. I'm not who you seem to think I am.
Never fear a whisk, lad. You're just who you have to be.
Yes, but my name isn't Michael. I mean, that's not what I'm called by. It's Pat.
It's a long time, do you know? And who remembers all the names the way they can change with the passing years? You're still the one expected, are you not?
Expected?
The voice was after telling me you'd be back. Did you not hear it yourself?
The voice?
What else would you call it? You'll not be telling me it didn't call you then. Else why are you here again?
Well, I'm not here again.
Ah, there now. It had to be. Such an important anniversary. 21 years. You had to be here.
Here for what?
To strike off the chains, set the soul at liberty to rest in peace.
Miss Connaught, forgive me, but I really don't know what you're talking about.
Do you not, Michael?
I'm not Michael. I'm Pat. Michael was my father.
Ah, is it so? That might account for it then. Ah, but here. 'Tis late it's coming on to be, and you could be tired and have a good meal is what you need under your belt. We'll leave the car here and walk to the house, and I'll get you settled in again.
Again?
You'll see. Once you're in the house, and it all begins to come back.
I didn't really want to get out of the car into the Irish gloaming, that peculiar half-light between day and dark that lasts so long. But grabbing my bags, I dutifully followed the tiny figure of my hostess as she clumped doggedly, but yet with a kind of grace down the path to a small thatched cottage with thick stone walls. Inside, she lit kerosene lamps and bustled about, getting me settled in an upstairs room with a dormer window poking through the thatch and overlooking the well.
Do you remember now?
Why can't I make you understand? There's nothing to remember. All I'm here for...
You can't deny that bed and the well outside the window, and that here it was the wedding night. Or so I thought. Heaven save me.
What are you trying to tell me, Miss Connaught? That my father was here? What was it you said, 21 years ago?
Come here to the light now, and let me look at you, boy.
Carefully. I may look like my father, or rather like he did, but I am my own man.
You're his spit-and image if you're not.
I couldn't be my father under any circumstances. Because he's dead.
God defend us. He's away to the other world, then, and abandoned the girl he shamed. So that's why you were called.
I wasn't called. I came here to find out who the mysterious Boann Connaught was and why my father was paying you all that money. But maybe it would be better if I left.
You want to run away without finding out.
I don't think I want to find out anymore.
Why, boy? Because you think I'm an old lady touched in the head.
I didn't say that.
But it was in your mind, for sure. Because these old eyes are dim, and I thought I saw himself raised up from the past and come to make us whole.
You see now that I'm the son and not the father.
More's the pity, for now indeed we're lost. And there's no more waiting this side of the curtain. 'Tis all too late, and the shame must burn itself into eternity. My life is done.
Miss Connaught, let me be honest. If my father deserted you or walked out on you sometime in the past, I'm sorry. But it looks at least as if he's tried to pay his debt.
Walked out on me? Sweet Mary, look down on us. 'Twas not me he walked out on. 'Twas... There now. It's the storm. It's been threatening all day. What I had to say will have to wait.
Why?
With the wind away to the northwest, the rain oft blows down the chimney. I'll have to set the damper down. And there are windows to be closed. I'll call you when I'm ready.
This would have been my moment to pick up my heels and run. My last chance. But I had waited too long. I went to the window, peering out through the streaming rain that blurred the window panes. For one breath-catching moment, I thought I saw the lid on the well lift, as though some strange creature was about to answer the knocking of the raindrops on his door. And then suddenly it was too dark to see anymore. By the middle of dinner, the rain was gone. And by the end of it, Miss Connaught was too. I had tried to question her, but she refused to talk until I'd eaten. And now she seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Suddenly, I wasn't mystified anymore, or apprehensive or afflicted by any form of ESP. I was just plain angry, and I wanted out. I packed my bags, slung them in the car, headed out of the cobblestoned yard and along the road to the bridge. But that's as far as I was going. It was awash, a foot under the swiftly flowing river. All right, just a minute, I'll roll it down.
Were you looking for me?
No, Miss Connaught. Frankly, I was taking a powder.
Of what?
I thought you had run out on me, so I decided to run out, too.
You'll not run very far this night. The bridge is underwater, and the river isn't even crested yet. If we get more rain tonight, we're in for flood. You'll not get across very soon, boyo.
All right, then. Climb in. I'll take you back to the house. Looks like we're fated to open some graves.
It wasn't me your father deserted. It was me younger sister, Deirdre.
I never heard my father mention that name.
Well, I'm sure of that. He didn't dare.
Why not?
Your father was weak. He wasn't a bad man, just a weak one. It was the spring of 1918 in Paris that Deirdre met up with Michael on what they call the left bank, down by the River Seine.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. Pardonnez-moi, mademoiselle.
I'm not French.
Oh, well, I was just trying to say I didn't know anyone was down here.
Well, now you know.
Yes. Are you alone?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I guess you want to stay alone, so, well, I'll just, hey, listen, couldn't we just, talk a few minutes? I don't speak French, so I don't get to talk to many girls.
Well, that's funny now, is it not? Here I speak English, but I don't get to do much talking in a social way with the English soldiers.
Oh, no, I'm not English. I'm American.
So I hear.
And you are not English. You're Irish. I can hear that.
And if I am?
You know, I'm Irish, too. No, I mean 3 generations back.
Are you now? And where do you live in the States?
Boston. There's almost as many of us there as there are in Dublin.
Is that a fact? And you're here to save us all and to be a soldier boy?
I'm here to help beat the Kaiser and save my skin if I can. I'm not much for war.
Nor me. That's why I'm down here now looking at the river tonight, trying to forget. Another one. A special one who died tonight.
Your fiancé?
No.
Boyfriend?
No. Any more than they're all that. The poor hurt darlings. No, I'm a nurse, you see. Oh, well, not a real nurse, not an RN, just a helper.
Like me. My name is Michael Kinsella.
Well, how do you do? I'm Deirdre Connaught.
Hello, Deirdre.
Hello, Michael.
I never called a girl by her first name that fast before.
Nor me a boy. You're a fast worker, Michael Kinsella.
Only because I've never really been in love before.
What?
At first sight. Don't you feel any way the same?
It's ashamed I should be to admit it. But the trouble is, I do. That's the way they met. And for the most of that year, they were seldom separated. It was just sheer luck that Michael was assigned to the quartermaster's staff in Paris and never saw any action. The war was just a sort of holiday to him until the day he was assigned to return home, and he had to face the truth at last. But you can't just leave me behind. Not now. Not the way I am.
It's all right, darling. I've gotten a leave. I'm going to see you home.
Home?
As far as London, anyway. Now, the way it is, I have to go there on business, so the hotel reservation has been made. We can try to work it all out then.
Work what out?
What we're going to do. I mean, how it's going to end.
End?
It has to, Dee. There's no excuse, I know. I should have told you from the very beginning, but... Well, it's over for us.
Why?
Because I can't ever marry you. I'm married already.
You're married? To someone else?
Yes.
But you can't be. Mike, you can't. I'm having your child. What am I going to do?
It's all right, darling. You won't ever have to worry. I'll support him and you, I promise. But... Look, when we get to London, everything will be arranged legally.
Legally? Well, what can be legal?
There's nothing I can do now. Neither of us believe in divorce, and besides, it's out of the question.
Why?
Well, my whole position with the bank, my future in business is because I married my wife. Her father owns the bank and half of Boston, for that matter. They cut me loose. I couldn't support myself, let alone you, and the child that's coming.
So, you're giving me one who's to have no father. But that wasn't the way it turned out at all. Because when they got to London, Deirdre was ready to go into labour. And what faced them there was enough to bring it on full force.
What faced them, Miss Connaught?
What would you guess? Mrs. Patrick Kinsella. The woman from whom your father would have done anything to hide his affair with Deirdre.
My mother?
Your father's wife.
Quite suddenly, our story has moved from the world of fantasy to a world of quite sordid reality. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. I'll leave all of you to imagine what happened in the scene when Michael Kinsella and Deirdre Connaught, already 7 months pregnant, unexpectedly had to face Michael's wife. There was no longer any chance for subterfuge. Everything was out in the open. And at last our story has reached the moment when the past is about to be revealed, and Michael's son, Pat, is going to learn a buried truth that will shake him to his heels.
But what was my mother doing in London?
Mrs. Kinsella? Well, sure she knew the hotel had been engaged in London for business. And didn't her father offer her the trip across the ocean to greet her husband that much earlier?
But didn't my father know she was coming?
I suppose Mrs. Kinsella thought to give him a happy surprise. Oh, 'twas a surprise, no doubt of that. But far from a happy one. To begin with, that is.
What do you mean, to begin with?
Well, first off, it was a terrible shock for Deirdre. And the baby was born out of its time.
Dead?
Oh, no. Before his time. But alive and kicking and screaming and ready to hang on to life. There was no easy way, do you see, out of it all. Or so it seemed.
What are you trying to tell me?
Did you never wonder why you never had any brothers or sisters at all?
Oh, of course. I suppose every only child does.
Well, you'll not have to wonder any longer when I tell you that the one you've thought your mother all this time never could have a child in this or any world. And, well, she and your father knew it before they were ever married.
You mean that I am that baby?
What chance had a child born outside the church for a life here in Ireland? Against the future for him in America, oh, not to mention the miracle it was for a barren woman to be given the gift of motherhood.
But no one ever guessed.
Why should they? The one you thought your mother had said farewell to her husband only 7 months before. She'd been waiting a month in London, and it was weeks before she left to sail over. You were born early, And it was easy to bring the time into joint with all the red tape of mustering out your father in England instead of America, and the holiday they pretended to take in Europe after. By the time the three of you got back to America, there was no one to question. It was her having a baby that had delayed their return.
Except you. And my real mother. Only you were safe, weren't you? You'd been bought off. I was paid for and delivered.
I wished, not so fast. If I'd realized then what I did later, I would never have stood for it. Your father brought your mother home to this house here in Drumkerry after you were born to sleep here in this same room as you're sleeping in tonight.
And when my father left?
I thought he would be back. But he never came. He never came.
And my mother?
Your mother. What was there left for her to live for? Betrayed by the man she loved more than life itself, without her baby to give her a reason for living?
I still say she didn't have to sell me.
It's a long time ago, Patrick, then. And a different world it was. She thought to do it for your sake. Oh, many's the time she regretted her decision. But it was too late to change her mind. She could only hurt 3 other people. Your father and his wife and yourself by recalling it. And maybe in the long run herself too. For there was nothing at all to keep life together and a roof between her and the wind and the rain but the money from America. Bitter ashes. In the end, what did it matter? Her life was over. So she went away.
She went away? Where?
They do say that Bran lives in the caverns beneath the old well out there. And every generation he claims a life in sacrifice.
Come on, Miss Conrad. Don't give me old country superstitions. Answer me.
The well is fed by the River Boyne through caverns that wander deep in the earth through solid rock. She was not the first to step into Bran's well and drop into eternity.
And that's how my mother died?
It's how she tried to die.
Now what are you saying?
You are of the faith, are you not?
Yes, Yes.
Then what hope of salvation would a woman twice damned have? A child out of wedlock? Only your father's coming back and setting that straight might have saved her.
He couldn't do that. I mean, even if he hadn't been, as you said, weak, his own religion...
She knew that. So, lost already, she was ready to commit the other mortal sin and take her own life. Now she knows no rest.
Her body was never found?
No.
She was never buried? There was no service?
She died in sin and is left to roam seeking forgiveness with the one who might have brought her peace, dead himself. Well, there it is now. And the storm looks to be coming back. Oh, I am so tired. And you must be too. Let's away to bed and find some rest, if we can.
I don't suppose I've ever felt more tired in my life. My mind churned with all the revelations I had. But underneath it all, as I tossed and turned while the thunder growled in the background, was that strange sense of inner vision I had wrestled with since childhood. The unexplained knowledge of events, future and past, that had haunted me all my life. And in this turmoil, I fell asleep. I was startled by an enormous thunderclap, followed by the wrenching split of wood. It brought me bolt upright and in one bound to the window, where, in the courtyard below, in the flash of the lightning, I could see that the oaken cap over the well gaped open, and through the sudden curtain of rain, I could only half see emerging from the shattered split in the wood a strange, ephemeral presence.
The last huge clap of thunder drove me inexorably downstairs and out into the rain and towards the well. Fine. Are you all right?
Of course.
You're getting soaked.
So are you.
Well, that doesn't matter. Come, we should go into the house.
Should we? Why?
Well, it's crazy to stay out in a storm like this.
Does that bother you? Let's stop it.
The rain stopped. The thunder's gone. The moon is shining. What happened?
You asked for it. I gave it to you.
Who are you?
You must know by now.
Deirdre.
Yes.
But you're dead.
Oh, how I wish I were. I'm only passed over.
What?
I can't be dead, you see. Not yet. Not till... I'm waiting. Waiting.
Waiting? For what?
For him to come.
Who?
Him. The one to release me. The one to let me sleep at last.
He is dead. My father is dead.
I know. But he can't save me. Only you can.
Why me?
Because you are the one who has been wronged. Only you can forgive.
Why should I? When you sold me.
I wanted a better life than I could offer you. The money was not my idea, but your father's. I never spent a penny of it. It's all saved up against the day of your coming here, as I knew you would. It will be yours now, and you will be independent now, and free, in a way Michael never was. Ooh, it's near the dawn, and my time is running out. Patrick, darling, my son, don't turn your back on me as your father did. Please.
Mother, it's too late. I never knew your love, not as a child. How can I find it now when you are dead and in the grave?
Give me yours now, and you will find my love. Set me free, and I'll come to you in good time. You will see.
Mother, I forgive you. I forgive you with all my heart.
Then my bonds are broken, and I can go meet your father as my newborn self in this other life. Look for me, my darling. Look for me. I will come to you at last and will bring you all the love you have missed.
I came awake, my head ringing with the force of the thunderclap. I rushed to the window. Even through the streaming rain, I could see the well. The cap was unbroken, in place. But how could that be? I had seen it split in two. Could all that have been a dream? The first light of day was banishing the storm. And suddenly, I had a premonition. I searched through the house for Miss Connaught. I found her sitting in an easy chair in the living room. The small, seamed face smoothed of wrinkles. A smile on her lips. Her eyes closed. And a locket on a chain resting in her hands. She was quite dead. She must have been dead for some time. I dressed hurriedly and drove to the village.
So poor little Boan Connaught is gone at last. Ah, well, 'tis a blessing. Little she had to live for and all without a man ever.
Mr. Muldoon, the well. Miss Connaught
had that cat, didn't she?
Ah, no, indeed, that was the town. There were too many young colleens over the years stepping off its cokehead. And the last one was just too much.
Miss Connaught's sister, Deirdre?
Sister? Boan Deirdre Connaught? Sure, she never had a sister in this life. Single she was. And half the boys in the county after her, till she came back from Paris, France in the First War. And never another man would she give the time of day to from that time till now. Now that she's in her grave.
So there it was. I suppose I should have guessed it all along. That sad little lady was Deirdre Connaught, the mother I never knew. And all that love unspent between us. But somehow I'm not sad. I open the locket, and there's a picture there of her as she must have been when she was young. Tousled red hair and sea-green eyes dancing with impish merriment. And I know that somewhere in the future she is to come to me again. And this time we will live out our years together. I'm as sure of it as I am of my own name.
A footnote. Shortly after Pat Kinsella returned to America came the disaster of Pearl Harbor. He enlisted immediately and fought with distinction through all of World War II. In the summer of 1945, after VE Day, his first night in Paris, he went to the left bank of the Seine, retracing his father's footsteps down the steps to the wharf. Did he know in some mystic way that he would find there the young nurse whom he would marry? They are still living happily ever afterwards. I'll be back shortly. The old dark gods may still haunt the Emerald Isle, but somehow it's the bright and happy ones who seem to win out in the end. So, for all her travail, her sorrows, and her harried history, let's remember Ireland with the face she always manages to turn to the world. The one with a smile. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Carol Teitel, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman.
And now the MOLLE Mystery Theater, presented by MOLLE. MOLLE, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tough whiskers or a tender skin.
Good evening. This is Jeffrey Barnes, welcoming you to the MOLLE Mystery Theater, the program that presents the best in mystery and detective fiction. Tonight's mystery by Sanford Schlesinger is entitled Zelma's Boy. Stars Betty Gard and features Walter Vaughn and Ronnie List. Larry was 13 years old. It wasn't his fault that his father was a thief. Surely a child is not to be blamed for the sins of his parents. And the treacherous blood of a criminal doesn't pass on to the next generation, not even where murder is involved. Or does it? We'll let you decide about Zelma's Boy.
Well, say, Mr. Barnes, sounds like you've given our listeners a real toughie tonight. And speaking of toughies, men, here's something that makes tough whiskers easy to shave. It's that old smoothie MOLLE brushless shaving cream. Yes, sir, it's smooth. So smooth. It's slick. So slick. It's the smooth, slick shave you get with MOLLE. MOLLE, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tough whiskers or a tender skin. Try it. MOLLE. And now for tonight's MOLLE mystery, Zelma's Boy, starring Betty Gard.
I beg you to read this letter.
to listen to me through these words. This is my last, my only hope. One life has already been taken, and I'm afraid 2 more may be gone before the day is done. My sister Zelma's boy came to our house a little over 2 months ago. He was 13 years old, if you figure age by birthday candles. But if you judge age by mind and movement the way I do, then you'll know that Zelma's boy was a lot older than his boyish face would lead you to believe. I remember the morning he was to arrive. George and I had arisen at 6 o'clock to meet the train.
Did you call to see if the train's on time?
Yes. Now, please get through with your breakfast.
I don't see why we had to get up so early just to meet him. He's old enough to take a taxi.
If you hadn't stayed out so late last night, 6 o'clock wouldn't seem so early. Who are you with?
No, don't start in on that again.
I'm sorry. I really don't care who you spend your evenings with, but I don't want Larry to take any tales back home to Zelma. It would just give her a chance to say she warned me against marrying you.
Well, your idea to invite him here. And if you think his being here will bring out the paternal instinct in me, you've got another think coming.
I think I'd better go to the station alone.
That's the best idea of the day. And when the brass band is through with the welcome, better take him aside and tell him to behave himself.
Don't worry about Larry. I'm sure Zelma brought him up to be a little gentleman.
Just like his old man, I suppose.
George, I don't want you to mention that again while he's here.
Seems to me that someone should have warned your sister Zelma about marrying men who like to sign other people's names to checks.
That has nothing to do with Larry. Nothing.
Maybe not. But in my book, the apple never falls far from the tree.
I met Larry at the station. It wasn't hard to recognize him. He was the picture of his father. Tall, lanky, blonde, high cheekbones that made his boyish face look sallow and sickly. But he was nice. A little gentleman, just as I'd told George he would be. On our way home from the station... Larry.
Yes, Aunt Emily?
It's been a long time since you've seen your Uncle George, hasn't it?
Oh, I don't even remember him. He never came with you when you used to visit us. But Mom told me all about him.
Oh. And just what did she tell you, dear?
She said he isn't very nice to you, and that I should try to keep you company.
Well, you mustn't judge your uncle too harshly, Larry. He hasn't been very well, and sometimes he's a little cross.
Well, you don't have to worry about me, Aunt Emily. I can take care of myself.
Now, is there anything else you'd like to eat, Larry? Don't be bashful.
Nothing, thank you, Aunt Emily.
Well, Emily, I got to get down to the office. If you're downtown this noon, drop in and the 3 of us can have lunch together.
Why, I think that would be very nice, don't you, Larry?
Well, I'm awful tired. If you don't mind, I think I'll take a nap. I had to sit up both nights on the train.
Oh, you poor darling. Why did Selma send you by coach?
You came in on the Empire Express, didn't you, kid?
Yes.
It's an all-Pullman train. No coaches on it.
Oh, I know, but there was a mix-up in the reservations, and I had to stay in the smoking room.
Too bad. Well, we can have lunch together some other day.
And Emily.
Larry. What are you doing here in my room?
What? Nothing. I was just looking around the house. I wanted to see what it looks like.
Well, you were certainly quiet about it. Larry, my dresser drawer is a mess. What was it you wanted in there?
What? I don't know what you mean, Aunt Emily. I wasn't looking in your dresser drawer. Honest, I wasn't.
I don't see how it could
Well, maybe
have gotten...
Uncle George was looking for something.
George?
I heard him in here just after we got home from the train.
Really? What the idea?
I'll help you straighten up the drawer.
No, dear, I can do it. You run along downstairs. I forgot the incident almost immediately, but a few nights after Larry's arrival...
Where are you, Emily? Emily, Oh, here you are. Have you noticed
All dressed up tonight, I see. Going out again?
Oh, never mind. Have you seen my tie pin?
No, I haven't.
You know, there's something funny going on around here, or maybe I'm going nuts.
What are you talking about?
The last few days, I haven't been able to find anything, it seems. This afternoon, I went out to lunch and had to borrow $1 from one of the boys. Could have sworn I had $5 and some change in my pocket last night.
It's very possible that you were mistaken.
Oh, this has been going on for the last few days, ever since...
Ever since what, George?
I wonder about that Empire Express story he told us.
What?
I wonder if he really had to sit up all night, or whether that was just a play for sympathy.
I don't know what you're mumbling about, and as for your tie pin, I didn't wear it.
Emily, have you found things missing around the house lately?
No. No, nothing's been missing, George.
You're not a very good liar, Emily. You know as well as I do that it's a kid.
I don't know any such thing.
Well, you will. Let's go up and have a little talk with your darling nephew. Larry.
Uncle George. Oh, what's the matter?
Mind if I have a look through your dresser drawer? I seem to have lost something.
There's nothing in there except my things.
I hope so. For your sake.
I know there's nothing of yours in there. The drawers were empty when I put my clothes in.
That I believe. Socks, shirts, ties. Ah, what's this?
George, I wish you wouldn't go through the boys. Oh.
Isn't this clip yours?
Why, yes, it is.
Well, let's see what else. Oh!
George, what?
Nothing lost, Emily. I just stuck myself with a pin. My tie pin.
I don't know how those things got in there.
Come here, Larry. That's it. A little closer.
George!
You had that slap coming to you, kid. Maybe you ought to be slapped every hour on the hour just to knock the rottenness out of you.
I didn't take those things.
Lie to me again, Larry. Because every time you do, you'll get it good. Understand?
George, get out of this room and don't ever lay a hand on him again.
Well, how can you stand up for him when the evidence is right in front of your eyes? I'm telling you, tricks like this run in his family. Told you that even before the kid got here.
And you wouldn't stop at anything to prove what you say is right, would you?
Just what do you mean by that?
Let's just say I don't believe everything I see.
Why?
You can take it for whatever it's worth. You have your tie pin. Now you're all dressed to kill. Why don't you go wherever you're going tonight?
Well, of all the stupid... Oh, that devil.
Oh, Aunt Emily, I didn't take those things. I didn't. You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar.
Of course I believe you, Larry. Your Aunt Emily knows you're a good boy.
I hate him. Don't you, Aunt Emily?
There's no way to talk, Larry.
How can you like him when he goes out and leaves you all alone?
I'm used to it. Now you go to sleep, and by tomorrow all of this will be forgotten.
No, it won't. I hate him. Everything Mom said about him was right. And I won't forget. Ever.
I left Larry in his room and went downstairs. I slumped in the big easy chair and tried to read, but it was no use. A terrible feeling of loneliness came over me, and I began to cry. I just couldn't seem to stop. I fell asleep in the chair, but was awakened a little after 10 when I heard the front door open. George? George, what's the matter? You're white as a sheet.
Never mind.
Well, why are you pulling down all the shades? You're shutting out the air.
Shut up.
Huh?
Why don't you go upstairs to bed? Where are the cigarettes? The cigarettes!
Over here by the radio. George, I wish you'd tell me...
Oh, stop pestering me. These rotten matches.
No wonder you can't light that cigarette. You're shaking so that your hands, George.
What's the matter? What are you staring at?
Your hands, George. What happened?
If I wanted you to know, I'd tell you. Now stop asking me questions.
I can't describe the terrible, sinking feeling that cut through me when I saw his hands. Everything in the room began to blur, and I slumped into a chair and listened to the water from the kitchen faucet as it washed the awful red blood from my husband's hand.
Upstairs, a young boy lies peacefully sleeping in his bed. How innocent is the child? Could he in any way be responsible for the terrible scene taking place below him? Well, mystery fans, we'll have a better chance to decide in just a moment when we bring you Act 2 of tonight's MOLLE mystery. Meantime, here's Dan Seymour with a special message for all the wives and husbands in our audience.
Say, Mom, do you buy your husband shaving cream for him? Well, then, how about me letting you in on a secret? You know, some men get in the habit of thinking that shaving has to be a scratch and scrape affair, so they never do anything about it. Well, the truth is, Dad's trouble is probably caused by tough whiskers or a tender skin. So next time you go shopping, get him a tube of MOLLE and watch a smile come over his face. You see, because MOLLE is heavier, it not only softens whiskers, it stands them up straight, ready for a smooth, slick shave. So ask Dad to try it. See if he doesn't say, it's smooth, so smooth, it's slick, so slick. It's a smooth, slick shave you get with MOLLE. MOLLE, the heavier brushless shaving cream for tough whiskers or a tender skin.
And now this is Jeffrey Barnes again and Act 2 of ZELMAS Boy.
The next morning, I read all about it in the newspaper. At first, it was just another murder story. My eyes barely glanced at the headline, Girl Murdered in Canyon Park. Then I read the first paragraph, and my heart began to beat faster.
Good morning, Emily. What's so interesting?
Oh, nothing. Here, you want the paper?
Thanks.
1 or 2 eggs?
2's all right.
There's a girl murdered in the park last night.
Just one piece of
One
toast.
of the park policemen got there just after she was shot.
I'd like the salt, if you don't mind.
The policeman, that is, he saw the killer bending over the girl, but he got away unidentified.
Hurry it up, Emily. I'll be late for work.
Found the gun in the bushes near the girl, but didn't have any fingerprints on it. I think the paper said it happened about 10:15, just a little while before you got there.
Shut up! I can read.
Then it was you.
What do you mean it was me?
I know it was. Oh, George, why don't you let me help you?
You help me? That's a hot one. Sure, it was me. The cops saw me running.
The girl, George. Who was she?
Nobody. So she was nobody.
Don't lie to me,
Just like
George.
me, a poor excuse for a human being, but a sweet kid. Good company, nice to talk to, and... Well, you wouldn't understand.
Oh, if you loved her so much, then why did you kill her?
I didn't love her. There was nothing that even looked like love between us, any kind of love. Just met her in the park a while back, and we got to talking. That's all it ever was with us, talk. Nice, friendly talk. And as for killing her, it doesn't matter whether you believe me or not, but I didn't do it. The shot was from the bushes. When she fell into the grass, I bent down to see if I couldn't help her. I saw it wasn't any use. I heard someone coming. I ran without thinking. I ran.
Then why don't you call the police and tell them so?
Why should I want to get mixed up in this? After all, Emily, I didn't do it. There's nobody to say whether I did or not.
Yes, there is, Uncle George.
Harry, you've been eavesdropping.
I was there in the park. I saw you.
Why, you...
George, let the boy alone.
Oh, let him alone till he sees me swinging on the dirty end of a rope, huh? He saw. Do you get that? He saw. He's been listening outside the kitchen door to everything I've said. How do I know he doesn't just think he saw, huh? How do I know he isn't lying again like he always does?
I'm not lying. I'm not. And Emily knows I never lie.
Never mind that. Now listen, kid. Listen good. You say you followed me.
Why are you asking him these questions? You know you won't believe anything he says.
Maybe not, but that doesn't mean the police won't.
Don't you think you abused the child enough?
Emily, think I could talk a little better with Larry if you weren't around.
So you can slap him again like you have before.
Don't leave me alone, Aunt Emily.
Larry, I'm really sorry I slapped you. I want you to try to forget all that for a few minutes and pretend like we just met. There are a lot of things you can't understand. Things about feelings and happiness and loneliness. You gotta remember that your Aunt Emily and I are married. We only have each other. Without me, there wouldn't be anyone to look after.
Don't waste any tears on me now, George.
I told you to shut up. What I'm trying to say, Larry, is this. If you say you saw me kill that girl, it won't hurt only me. It'll hurt your Aunt Emily, too. You wouldn't want that to happen, would you?
It's no use, George. It didn't work. He isn't quite the child you think he is.
No. He's no child. He's a devil. Get him out of here before I kill him! Hello, Chuck. Chuck, this is George. Thought I'd better call and tell you I might not be down at the office for a while.
George, I'm just...
Quiet. Oh. Yeah, Chuck, it's the wife. Heart condition. Yeah, I had an attack this morning. I thought I'd better stay home and keep an eye on her. Thanks, Chuck. Yeah, I'll be with you in a day or so. So long.
You're afraid. Afraid of the truth.
You're wrong, Emily.
Then why don't you call the police?
You know why. It's that kid. And if he was asleep in his room that night, he'd still say he saw me shoot her.
You're quick to judge others by yourself, George.
I'm ready, Aunt Emily.
We're just going to the grocery store. We won't...
I think you'd better telephone for your groceries. Wouldn't be healthy for me to let you out of my sight.
All right, George. I won't argue with you. Just how long are we to stay in this house?
That all depends. All depends on Larry. I'm going to cure him of lying. Cure him or...
Or what, George?
Don't worry. I'll cure him.
Operator. Oh, hello. Operator, can you get...
Put the phone down, Larry. Who were you trying to call?
Get away from me. Aunt Emily.
Shut up and answer.
Larry, dear, what's the matter? George, leave him alone.
I haven't heard him yet. Try to call the police, will you?
I wasn't trying to call the police. Of course not. I told him to call for some groceries. I didn't know the number, so I just called the operator.
You're lying. Both of you. One's as bad as the other. Well, I'll put an end to that right now. Give me that telephone.
No.
Now, let's see how well we can get along without a phone. And I don't want any more tricks, kid. I'm getting to the end of my rope.
Every minute you keep us prisoners in this house convinces me of that, George. You're getting very near the end of your rope. And now, with your permission, of course, I'll go to my room. Downstairs now, pacing, thinking. I don't know what he'll do next. I only know something terrible is bound to happen to the three of us in this house. If anyone finds this letter on the sidewalk, for the love of heaven, call the police. If too late, let this serve as a witness against my husband. Signed, Emily Briggs. Larry, I'm coming. George, let him alone. George! Open this door! George!
Don't go in there, Emily.
What have you done to Larry?
Look, Emily, I found my billfold under his pillow. And your diamond ring.
What have you done to Larry?
I only meant to scare him, but he started to kick and scream, and I put my hand over his mouth so the neighbors wouldn't hear. He bit me. I grabbed him by the throat. I didn't think.
Larry. Oh, Larry, my poor darling.
Emily, it was an accident. You believe me?
Believe you? Why should I? I knew you were mean and selfish. But even with all that, I still couldn't think you were capable of murder. But I was wrong. Now, unless you feel like killing me, I'd like to go in and see Larry.
All right, Emily.
George. George, where is he?
What are you talking about? Isn't he
What
there?
have you done with him?
Well, he was here on the floor.
George.
The window. The window, Emily. It wasn't open before.
George, you didn't kill him.
Look, there he goes. On his way to the police with one of his lies. Come on, we gotta stop him.
This is Jeffrey Barnes again. In just a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of Zelma's Boy. Now, a word from George Putnam.
One thing to remember about the most common type of dandruff is that many outstanding authorities say it is not a natural condition, but actually is caused by a germ called Pityrosporum ovale. Now, the only way you can get real relief is to destroy this germ. And simply washing or brushing away loose dandruff won't do it. But double danderine will. Yes, double danderine really works because it gets at the cause of this dandruff and kills it. Actually kills the germ on contact. Results with double danderine have been remarkable even in many stubborn cases. And the thing that makes double danderine so amazingly effective is a special ingredient, an active antiseptic that's so wonderfully efficient many hospitals use it. In double danderine, we call it Alzan. So stop trying to combat this dandruff with ineffective methods that actually are no better than plain water. Use double danderine and destroy the cause. Get double danderine tomorrow. Your money back if not satisfied.
There's a police station up ahead.
How do you know he's there?
I don't, but I gotta go in and make sure. And if he is, just what kind of lies he's been filling them with. All right, hurry up, get out.
Now, George, be careful. Oh, my purse. Now, look what you've done.
Well, hurry and get it. I want to get it. What's that?
Well, nothing. It's just an envelope I put my grocery list on.
Let's see it.
Oh, I thought you were in such a hurry.
Give it a me.
What?
Thanks. A letter to the police you were going to toss out on the sidewalk, huh? You were really going to turn me in?
George,
skip it. If you think I killed her, there's nothing I can do about it. Nothing but face this thing out. Come on.
I'm glad you both came down to headquarters. It saved us a trip out to your house.
Larry. Oh, Larry, I was so worried about you. Are you all right, dear? I'm all right, Aunt Emily.
Sergeant, what did he tell you? What lies did he tell you?
I'm not so sure they were lies, Mr. Briggs.
He's a born liar, I tell you. He steals things, and when he's caught with them, he lies and lies.
He told us all about that.
I know the boy. I know him as well as I know myself. He wouldn't lie. I told you I'd never lie, Uncle George.
You sneaky
You can
little...
be sure that anything Zelma's boy says is the absolute truth.
I'm very glad to know that, Mrs. Briggs. Because even though the boy was scared to death and a bit mixed up when he came in here, he finally admitted that he saw you kill that girl in Canyon Park. You can only stay a few minutes, Mr. Briggs.
Hello, Emily.
I'm glad you've come to see me, George.
What do you want, Emily?
I knew you were meeting that girl, George. I used to watch the two of you sitting there on the park bench, talking and laughing. I often wondered if you were laughing about me.
We never laughed about you, Emily. She never even knew you existed.
I hated you. I wanted everyone to hate you as I did. I took your tie pin and those other things and hid them in Larry's room. You accused him, but I stood by him. He hated you for that. And he loved me all the more.
And then when you knew that he saw you shoot the girl, you wanted him out of the way. You wanted me to kill him.
He would have told you that I shot her, but he knew I was his only friend in our house. I made him believe you'd call him a liar and beat him.
Time's up. Let's go.
Right away. Emily, I don't know what to... Well, I'm sorry.
Goodbye, George.
Goodbye, Emily.
And now this is Jeffrey Barnes bringing down the final curtain on tonight's Mystery Theater presentation of Zelma's Boy. Be with us next week to hear an unusual story by the well-known producer Billy Rose entitled Kiss Me Goodbye.
The original music for the Mystery Theater is composed and conducted by Alexander Semler. Any resemblance between the names and characters used on Mystery Theater and any actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
You know, sometimes when you're overtired, you go around with a chip on your shoulder. You're out of sorts with the world. Now, if you're that tired and pale besides, your doctor may find you have a borderline anemia resulting from a ferronutritional blood deficiency. Then take ironized yeast tablets. They help build up red blood cells, and that makes you feel better and look better. So take ironized yeast tablets to be the happy, healthy, energetic person you used to be. Ironized yeast tablets.
And now this is Dan Seymour saying goodnight and asking you to be with us next week at this same time when the Mystery Theater presents Billy Rose's Kiss Me Goodbye.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with a crash on the highway and ended with a whole city fighting for its life.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Joe's Diner is located about 10 miles out of town on the highway going north to St. Paul. Joe caters to the truck drivers who wrestle those big 20-ton diesel jobs. You know, the ones that scare the pants off you when you have to edge over to the side of the road so that they can pass. It's strictly a man's spot. The steaks are juicy, and the conversation even juicier. I stop in there once in a while myself to take on a little of Joe's home cooking and improve my vocabulary, like tonight.
All right.
They're still alive. I'm going to get my truck rolled.
Oh, how many hands you think I got? Like enough to push?
I grabbed a stool at the counter and waited for Joe to catch up with me. Joe, scrambled eggs when you get to it.
I'll be with you in a minute, Mr. Stone.
Fried and butter, Joe. Lots of butter.
How else?
Good. I'm starved.
9 o'clock. You ain't had your supper yet?
No, that's breakfast. I'm just starting out.
Oh, you're as bad as one of these truck drivers. Here, this'll hold you.
Joe banged a cup of coffee on the counter in front of me, and then it happened. There was a desperate shriek of brakes and a terrific crash out on the highway. In 5 seconds, a dozen men were on their feet racing for the door. Holy mackerel, call the cops, Joe. Tell them to send an ambulance. It was almost a quarter of a mile away, but long before I got there, I could make out the shape of a big semi-trailer truck, and jammed into its rear end a brand-new sedan. We still had about 100 yards to go when the truck roared up and started pulling itself loose from the wrecked car.
Come on.
Get his license number, somebody! But the guy on the truck hadn't put his lights on, and he pulled away before anyone could get close enough. The sedan was there over on one side, and it was a mess. The boys got the car right side up and dragged the driver out. He was soused to the gills. In a little while, the cops were there working him over. And then I saw this other guy over by the ditch across the road. Hey, you all right?
Run out on me. Run out.
Who ran out on you? Are you hurt?
Look, mister, I gotta get away from here.
Oh, I see you were in the truck.
Yeah, I was in the truck. Look, I gotta see a doctor. This hand of mine.
Cops will take care of it for you until the ambulance gets here.
I don't need no ambulance.
Here's another one over here, Sergeant.
Okay. I tell you, I can make it okay.
Well, hello, Stone. How did you get here? Fly?
How are you, Sarge?
This fellow in the wreck?
He was in the truck.
Yeah? What's your name?
Harry Waldo.
Driver's helper?
No, I just bummed a ride. The guy gave me a ride about 100 miles back.
Where do you live?
Here, Chicago.
You get the license number of the truck?
No, I didn't pay no attention.
What was the driver's name, Waldo?
Well, I didn't ask him.
Well, who was he driving for? Was there a sign on the truck?
No, it was dark when he picked me up. I didn't notice.
What was he hauling?
What should I know? I just bummed a ride. Say, who is this guy, officer? Do I have to answer his questions?
It won't hurt any.
Was it a refrigerated truck?
No, it wasn't.
Well, that's the first thing you seem sure of. How come?
Well, it was kind of all beat up, and... Well, it just didn't seem like no icebox, that's all.
This guy's trying to play hide-and-go-seek with you, Sergeant. That truck was a cooler, and he knows it.
How come you're so sure?
Ammonia gas. Can't you smell it? It's all over the place, including your overalls. Hose connection must have broken in the crack-up.
Look, wise guy, whoever you are...
Randy Stone, Chicago Star.
This officer wasn't
Come
here.
on. None of that now.
Okay. I'm in the truck. There's a crash, and I get out to see what hit us. And while I'm on the ground, a truck driver pulls out on me. So what does that make me? A suspect in a murder case? Or just paperboy just looking for a story?
Oh, sure. I'm always looking for a story. Brother, this sure has the makings of one. A fish story. The sergeant got a few more vital statistics on Harry Waldo and then let him go with the usual business about keeping in touch in case the police wanted him for further questioning. After the mob cleared, I went over the area again in the dark. There was nothing. In the ditch, I noticed a battered-up wooden box, the kind they ship butter in. There was nothing there. So I went back into Joe's and phoned the story into my paper. I told the city desk where I could be reached, and then I got busy on that much-delayed order of scrambled eggs. Oh, they're good, Joe.
Hey, the others got cold. I made them fresh. Lots of butter, the way you like.
Thanks, Joe.
You know, I can't get over that truck running out on the crash. What do you want to do that for? Must have known it wasn't his fault.
Well, who knows, Joe? Maybe he had a date.
Yeah. Hello, Joe's Diner. Joe's talking. Yeah. Hold on. It's for you, Mr. Stone. Take it in the booth.
Okay, thank you. Hello.
Andy, this is Mac on the desk.
Oh, well, that figures.
On that crash story you phoned in, is that all you can give us?
What else do you want?
How about the truck? What was it hauling?
I'm sorry, Mac. All I know is what I phoned in.
Did you ask around?
Well, of course I asked. Nobody knows. If you'd like to send out one of your better men for a follow-up...
Funny stuff, Randy. Could the truck have been hauling butter?
Butter? Why?
Something came in on the wires this afternoon. I thought we could tie it in with the truck running out.
Oh.
I'll read it to you. It's Dateline, Emerson, Manitoba, Canada. This city, hard hit by recent floods, reports theft of 21 tons of contaminated butter, which was being removed from the Ajax Creamery for disposal.
Contaminated?
The condemned butter, bearing the trade name of Dandy D, had been submerged for 3 weeks in stagnant sewage water because of recent flood conditions. Health authorities have expressed fears the butter may become the cause of a widespread typhoid epidemic.
Typhoid?
You think there could be any connection, Randy?
20 tons of typhoid fever in Chicago?
It makes sense, Randy. It's only a little over 900 miles from the border, 2 days by fast truck. And it's a cinch they'd have a tough time getting rid of it any closer. Randy, you still there?
Yeah. I'm not feeling so good, but I'm here.
What's the matter with you?
Just feeling that I'm on the verge of a story, one that I can do without. I ran back out to the ditch where I'd seen the wooden box. It was there all right. My heart sank when I lit a match and read the words, #1 Creamery Butter, Canada. Then I kicked the box over and saw a couple of greasy packages. There was some sort of a wrapping on them. When I read the words Dandy D, I began feeling bugs crawling down my throat. I went back to Joe's and got all the newspaper I could find and a pair of cotton gloves to boot. Then I picked up the box, put it in my car, and drove down to the store. Mac's eyes popped through his glasses when he saw it. He got some Board of Health official out of bed and gave him the story over the phone. By the time we were through taking pictures, they had a crew of experts there to haul the stuff down to the lab for analysis. In the meantime, I helped Mac fix up a spread for the morning paper in the biggest, blackest type we had.
Well, does that make you feel any better, Randy?
Yeah, it sure does. That warning ought to make a suspect out of every pound of butter in town. Nobody could possibly buy the stuff now. They'll have to ditch it.
Randy, there's over $10,000 worth of butter on that truck. Typhoid or no typhoid, those guys are going to try to sell it.
But how can they?
No trick to change the wrapper. Only one way to stop them. Find the truck.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell them that down at police headquarters.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
All right.
Close that door. City desk. Yeah, Mac talking. Oh, you did? You sure? Yeah. Yeah, we'll do all we can. Yeah, thanks for calling.
Who was it?
On your way down to police headquarters, Randy, you can take a little time out to pray. That was the lab man from the Board of Health.
Well, what was the verdict?
That butter is crawling with pestilence and death.
Typhoid?
Pestilence and death. Those were his exact words.
NBC is bringing you Nightbeat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. The NBC chimes are laughing, but they're not keeping the reason a secret. They want everyone to know they're laughing in anticipation of the mad and merry antics in store with two NBC fall favorites, Bob Hope and Groucho Marx. Hope returns to the air over most of these stations on Tuesday evening, October 3rd, just 1 week from tomorrow. Groucho Marx brings his laugh-filled quiz game You Bet Your Life to NBC beginning Wednesday, October 4th. Listen when you hear the three chimes for laughs and more laughs with Bob Hope on October 3rd and Groucho Marx on October 4th. And now back to Nightbeat and Randy Stone.
At first, the police treated the typhoid butter story like it was a circulation builder for the Star. But bad news travels fast, and by the time I got in to see Police Chief Captain Sorensen, he'd heard all about it. He was a very worried man.
Hello, Randy. Come down to help me word my resignation?
Oh, it's that bad, huh?
Haven't got a thing.
What about that Waldo fellow who was on the truck? Have you picked him up?
He forgot to arrive home after the accident.
Well, that truck's got to hold up someplace.
I've set up roadblocks. I've sent out patrols. There's not a back alley in this city that won't be searched tonight. But we still have no real description of the truck.
Well, have you checked all cold storages and creameries?
First thing, nothing's come in.
You know, Mac thinks they may change the wrappers on the butter. Maybe if you call the printer.
No good, Randy. You can buy wax butter wrappers in any paper supply house. This thing has been pretty well thought out.
Well, no use my adding to the confusion around here. I mind if I go down to this Waldo's place and have a look around?
Of course not. It's a boarding house over on St. Mary's Avenue. But look out for the old lady who runs the place. She'll talk you into a corner and keep you there.
Don't worry about me, Captain. With little old ladies, I come out fighting all the time. It was 11:30 when I pulled up in front of Harry Waldo's address. It was one of those sad-looking houses that seemed to be held together by memories of what they used to be 40 years ago. Now there was a sign in front that read, Furnished Rooms, Mrs. Angela Barr. I rang and waited. Someone had drawn the curtains apart a little and was giving me the once-over.
Yes?
Mrs. Barr?
Yes, what is it?
Can you open the door, please? It's urgent.
Goodness gracious, you police are the most persistent...
I'm not with the police, Mrs. Barr.
Not with the police? But you must be. They've been coming and going all night long.
No. I'm a newspaper reporter on the Star. My name is
A newspaper reporter. What a pleasant surprise. I declare I'm so excited. You must come in the kitchen and I'll make a cup of coffee.
No, thanks very much. You're very kind, but I really
What did you say your name was?
Stone, Randy Stone.
Oh, yes, of course. You sure you wouldn't like some coffee?
No, nothing, thank you.
Mrs. Barr. Oh, goodness, she's awake. Mrs. Barr, who is it? It's all right, Nancy. It's just a visitor. Go back to sleep, dear. Is Mommy home? I'm scared. Now, there's nothing to be afraid of. Your mother will be home in a little while. Just go back to sleep like a good girl. All right.
That's quite a cough.
Yes, the child has had such a cold. Poor Ellen is worried sick about her.
Ellen?
Her mother, Ellen Spencer. She's one of my tenants.
Oh, yes. Look, Mrs. Barr, I wanted to ask you some questions about another of your tenants.
Oh, yes. Mr. Waldo. The police have been bothering me all night. Whatever has he done? The police wouldn't tell me.
Well, he's done plenty. He's stolen a truckload of butter from the flood area up north.
Stolen?
Well, that's not all. That butter is contaminated with typhoid. If it ever gets into circulation, we'll...
Oh, how dreadful. How very dreadful.
Mrs. Barr, I have a favor to ask.
Now, how could I possibly do you a favor, Mr. Stone?
I'd like to have a look at Mr. Waldo's room.
But the police have already been through his room.
Yes, I know, but you know how it is when you've got to write a story. There's nothing like seeing it firsthand.
But at this time of night, do I have to let you in?
Well, legally, no.
Well, then,
You mean you refuse?
not exactly. Only surely a rich and powerful paper like the Star. Now that Mr. Waldo has disappeared, I'm sure I'll never get the rent he owes me.
Yes, I see. Now, how much?
Oh, dear. Money is so hard to come by when you're old and alone. Now, if I had the $50, Mr. Waldo...
It's worth 10.
So little.
Oh.
Oh, but then, you're such a nice young man. And I do enjoy your newspaper so much. I'll take it.
Her bright little eyes glistened as she took the 10 spot. Well, I guess it's like that when you're old. You can't eat too well. You can't sleep too well. You see life slipping by, but a 10 spot is something you can smooth out, put away, and look at again and again. Mrs. Barr followed me around as I went through Waldo's room. For a change, she had very little to say. I opened the drawers in his dresser. I looked under the bed. The kid in the next room was coughing again. I opened the closet door, and the smell that hit me was sharply familiar. Ammonia. In the corner, I picked up a pair of overalls that was saturated with the stuff. My friend Waldo had been home and changed. The phone downstairs started to ring.
Oh, dear, the telephone.
Want me to get down and answer it?
No, it's probably Ellen. She's so worried about the child. Will you come down now?
Just another minute.
Oh, dear. You won't be long.
I'd like to borrow these overalls if it's all right. Probably covered with germs.
Hello.
Wow, hello.
What are you doing in Mr. Waldo's room? Are you a burglar?
No, of course not. I'm one of Mr. Waldo's friends.
Then can you tell me when my Uncle Jim is coming back? He was going to bring me something from his trip.
Well, that's nice. Where did Uncle Jim go?
He went away with Mr. Waldo in the truck. But Mr. Waldo is back and not Uncle Jim.
Oh, does he drive a truck, your Uncle Jim?
He doesn't drive it. He owns it. And he gives me a ride in it, too.
Mm-hmm. Your Uncle Jim live here?
Oh, yes. Uncle Jim is my really real uncle. He and my mommy are brothers.
Oh, yes, I see.
Nancy, you naughty child.
Mrs. Barr.
The idea of getting out of bed.
I heard a noise.
Back to bed with you, child. That was your mother on the phone.
All right, Mrs. Barr. Good night, Mr. Burglar.
Good night, Nancy.
Imagine that child leaving her bed. Was she with you long, Mr. Stone?
Oh, no, just She just told me she had an Uncle Jim.
Oh, yes. That's Ellen's brother. He's one of my other roomers.
I understand he owns a truck.
He's someplace in Ohio now, I believe. Been gone almost a month.
Couldn't have been Canada.
Questions. You'll simply have to excuse me. I must give that child her medicine. Good night, Mr. Stone.
I'd used up my $10 worth of welcome, so I drove over to police headquarters and filled in Captain Sorensen on Harry Waldo's overalls and little Nancy's Uncle Jim. It was his first lead. He called motor vehicles and ordered a fast check on the truck owned by Jim Spencer, and then he started briefing me on the more recent developments.
The city's in a panic, Randy. Warnings have been going out on the radio every 15 minutes. We've been flooded with calls from the mayor down. Anyone with a gut ache is sure it's typhoid and wants us to send down a doctor. Come in.
Here's the dope on the truck, Captain.
Now we're getting somewhere. All right. Broadcast this and keep repeating it every half hour. Get it?
Yes, sir.
We'll get him now.
Well, you might try and sound a little more convincing. I left Sorensen chewing his upper lip. Then I headed for the Blue Angel and a little talk with Jim Spencer's sister Ellen. The Blue Angel wasn't meant to lure the better-class citizen away from his hearth and home. It smelled of stale beer and looked as if it were being lit by half a dozen fireflies.
You'll find your happiness lies right under your eyes, back in your own backyard.
I found an empty booth and asked the waitress if Ellen Spencer worked there, and after a while a girl came over. She was attractive in a tired sort of way.
You ask for me?
Will you sit down, Ellen? I've got to talk to you.
I brought you some drinks. It's the rules here. If we sit with a customer, they gotta buy us drinks.
That's okay.
What'd you want?
To talk.
What about?
Your brother Jim.
You a cop?
No.
What about Jim?
Where is he?
I don't know. What business is it of yours?
When did your brother and Harry Waldo leave on their last trip?
A week ago.
Mrs. Barr said Jim was in Ohio.
That old hag. She's in her second childhood.
Jim hasn't phoned you tonight?
No. What's all the noise about anyway? The kid gets scared and runs out on a traffic accident, so they'll catch him and give him 30 days. He'll be back.
Who told you about it?
I heard it over the radio.
Really? How did you know it was Jim?
Well, I...
You spoke to Harry?
Yeah. He phoned me to tell me Jim was all right.
Did he tell you they were hauling a load of stolen butter? You listen to the warnings over the radio about that butter. It's loaded with typhoid, that stuff is.
Oh, that's a lie. Just a smart police gag to get the butter back.
Harry tell you that, too? We got some of that butter, Ellen. It's been soaked in sewer bilge for a month.
Jim wouldn't touch anything like that. He's a good kid.
Maybe Jim thinks it's a gag, too. Might even get to eat some of the stuff.
I don't know what you're talking about. Look, mister, I'd better go back to work.
Ellen, you want it on a...
I'll have to leave now.
If you hear from Jim, tell him what he's up against.
Yeah, I will.
And tell him to wash his hands. Good. I followed her to the phone booth or whatever the call was. It was brief. She hung right up, so I went outside, watched her through the door. In a few minutes, she came out wearing a coat. I slipped around the corner, watched her climb into a cab. I jumped into my car and followed. The cab stopped in front of her house. I parked my car half a block away, waited until all the lights went off, and then I got out and walked around to the back of the house. Somewhere inside were the directions to that missing butter. It was easy raising one of the kitchen windows. I climbed in. I stood for a minute, getting used to the dark. And then suddenly a switch flicked on and the place was flooded with light. Randy Stone, Esquire, standing there, stupidly blinking his eyes. Ellen walked a few steps toward me. She didn't scream. She didn't holler.
Isn't this carrying your job a little too far?
I knocked on the door, but nobody answered, so I turned the knob.
Well, turn it again and get out.
Somebody phoned you just before I left the Blue Angel. Was that Jim?
That's none of your business. Now get out.
If I go, Ellen, the place will be swarming with police in 15 minutes.
What do you mean?
Just this. You know where Jim is. If you won't tell me, you'll have to tell the cops. And when you do, you'll be involved. They'll make you an accessory.
Well, let him.
Where's the old lady?
Out for a drive.
At 1:30 in the morning?
She's the one who phoned me. She said she was going batty with cops hanging around. She had to get out of the house.
Ellen, for the last time, where's Jim?
I told you before, I don't know.
They're closing in on him. You'll be doing him a favor if they get him before he's sold any of that stuff.
Oh, are you still working that typhoid gag?
It's no gag, believe me. You want the lab report on it?
No.
All right, then listen to it this way. Maybe you'll understand it. The kid sits down to eat, and his mother hands him a piece of bread and butter, only it's not butter. something that's been lying around in the filthy sewer water for a long time. 10 or 11 days, the kid gets sick, like your kid. He's burning with fever one minute, and the next minute he's as cold as ice. His tongue is thick, and his guts feel like they're bursting. That's what typhoid is like.
Stop it, will you?
If a good doctor gets to him, the kid may live. Lots of kids may not be that lucky, Ellen. Also, you can keep your kid brother out of jail.
Look, I don't know where he is.
When did you talk to Walt?
He phoned me at the club. He laughed about that typhoid stuff.
Where did he phone
I
from?
don't know. Someplace in town. Now, let me alone.
Would that be
I'll
him?
take that.
No, you won't. Ellen made a grab for the phone, but I beat her to it. She clawed at me. I had to get rough, but I got the receiver. Hello.
This is the long-distance operator.
Yes?
On your call to Elwood, we are unable to contact Mr. Jim Spencer. Shall we continue to try?
No, thank you. Was that, Elwood?
Yes, sir. Elwood, Illinois. Thank you, sir.
That was it, so they'd gone on to Elwood. I called Captain Sorensen. He picked me up in a squad car with 2 of his best men. It was a 70-mile ride to Elwood, and we made it in a little over an hour. It was after 3 a.m. when the clerk at the only hotel in town showed us his register. There was no Waldo and no Spencer. Then Sorensen got a bright idea. He asked the clerk if there was a creamery in town. There wasn't. No cold storage plant either. Just old Mayor Hoskins' ice house down the road. We jumped into a car and drove over there. That's nothing but an old barn.
Oh, there's a light around the back.
Randy, you come with me. You two cut around the other side of the building.
Right.
Oh, there's the truck. You see it?
Yeah.
All right, give me a lift, Captain. I'll see if I can get a look in through the window. It's Waldo.
They got the butter?
Yep. There's the other one. That must be Spencer.
Get down. We'll take them now. All right, Spencer, get him up.
Jim, the law.
Those hands up, Spencer. You're covered.
You too, Waldo. Don't try anything.
Who's trying anything?
Hold it, Captain. Hold it. Somebody else is coming.
Kill the lights. Don't make a sound, you two, if you want to live.
We pulled the big door shut, flicked off the lights, and waited in the dark. Guns pressed into Waldo and Spencer. A car had pulled up outside. Whoever it was seemed to be having a time with the door, and then finally it opened and the lights went on. Mrs. Barr.
Oh, goodness. How you startled me. Why, it's Mr. Stone. Have you been waiting long? And here I thought my lazy boys had gone to sleep.
No, they haven't.
And I suppose Harry Waldo has told you all about me. I just know he did.
Well, not everything. That is, not yet he hasn't.
I just knew that boy had no character. And now I suppose you want to take me back to the city. But I hate Chicago in June. I don't think I'll go with you. Don't come any closer.
Drop it, lady. Okay, Mother. Randy, get the gun.
Yep.
Lady, don't you know these things explode?
Now, wasn't that foolish of me? I was going to try to get away. But where could I have gone? Where could an old lady go and hide? I do believe I'm getting senile. Isn't that a horrible word, Mr. Stone?
Mrs. Barr, this is no joking matter. Don't you understand that butter could have caused an epidemic?
Why, of course. Isn't it terrible?
Yet you were willing to sell it?
You didn't think I was going to eat it myself, did you? It was all I could do to look at the horrible stuff. But $10,000. That's such a lot of money to a poor old lady. Such a lot of money.
"10 a.m. and it's all buttoned up. Oh, brother, what a nightmare if a thing like that had ever happened. And all from ignorance and greed. What's that old wheeze about money being the root of all evil? Well, it's not just money. There's got to be a touch of insanity sprinkled in along with it. Like that poor old lady. Poor? When the cops ran a make on her, they uncovered a fascinating record of over 50 years of criminal history, not to mention a dozen bank accounts. Guess she didn't trust banks any too much. Such a sweet old doll. Well, at least I got to see the sun come up this morning while we were driving back, climbing up into the sky like a great big yellow ball of butter. Oh, no, what am I saying? Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Lou Rusoff and Russell Bender with music by Frank Worth. The part of Harry was played by Don Diamond. Jane Morgan was Mrs. Barr. Others in tonight's cast were Joan Banks, Nestor Paiva, Peter Leeds, Ann Whitfield, and Tudor Owen. Frank Lovejoy may currently be seen in Milton Sperling's production Three Secrets, released by Warner Brothers. And now, here again is the star of our program, Frank Lovejoy.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, here's important news about Night Beat. Next week, we're moving to Friday evenings over most of these stations. That's beginning 1 week from this Friday. On October 6th, you'll hear Night Beat at 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time on Fridays. So would you listen then to our next adventure 11 days from tonight? I'll see you on Friday, October 6th. Good night.
Listen on Friday, October 6th, and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Friday, October 6th means the return of Chester A. Riley, played by William Bendix, in the hilarious The Life of Riley. Mom, Babs, Junior, Digger Odell, and the entire cast will be on hand to join in the fun. Saturday, October 7th is the day when Dennis Day and Judy Canova will be back on the air. Make a listening date now.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison or the grave. This time a bride-to-be, a corpse in a plush bungalow, and a southern drawl behind a gun all had one thing in common. They moved through the same deep shadow. It happened like this.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Deep Shadow.
Hello.
Mr. Philip Marlowe, please.
This is Marlowe.
Oh, my name is Harbury Kettering, and I'm to be married in 4 hours at 9 sharp.
Oh, congratulations. I hope you'll be very happy.
But my bride is gone. Disappeared. I need your help.
Now, look, if you've been left waiting at the altar, I can't...
But no, it's nothing like that. She's in trouble, Mr. Marlowe, I'm sure.
Oh?
Shirley loves me. Now, I'll pay anything you say, 200, 300, anything. Only get out here fast, please.
Oh, wait a minute. Where is here?
3840 Sunswept Drive. It's in Studio City, just across the hills from Hollywood.
3840.
Take Laurel Canyon.
Well, now, look, Mr. Kettering,
Please, Mr. Marlowe, please.
Okay. All right, Mr. Kettering, I'll see you. The address he gave me turned out to be a healthy chunk of old Spain. A whitewashed house that spread out for at least 100 yards under a pink-tiled roof. As admitted by a butler with owl eyes, no shoulders, and a small bay window, and we played Follow the Leader over cool marble ankle-deep Persian rug and inlaid Philippine mahogany. Finally, I was ushered into the ballroom, which was big enough for a highlight match. It was decked out for a wedding, from the champagne buckets and dead-over-ice lobsters to a pink rose-covered canopy at the center. And in the middle of it all, chain smoking while he worried, was my new client, Harvey Kettering.
Well, Mr. Marlowe, I'm afraid there isn't a moment to lose, so I'd better tell you what I know quickly. But let's step outside on the patio.
All right, Mr. Kettering.
Mr. Marlowe, last night, Shirley and I
What's
went
your full name, Mr. Kettering?
Doyle, Shirley Doyle. Oh, yes, here. Here's a snapshot of her.
Mm-hmm.
She's 25, blonde, and as you can see, Mr. Marlowe, very attractive.
You're so right. You started to tell me about last night.
Oh, yes. We were out together at a nightclub, the Blue Chip.
On Ventura Boulevard?
Oh, yes. Now, we'd never been there before, yet I think that's where it started.
What do you mean, started?
Well, when we were leaving the place about midnight, I called a cab. I was just giving the driver Shirley's home address, the Moore Park Court Apartments. when suddenly she told me to get in and told the driver to start at once.
You know why?
No, I thought perhaps she'd seen somebody coming from the club. But when I asked her about it, she said it was just her nerves, since tomorrow was her wedding day.
I see.
Then today she was supposed to call, but she didn't. At 2, I called her.
Talk to her?
No, she was gone. But I talked with the daymaid. She said when she arrived, she brought in a note that had been left outside Shirley's door. There's one of those leave a message pads in a box on her porch rail. She said it seemed to upset Shirley terribly. Mr. Marlowe, what are we going to do?
Now, look, have you been over there to Shirley's place?
No, I haven't.
Got a key?
Yes, I do.
All right, Mr. Kettering, you have the key, so let's go.
But what shall I do about the guests? The
Nothing right now. We may be lucky.
There are only 3 rooms, Mr. Marlowe. What do you suggest we do?
Well, first, let's look for that note. She may have left it here somewhere. Now, you try the bedroom. I'll start with the wastebasket. Full of papers.
All right. Just a few seconds, Marlowe.
Yeah, sure. Endicott Clinic. 321 North Rossmore. Say, Kettering, what does Shirley do for a living?
Oh, she was a receptionist, Mr. Marlowe, at a medical clinic on Rossmore.
Well, that figures.
Mr. Marlowe.
What?
Mr. Marlowe, I found it. The note the maid spoke of, it's the same paper written with a soft pencil like the one attached to that box outside. It was on her dresser.
Give it here. Let's see it. Dear Shirley Doyle, guess who I ran into last night? Francis Dragato. Suggest you meet me at the corner of Ventura and Whitsett Boulevard at 10:30. Outside, huh?
Is Francis spelled with an E?
Yeah, the girl's name.
I've never heard Shirley mention any Francis Dragato. And a public street corner wouldn't be much of a place to check 5 hours after people met, would it, Mr. Marlowe?
No, I suppose not.
Mr. Marlowe, what have you got? What is it?
Oh, a page torn out of the classified directory, a listing of theatrical agencies. Line through by pencil from A down to C.
Well, the last one crossed out is Capital Artist.
Yeah, that makes Drake Talent Agency next.
Well, she never had anything to do with show business, Mr. Marlowe. What do you think it means?
I don't know.
You going to check with the Drake Agency?
No, my first stop's going to be where you were last night, the Blue Chip. I know the owner, Eddie Shaft, and Eddie knows an awful lot, including things that aren't always exactly his business. May be able to help us if he wants to.
Shall I come along, Mr. Marlowe?
No, you go home, Kettering. I'll try to deliver your bride before 9.
All right. Shall I pay you now?
Now we'll let it go COD. I haven't the slightest idea what I'm going to run into. The snapshot of Shirley Doyle my client had given me reminded me of the kid you went to school with. You know, she had the kind of well-scrubbed look you knew was quick to smile, but I knew that she could be in a lot of trouble if she was tied in at all with the dapper Eddie Shaft. After dark, the Blue Chip was one of those cozy, soft lights melting on thick drapes kind of places. It made you forget all about the stiff prices for limp food. But now, at a little better than 5 in the afternoon, under wide-eyed, unblinking work lights, it had all the cushion come hither of a union hall. In one corner, a skinny musician with a golf ball complexion was working over a clarinet, while in the middle of a dance floor with no more diameter than the hole in a candy lifesaver, a girl was standing on a piano stool. She was smoking and looking straight ahead at nothing. Her red shingled hair, promise of a nose, and plunged neckline tagged her as the singer on the posters outside. One Miss Corky Netherlands.
The place is closed, soldier.
Glad you told me. Never would have known.
Never mind the routine, soldier. Just come to the point. What do you want?
Just a few words with the boss. Eddie around?
No. No, he's not.
No. How about his bungalow in Coldwater Canyon?
You mean it hasn't hit the papers yet?
What's the connection between Eddie and the headline?
Soldier, Eddie was stabbed to death sometime this morning.
You gotta be kidding.
Sometime between 9 and 11, the cops say. Well, so long.
Hey, wait a minute, Corky. You have any idea who did it?
No. Except that maybe it was a dame.
Any description on it?
The law isn't gabby about things, soldier, believe me. If you don't, try Eddie's bungalow yourself and find out.
up, will you? Oh, yeah, and Mooney, don't forget to have that fingerprint crew go over his other car on that back porch rail.
Okay, Lieutenant. Hey, can they start the body downtown now?
Yeah, I guess so. We're not going to get any smarter staring at
Hi, Matthews.
Huh? Oh, hello, Phil. What brings you up here?
Curiosity. I was in the neighborhood. What's the setup? I hear it's supposed to be a woman.
Could be. Where do you hear this?
Singer over at the Blue Chip, Corky, Netherlands.
Oh, her. Yeah, well, she's clear. She was home right up until noon, and she can prove it. This happened a little before noon, an hour or so. But it was a woman, all right.
What makes you so sure?
Oh, Phil, fresh lipstick on a glass and a cigarette, a kitchen knife for a murder weapon, etc.
No.
Also, some long-nosed neighbor saw a girl. Said she was young, maybe blonde. She wasn't sure. Saw her run out of here a little after 11 this morning.
Mm-hmm. All this adds up to somebody in particular, huh?
Well, it should, Phil. Norma Mayetta.
Who?
Norma Mayetta is her name. She was Eddie's dearest, you see. It should add, but it doesn't. She left town last night for Chicago in the 1 a.m. plane. We checked it. Of course, Eddie Shaft went with a lot of girls.
Excuse me,
That's so
Lieutenant.
right.
We just got hold of that night cashier over at the Blue Chip.
Yeah, what do you say, Mooney?
Shaft took $50,000 in small bills out of the office safe last night.
Oh, what time?
About 2 a.m. Had it in a large manila envelope.
Yeah. Nothing even close to manila envelopes turned up here, has it?
No, Lieutenant, but that gives us another angle to shoot at.
All right, Mooney, pass the word to the boys.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Look, Marlowe, just a passing thought. What? You sure you're just curious? You sure you don't want to play 1 and 1 makes 2 with me?
Yeah, I'm sure, Lieutenant. Well, look, I'll see. I'll give you a call if I...
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
Look, I know all about your professional ethics, relations between client and private detective.
Yeah.
We won't go into that. We're going to go into something else very briefly, Phil. The law on many points is quite clear, Marlowe.
Clear like what, Matthews?
Clear like the status of an accessory before or after the fact in a murder case. And like aiding and abetting a criminal. Like a lot of things you know all about, Phil. Keep them in mind, will you?
Okay, Matthews. Yeah, I'll see you. Since the lieutenant hadn't mentioned Francis Regato, I didn't see why I should. All of which made it a good time for me to cross my fingers and check the name which had been on deck on the list in Shirley's apartment. The Drake Talent Agency. The place, which was on Sunset Strip, was strictly coy colonial, from a miniature Mount Vernon front to an oversized mirror-polished brass knocker on the front door that said my tie was crooked. And I was sure that the gentleman who answered the door noticed it. It was impeccable. In cocoa brown gabardine, white high-at-the-throat tab shirt, and also cocoa brown silk tie. And at the bottom there were thick-soled cordovans with leather laces. At the top, a crew cut over jet black horn rims. He took the glasses off, and long, soft fingers toyed with one stem while he talked.
Yes, sir?
My name is Philip Marlowe. I'd like to talk to Mr. Drake.
I'm Mr. Drake.
Oh?
What was it you wanted, Mr. Marlowe?
Well, I'm not exactly sure. You see, Hey, Drake, this picture here is Corky Netherlands, right?
The third one over, yes. She's a client of ours. But this picture isn't what you came to talk about, is it, Mr. Marlowe?
What's her home address?
I beg your
Come
pardon.
on, quick. It's important.
And confidential. This isn't a Lonely Hearts Club, Mr. Marlowe.
I was playing a long shot when I knocked on your door, Drake, but now it's paid off, so tell me. Any stranger called for Corky's address today?
I don't know, and the secretary's already left. Look here, Mr. Marlowe, what's this all about?
Murder, Mr. Drake.
Murder?
A messy one. Now, do you give me the address, or do I start after it myself?
Well, I don't know.
Come on, answer up, Drake.
The Towers, an apartment hotel on Ivar.
Now, one last thing. Don't call her after I leave unless you want to whip your hand-stitched lapels and cops.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, you might think that after several years with Gracie Ellen, George Burns had seen everything, done everything, been everything. But this Wednesday night, you'll find George in a brand new role, that of a Floradora girl, with costume and complications by Gracie Ellen. The Burns and Allen Show is heard every Wednesday on most of these same CBS stations, along with the Bing Crosby Show and the Groucho Marx program. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Deep Shadow.
I left the glossy Mr. Drake in his glossy little agency with his mouth hanging open. and drove down to Hollywood Boulevard to Ivon, from there up the hill to a 5-story air-conditioned monolith with Venetian blinds called the Towers, which offered about as much sanctuary as the Yankee Stadium. I parked heading downhill and walked in across the buzzing green and silver lobby draped with pale pink curtains and blasé women to the elevator and rode up to the 3rd floor. Corky Netherland's apartment was the 4th down the hall to the right, and quiet, but the door was ajar 2 inches. So I rapped hard enough to swing it all the way open. The answer sounded like a cry for help from the bottom of a well. When it came again, I went in, and it took me a few seconds to realize that the noise was coming from a closet. And when I got it open, Corky Netherlands reeled out, looking like she'd been through a threshing machine.
She was here. She was after the money.
Who was after what money, Corky? Who?
There's some dame. I didn't know her, but she... There she is.
Shirley! Miss Doyle, wait a minute! It was Shirley Doyle. She'd been hiding inside near the door. She grabbed a handy oversized ashtray and let it fly at us and beat it. I made it to the hall just as the elevator door closed, so I took the stairs and raced it down to the lobby. I got out on the street in time to see Shirley with a large manila envelope in one hand pile into a sleek new Hudson and take off. I ran to my car to follow her, but that was as far as I got. I was stopped cold by a nasty little gun in the hands of a southern accent behind a pair of strictly Hollywood dark glasses.
Be a good boy, honey, and hold it.
Now, look,
Right
sister,
there.
who do you think you are? What do you...
I'll ask the questions if you don't mind. Why are you in such a fuss over the girl who just made off?
I was trying to get her out of a jam, believe it or not.
Well, now, isn't that the darndest coincidence you ever saw? So am I. Only you want to catch her, and I want her to get away. I guess that's life, isn't it, honey?
Yeah, in the raw.
You said it. We got big business together, her and me. And it sure don't include you.
Just a minute. This ad's like you could be Francis Dragato.
Francis who?
Dragato.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, that name's much too fancy for the likes of me, honey. I reckon we can break it up now. So why don't you just give me the keys there in your hand?
My keys?
Come on, give
Yeah,
it.
well...
That's a good boy. Now, don't try anything silly. And, don't fret, honey. I'll leave your car 2 or 3 blocks down the street here. Look, maybe you ought to go back upstairs and console little sugar child up there. Maybe take her to a movie or something. You know, to cool her off.
Well, that's a nice, fresh thought.
I'm loaded with it.
Yeah, you're
Try
loaded.
me again sometime. So long.
Dames. Someday I'm going to get a case where there's no dames connected. Either directly or indirectly. Parking my car 3 blocks away, that's fine. Just fine. Hey, going up.
Flower, please, sir.
3.
Did you catch her, Marlowe? Did you get her?
No, she got away. Which leaves you and me, Corky, to make cozy conversation about that mention of dough you slipped on when I let you out of the closet. Come on back in the room, honey.
What money?
Now, look, you worked for Eddie Shaft as a singer in his club, but what else was Eddie to you beside boss?
Just a minute. I don't see what business that is of yours.
It's easy. He was murdered.
The cops have already talked to me, soldier. I'm clean.
Those negotiations can be reopened at any time. For one thing, you forgot to tell them anything about dough, and yet they're very interested in 50,000 missing bucks. That 50 grand was right here in the apartment, wasn't it?
Well, you can't blame a girl for trying, Marlowe.
No, not unless she tries too hard. Now, what does the name Francis Dragato mean to you?
Francis Dragato?
Okay, skip it. Where'd you get the dough?
Eddie gave it to me to keep for him.
Why you? I thought Norma Maeda had the inside track with Eddie.
Not after he fell in love with me.
Oh, no, that's not good enough, baby. There was a double cross. Where was it? Now, look, Corky, you might as well be smart about it, huh?
All right, I didn't kill him. But if you can get that dough back for me, I'll split it with you. Right down the middle.
I'm listening.
That club of his is dying on its feet. The blue chip's going broke. Eddie and Norma Maeda raised $50,000 to keep it going. But Eddie decided to get out from under. He got rid of Norma by sending her to Chicago in a trumped-up deal. And he put all that cash in one lump and gave it to me to hold. We were going to run out together.
Only somebody got to him, nailed him, and that left you holding the bag with 50 grand in it. That's nice. Except then a girl who belongs in this mess like a great-grandmother belongs in a high hurdle race stepped in and took it away from you. With the help of a southern accent and dark glasses.
Who are you calling?
Friend of mine at Homicide.
Why, you...
Sit down and shut up. So far you've been lucky, Corky. Don't push it.
Ellen Matthews, Homicide.
sir.
Marlowe, Matthews, listen, on that Eddie Shaft case.
Yeah, what about
I got a couple of things you might be of help to you. Now, look, item 1. That missing 50 grand is being sought after by a southern accent and dark glasses.
A woman?
Yeah, she pulled a gun on me. Item 2. The name Francis Dragato, it ties in. D-R-A-G-O-T-T-O. Ring any bells?
Dragato.
That's what I said.
Yeah, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, I
What?
remember, yeah. Yeah, but it's nothing, Marlowe. It's ancient history. Dragato I knew was a third-rate burglar, shot and killed resisting arrest down the Sandbar district about 5 years ago, way back when I was a prowl car sergeant. Look, what about this
Tell me,
southern...
Dragato have a wife?
No, I think there was a daughter around.
Name
though.
Francis?
I don't remember that good, Marlowe. Look, what is this Dragato business anyway?
Well, so far it's a hunch.
That's what I thought. Climb off of it and get down to facts, will you? Who's the dame after that Eddie Shaft money? Where did you run into her?
I lost her on Ivar.
That's not what I asked you.
I know that's not what you asked, but anything else would be a breach of my client's confidence.
All right, look, Marlowe, I'm real serious. I'm going to give you just 1 hour to notify your client and get down here and spill. After that, I'm putting out a call to have you picked up for withholding evidence.
Matthews ain't kidding this time.
You didn't say goodbye. That's quite a tightrope you walk, Marlowe.
Yeah, sometimes.
You're good. And I'm a girl of my word. You get that money back for me and it's 50-50. You're my only chance.
Don't kid an old kidder, baby. You're a girl of 2 words, double and cross. Good night, Corky. Well, I found my car all right, a half a block from Sunset Boulevard. It took 20 minutes to get from there to the Sandbar district. It was downhill all the way. It was a neighborhood squeezed and cramped in by a solid wall of massive factories, and as fested as the bottom of a bent garbage can. At the corner of River Street and 3rd, I found the house. 3 sagging, rotten stories of tenement that squatted in the eternal shadow of a huge gas tank like a sick, dirty old man. The proud, gleaming giant of City Hall was only 7 blocks away. Might just as well have been 70 miles. I went up to the door and knocked, and finally it inched open just far enough for a face the color of dishwater to peek out. She hissed at me for a minute through the gap where her front teeth should have been, and then told me she was Ma Hargis, the manager, motioned me inside. The living room looked like something swept out the back door of a down-at-the-heel museum.
So, you want to know about the Dragotas, huh?
Yeah, they lived here, didn't they?
Maybe not.
Cops got the old man about 5 years ago?
Possible.
What became of his daughter? Where's Francis Dragato?
Why?
What are you being so cagey about, Ma?
Because the bird that asks questions has got an angle, always.
The one who knows the answer's got a price, huh?
Always.
Okay, how far will a couple of bucks go?
From here to the door. $2 won't even buy a buzz on beer these days.
All right, we'll make it 5. Here.
Oh, that's better. Well, Dirk Dragato and his kid Francis had the 2nd floor here for 15 years. His wife died of TB first year they was here. Oh, she was a smart one, that Francis. Had a hit on her. She always said she was going to get off the sandbar someday and be somebody. I told her she'd never make it. It's too far, mister. Kids down here get dirty. And it's the kind of dirt you can't wipe off. It gets inside them. I know. Yeah.
Tell me, what happened to her?
I don't know. When her old man got it, she left and I never seen her again. Not to this day. Probably left town and wound up working the gin mills in some other place.
That
They
the
always
$5
do.
worth?
Huh? Well, you bought sight unseen, Sonny.
Tell me, you got a picture of her?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I have.
Good.
She was 17 at the time. It's kind of fuzzy, but you can see...
Hey, wait a minute, Ma.
Huh?
Are you sure this is Francis Dragato?
Say, she lived in this dump for 15 years. I'm sure I know.
She looks like somebody else. Girl who was supposed to get married tonight.
I got another picture of Francis here someplace. Wait a minute now, a better one. Let me see now. Yeah, here it is. This was took down on Olivera Street, one of them stands. Oh, that's her best friend there with her, Norma Maeta.
Norma Maeta?
Norma was a tough little egg. folks drank all the time and let Norma run wild.
Oh, fine. Francis Dragato and Norma Maeda, friends.
Now, say, them two was quite a team.
I'll bet.
I always wanted to do something for them girls, but what can you ever do in a hole like this for anybody?
You've just done it, Ma. Here's 5 more. Buy yourself another light bulb. Throw a party with the change. So long. The eyes of one young woman and the chin and mouth of another, side by side, smiling into a camera, had cleared up a lot of questions. But there was one more that needed an answer fast. I called Matthews from the first phone booth I came to, brought him up to date in a hurry, and then asked him to check Norma Maeda's place, and if that was blank, to meet me at the Moore Park Court Apartments, which is the only other likely place I could think of. I crowded traffic lights all the way out, but he and Sergeant Mooney got there almost as soon as I did. And I led them back to Frances Dragato's well-lit cottage, the one she'd taken in her new name, Shirley Doyle. Mooney went to cover the back while Matthews and I moved in up front.
Your hunches are paying off tonight, Marlowe.
Oh, yeah, they're in here all right.
Yeah, come on over this way. The window's open. We can catch a little conversation first, you know. It might help.
Yeah, if you keep quiet, we can.
I'm due in Chicago. Thanks for your help, Francis, dear.
Yeah.
I had to get this money. Now more than ever.
You've got it, Norma, so goodbye.
Now, that stuffed shirt you're going to marry, you'll never know where you really came from or who you really are.
Did you get that?
Oh, and one more thing, dear, before I go. Yeah? I killed Eddie Shaft this morning. You what?
Heard nothing, Jim?
No,
hold on.
When he put me on the plane for Chicago, I figured something was fishy, so I got off and I came back. And I found out he was selling me short for that little jerk, Corky Netherlands. We had an argument. I killed him.
Of all the
Then I remembered seeing you leave the blue chip last night. I needed someone like you to get the money for me, Francis.
Yeah, there's your tie-in.
I couldn't afford to be seen here in L.A. when I was supposed to be in Chicago. Not with a murder on my neck.
But you were seen by that man who chased me at the hotel.
Who, Marlowe? He's still looking for a southern drawl and dark glasses. You're the only one who knows the truth, and you're in it with me now.
I'm not going to let you involve me in a murder, Norma. Getting that money was one thing, but I'm not going to be mixed up in a killing. I don't care what it costs me. I'm going to tell the whole thing.
You're a fool, Francis. I got a good alibi for one murder. It'll work for 2.
Let's go, Matthews.
Yeah,
You're not
fast.
going to
Come on.
stop me now, Francis. Nobody is. And who's that?
All right, hold it, girls. We're police.
You're not taking me!
Back, Matthews. Yeah. Police, stop her! Hey, stop! Stop it, lady.
No!
Come on, Marlowe.
I think she's dead, Lieutenant. She wouldn't stop. She was shooting at me, but she's a woman.
All right, Mooney. That gun in her hand, she was a killer and nothing more.
Yeah, I suppose she was. If you'd asked that kid inside, she could tell you what made her that way. Oh, well, let's get out of here, Matthews.
I can't thank you enough, Mr. Marlowe, for bringing Shirley, that is Francis, back to me safely.
Oh, believe me, Mr. Kettering, it was a real pleasure.
And you, Lieutenant Matthews, for your cooperation on withholding the publicity aspects of this horrible thing.
Oh, no, it's okay, Mr. Kettering. Glad to help out.
We're going to be married, you know, right away. Shirley told me the story and wanted to postpone the wedding, but I wouldn't hear of it.
Good.
After all, I'm not marrying her for the past. I'm marrying her for the future.
Yeah. Best wishes, Mr. Kettering.
Yeah. Maybe tomorrow when Shirley's calmed down, give her my congratulations, will you? Well, after a long cup of coffee and a lot of conversation about people with Matthews, I finally got in my car and headed home to my apartment on Franklin Avenue, which isn't the best street in town, but it is lined with palm trees instead of garbage cans. And the sun hits it all day long. Yeah, but that reminded me again of River Street, the deep, perpetual shadow that hangs over it. A dirty shadow that Ma Hargis said could never be rubbed off. A shadow that spawns the Norma Maedas of the world. I was still thinking about it while I got ready for bed. I knew Ma wasn't 100% right. I'd seen the exception to the rule. But she was 99% right. Just enough to disturb my sleep. Oh, well. One guy can't change things. Can he?
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Gerald Moore may currently be seen starring in Republic's The Blonde Bandit. Featured in tonight's cast were Lillian Baeff, Joan Banks, Verna Felton, Yvonne Patey, Jeff Corey, Jack Crucian, and Tom Holland. Detective Lieutenant Matthews is played by Larry Dobkin. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time I started with a Romanian from left field. Got misled in the Philippine jungles, chased an English accent clear to Venice, and wound up at a Shinto shrine with a friend from Siam. All without ever leaving Los Angeles.
Dr. Christian, the kindly physician of River's End, has a most unusual case placed in his hands this Wednesday night on CBS. His patient, a 16-year-old girl who's in love with an older man, and the man, Dr. Christian himself. CBS cordially invites you to hear this Dr. Christian story, The Rainbow Trail, on most of these same CBS stations this Wednesday night. This is Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you James Cagney and Sylvia Sidney in Blood on the Sun. Ladies and gentlemen, here's your producer, Mr. William Keighley, who came to Hollywood with one of tonight's stars, James Cagney, and directed 5 of Cagney's most successful pictures, including The Bride Came C.O.D. and The Fighting 69th. Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Shortly before the war, when I was at the Imperial Hotel in Tokyo, I was amazed at the evidence of fascist might around me. Strutting German officers with swastikas, high-ranking uniformed Italians, and Imperial Japanese mingling in a fraternity of arrogant aggression. Now that all that is ground to dust, I wonder more than ever how we managed to mistake the signs that pointed so clearly to Pearl Harbor, that infamous date of treachery that we observe this coming Friday. Suddenly, as it happened, we know now that Japan's attack was long and carefully planned, following almost to the letter a secret document known as the Tanaka Plan. Tonight's play gives an exciting interpretation of one of the world's great mysteries, the disposition of that document. It is William Cagney's screen hit, Blood on the Sun, starring James Cagney and Sylvia Sidney in their original screen roles. Some time ago, it was my privilege to direct Jimmy in a play on Broadway called Penny Arcade, a play which, incidentally, brought both Jimmy and me to Hollywood. And during these Lux rehearsals, we've had many chats about our old friends on Broadway. I have an interesting letter from one of those old friends, Elizabeth Justice. Elizabeth is an expert to whom literally thousands of theatrical costumes and fabulous stage draperies have been sent for cleansing. You can imagine what a responsibility that is. She reminds me that now we're both interested in the same business, the care of fine fabrics. She goes on to say, even for delicate fabrics, we know Lux is completely safe, and that anything washable at all will come out of Lux suds as colorful as when it went in. It's our business to know the best. That's the way we feel about Lux. To Miss Justice, greetings and many thanks for those kind words. It's time for the first act of tonight's play, Blood on the Sun, starring James Cagney as Nick Condon and Sylvia Sidney as Iris Hilliard. These events begin and end just about the time when thousands of boys, now buried in places like Okinawa and Iwo Jima, and beneath the waters of the Coral Sea, were flying their first kites or bringing home their first report cards from school. Yes, all this took place 15 or so years ago in a city called Tokyo, Japan. There was in Tokyo then a newspaper owned by an American and published for the English-speaking residents of Japan. One afternoon, the owner had two unexpected callers, Major Kajioka of the Imperial Army and Sergeant Oshima of the city police.
But, gentlemen, you must believe me. I knew absolutely nothing about this article being printed. You are the owner of the Tokyo Chronicle, and you know nothing of its content? But I told you I was out of town till early this morning.
Do you hear that crowd out there? Rioting and violence. Foolish students who believe what you have printed.
Listen to this. According to Baron Tanaka's plan, if Japan wants to control China, Japan must first crush the United States. Lies. Lies. Please, my managing editor will be here any second now. No doubt he has excellent explanations.
It is too late for Mr. Condon's explanations. This is insult to Baron Tanaka and Japanese people. Did you want to see me, Mr. Beckett?
Get in here, Condon, and start explaining.
Oh, hello, Major. Sergeant Oshima.
Nick, look at these headlines. Have you gone out of your mind?
Every word is a lie. Oh, now, just a minute. You must disclose source of your information. Police must know name of this traitor. Well, that's fair enough. The name of the traitor is the American Press.
Huh?
That article is simply a reprint of what has already appeared in 3 New York newspapers. I cannot believe it. Check your counsel in New York. Very unfortunate. When American newspapers print slander, fine American people receive poor impression of Japanese friendship. Oh, I agree. There's one thing I hate, to give anyone a poor impression of Japanese friendship. Thank you.
You see, I told you it wasn't our fault.
Yes. I am sure we can count on Tokyo Chronicle for cooperation. Come, Sergeant. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good day. Good day. Oh, you can't do this to me, Nick. Suppose they shut me down.
Now, 2 years ago when I took over this rag, it was on one condition, that I run it.
I know, Nick, I know, but you can't do this.
Tired of the deal?
Oh, of course not, but printing rumors like this...
I know now that it's more than a rumor, or else those two birds wouldn't have called on you. I'll have Ollie Miller look into it.
Look into it? You're going to write a retraction.
I'll be happy to, when they prove the story's false.
Nick, are you sure that piece was in the New York newspapers?
New Yorkers were reading it yesterday.
Yesterday? Then how could you have read it?
Read it? Boss, I wrote it.
Nick, for the love of Mike, Wait. Where are you going?
To the Continental Cafe. I've developed a sudden thirst.
Hey, hi, Nick. Thought you'd be in jail by this time.
Hello, Johnson.
It's a nice throat you got, Nick, but somebody's going to have to slit it to save face.
I heard the police had collected all the chronicles from the newsstand.
Well, I hope you got your copy, Bogalov. Cable any part of it you want to Moscow. By the way, anybody seen Ollie Miller around?
Oh, yeah.
Say, who's that at the table there with Guffey?
We just were asking the same question. Whoever he is, he's new.
See you later, boys. I owe Guffey a drink.
Hello, Nick. Hey, meet Joe Cassell, just in from Shanghai.
Oh,
Glad to know you, Condon.
Scotch and soda?
Why, thanks.
Wait, huh? 3 scotch and soda. Hey, let's see now. Let's see. Joe Cassell. Oh, yes. Covered criminal court for the old telly in New York, then went to Russia, and then Peking. Worked for the American Press Association for a while.
Hey, that's a memory. Nick, I was just in the Foreign Office. That story of yours has them buzzing like hornets.
Yeah, what'd you dig it up? Oh, little here, little there. You know how it is.
Of course, you know there's not a grain of truth in it.
I don't know anything, do you?
Only that the Chinese are trying desperately to arouse public opinion against Japan.
Why would they want to do that?
Take attention away from their own internal mess. I just spent 4 years there, and I know.
I lived there 6 years myself.
Well, not that I haven't a tremendous admiration for the Chinese people.
Oh, I see. Some of my best friends are Chinese, huh?
Well, here's our drinks. Here's to you, Joe. Oh, thanks.
Excuse Mr. Condon. Yes? Mr. Miller has just made entrance. Oh, thanks. Excuse me, boys. I've got to see Ollie.
Hey, Ollie, Nick's been looking for you.
Gotta buy him a drink. Gotta buy everybody a drink. Hey, see our front page? Dynamite, huh? Come on, set him up.
Hey, will you get a load of that roll?
And look, a ticket, see? 2 tickets for home on the SS Nagamaro. Leaving tonight.
I want to know about that dough. Come on, Ollie, where did you get it?
Forget it. I'm quitting this godforsaken land. I'll probably settle down and write a book. And if I don't write a book, I'll, Oh, hi, Nick.
Hello, Ollie. Excuse yourself. We're going to have a little talk.
Oh, sure, Nick. Anything for Nick. Say, was that a story you broke? You know what my wife said? Edith said you're just about the best.
All right, Ollie. Where did you get that money?
I might well take offense at your tone, but I prefer to remember you are my friend and former employer.
Former employer?
And just attribute it to your jealousy over my good fortune.
You quitting me?
Tonight. Me and Edith. SS Naga tomorrow.
I'll try it again. Where did you get the money?
Nick, take a tip from me. This place is getting hot on the inside of Fujiyama. Get out.
You mixed up in anything shady?
Me? Ollie Miller? Now, don't forget, Nick. Nagatamaru, A-Deck number 23. Whole suite. I'll fill you with champagne, tell you how much I love you. Man's best friend, you dog. And so long now. Got things to do. Lots of things to do.
Hello? Sergeant Oshma?
Yes?
Officer Hidekata reporting, sir. Miller has just left Continental Cafe. He has been speaking with Condon.
Good. Follow Condon. Don't let him out of your sight.
Hello, Edith.
Why, Nick, come in.
Thanks. Say, I saw that husband of yours a little while ago. Told me the news.
Where's the big lummox now?
Don't know. Probably be along soon. Well, Ollie was on the level. Look at those trunks.
Lucky we've got 2 staterooms, Nick. All this stuff. Yes, Nick, we're leaving.
How does Ollie explain it, Edith?
He doesn't, but I don't care. Just as long as we're going home. Oh, he said something about a contract for a book, advance royalties, scads of money.
Fine.
Nick, I don't care. Maybe he stole the Emperor's treasure, but we're leaving.
Sure. Oh, I just don't want to see him in a jam because of anything, well, irregular.
Well, if there's anybody he'd tell what this is all about, it would be you.
Well, that's what's worried me. He hasn't.
You'll be at the boat tonight?
Oh, sure. Maybe he'll open up then. What time?
We're going aboard at 10. Oh, Nick, I wish you were coming with us.
Thanks, honey. Well, I'll see you at the boat.
Good evening, Colonel, sir.
Well, Sergeant Oshma. Been standing at the gangplank long? Sorry if I kept you waiting.
Why do you wish to board ship?
Say goodbye to some friends. Any objections?
Perhaps Purser here has questions.
Your name, please? My name? Why don't you ask Officer Hijikata? He just ducked behind that packing case over there. He's been tailing me all day.
Please to answer questions.
All right, I'll give you an answer. I'm thinking this hits a new low in stupidity even for the Imperial Police. I'm Nick Condon, and I'd like to see Mr. and Mrs. Miller, Suite 23, A-Deck. Anything else?
Oh, yes. Mr. and Mrs. Miller have not yet arrived.
And I'll wait for them on deck.
Sorry, not permitted.
Oh, well, that's okay. I've got a press card, see? I'll see you later.
Oh, come back. Let him go. Police will take care of it.
$19, $21, $23. Hey, anybody home? Ollie? Edith? Ollie? Edith, is that you in there? Can I come in? Edith! What kind of a gag is this? Okay, I'll turn on the light and well, if it's... Edith! Oh, no.
Chronicle, good evening.
This is Nick Condon. I want Charlie sprayed and quick.
Yes, Mr. Condon.
Hello?
Hello, Charlie. Charlie, this is Nick. Listen, there's trouble. Edith Miller's been murdered.
What?
Yeah, don't ask any questions. I'm phoning from the dock. When I went into Ollie's suite, someone was leaving. A woman. All I saw was a hand when she closed the door. A hand with a ruby ring. Look, I'm coming right down. Find out where the ambassador is and get a call through to him right away.
Sure, Nick, sure. Say, is Ollie with you?
With me?
Well, yes, he's been trying to reach you. Said it was urgent. Then he said he'd catch you at your house.
Okay, well, maybe he's there now. I'll phone you from there. And not a word about this to a soul.
Ollie!
Nick.
Ollie, what happened?
5 slugs. I'm still alive.
Who did it? Who shot you?
If I'd known they were going to be so tough, I'd have asked for more money. Nick, the paper today. That was a good guess.
It's true?
All of it. You don't have to guess anymore, Nick. Here, this envelope. Take it.
What's in it, Ollie?
The Tonica plan. Official copy. It's yours now. I'm glad Edith got away okay. Tell her
Who is it?
Buddy, very sorry to disturb.
So am I. Beat it.
Desperate criminal escaped police. We must search.
Nick, it's the plan. Hide her. They're after it.
But where? I haven't time.
On the wall. Picture of the Emperor. Hide it behind the picture.
Thanks, Ollie.
Wouldn't dare disturb picture of Emperor. Edith. Tell Edith I'm sorry. I missed the boat.
Ollie.
Open the door.
Oh.
Open.
Relax, Oshma. I'm coming.
Criminal may be hiding here. My men must search. Dugan, Nanika, here.
Ah, see on floor, Sergeant.
So, criminal is here.
Don't you mean victim? And let him alone. He's dead.
Oh, too bad. However, we must still search house. Tempo, tagase. Oh, no.
Well, you find what you're looking for?
No, we did not. Now you come with us to make report to Captain Yamada.
After I phone my office.
Not permitting telephone. Come, please. Come.
Oh, good morning, Kandan-san. Hello, Yamada. Can I use your phone? Thanks. Hello? Tokyo Chronicle, please. Mr. Sprague. Well, call me when you've got him. Start explaining, Yamada. Among other things, my country doesn't like its nationals thrown in a jug overnight without any charge.
Without any charge? Sergeant Oshima, of the Yakata.
Our report is on your desk, Captain.
Oh, yes, sir. Much esteemed editor had celebration in home. Gaiety intense. Causing complaint from neighbors. Police make polite request, gaiety seized. Request ignored. Police enter home, find Nicholas Cordon very much under influence of sake. Attempts to fight police. Friendly police put Mr. Condon in city jail to protect him.
Oh, fine. I'm beginning to catch on.
Because holding you in much esteem, you are now free to go. So,
hello, Charlie?
Oh, no, Nick. Go home and get some sleep. You had me up all last night. We even woke the ambassador. I don't know how we're going to alibi it. The Japanese paper are full of what you did last night.
Never mind. Pick me up right away in front of the city jail. And bring along a camera.
Okay, Nick.
And hurry. Now, I'd like to do a little talking, Yamada.
Yes?
I'm making a charge right now against Sergeant Oshima. Oshima, you killed 2 Americans last night. One in the Nagatamaru and the other in my house.
You have proof?
Condon-san and Saki have big fight last night. Saki wins.
I suppose you weren't at the harbor either last night, did you, Carter? And at my house?
Better you forget bad dreams, Condon-san. Go home. If I may try big joke, hope not to see you here again too soon.
We'll see, boys. We'll see.
Oh, come on, Nick. What am I doing here at your house with a camera?
You can put it away, Charlie.
You told me Ollie was dead, that his body was here on the floor.
It was. Don't you see? Just look around. They must have come back again last night. They cleaned up everything. Even the bloodstains on the floor, even the...
What's the matter? Isn't the Emperor's picture straight?
Gone.
What's gone?
Never mind. Don't you see how they framed all this?
So they framed it. But what's behind it? If Ollie and Edith are dead, what happened to their bodies?
I don't know.
And that woman in the boat with the ruby ring.
Well, you've got to believe me.
Nick, somewhere along the line, all this ties in with that story of yours in yesterday's paper, doesn't it?
That's an understatement.
If the things you printed about Baron Tonica were true...
Here we go again. Come in.
Mr. Condon, please.
I'm Condon. What is it?
I am Mr. Dayashi of the Foreign Office.
Wow.
Please permit me to escort you to audience with His Excellency, Premier General Baron Tanaka.
I'll be glad to see Baron Tanaka, Mr. Dayashi, this afternoon.
His Excellency awaits you at his home. Now.
Oh, so the Baron has plans, huh? I wonder what this one is like.
James Cagney and Sylvia Sidney return in Act 2 of Blood on the Sun after our intermission interview. Our guest tonight is the lovely young wife of one of RKO's talented producers, Mrs. Richard Berger, a dancing star before she married Dick. Not dancing these days, are you, Sherry?
No, not since Dick has been in Hollywood. I did my dancing on the New York stage for Lawrence Schwab and Ziegfeld and other famous producers.
Ever dance in the movies?
Yes, in the days when they used to shoot dance routines on the stage of a New York theater.
And your specialty was?
Acrobatic routines. I did one in my last show that was so strenuous. Phew, it makes me tired to think of it. That was when I really appreciated Lux, Mr. Kennedy.
Yes? Why especially?
Because my stockings took an awful beating. But they stood up amazingly well. You see, I discovered that the wardrobe mistress luxed them every night. And I'm sure that's why they lasted so long.
An old Broadway and Hollywood custom, Sherry.
Yes, on Broadway, the wardrobe departments had a motto. Don't trust to luck, trust to Lux. And I follow that rule in my own home. It's a good one, isn't it, Mr. Kennedy?
It's a good rule for women everywhere, Mrs. Berger. Lux does make stockings last longer. Strain tests prove luxing actually cuts down runs. Rayon, nylon, silk, or cotton, Lux stockings lasted twice as long as those washed with a strong soap or rubbed with a cake of soap.
No matter what kind of stockings I have, you can be sure that they'll get Lux care.
Then there are Lux fans on both sides of the Berger family. I know RKO's wardrobe department specifies Lux care. By the way, what is Dick's next picture, Sherry? Is it a story of international intrigue like RKO's new picture, Cornered?
No, it's a comedy about a returning veteran. Right now, the title of it is It's a Likely Story. But that may be changed when they start shooting.
Well, Dick will make a fine picture, I'm sure. And thank you for being our guest tonight, Sherry. It's curtain time again, and here's Act 2 of Blood on the Sun, starring James Cagney as Nick and Sylvia Sidney as Iris. It's a few minutes later, and as he drives to his unexpected meeting with Premier Tanaka, Nick Condon examines the fantastic web that is being spun about him. The bold hints he published of a Japanese scheme for world conquest have been verified. 2 of his friends have been murdered, and the Tanaka plan has come into his possession only to disappear. In the garden of his home, Premier Tanaka entertains 2 prior visitors, the elderly Prince Tetsugi and a strangely beautiful girl.
Condon will be here momentarily. You will remain, Iris?
I'd rather not.
I'm afraid Iris is unhappy these days, Prince Tatsugi.
In the future, I would be less unhappy if I were not called upon to search the effects of a murdered woman.
It will not happen again, my dear.
May I leave now?
Of course.
Good day, Excellency.
Baron Tanaka, I too am leaving. But first I must tell you something. I have expressed my fears to the Emperor concerning your policies.
What would you have me do?
You have great influence. You still could check the militarists. I have tried, but I'm an old man and I have failed.
Without armed strength, we perish. That is my view.
It will lead Japan to disaster.
We see the problem differently. I do not agree.
Excuse me, Excellency. They are here, Mr. Hayashi and Mr. Condon.
Good. Tell Colonel Tojo and Major Kajioka. Let them all come in together.
Yes, Excellency.
I will leave now, Baron.
As you wish, Prince Tatsugi. I regret the loss of your valued support. There is no need for formalities, Mr. Condon. You know Colonel Tojo?
We've met. I also know Major Kajioka, Imperial Secret Police.
Well, Mr. Condon, your front page yesterday was very embarrassing.
Can't please everybody, can we?
You see, it was a most inopportune time for such an article. Perhaps you will explain, Colonel Tojo.
Bluntly, Mr. Condon, certain subversive factions are trying desperately to invent some sort of incident to threaten the present government. They are responsible for the malicious rumor which you regrettably put into print.
Exactly. These rumors of a document bearing my name and endorsing world conflict are ridiculous. But what if they are taken seriously by the wrong people? A blazing fire would result, which Japan would find costly to extinguish.
I see. And you'd like the Chronicle to put on a Fire Prevention Week campaign, is that it?
Mr. Condon, the Imperial Secret Police have just uncovered a plot to smuggle a forged document out of Japan. A man named Oliver Miller is involved.
Seems you haven't been told. Mr. and Mrs. Oliver Miller were murdered last night.
Yes. We read in the papers this morning of your escapade last night. In your incoherent condition, you spoke of this unpleasant fantasy. As we were concerned even more than you in Mr. Miller's fate, we immediately contacted the Nagata Maru at sea. The captain assures us that Mr. and Mrs. Miller enjoy perfect health. Isn't it clear to you now?
Perfectly clear.
So, if you send Mr. Miller a radiogram, I'm sure he will return the document to us through you. You will profit greatly, and we will all laugh at the strange hallucination you experienced last night.
All right. Here are my terms. When the United States Embassy has been informed that the murderers of Ollie Miller and his wife have been brought to trial and convicted, then, and only then, the thing you're looking for may turn up. Goodbye, gentlemen.
But if it's so important, Nick, why meet me here at the cafe? Why not the office?
Because I can't even trust our boss, Mr. Bickett. I don't want him to suspect anything. Can't spill much, Charlie. Well, after I left Tonica, I went to the embassy. They're sending me back to Washington.
Washington? But I suppose you noticed Bright Eyes over there.
Is he, Carter? Sure. They've been trailing me everywhere.
What if they find out you're leaving? Ollie tried to leave, too, you know.
The embassy's expressing a very special interest in my safe departure. Polite but official. Now, Charlie, get back to the office. I want a story in tomorrow's paper that says I'm sailing in 10 days under President Wilson.
Why the publicity?
Just a hunch. That document that disappeared, well, the police haven't found it yet. That means that whoever did take it wants to get out of Japan. If they know I'm sailing, maybe they'll try to contact me. Now, kiss me goodbye, Charlie. Looks as if I'm going to have company.
Yeah, sure, Nick.
Hello, Castell. Hello, Sprague. I say, Condon, they would join you? We can't find a table.
I wish you would.
Oh, Condon, I'd like you to meet Miss Iris Hilliard.
How do you do?
Hello.
Miss Hilliard just arrived from Shanghai.
Castell, you're crazy.
What do you mean, crazy?
You had a reason for bringing Miss Hilliard here. No man in his right mind would willingly share her company. Well, Miss Hilliard, how's Shanghai these days?
Shanghai is always gay. For everyone but the Chinese.
You arrived last night?
Yes.
I saw a couple of friends off on the Nagata Maru last night. You didn't by any chance come in on that boat, did you?
Let go of my hand, please.
Not until I get your glove off.
Look here, Condon.
Shut up. Oh. I made a mistake, Miss Hilliard. You don't wear rings.
What the devil do you mean?
It's all right, Mr. Cassell. I'm sure Mr. Condon will explain.
Excuse, please. Telephone for Mr. Cassell.
I'll be back in a moment, Iris.
I'm sorry, Miss Hilliard. I'm not quite myself today.
I'd like to make a confession, too.
We're alone.
You were wrong about Cassell. He isn't crazy. I wanted to come over here.
Why?
To meet you.
I still say why.
Perhaps I like your looks.
Now, how about leveling, huh?
All right. I was told to meet you by a friend. A very wonderful old man in Shanghai.
Shanpoling?
Yes.
Oh, yes, wonderful. He asked you to look me up?
Yes. He said he hoped you hadn't changed.
Just what does that mean?
First, we must become better acquainted. It was his desire.
His desire just became my desire. Now, let's figure out the best way to go about this. You see, I'm leaving here in 10 days.
Oh.
Well, that's not so bad. Why don't we drink to them?
To them?
To the 10 days. The 10 days that shook the world. Hey, waiter! You got a couple of thirsty customers.
I've summoned you, my dear, because the police have just reported. You and Condon were in the Continental Cafe late this afternoon?
Yes.
Colonel Tojo and I are most interested in your report.
I have made some progress.
What progress, please?
Mr. Condon finds me attractive.
The introduction I arranged through Cassell worked smoothly?
Excellently, thank you.
Please waste no time in finding out if Condon possesses the document.
It would appear that he does.
It is Mr. Condon's ambition to leave Tokyo in 10 days.
I know. I have every hope for an early success.
Hope alone will not suffice, Miss Hilliard. Do not forget that.
Daily Chronicle. One moment, please. Daily Chronicle. I'm sorry, Mr. Bickett's in a meeting. Daily Chronicle. Advertising, I'll connect you.
Still too busy to seek Mr. Bickett? I have an idea you've been trying to duck me all day.
That's ridiculous. What's on your mind, Nick?
Joe Cassell. I got a feeling you're giving Cassell my job after I leave for Washington.
Well, as a matter of fact, I have been considering him.
I didn't think the Japanese Foreign Office was running this paper.
That's an insult. Nobody dictates to me.
And what was Hayashi doing in your office? And what's Cassell doing in there now?
It's a fine newspaper, man.
Yeah, great. He ran a sheet in China that posed as the people's best friend. On the side, he set up a patriotic organization that collected nickels and dimes from the poor Chinese in the States.
to print anti-Japanese propaganda.
Oh, what of it?
Oh, nothing much. Instead of printing the propaganda, he lost the dough on the stock market. $160,000. His partner committed suicide, and Cassell decided on a change of climate.
I don't suppose you can prove that.
All right. If that isn't enough, I'll dig up something that'll make even your stomach crawl.
Will you please stop trying to run my paper?
All right, I'll stop right now.
Oh, now, Nick, please, I'll give it some more thought. Where are you going?
I've got a date for dinner. Maybe I shouldn't get so worked up about Cassell. If it wasn't for Joe introducing us, it's quite possible I wouldn't be having this date. So long, Bickett.
What's the matter, Nick? There's something on your mind, isn't there?
Yeah. I've got to know right now. Iris, after 3 days in Japan, what's your verdict?
That's what's bothering you. Well, I think Japan is lovely.
Scenery's all right. The people you meet. The higher up you go, the lower they get.
Then I'm lucky. I don't have to meet any important Japanese in my work.
Work?
Of course. I came here to study Japanese women.
Why?
Because they need help. They're not even considered human beings. They're not even allowed to think. It's against the law.
And so you've elected yourself to help them, huh?
Why not? I'm a woman.
I've been aware of that for some time.
Chinese women are learning what it means to be free. If the women of Japan felt the same way...
Will that stop Tanaka or Tojo and the rest of them?
It might help.
Oh, speaking of Tanaka, maybe you've read the Chronicle. What do you know about the Tanaka plan?
That's a strange question. Nothing, of course.
Oh, not a very pleasant topic, is it? Well, what do you say we get out of here?
Where should we go?
That's easy. Where do you live?
Oh.
Once I'd like to be alone with you.
I rather like the idea myself.
Lady?
Yes. Let's go home.
Lady. You do nothing but bewilder me.
Just the surroundings, Nick. You're going to find me a most simple person. Disappointed?
Well, when I am, you'll know. Let's go.
Thank you. This is my maid. I brought her with me from China. Amma, this is Condon, Mr. Condon.
Oh, good evening. Good evening. Ho Teng Seng Dip Ma?
No, what an idea.
What? What's wrong with a little music?
I didn't know you understood Chinese.
Hi, I'm doing going there.
She's incorrigible. Every time I have company, she wants to turn on the phonograph. 60 years old and hopelessly romantic.
She's not exactly my type. But on the other hand, with a few alterations, you'd be...
What sort of alterations?
Rule 1. Learn never to interrupt the conversation when it begins to get interesting. Rule 2. Learn to sit with your chin tilted up. See? Like this.
Like this?
Wonderful. Now keep perfectly still for just...
When did you leave China, Nick?
Oh, fine. There goes Rule 1. Well, I left China 2 years ago. Cleveland 7 years ago. Kansas City in the summer of 21. Now, would you like me to go through all the other towns just to get them out of the way?
I don't think it'll be necessary, Nick.
I just wanted to make sure to cover everything that you might interrupt with.
Well, I'm afraid I'll have to interrupt you.
Why?
I was just thinking.
I know. Thinking of changing the subject again. Now, let me tell you what I'm thinking.
Perhaps I know. You're thinking I'm a desirable woman.
Much more than that.
Then be sensible, Nick. What I'm trying to tell you is that I'm half Chinese and half...
I'm half Irish and half Norwegian.
It's not the same thing.
What are you trying to do? Run down the Irish?
Thank you, Nick.
Oh, stop it. I hate gratitude. Now, just concentrate on rule number 2.
I tilt my head like this.
Uh-huh. And I do like this. Hey, you've played kissing games before, haven't you?
Oh, Nick, please.
Where are you going?
Look, out the window there across the street.
Is he Carter?
Nick, how is he following you? Are you in trouble?
Certainly. But for a moment, I forgot about it.
Sometimes talking helps.
Sometimes. Well, it's kind of late, Iris. Will I see you tomorrow?
I hope so, Nick.
Well, oh, by the way, this guy Cassell, he mean anything to you?
Only an acquaintance. Why?
I've written a little story about him for tomorrow's paper. He's not going to like it. Good night, Iris.
Good night, Nick.
This is an outrage, Colonel Tojo. I won't tolerate it.
I repeat, Mr. Cassell, in view of your exposure by Mr. Condon in today's newspaper, You are no longer of any value to us.
Oh, be reasonable, Colonel. All you wanted of we is to stop China from getting that $160,000. It didn't happen the way we planned it, but what's the difference?
The difference is our concern and the manner in which these matters are accomplished. You make it necessary now for the Japanese government to clearly state we were never acquainted with you.
And just where does that leave me?
Nowhere. Surely you realize, Mr. Cassell, that he who is not a good friend of China cannot be a good friend of Japan? Most regrettable.
You may go in now, Mr. Cassell. Mr. Condon will see you.
Thanks.
Close the door, Cassell.
If you think I'm here to beef about that piece in the paper, you're wrong.
No, then what?
Condon, I made a terrible mistake doing the things I did. I don't know what got into me. The Chinese are great people. If you'd only come to me before printing that story, knock some sense into my head.
It isn't brains you're short on, Cassell.
Then maybe you'll listen to an idea. You're a decent guy, Condon, and what I've got in mind will work for both of us. I'm in trouble now because of that article.
That was my intention.
But I happen to know you're in worse trouble. They're not going to let you get out of the country alive, but they don't suspect me. You have something that's worth a lot of money to the Chinese. You set the price. Only let me take it to China. Set myself up again with the right people, and you collect when you get back to the States.
Take what to China?
The Tanaka plan. Oh, you've got it, Condon. I know that.
What else do you know?
Plenty. Didn't I frame the introduction for Tanaka between you and the Hilliard dame? And don't I know she hadn't had any luck yet because you're playing it very cagey?
What else?
That's plenty, isn't it? You smear me for selling out China while you're waiting for a better offer from Tanaka to sell out your own country. Why, you'd even...
Charlie.
Yeah, Nick?
Take over for a while, will you? And have somebody sweep out my office. There's some dirt on the rug.
Nick, how nice. But I thought you were going to phone. Excuse me a moment. I'd like to change.
I'm sure you would, in more ways than one. All right, start answering some questions. You were on the Nagatamaru that night.
What if I was?
You worked for Tanaka.
No.
That's a lie. You thought you were going great, didn't you? Had me shooting off my mouth about the wonderful Chinese people. Tied me up with Chan Po-ling. You're going to build up a case against me for espionage and then have me boxed, huh? Either I give up the Tanaka plan or I spend the next 10 years in a Jap prison. Very cute. But you made one slip. You didn't know I knew about Cassell. Well, Cassell's just talk.
May I say something?
Plenty. To the United States Embassy. You're going to tell them how you killed Edith Miller.
I didn't.
Then you know who did and who killed her husband. Come on, who killed them? The names, Oshman, who else?
What would you give for the names? The Tanaka plan?
No, it's too late for that deal now.
What is your price, then?
It may surprise you, but there isn't enough money in Japan to buy that document.
Then what are you risking your life for? To protect people in China and America you don't even know? To save humanity?
Come on, let's get over to the embassy.
Are you sure? Are you sure you'd risk your life to protect the Tanaka plan? If you had it?
Don't worry. I do have it.
No, you don't, Nick. I have it.
Is this some more of your lies?
This is the truth. Wait for me on the terrace. I'll bring it to you.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Our stars James Cagney and Sylvia Sidney will return in a moment for Act 3 of Blood on the Sun. What are all those charts and figures, Libby?
They're full of facts about women. For example, how many dresses do you suppose a business girl buys in a year?
Dozens, I suppose.
Oh, goodness, no. It's all down in charts made by one of our stores. And the number is 9. 9 dresses a year.
What else did the statisticians discover?
Well, these dresses take about 15% of the business girl's income. A big share.
And I'll bet that doesn't include upkeep either.
But, Mr. Kennedy, that's where Lux Flakes can be a wonderful help to a business girl in balancing her budget. Ever so many of today's fabrics can be safely washed at home the gentle Lux way. And it costs only about a penny to Lux a dress.
Suppose you tell us just how it's done, Libby.
Oh, it's simple. First, squeeze the end of the belt or the inside of a seam in lukewarm water. If the color doesn't run in water alone, you know it'll be safe in Lux. Then wash quickly in rich, lukewarm Lux suds. Don't soak or rub, and rinse in lukewarm water. For quick drying,
Roll the dress in a Turkish towel and press out the extra moisture. But be sure to unroll it at once. Put it on a hanger to dry, and your dress is clean and fresh as a daisy.
Strong soap, hot water, and rough handling can fade colors and damage fabrics. Then a smart dress is spoiled. But with gentle Lux Care, colors stay bright and fresh up to 3 times as long. So stick to Lux Flakes, the care you know is safe. If you can't get Lux the first time you try again. More is on the way. Lux is such thrifty care for nice things, it's worth waiting for. Here's our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
After our play, we hope you'll join us backstage for a brief chat with tonight's stars. Here's the third act of Blood on the Sun with James Cagney as Nick and Sylvia Sidney as Iris. Just how closely Iris Hilliard is bound to Japanese treachery and Japanese espionage, Nick Condon doesn't know. But now as he stands in the terrace of her apartment, she places in his hands the infamous document proclaiming Japan's plot for world domination.
Yeah, this is it. This is what Ollie Miller gave me. It's why he died and his wife died. Where'd you get it?
That night, when they put you in jail. I was waiting in your garden. When they left, I found it.
Behind the picture.
Picture of the Emperor held no fears for me. I'm not Japanese.
Tell me, how close did I come in my article the other day?
You missed, Nick, by millions of square miles. This is a plan for world conquest. China's only the start.
Well, just what do you think we'll be doing when all this is going on?
Sleeping until the bombs start falling. They're counting on that. That's why it's so important to get this to the outside world. To China, to your country. So the entire world can see before it's too late.
The Japs will simply claim this is a forgery. We've got to find some way to keep them from squirming out of it.
It can be done. This document can be authenticated with the signature of someone who was present when the plan was drawn up.
Who, for instance? Tanaka himself? Colonel Tojo? The Emperor?
You don't believe. But there is a man who loves Japan as fiercely as he hates the militarists. Prince Tatsugi.
And you think you can...
There is a chance.
Darling, I hate to ask stupid questions, but how did you get mixed up in this?
It's my work. And the payoff is much bigger than rubies, Nick. The free China. That's why I had to be sure how you felt about it.
And about you.
Oh, Nick. Nick, if only we had met before this. Why couldn't it have been years ago? It's ending for us so soon now. Ending before it could even begin.
Oh, wait a minute, darling. I'm still alive.
Yes, Nick. Very much. So much I can't bear to think of it otherwise.
Then come here. Come here.
Displeased, my dear, that I come to your apartment?
I'm flattered, Baron Tanaka.
Iris, I am concerned. I had hoped the document might already be in your hands.
I'll be very happy when this is over with, Your Excellency. Politics and intrigue are not my special talents.
I promise there will be no more politics. No more intrigue.
I shall be very grateful.
It is I who am grateful. I have even brought you a little gift. I dare say you were expecting more rubies. But this is a necklace.
Oh, it's beautiful.
A virtuous woman. Her price is far above rubies.
A quotation.
From the Christian Bible. It should remind you of something else from the same source. See? The necklace is made of little silver coins. 30 coins. 30 pieces of silver. No, I'm not going to kill you, Iris. I'm going to give you a chance to save your life and my honor. The fact that you betrayed me last night was discovered by Colonel Tojo. There are dictaphones in this apartment. Unfortunately, there are none on the terrace. For the man name we wanted to hear most of all, we still do not know.
Whose name, may I ask?
A traitor in our government with whom you have been working.
I have nothing to say.
You have 2 hours in which to make your decision. If I do not receive a call from you naming the traitor, your fate will be in the hands of Colonel Tojo. Weigh carefully the possibilities of such a future, my dear.
I shall. Most carefully.
Do not attempt to use the telephone unless to call me. I will be at my house. I allowed Miss Hilliard 2 hours. I have heard nothing from her. There is but one course I may follow. This is why I sent for you, Colonel Tojo.
Excellency.
And you, Captain Yamamoto.
We understand.
You will see, Colonel, that the woman is punished. Let her body be found in her apartment.
It will be as you wish.
I have planned for our divine emperor. In the execution of these plans, I have been deceived, and thus have failed. For you, Captain Yamamoto, for you, Colonel, I pass the sacred obligation.
I pledge never to sheathe the sword of the samurai until our armies march through every capital in the world.
I swear the same. America will be crushed. If the gods are kind, I will be in the White House when Japan dictates her terms of peace.
I have prepared my ceremonial robes. Meet me before the shrine. I shall do what must be done.
Tokyo, April 10th. To all news services. Baron Tanaka, Premier of Japan, died suddenly tonight at his home. No official statement yet as to cause of death. Believe Tanaka suffered a stroke. Here he is, Nick. This is Mr. Osaka. He's the apartment manager.
Mr. Condon, I have told Mr. Sprague. I have seen nothing of Miss Hilliard or the servant.
I've been trying to get her for the past 12 hours. Did Miss Hilliard have any visitors last night?
Early in the evening. Baron Tanaka.
Well, you know where Baron Tanaka is now. With his ancestors. Come on, the pass key. The pass key!
This is very irregular, but if something has occurred...
Iris! No one here. You look on the terrace, Charlie. I'll try the other room.
Are you satisfied, gentlemen? It is quite obvious Miss Hilliard is not here.
She took a run-out powder, Charlie. A run-out powder. I can't understand. She had 5 days now to contact me. It's too late to worry about her, Nick. Your boat's sailing in 3 hours, and you've still got that piece of paper. Yeah, but if nothing happened to her, she wouldn't have. Stay where you are. I'll get it. Who is it?
Porters for Rugged. Take 2 boats.
Just the porters, Nick.
Priest, where is Rugged?
Right by the door.
You are Mr. Condon?
Yeah.
4 pieces luggage, 4 baggage checks. Count checks, priest.
Just put them down. I'll take your word for it.
Sorry. Must take checks, must count.
All right, let me have them. 1, 2, 3, 4.
We take luggage now. Goodbye.
Yeah. Goodbye. Thanks. Nick. Quiet. 4 baggage checks and a note. Look. Wharf. At foot of Horobata Street. Iris. It's a frame, Nick. Easy. Carter's around outside somewhere. Why does she wait until now? It's after 9 o'clock. Your boat sails at midnight. That dame's just trying to hang a spy rap on you. Nick, for the love of Mike, you're not going to Horobata Street. I've got to. But, Nick.
Nick, it's me, Johnny Clark.
Clark? From the embassy? Come in.
I'm certainly glad to find you here, Nick. Hello, Sprague.
Evening. Where'd you expect to find me?
Frankly, in a Japanese dungeon. But somewhere on this island, you've a good friend. We just received a telephone call at the embassy.
Who was it?
Wouldn't say. But a warrant's out for your arrest. You're suspected of being a Chinese agent. The ambassador sent me over in his car. I'm driving you to your ship, and I'm to officially place you in charge of the captain.
You'll be immune, Nick. Just like a diplomatic mail pouch. Well, so long, fella. Bon voyage. And get going. Thanks, Charlie. And thank you, Johnny. Yes, I'm going, but not with you. I'll see you at the embassy in an hour.
Nick!
In an hour, Johnny.
Come with me.
She's all right?
Below the docks. This way. There's a fisherman's hut.
Close the door, Nick. I'll light the lamp.
1 whole week nearly, not a word from you.
I couldn't get through till tonight. You still don't trust me.
I do trust you, but...
Then come with me. There's another room in here.
Good evening, Mr. Condon.
Prince Tatsky.
Mr. Condon, you will agree there is very little time to waste on explanations.
That's right.
Miss Hilliard and I feel it would serve our purpose most effectively if I signed the document you carry. Naturally, When this is made public, its authenticity will not go unchallenged. My signature will be branded a forgery by my government.
In that event, Your Highness, your voice will give them the lie.
May I have the document, please?
Yes.
Thank you. I have a pen. The length of time that will elapse between the exposure of this document and my ability to speak will be very brief. In Japan, a traitor's voice is quickly silenced. Mr. Condon, I do this not for your country, but for mine. I would rather see Japan defeated than triumphant under the heels of our militarists. Goodbye, Miss Hilliard. Goodbye, Mr. Condon.
Can you get out of here all right?
I will be all right.
Lady, would you mind very much if I were to kiss you?
I don't believe I'd have the strength to move from this spot until you did.
And now we've got to get out of here.
It's all arranged. In a few minutes, a fishing boat will take us out to a freighter in the lower bay.
Us?
You're going with me, Nick. They're searching for you now. If they arrest you...
I see. I had an idea you were back at that warning the embassy got. They were going to send me out under diplomatic immunity.
Diplomatic immunity won't stop a bullet. Leave with us, Nick. For me.
For you? Are you worth that?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, honey. Why didn't you tell me?
Hurry. Police are everywhere. Prince Satsuki, they kill him.
Nick, this way.
Wait.
Look, they're swarming all over the docks looking for us.
The fishing boat is coming.
You don't have much time, darling. You're getting on that boat alone. I'll hold them here until you get a start.
No, Nick, they'll kill you.
Get going.
No, the pen is all they want. Leave it here. Leave it, Nick.
Can't do that.
I won't go without you. I won't.
Look, darling, we've got jobs to do. Nobody gave them to us, but it's got to be done. You're my girl, aren't you? All right, then. You're going to do what I want you to do. I know it's tough. Tougher to go than it is to stay, but you can't hold them off, and I think I can.
All right, Nick. I'm your girl.
Here. Take the document. It's up to you now, darling. And hurry, please. This neighborhood's getting awfully run down.
Goodbye, Nick.
What do you want? Go on. There's someone here. Come out.
Don't tell me it's you, Oshma.
I have sent my men away, Condon. This is a delight I'm reserving for myself.
Ah, now it's a gun, huh? You've given up strangling. But that's right, you had given it up. You shot Holly Miller. It was his wife you strangled, wasn't it?
She was a very foolish woman.
But when it comes to taking a man with your bare hands, it's too risky, isn't it?
You are clever, Mr. Condon. There's one flaw in your cleverness. It is as easy to kill you with my hands as with that. In fact, I prefer it this way. Japanese fashion.
Then stop stalling, butcher boy. Come and get me.
Condon has escaped from Sumida docks. Has been seen at Putavaka Street heading toward American Embassy. Secret police lining both sides of streets with instructions to shoot on sight. Are there further orders, Colonel Tojo?
I think not, Yamada. I think not.
Embassy. 400 feet more. Only 400 feet more. Only... They beat you to it, Condon. You gotta run for it now. It's your only chance. Run for it. Both sides of the street. Run! Run!
Turn on the searchlight! Fire!
So sorry, Mr. Condon. Most assent shall we detain you.
Oh, what a bunch of sharpshooters. That the best you can do? Flip me in the leg?
Search him. Get the document. You almost got away, Mr. Condon. But Japanese very smart, too.
Only half smart, monkey. Only half smart. You see, I don't have the Tanaka plan.
What's going on here? Get out of my way.
Oh, Mr. Clark.
The devil is this, Yamada? Who's... Nick!
Hello, fella. Said I'll be back in an hour. Sorry I'm a few minutes late.
Yamada, this is not going to be treated as another of your very regrettable mistakes.
Condon is enemy of Imperial Japan. Insist he must be...
We must not be hasty, Hijakata. Mr. Clark, extremely sorry for occurrences this evening. It is true Condon has been enemy of Japan, but Japanese people are very generous. We will forget bad actions of Kandam. You, in turn, will forget this incident, huh?
The United States government doesn't settle for a deal.
What's the matter, Yamada? Afraid of the penalties of failure?
But it's much simpler this way. Both sides have made mistakes. Will be very embarrassing for all.
Let's come out in the open with it, Yamada. You and your assistant monkeys have just pulled an ambush. Right now, you're planning a bigger ambush. You're buying scrap iron, molding guns, building ships. You've got a swarm of busy little men running around our factories with cameras. But they're wasting their time because you can't photograph spirit. That's something our country has that has always had. That your spies haven't told you about.
Oh, Kandam-san, we made mistakes.
Yes, and one of these days you're going to make your big mistake. Then you'll meet our fighting men. In your skies, on your seas, and finally on your land. When that happens, Yamada, don't try any so sorries. Just start digging.
Our stars return for their curtain calls in just a moment. Who's the letter from, Sally?
One of my friends in the South Pacific.
Is he in the Army or Navy?
Neither. It's a girl in one of the volunteer services. She's been out there for over a year. This letter is really a shopping list of things she'd like sent her for Christmas.
Such as?
Oh, writing paper for one thing. She wants it gay and flowery, as a change from the ever-present mud and dust and steaming undergrowth. And a large bottle of toilet water. Something that smells fresh and sweet and clean.
Ah, the eternal feminine.
Wait till you hear the rest. 3 slips, the most delicate, frivolous ones I can find.
I shouldn't think they'd be very practical in the jungle. How about the laundry way out there?
Well, she says that after wearing a uniform for a year, she longs for something glamorous, even if it doesn't show. And as for the laundering, she won't have to trust them to the natives. I'm tucking in a big box of Lux Flakes. Enough to last her over 2 months.
Very thoughtful, Sally. Keeping delicate underthings glamorous is the job for Lux. Actual tests prove that Lux Care means longer loveliness. Lingerie washed in Lux stayed lovely and new-looking 3 times as long as identical garments washed the wrong way. It pays to give underthings gentle Lux Care always. If your dealer is out of Lux, try again soon. More is on the way. Lux is worth waiting for. Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
Our play has an epilogue starring James Cagney and Sylvia Sidney in 2 very popular roles as themselves, although we enjoyed them thoroughly as Nick and Iris.
Thank you, Bill.
After all these years, it's good to be working with you again, Bill.
Let's see, it was about 5 years ago we made The Fighting 69, Jimmy.
Well, I was thinking further back than that, when we were all on Broadway.
Seems to me I've heard of William Keeley playing Shakespeare. Didn't you play Romeo and Juliet, Bill?
Yes, with Ethel Barrymore. And earlier in Richard III with Jack.
That must have been about the time that I was practicing dance routines, trying to get into vaudeville.
Were you in vaudeville very long, Jimmy?
Long enough. When vaudeville died, I was afraid they'd have me up for manslaughter.
Well, Shakespeare's been dead for 300 years, but still I managed to murder him. You know, Sylvia, I remember seeing you in a graduation play at the Theater Guild School. And I thought then that you were on your way to stardom. I hope you're back in Hollywood to stay.
Yes, this time for good. I'm on loan out now to Hal Wallace from William Cagney Productions to make a picture called The Searching Wind.
What are your picture-making plans, Jimmy?
Well, my next will be A Lion is in the Streets.
It's a great story, and it's a mighty timely and important one. Like tonight's play, I believe a picture can be good entertainment and still have a message. Blood on the Sun is an important reminder of what we're up against with a Japanese military caste. And they aren't dead yet.
An important reminder that a lasting peace has got to be a strong peace.
Which is another way of saying, put your money into victory bonds.
That's right, Sylvia. This current victory loan drive in the United States may be the last chance we'll have to invest directly in the future of America. And I don't know of any more gilt-edged investment.
I'm sure that goes for all of us, Bill. Now, what are you and Lux presenting next week in this theater?
Next Monday night, we're bringing our audience United Artist, recent comedy success, Guest Wife. And our stars are Don Amici in his original screen role and Olivia de Havilland as the charming married woman who finds that posing as another man's wife can lead to highly amusing complications. That is, for everybody but the individuals involved.
It's a very entertaining story, Bill, and I wouldn't miss it. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and come back again soon. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Don Amici and Olivia de Havilland in Guest Wife. This is William Keighley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Blood on the Sun was presented through the courtesy of William Cagney, whose next production will be The Stray Lamb. In connection with the current Victory Loan Drive, the Lux Radio Theater believes you would be interested in President Truman's comment on the contributions of the motion picture industry. In expressing his gratitude for what he called the extraordinary service of the industry, the President continued, "We are aware that without the assistance of the screen, we could never have presented our problems to the people as fully as was necessary in order to assure a united national effort." Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our men and women overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Armed Forces Radio Service. Our Lux Radio Theater production of Blood on the Sun, starring James Cagney and Sylvia Sidney, has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes, the tissue-thin soap used by smart housewives everywhere. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Guest Wife with Don Amici and Olivia de Havilland.
The Spry Treat of the Week. Spry croquettes, tempting golden brown croquettes so crisp and tender crusted they break at the touch of a fork. Delicious? For crispy, full-flavored fried foods, get pure, bland, all-vegetable shortening at its creamy best. That's Spry. S-P-R-Y.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Guest Wife with Don Amici and Olivia de Havilland. And why not tune in a half hour early to hear Joan Davis over most of these stations? This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting.
Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Salud. Your health, senor. The world toasts Roma, and Roma toasts the world. The wine for your table is Roma, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the Man in Black, here for Roma Wines to introduce this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight in Hollywood, we are honored and happy to have with us one of the entertainment world's most distinguished gentlemen, Mr. Cary Grant. The suspense play which stars Cary Grant and which is produced and directed by William Spear is the exciting and tense bestseller by Cornell Woolrich called The Black Curtain. Suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series, Roma brings you tales calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so, with The Black Curtain and with the performance of Cary Grant, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
It began, or rather life began again for me, I guess you'd say, that day, on that street. My head was pounding terribly. I could hear all the noise and the people milling around. Everything was a jumble at first.
All right. Gangway there now. Let the dock through.
I seen it happen, Mr.
policeman. He was running. Boy, he really gave himself a clunk on the bean.
All right, son. Now get back there. Everybody back.
Oh, my head.
His wallet fell out of his pocket, and a big boy grabbed it and ran away. He
All
went
right, now back, everybody. Let the doctor through. Give him air here.
I'm okay. No, never mind, Doc. I'm okay. Seems to be nothing much the matter with you, sir. No, I'm all right.
Yes, I can talk to him now, Doc?
Oh, go ahead, officer. Just a bad bump on the head, I think. That's right. We can walk all right, can't you? Yeah, I think so. Sure. Here, now let me breath you on. Thanks. Oh, I'll be fine. Hey, wait a minute. What am I doing with an overcoat on?
All right now, mister. Just so they got it on the blotter. What's your name? Where do you live?
Townsend. Frank Townsend. 820 Rutherford Street.
You want a cigarette? You're still shaky.
Oh, no, thanks. I don't smoke.
Well, while we're getting back then. Drop in at the receiving hospital if you want us to check you off.
Yeah, I will.
Hey, here's your hat, mister. I found it.
Oh, thanks,
That's
kid.
all. Now, come on. Move along. The guy's all right. Come on. Oh, well, thanks. I'm sorry about the fellow that got your wallet. Anyway, here's your cigar case, Mr. Townsend. Guy found it right alongside of you.
Hey, wait a minute. This isn't my hat. DN. Those aren't my initials, DN.
Sure, that's your hat. I seen it roll off you when you went down. Try it on. You see, it fits. Looks good.
But what am I doing with a cigar case? DN. Same initials as the hat.
Don't you even know your own hat, mister?
Wait a minute. I'm trying to think. Where is this?
What?
This street.
You're on Tillery Street.
Tillery Street? What am I doing on Tillery Street?
He's lost.
All right now, sir. My suggestion is that you go on home and go lie down. It's cold and starting to snow.
No, please, wait a minute. Don't leave me. Tell me. What happened?
Why, you slipped on this icy sidewalk. Fell down and hit your head good and hard on the curb. You were out for about 20 minutes and then
Wait. Ice on a sidewalk?
Well, look at it. That street cleaning department ought to clear away the snow there, too.
Snow and ice?
Sure, why?
Snow? In July?
July? Oh, it's December. December 1943.
1943?
You better go on home, son. Good night.
1943? December 1943. The last I remember was July 1940. 3 years just gone. Amnesia. A black curtain comes down over your mind. That black curtain had been over mine for 3 years. Where had I been? Who had I been? I hadn't been Frank Townsend. I'd been someone else. DN. Someone whose initials were DN. I walked along Tillery Street thinking about it those 3 years. I could have been married. I could have been a thief. I could have... Something made me turn around on the street for a moment. That was when I first saw him. Gray eyes. He'd been talking to the cop who took my name. He looked up as I did. And then he started to walk rapidly in my direction. I backed away instinctively. Something about him spelled trouble. He called to me as he came forward.
Hey, you, stop! Townsend!
Instinctively, I knew I should run, get away from him.
Hey, you!
I looked back as I rounded the corner. He had a gun in his hand. He raised it. And I turned, ran for my life.
What lay behind that black curtain which separated Townsend from his past? With this remarkable story, and with Hollywood's distinguished Cary Grant as our star, the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, tonight assumes the sponsorship of Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills.
This is the dinner hour at an exclusive yacht club in Latin America. And we discreetly eavesdrop on that gentleman and his lady there at the table.
This has been a lovely dinner, Ramon. And only you would have thought to have such a delicious wine as the finale. It was so perfect. Is it truly a wine from California in North America?
Yes, see? This is the noted Roma port of California in the United States. We were fortunate to have it tonight, for now, in time of war, only occasional ships can bring us Roma wines. I knew that you would.
Fortunate? Yes, for Roma wines please the exacting tastes of wine lovers in many countries. And we in the United States are most fortunate of all. where we can enjoy any of those delicious wines from the famous Roma wineries located in choice wine districts throughout California at prices unbelievably small for wines of such distinguished character. Because we do not have to pay heavy shipping costs and duty, here at home in America, Roma wines cost only a few cents a glass. What's more, you'll find Roma California wines just around the corner at your favorite dealers. Right there, waiting for you now, the types of Roma wines you most enjoy. So if you haven't yet discovered the delight of Roma wine regularly with meals or when entertaining friends, make your first purchases of Roma tomorrow. R-O-M-A, Roma, America's largest selling wines. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now it is with pleasure that we bring back to our soundstage Mr. Cary Grant and The Black Curtain, a story well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Why was he following me? With a gun. What did Gray Eyes want with me? I must have done something. I beat it down the subway and hid. I had to think it all out carefully. I knew I was on the spot for something. Gray Eyes meant business. What could it be? Who had I been? During those last 3 years with that black curtain in front of them. Well, maybe I'd been a gangster, and he was one of a mob that wanted to rub me out. I didn't know. No identification, my wallet stolen. Nothing in my pockets that would help. Just DN in the hat. And DN on the cigar case. DN! My head was aching with worry. My stomach had panic in it. I had to find out who I'd been, what I'd done. But how? Where? Tillery Street. That's where I'd been when I woke up. Tillery Street. Well, maybe Gray Eyes would go back there, too, looking for me. But I had to take that chance. Tillery Street.
Yes?
Oh, good evening, Pop.
Oh, hello there. Couldn't see you under that hat at first.
Oh, you know me?
Sure. What can I get you, son?
Oh, well, you got an evening paper I could look at?
Nope. Sorry, never read 'em. Too much trouble in the world these days, anyhow. See, how you been? You haven't been around 2 or 3 weeks.
Oh, well, I've been kind of busy. Look, Pop.
Yeah?
I made a bet with a guy that even though you see so many customers, you'd walk right up and give me my full name.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, I don't know it. I don't think I ever heard your name.
Oh.
But I know your girl.
My girl?
Mm-hmm.
You do, huh?
Yeah.
Well, now, maybe I can still win my bet if you'll give me her name.
Gee, I've heard you mention it. I'd know it if I heard it.
You what? Well, see if I can steer you a little. Now, is it Mary?
No.
Alice? Lillian? Margaret. Huh?
No. Wait a minute. Wait. I know. Ruth. That's it, Ruth.
Ruth?
Yeah.
Well, sure, you got it. Now, what's Ruth's last name?
Gee, I don't know her. I know where she lives, though.
You do?
Yeah, right across the street. The Tillery Apartments.
Well, it's right. But now, what apartment? What's the number of Ruth's apartment?
3C. Apartment 3C. Say, that's pretty good if I do say so. I was only there once, remember? The night I brought the sandwiches over.
Well, thanks.
Will you win your bet, mister?
Huh? Oh, yeah, I think I will.
What's your name so I'll know it next time?
I'll tell you tomorrow. I hope.
So long.
So long, Pop. Thank you. I'll be...
What's the matter?
Nothing. I just tying my shoe. I'd just been going to walk out when I saw him standing across the street, Gray Eyes again. I ducked down behind the store window and watched him. He looked over in my direction and then up and down the street. Then he lit a cigarette and strolled down to the corner. The minute he disappeared, I yanked the door open, dashed out, ran across the Tillery Apartments and went in.
Who is it?
Ruth?
Yes?
It's me.
Dan! Oh, Danny, where have you been? Get in here. Oh, darling, it's really you. I thought you...
Hello, Ruth.
Oh, Danny, why did you come here? He's been around here twice today. He may be in the neighborhood right now, for all you know.
Who?
Oh, well, Slattery, of course.
Has he got gray eyes?
What? Yeah. Did you ever see a detective that didn't?
Oh, I see. Sure.
Danny, what's the matter with you? You're acting so strangely.
Well, I just want to look at you.
You just seem so different, so far away. You haven't kissed me.
Well, that's easily fixed.
Oh, darling, where have you been for 3 weeks?
All around. Miss me?
You know I did. Oh, Danny, do you think we could get away tonight? I've got $3,000 saved up. We could go to Mexico or South America. We could get married. Mr. and Mrs. Daniel Nearing tour the world.
Daniel Nearing? Oh, yeah. And wife?
Sounds plenty good to me.
Oh, you'll never know how good.
We'll get out of here tonight. I'll call up and tell them I'm quitting my job. I'll say I'm sick. All my stuff's here. Nothing's out there but a couple of uniforms. I'll make Alma and Franklin a present of those.
Alma and Franklin?
Don't you bother your pretty head about those 2 charmers. Maybe they weren't glad when it happened. A couple of vultures. Bye-bye to them. Oh, with you back, Danny. Just think with my $3,000 we could...
Do you think you ought to quit your job?
Absolutely, I think so. I was never cut out to be a nurse anyway.
I guess you weren't. Any more than I was cut out.
Any more than you were meant to be a secretary.
That's right. Well, I never wanted to be a secretary. Just drifted into it, I guess. Kind of got on my nerves, especially toward the end. You know, the boss was no cinch to work for.
He certainly wasn't. He was a rat. The whole Dietrich bunch are mean, rotten. The whole family.
Yeah, that's right.
All except the old man.
Oh, yeah, the old man. I sort of liked him, didn't I?
And he loves you, Danny. I think he wished you'd been his son. Poor old man. He's the only reason I've stuck around out there this long.
How are things out there?
Oh, they've been questioning all of us. They've laid off lately, though, since you... Oh, Danny, don't let's talk any more about it. You're back. That's the main thing. I just want to forget New Jericho and the whole...
New Jericho, huh?
Yes. Oh, Danny. Danny, if only it hadn't happened.
What hadn't?
You know what? Oh, Danny, what's going to become of you and me?
I wish I knew.
Danny, get away from that window. Leave that shade down. What?
He's down there.
Who?
Gray Eyes. He's standing in front of the hydrant. He's coming in here, in the building.
Oh, did he see you?
Ruth, will you help me?
What are you going to do?
I'm going to give myself up.
No,
Well, that's better than getting shot at. What can they do to me?
You crazy fool. They can send you to the chair.
The chair?
Well, what do you think happens to a man when he's guilty of murder?
Murder? Ruth, listen to me. I'm not a murderer. If the whole world says I committed murder, I say I didn't. The me that's in me says I didn't.
I never said you were, Danny. I always said you didn't do it. Oh, if you hadn't run away.
So that's it.
All right, Nearing. Open up.
Why did you come here, Danny? Why?
Ruth, wait. We got to get out of here. How about the fire escape shaft? Dumbwaiter.
Dumbwaiter. Here.
All right, get in. I'll stand on top and work the ropes.
I don't think it can hold us both.
Got to. Can you hear me?
Yes, Danny. Danny, what do we do?
We're going back there to New Jericho.
New Jericho? No, Danny, don't, please, for me.
Got to. I've got to find out. We're going together.
No, Danny, no, I've got the money. We can get out of here and we...
Stop it.
Danny, ouch, my arm. You're hurting me.
From here on in, we're sticking together. You're going to take me back there, back where it happened.
All right, darling. You're crazy, but I'll go wherever you go. I can't lose you again.
On the train, Ruth and I said very little to each other. While I hid in the telephone booth at the Pennsylvania station, she'd bought us a couple of cheap overcoats. I sat hunched up in mine, thinking. Ruth had brought along the newspaper clippings. I looked at what they said for the 20th time, trying to see if there was anything there that would help me. Dietrich Slayer's sought, it said. Secretary wanted in brutal slaying at suburban estate. Police are pressing the search for Daniel Nearing, secretary in the employ of the late John Dietrich, 58, member of a well-known local family who was shot and killed in the drawing room of his New Jericho estate on the morning of November the 7th. Nearing disappeared November the 7th, on the morning of which date he is known to have had a bitter quarrel with the deceased. This last was attested to at the inquest by Alma and Franklin Dietrich, widow and brother of the murdered man. Well, I had all the facts now. Wanted for murder. And yet everything that was in me told me that no matter who I'd been, however many memories I'd lost, that I was no killer, that I couldn't have. I had to get into that Dietrich house and stand again in the room in which it had all happened. Maybe something would come back to me. Maybe there would be...
Danny.
Over here, Ruth.
It's so dark, I couldn't see you. Alma and Franklin just left. They drove down to the village.
Did they say anything about you being out here on your day off?
Yeah. Alma said something, but I said I had nothing to do in town and came out to write some letters.
Let's go then.
Oh, Danny, I'm scared. Please, let's not stay out here.
You said you loved me.
I do, Danny, I do. That's why I'm scared. They're only going to the village. They'll be back in half an hour at the most.
Go on, open the door, Ruth. Hurry. I've got to see the inside. That room, the place where it happened.
It's wrong, Danny. I'm telling you, you're wrong. They'll find you.
Now, open the door, Ruth. Quickly. All right. Now, let's have a look at that room.
Please, Danny, please don't. Don't talk about it.
So this is where I'm supposed to have murdered John Dietrich, huh?
Danny, please.
Where was it? Show me exactly where it was, Ruth. I've got to know.
It was there. Right there. He was standing by the grandfather's clock when... Oh, are you going crazy, Danny? If they get you, you'll hang.
Why, the clock, huh? You still believe in me, don't you, Ruth?
I believe you, Danny, but I'm scared. I love you.
Ruth, wait a minute. What's that? Listen.
It's only the old man. He's asleep in that room off there. Don't go in there, Danny. You'll wake him.
I want to see him.
No, don't, Danny. He can't help you. You know he's paralyzed and he can't talk.
Turn on the light. I want to see him.
There, you woke him. It's me, Mr. Dietrich. Ruth. This is Danny. You remember Danny, don't you?
Hello, Mr. Dietrich.
See how his eyes are shining.
Yeah. Was he here when it happened?
You know that, Danny. Why do you ask such funny questions? He's been in bed here for 5 years.
That mirror. On the wall there. The clock. Look. You can see the grandfather's clock in the other room.
What are you getting at, Danny?
He could see it. The old man could see the murder through the mirror. Oh, if only he could talk.
He can't talk. You scare me, Danny.
He saw the man who killed John Dietrich. Look. He understands what I'm saying. He's blinking his eyes.
Oh, stop torturing him, Danny. Can't you see what you're doing?
But he's trying to say something. Look. His eyes are blinking. He's going to help me. Go outside and watch, Ruth. Go on.
Now watch out at the entranceway. Be careful, Danny. Please, they'll be back any minute.
All right, leave me alone with him.
And I'll call if I hear them coming.
Look now, Mr. Dietrich. Don't be afraid. I'm going to ask you a question, and you're going to answer me. Are you trying to tell me something about the murder? Now, blink your eyes. Blink twice if you are. And that's it. Once. Twice. That's good. Did you see it happen? Here, in your mirror. Blink once if the answer is no. Twice if the answer is yes. Once. Twice. You did, huh? You saw it. Now then, is the murderer in this house?
Danny, they're coming. Franklin and Alma, get out of here. Hide. Run, Danny, run.
Is the murderer in this house? Blink once for no, twice for yes. Yes, in this house.
Danny, they're coming.
Wait, I've almost got it. Now, Mr. Dietrich, was it me? Once for no, twice for yes. Was it me?
Get out of here, Danny, into the big room behind the curtain. I'll talk to them.
Oh, all right. Well, thanks, Mr. Dietrich. I'll be back.
Ruth, is that you in Father's room?
Yes.
Are you here alone?
Why, yes. Why?
No, we thought we heard voices. What are you so jittery about, Ruth?
I'm just tired, that's all. May I go to bed now?
Father's still awake, Ruth.
He'll go to sleep, all right. I'm going upstairs, Mrs. Dietrich, now.
Good night, Ruth. And take your flashlight with you.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was dark on the road tonight.
Good night, Ruth.
Good night.
She's brought him back here with her. Him, I think.
Who? Dan? Oh, Franklin.
Take it easy. If he's here, we'll get him.
After the evidence we gave against him at the hearing, I'm frightened. Let's get out of here fast. I'll go to the village for the police.
Call the police. No, I'll do it. Hello? Hello? It's too late. It's dead. The wire's cut. Come on, we'll both drive to the village.
But he may be waiting for us out by the car.
Oh.
What?
Yeah.
What are you doing there, Franklin?
I think I just might need my gun. Come along.
The moment they left the house, I made for the old man's room. I called for Ruth, but she was gone. Maybe Franklin and Alma had caught her after she cut the telephone wire, but I couldn't wait. My life was hanging on minutes now. I shot the flashlight on the old man's face. Now, Mr. Dietrich, you're helping me fine. You know I'm trying to save my life, don't you? Now, the murderer. Was it me? Was it me who did it? Me, Danny Nearing. Blink once for no. Once! Once! Oh, you're sure? You're sure it wasn't me? Oh, you're smiling, Mr. Dietrich. Smiling. Now, it was somebody in this house. Then who was it? Oh, can't you make a sound? Help me, you've got to. Was it Elma? Twice for yes, once for no. Once. Not Elma. All right, then. Was it Franklin?
Up with the hands, Neary. Up or you'll never go to trial.
Franklin. Look, you've got to listen. You've got to.
Shut up and drop that flashlight. Trying to kill the old man, too, huh? The murderer returned to the scene of his crime, huh?
You know I didn't kill him.
Well, you tell that to the police. Alma will have him here in a couple of minutes. Where's your girlfriend, Ruth?
She's not here. I don't know where she went.
Never mind. They'll find her. You're a dead duck, Neary. You killed my brother and beat it. What'd you get out of it? That's always puzzled us.
You killed your brother. And now you're going to kill me.
Oh, you've gone nuts, too. Why should I kill my own brother, you idiot?
To get his share of the estate and his wife, Alma, amongst other things. But you can't stop with killing me. Someone else knows the truth. The old man saw it in the mirror.
Huh?
You'll have to kill your own father, too.
The old man saw it. How do you know?
He told me.
Oh, you're lying. He can't talk. He can't even move.
He can hear. And he can blink his eyes. Come over here and look.
Now, look here. I don't...
Ruth!
He'll be all right. I heard him. He was going to kill you. Here's the gun, Danny. Take it.
Oh, Ruth, you shouldn't have. In another minute, I'm not sure it was Franklin.
Oh, Dan, darling, please, let's run for it. They'll be here in a second. It's your last chance. They'll all swear you did it.
Not if I can be with the old man in another half minute. Mr. Dietrich. Mr. Dietrich. It's Danny again.
No, Danny, don't.
What? Tell me, Mr. Dietrich. Was it Franklin? Did Franklin kill your son, John? Blink once if he did. He's afraid. Why are you afraid? Oh, it's this gun. Here, take the gun, Ruth. You take it. He's afraid. I'm not going to hurt you, Mr. Dietrich. What's the matter? Why don't you answer me? Who killed John Dietrich? It wasn't me. It wasn't Elma. It wasn't Franklin. But someone in the house. Was it? Ruth! Ruth! You!
I told you. I told you not to come. Oh, I love you, Danny. I wanted you. I wouldn't have let them get you.
Why? Why, Ruth? Why did you kill him?
He was always after me. Wouldn't leave me alone. I hated him. Then that night he came at me, threatened me, said he'd kill me. If he couldn't have me, nobody could. He had a gun, and I got it away from him. He hit the clock. He leaned against it. I thought he'd never fall down and die. It was the day you ran away, and I was crazy. They thought it was you. They started looking. I love you, Danny. I still love you. I begged you not to come back here.
Ruth! Put down that gun, Ruth.
No. Stand back, Danny. Stay over there. Just want to look at you. I was hoping we could get away together. But you've been through enough, Danny. And all because of me. Now you're clear, Danny. And this is going to clear me. Darling.
Ruth! Ruth! Well, I guess that's about all there is to tell. I tried to put it all behind me, to resume my life where it left off over 3 years ago. Sometimes when it gets toward evening, I go and walk along Tillery Street. Once in a while, somebody I don't know, will say, "Hello, Danny." I just say hello and walk on. I don't want to find out anything anymore. I want it all to die away and be still. And it will. All except Ruth. Because somewhere behind that black curtain I was loved and loved someone. We must have known a love that I'll never know again.
And so closes The Black Curtain, starring Mr. Cary Grant. Tonight's tale of suspense.
Since the beginnings of history, people have enjoyed wine. Ages ago, our ancestors found that wine made any food taste better. Wine is a simple pleasure that anyone can enjoy. That is why Roma has devoted all its wine-making skill to producing wines of fine quality at a price that means you can enjoy them often. Just a few cents a glass. Don't feel that you need fine crystal or a special occasion to serve Roma wines. Next time you have a quick supper, serve Roma wine in plain tumblers with your spaghetti or cold meats. And notice how much more enjoyment and zest it adds to the meal. Serve Roma wine often, cool or chilled. You'll quickly discover why Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma wines are America's largest selling wines. Yes, Roma wines are true to type. Roma wines are faithful in flavor. Roma wines are sound of character. Roma wines are reasonable in cost. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Our thanks to Cary Grant for his suspenseful performance here tonight. And Mr. Grant wants us to say that he will be listening with you next week at the same hour to Mr. Robert Young in the story called The Night Reveals. Don't forget then, next week, same time, for Robert Young in Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Paula. I'm glad you called. Oh, you'll have to cut me out tonight, Angel. I'm all jammed up. Some girl just learned that things have been kind of slow for me lately, and she's planning to give me the business.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the talented Texan. Before the Falcon solves today's case, I have a question for you. Have you tried Velveeta lately? Isn't that the finest cheese food you ever put in your mouth? That rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor is good. Really good eating. You see, Velveeta is made by Kraft, and that's something pretty important to remember, because you and I know what the Kraft name means on cheese and cheese foods. It means the very finest you can buy. So remember this. There's no other cheese food like Kraft's pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta, because Kraft, and only Kraft, makes Velveeta. Now, the case of the talented Texan. It's late afternoon in New York, and in a small furnished apartment on Manhattan's east side, a gentleman named Reed Stevens prepares for business while his wife watches interestedly as he opens up shop.
There's a box of shells in the bottom drawer, kid.
So?
So would you mind getting it for me?
You going to work?
What's it look like?
Ask a silly question, you get a silly answer.
What'd you say?
Oh, nothing.
Haven't you found it yet?
Yes. You must like working for Conway. Here.
Well, What makes you say that?
Been at it for 7 months. That's the longest I ever remember you working for anyone.
I didn't have any better offers.
What about Myers? Didn't he offer you $50 a week more?
That's right, he did.
Why didn't you take it?
Maybe I didn't like the hours.
Or maybe it's because Mr. Myers is a bachelor.
What's that supposed to mean?
Don't you think I know the big attraction at Conway's?
Suppose you tell me.
Mrs. Conway.
How's that again?
Don't try to kid me, Reed. I recognize the signs. I've seen them often enough. You're in love with her.
You're out of your mind.
Then why does your face light up every time she calls you?
Does it?
Yes. And she feels the same way about you. You think I'm blind?
No. If anyone's blind, it's been me.
Well, it better stop. You're my guy, and nobody's going to take you away.
Mm-hmm. Well, this has all been very charming, but if you'll excuse me...
Where do you think you're going?
To work, do you mind?
Now, Reed, listen to me. You know, if I didn't love you...
You're going to get out of my way?
No, I am not. We're going to have this out right here and now.
I told you something. Kay. If Conway calls, tell him I'm picking up his missus first, then I'll pick him up at the club. Have you got that?
Yeah, I got it, Reed. I got it the first time.
I don't want to heckle, Reed, but you know where you're going?
That's a very good question, Mrs. Conway.
Oh, do you? You passed the club 20 minutes ago. If you intend to pick up Fred there, you're doing it the hard way. What are we stopping here for?
I'd like to talk to you, Lois.
Lois?
You know, my wife, said something very strange today.
About us?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she, thought there was something playing.
What made her think that?
Feminine intuition.
Don't ever sell it short.
And she was right?
Well, no, as it happened, she was wrong, but that's your fault. I went for you the first day I saw you at the club.
7 months ago?
7 months ago. You wasted a lot of time, Reed.
You're right, baby. We got a lot of time to make up for.
Just a second. Yes?
You're Kay Stevens, aren't you?
That's right.
My name is Fred Conway.
I know.
I'm flattered. May I come in?
Well, Reed isn't home.
That's why I picked this time to call.
Oh. Won't you sit down?
I believe I will.
Would you like a...
Not a thing, thank you. I have everything I want. Or perhaps I should amend that statement. I had everything I wanted.
I don't follow you, Mr. Conway.
Please call me Fred. Your husband does.
Well, Reed doesn't like me to take liberties.
Obviously, what's sauce for the goose isn't sauce for the gander.
I don't understand you.
Of course you do, Kay. You're a smart woman. I'm sure it won't come as any shock to you that Reed has been seeing my wife for 5 weeks now.
Well?
Well, what do you propose to do about it?
Nothing.
Nothing?
This may be a new experience for you, Mr. Conway.
Fred.
But it is an old story in this department.
Oh, have there been others?
Dozens. And Reed always comes back to me.
Did it ever occur to you that one day he may not?
What do you mean?
Someday he might meet the one woman who can keep him interested. Who knows? It could be Lois. Jackie.
Oh, hi, Mr. Conway. I didn't see you come in.
How we doing?
Not much action tonight.
Any calls?
Only Claiborne and Pepper. They want to lay off $8,000 on Mama's boy at Bowie.
Take it. Anything else?
Oh, yeah. Your missus is in the office.
She alone?
Uh-huh.
Fine. Incidentally, tell Reed Stevens he can have the night off. I won't need him anymore.
Right.
Hello, darling.
I've been waiting for you, Fred.
I know. Jackie just told me. What is it this time? A new coat?
No, this time you're wrong.
Well, you just name it, Lois. You know there's nothing I'd refuse you.
Suppose I told you I wanted...
A divorce?
How did you know?
It was fairly obvious. But I think you're making a mistake. Reed doesn't want to marry you.
Doesn't he?
No. I'll bet you've never even discussed it with him.
Have you?
Well, I figured his wife was a much better choice, and she was. She tells me Reed goes through these things periodically.
You're lying.
I wish I were, darling. I know what a blow this must be to your vanity.
But I imagine if you called Mrs. Stevens, she'd be happy to give you names and addresses.
Now listen, Fred.
I'm sorry, dear, but I've got a million things to do, and so have you. You'll have to pack your clothes and then... Oh, there's no real hurry. Take all the time in the world. If you're out of the house by 11 tonight, that'll be fine.
Hello,
I guess you must have been expecting someone else.
What do you want?
You Reed Stevens?
That's right.
I want you.
Now, look, mister.
Just call me Tex.
What's the idea of the cannon?
What's generally the idea?
You nuts?
If somebody don't like you, Reed, you must have gone out of your way to... Just keep your hands right where they are. Hey, it's a nifty-looking shoulder holster you got there. Mind if I see it? Boy, that's what I call a beauty. But it sets you back.
Now listen, Tex.
Sure wish I could afford one like it. Yeah, don't think much of your shooting iron. Too clumsy. Look at all the effort you got to use to pull the trigger. I guess I was wrong. It don't seem to take any effort at all.
Just a second. Yes?
I'm looking for Michael Waring.
Come in.
Well, I'm afraid there must be some mistake. Are you Mr. Waring?
That's right.
I mean, are you a private detective?
I got a license that says so.
Well, where's your office?
I don't have one. I work right out of here. Disappointed?
Well,
And I don't have a beautiful blonde secretary or a desk full of empty liquor bottles either. Now, if you'd like to get someone else...
I'm sorry. It's just...
No, it's my fault, Miss...
Stevens. Kay Stevens. Only it's Mrs.
Oh, come on in.
Thank you.
Now, sit down, won't you?
I'd rather not, if you don't mind.
All right, suit yourself. Cigarette?
No, thanks.
Okay, let's get down to cases.
I want a divorce.
What do you expect me to do about it?
Well, I'll need evidence.
So you want me to do a little keyhole peeking? Huh?
Yes, his name is Reed Stevens.
You mean his name was Reed Stevens?
What?
That's a funny thing, Sergeant, but I don't remember you knocking.
Come to think of it, I don't remember that either.
What do you mean my husband's name was Reed Stevens?
Well, don't you always use the past tense in connection with a deceased?
What are you trying to say?
He's been murdered, Mrs. Stevens.
No.
Yes, nobody knows that better than you.
Where is he? Where is he? I've got to see him.
You will. You care to join us, Mike?
Is it a pinch?
It is indeed. I'm so glad your apartment is only 8 minutes from headquarters. Whenever we have a homicide, I can always stop here first. And very rarely have I been disappointed. All right, folks, let's go.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, while Sergeant Corbett and Mike go to headquarters with Mrs. Stevens, I'd like to tell you about an idea that will save you money next time you go to your food store. Just get a loaf of Velveeta, Kraft's smooth-melting, pasteurized processed cheese food. You can melt Velveeta for a golden smooth cheese sauce that'll do wonders for leftover bits of meat or seafood or vegetables. And it's so easy to make. Just melt a half-pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. You needn't cut that half-pound piece of Velveeta up at all, because it melts so easily and smoothly without any lumps. Then simply stir in a quarter cup of milk, season, and there you have a fine-tasting cheese sauce with a grand, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And this delicious sauce adds fine nourishment to those leftovers, too, because Velveeta is so rich in important food values from milk. It's digestible as milk itself, so even the smallest youngsters can enjoy it. Whether you melt golden Velveeta for a wonderful cheese sauce or slice it thick for hearty hot or cold sandwiches or snacks, make Velveeta your handy helper, Mother. Get a 2-pound loaf tomorrow and enjoy America's favorite pasteurized processed cheese food, the one and only Velveeta, made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Only 15 minutes have passed since Kay Stevens was arrested for the murder of her husband. And now at headquarters, while Mrs. Stevens is being booked, Sergeant Corbett makes our hero a sporting proposition.
Look, Mike, I've got an idea. Why don't you just walk out of here and I'll make believe like I never even saw you with Mrs. Stevens?
Oh, no, that's big of you.
Okay, I was just trying to help. She killed her husband just as sure as you're standing there.
I did not.
Then why were you consulting Waring?
I had my reasons. If you weren't so stupid, you'd see that I couldn't have killed Reed.
Why not?
Because I was in love with him.
Why did you want a divorce?
Because I was fed up with him.
That makes a lot of sense.
Oh, sure it does. You can be crazy about somebody, and yet they can do things to you that drive you out of your mind.
Don't make me laugh.
Oh, it happens every day in the week. It's the old story of not being able to live with someone or live without him.
She managed it nicely.
I tell you, I didn't kill him, Sergeant.
You knew he was chasing around.
He did it before?
But this time he wasn't coming back.
He always came back.
If you were so sure of that, why did you go to Waring to get your evidence for a divorce?
Oh, I don't know. I'm all mixed up.
You weren't so mixed up that you couldn't hire a professional gunman?
That is not true.
All right. Lay off it, Corbett. What's this about a professional gunman?
We got a description of the lad who actually pulled the trigger.
Who is he?
We're not sure yet, but according to the building superintendent, he was a tall, red-headed boy who spoke with a Western accent.
You think Mrs. Stevens hired him?
Yes.
You're crazy. I would never do anything to hurt Reed.
All right, that's enough, Kay. Who was the other woman this time?
I have no idea.
Well, if she's bashful, I'll tell you. It was Lois Conway.
Lois Conway?
Freddie's wife. You know her?
Not personally. Oh, really? Maybe I'm missing something. Take it easy, Kay. I'll keep in touch. Call for Mrs. Lois Conway. Call for Mrs. Lois Conway.
Right here, boy.
Hello, Mrs. Conway.
Hello, Bellhop.
Well, how could you tell? I thought I did a real professional job.
Who are you?
Mike Waring.
The one they call the Falcon?
No, I'm sure it pays to advertise.
What do you want with me?
Well, it's a long, dull story. Why don't we step into the bar and I'll tell you about it?
No, thank you.
I think you'll change your mind. Reed Stevens is dead.
What?
Mm-hmm. Murdered early tonight.
Maybe I could stand a drink after all.
Bar's right over there.
How did it happen?
A professional gunman paid him a visit in a little hideaway Reed rented on East 58th Street.
Did they catch the man?
No.
And they don't know who hired him, huh?
Well, the police are inclined to believe it was my client.
Your client?
Mrs. Stevens.
So crazy Reed was happily married.
He told you that himself?
Several times.
Right through this door.
Would Monsieur like a table? No, monsieur will sit right at the bar, but we would like a couple of whiskey sours. Very good, sir.
You seem to know my preferences.
Oh, you'd be surprised what I know about you, Lois.
Lois?
Well, I figured it's permissible. After all, I do know you real well. I even knew where to find you.
How'd you manage that?
Well, I went to your room first and told the maid I had a COD parcel for you. Imagine my surprise when she said you were staying at the Creighton. Indirectly, that told me a lot more.
I don't see how.
Well, that's because you're no detective. You see, when she refused the COD, it could only mean one thing.
What?
That your husband must have known about you and Reed and tossed you out on your lovely ear.
How dare you?
It's a nice right cross you've got.
I never want to see you again.
Now, don't count on it, Lois. I was brought up right. I'll be back if only to turn the other cheek. Take care of yourself, Angel. Hello, Conway.
Waring.
I dropped by earlier tonight.
So the maid told me. Come in.
Thanks.
Take off your coat.
No, I don't think I'll be staying long. You hear about Reed Stevens?
Yes, too bad, wasn't it?
Yes, especially for his wife. I'm working for him.
Don't tell me they think she killed him.
They certainly do.
Well, that's absurd. From what I know, they're a very devoted couple.
Mm-hmm. Oh, would you have any idea who done it?
According to the papers, it was a gunman for hire.
Yes, but the question is, who picked up his tab?
I can't believe it with Mrs. Stevens.
No, neither can I. Did he have any enemies? Present company accepted.
Just what is that supposed to mean?
Well, after all, he wasn't one of your favorite people.
Oh, maybe not a real favorite, but I liked him.
Even after he walked off with your wife?
You're mistaken, Mike. Nobody ever took anything away from me.
Mm-hmm. Well, when Reed did, he certainly didn't get to keep it for long.
Jackie.
Yes?
This is Mr. Waring.
Well, glad to know you.
Don't be too glad. I find him highly objectionable.
I see.
All right, never mind, Jackie. I can take a hint. Lucky thing I didn't remove my coat, eh, Conway? I knew I wasn't going to get to stay long.
You want me to...
Never mind, Jackie. I'll take it. Hello.
That you, Freddie?
Yes, Lois.
I called several times before.
So Jackie told me.
Will it be all right if I come home and talk to you?
No, it won't.
Just for 5 minutes?
It's out of the question, darling.
Look, Freddie, I don't blame you for feeling the way you do. I realize how you must hate me.
Nonsense. I'm extremely fond of you, Lois.
Well, then couldn't we...
No, I'm afraid we couldn't.
It won't ever happen again.
Certainly not with Reed Stevens, anyway.
You've got to give me another chance. I'll make it up to you. I swear I will.
You just don't seem to understand, Lois. I'm not interested.
Who do you think you're talking to, anyway?
I'd like to tell you, but I think the telephone company might be shocked.
Listen, Mr. High and Mighty, I know plenty about you. How would you like it if I went to Mike Waring?
I wouldn't bother him. He's a very busy man.
I think he'll clear time to hear what I've got to say.
Don't do it, Lois. You've made one mistake already. I hate to see you make another.
Are you threatening me?
Would I do that to my own wife? But then you won't be my wife much longer, will you? Goodbye, dear. It's been grand hearing from you.
Come in.
I'm looking for Mike Waring.
You know what the good book says. Seek and you shall find.
Yeah, I'm sure glad to make your acquaintance, Mr. Waring. I heard a lot about the Falcon.
Well, you can't believe everything you hear.
I'll say that's a good one.
What's on your mind, Mr.
Just call me Tex. Everybody does.
All right, Tex it is. Sit down.
Thanks.
Make yourself comfortable. I'll be back.
Oh. Where do you think you're going?
Down the hall.
Come back here.
I just remembered.
I said come back here.
Is that thing loaded?
You can have 6 guests.
No, thanks. I'm awfully bad at games. Well, I would have thought you'd be 1,000 miles from New York by this time.
Why?
Is it your practice to hang around after you do a job?
You're obviously confusing me with someone else.
I doubt it. You're the boy who gunned Reed Stevens.
How in the world did you ever figure that out?
I'm psychic. Who are you working for, Tex?
I'm glad you mentioned that, Mr. Waring, because that's why I'm here. Now, you can see what a trusting soul I am.
Oh, yes, with half an eye.
Well, what would you say if I told you that someone took advantage of my good nature?
No.
They did for a fact. You see, I undertook this assignment on a sort of a contingent basis.
So?
If I deliver, I get paid. And you know what happened?
No, tell me.
Well, after I took care of Mr. Stevens, my party disappeared.
Your party?
The person who hired me. Now, I consider that downright dishonest.
Well, I see your point.
Now, if you was in my position, what would you do?
Get even.
That's just what I thought. Of course, that ain't going to put any money in my pocket, so I was wondering if you might be willing to recompense me.
Well, I don't know. What have you got to sell?
A little piece of evidence that'll give you the name of the person who hired me.
Where is it?
In this handkerchief.
May I?
Oh, no, I'm afraid you'll just have to take my word for it.
Well, don't you trust me?
Oh, of course I do. Would I be here if I didn't?
Well, you can't expect me to buy a blind item. Now, suppose I...
No, you don't get back. And that wasn't nice, Mr. Waring. I trusted you.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, Tex. Guess I lost my head.
Yeah, you did indeed. No.
Good morning, Mr. Waring.
What?
You must have made quite a night of it.
No, where's my head? Must be around somewhere. Oh!
Don't try to get up.
No, I don't think I can make it.
What happened?
Well, I had a visitor.
Our friend from Texas?
How did you know?
The elevator boy gave us a description. It tallied with the other.
That was Tex, all right.
What did he want with you?
He said he had some evidence to sell. Seems he never got paid for gunning Reed.
That's modern civilization for you. You can't trust a soul these days.
Well, that was his feeling, too.
What was this evidence he had?
I don't know. He had it wrapped in a handkerchief.
In this handkerchief?
Where'd you find that?
In the hall. Look what was wadded up inside.
Empty cartridge shell.
Yeah, from one of the babies that killed Stevens.
What?
You heard me.
Well, that won't do any good.
Boy, can you call him? There was a thumbprint on this shell.
Whose?
Whose do you think? Mrs. Stevens, that's whose.
I don't believe it.
Well, maybe you don't, but I'll bet a jury does, and strangely enough, Mike, that's all I care about.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, Mike seems a bit skeptical, doesn't he? He wants proof. And if you want to prove to yourself how delicious Velveeta is, you try this. Fix toasted sandwiches of Velveeta, Kraft's delicious pasteurized processed cheese food, and serve them with relishes and your favorite beverage. You can be sure those sandwiches will taste good, because Velveeta has such a fine, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And they'll be nourishing, too, because Velveeta is rich in important food values from milk. So make Velveeta your handy helper, Mother, for company snacks and sandwiches, and for the many ways you'll fix it for the family. Get Velveeta in the handy half-pound package or the economical 2-pound loaf. Just be sure you get genuine Velveeta. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Sergeant Corbett informed Mike Waring that Kay Stevens' fingerprints were found on the shell that killed her husband. Now, as we find the good sergeant, the Falcon, are on their way to headquarters, Mike still refuses to accept the evidence.
Listen, Sergeant, there must be some mistake about that shell.
What kind of a mistake?
You're certain that's Kay Stevens' fingerprint on it?
Absolutely.
Well, there must be a logical explanation. Wait a minute.
Oh, no.
What's the matter?
I know what's coming. You see it all now. You know who was responsible for Reed's murder.
Well, I do. Can you pick up Fred and Lois Conway?
What for?
All right, just humor me, will you?
Okay, Mike, if you're going to act like a jerk, there's no reason why you shouldn't have an audience. They'll be there. Take that attitude, Mr. Conway. As a public spirited citizen, you should be happy to cooperate with us, please. Mr. D.A.
Are you responsible for this, Lois?
You think I'd be here if I were?
Who's in charge here, anyway?
Hey.
You know what's going to happen to you, Sergeant?
Don't take it out of him, Conway.
This is all my doing.
Oh, it was?
What's the idea, Glenn?
Idea is that we're trying to determine who was behind Reed Stevens' murder.
Well, why isn't Mrs. Stevens here?
Looks right, she should be.
He is. You come in, Mrs. Stevens.
Is Mike here?
He's here.
Okay. Think you know Mr. and Mrs. Conway?
We've met.
Good, then we can begin. Okay, they found your fingerprints on one of the shells that killed your husband.
That's impossible.
Nevertheless, it's true. How do you explain it?
I can't.
Did Reed pack a gun?
Yes?
How did he wear it?
In a shoulder holster.
Was he ever without it?
Never.
Funny, we didn't find one on his body.
Oh, that's not so funny. Why couldn't that torpedo have removed it?
That still doesn't explain how her fingerprints got on the shell.
Suppose Reed was killed with his own gun.
So what?
So at one time or another, Kay might have handled it, along with the bullets.
I did. I remember one night in particular, about 5 weeks ago.
And how would you remember that?
Because that was the night that I accused Reed of being in love with your wife.
Are you nasty little...
Temper. Well, there you have it, Sergeant.
There I have what?
Your case. Isn't it clear now who's the guilty critter?
No.
All right, just ask yourself, who was the first to know about the romance between Reed and Mrs. Conway?
Listen, Waring.
Conway?
No, of course not, Sergeant. Logically, it would be Mrs. Conway.
What are you talking about?
I'm sorry, Lois, but I had to help them out. Otherwise, we would have been up all night. And after the evening I spent with your friend Tex, I just couldn't take it. Well, that's all there was to it, Kay. Once I realized Tex was working for Lois, it all added up.
Incidentally, did the police pick him up yet?
20 minutes ago. His real name is Leo Haynes.
Where'd they find him?
On the west side, naturally.
I still don't see Lois's motive.
Oh, that's simple. She learned her husband told her the truth. She was just another girl to Reed. And look what she gave up for him.
What?
Oh, Conway threw her out, didn't he?
Now, that's the part I don't understand. You think that Conway would have gone after Reed?
Wasn't worth it to him. Fred's the kind of man who doesn't like trouble. He had his revenge when he packed Lois in. And as far as he was concerned, that took care of everything.
So poor Lois winds up in the middle with nobody wanting her.
Except the police.
How did you peg her, anyway?
The police gave me the answer. Remember where they found Reed's body?
Yes, in a little hideaway he had on East 58th Street.
And what made it a hideaway?
The fact that nobody knew about it.
Exactly. Nobody knew it. Except Reed and Lois. So who could have given Tex the address?
Of course it had to be her. Why didn't I think of that?
Because you're not a detective.
Well, you deserve a lot of credit, Mike.
Was that all I'm going to get?
Oh, no. There's something else. Something you really deserve.
What's that, Angel?
The check. Good night, Mr. Waring.
Ever find yourself at a loss when you need a hot main dish in a hurry? Well, don't let that happen to you. Always keep a package or two of Kraft Dinner on your pantry shelf. Because with Kraft Dinner, you can make delicious macaroni and cheese in just 7 minutes cooking time. Tender, fluffy macaroni with perfect cheese flavor all through it. You see, every package of Kraft Dinner gives you a special quick-cooking macaroni and just the right amount of Kraft grated to sprinkle in for wonderful cheese flavor. And Kraft Dinner can be your answer to today's high prices, because every package makes 4 servings at a cost of just a few pennies each. Tomorrow, get a package or 2 of handy, delicious Kraft Dinner. The Case of the Worried Wife. The Case of the Worried Wife. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon. When Mike Waring learns that if a playboy gets married and tries to settle down, he may find things awfully dead. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbin. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place, the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley, he speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Be sure to hear Rex Harrison and Lily Palmer on The Big Show on NBC.
The Avenger. The road to crime ends in a trap that justice sets. Crime does not pay. The Avenger, sworn enemy of evil, is actually Jim Brandon, a famous biochemist. Through his numerous scientific experiments, Brandon has perfected 2 inventions to aid him in his crusade against crime as the Avenger. The telepathic indicator, by which he is able to pick up thought flashes, and the secret diffusion capsule, which cloaks him in the black light of invisibility. Brandon's assistant, the beautiful Fern Collier, is the only one who shares his secrets and knows that he is the man the underworld fears as the Avenger. And now, The Avenger and the Tunnel of Disaster.
Fern, we'll finish this experiment later. It's time to listen to the broadcast now.
Oh, yes, Jim. I'd forgotten about that.
Why, Fern, how could you? Inspector White's talked of nothing else for a week.
You helped him write his dedication speech for the opening of the new tunnel, didn't you, Jim?
Yes, and he'll never forgive us if we don't listen to him deliver it.
No, I'll tune it in.
You know, they ran into so much trouble building that Riverport tunnel. I often thought they'd never finish it.
Well, folks, several thousand people are gathered here for the dedication of the new Riverford Tunnel that cuts through South Mountain. In another moment, the ceremonies will begin.
Jim,
In the meantime,
didn't the final cost of the tunnel amount to more than twice the amount originally planned for?
That's right, Fern. The engineers ran into all sorts of difficulties. In fact, they advised the city council more than once to abandon the whole idea. It's pretty well known that the engineers wanted to resign, but the city held them to their contract.
Well, I suppose now that the tunnel is finished, it's worth all the money that was spent on it.
Yes, it will relieve the traffic jams on the other tunnels and make it easier to get in and out of the city on the south side.
Oh, listen, Jim, they're ready to begin the ceremonies.
Oh, right.
And the work was carried forward. We are broadcasting to you from a helicopter from which we can see both ends of the tunnel. Now, in just a moment, our tunnel commissioner, Jonas Anderson, will drive the first car through the tunnel. Right now, the tapes are being cut, the municipal band is striking up, and the commissioner's car is entering the tunnel. As soon as the car emerges at the other end, the signal will be given for the first ticket to be sold. The commissioner is making this trip to establish a time record. And now I'm going to lower the mic over the side and let you listen to the band for a moment. This record run seems to be taking a little longer than expected. The commissioner's car should have come through by now. Inspector White of the police department has just ordered the band to stop playing. Something has gone wrong, folks. Stand by.
Jim, what could have happened?
Oh, a flat tire, most likely. It couldn't be anything else.
Yes, something is wrong here, folks. We're going to land our helicopter on the roadway so that we can give you a first-hand report.
Stay with the radio, Fern. I'm going to see if I can pick up anything on the telepathic indicator.
Yes, Jim.
Nobody can understand what's happened here. Inspector White is going through the tunnel in a police squad car now, and we should know something in a minute.
Jim, did you pick up anything on the indicator?
Not yet, Fern.
Here comes the inspector's squad car now. We'll have news for you in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, a very strange thing has happened here. Inspector White reports that there is absolutely no sign of either the commissioner or his car in the tunnel. They've just disappeared.
Well, Jim, pick up anything?
Yes, Fern, I did.
What, Jim?
Amid impressions of great excitement, the indicator picked up a strong telepathic impression of violence and disaster.
What shall we do, Jim?
We'd better get out there to the tunnel right away, Fern. Inspector White will need us.
Okay, Joe, it's Jim Brandon. He's connected with my office. Let him through the ropes.
Thanks, Inspector.
Good grief, this is some mob.
Yes, Fern, we tried to get them to go home, but they won't budge. Over this way, Jim. I want to talk to you.
Say, how many guards were stationed in the tunnel when this crazy thing happened, Inspector?
4, Jim. 1 on each end and 2 in the center. The center ones were knocked out, but they're in the hospital under guard.
There's not a chance that they know anything. If they did, they'd have been killed.
That's what I think. But here's something else, Jim. This note was found pinned to the coat of one of those guards.
What does it say, Jim?
It's a warning to the mayor. It says, Riverford Tunnel is a death trap. The public will never use it. Close it at once or disaster will strike again.
Well, anyway, it's a relief to know we're dealing with a flesh and blood criminal. For a while, it looked as though the commissioner had just disappeared into thin air.
Well, he has, Fern. We know that he went into the tunnel, and we know he didn't come out. He's not in there now, so where is he?
Inspector, I'd like to take a walk through the tunnel.
Oh, you won't find a thing, Jim, but come on.
Do you think this will cause the tunnel to be closed for good, Inspector?
I don't know, Fern. That's up to the city council.
This tunnel cost the city $15 million. I'm betting they won't close it.
Well, whether they do or not, I've still got to crack this case, and in short order, too.
Wait. Where's that hammering coming from, Inspector?
Well, that's my men testing every inch of these walls, Jim. If there's a hollow spot, they'll find it.
Good work, Inspector.
Jim, have you got any ideas at all on this thing?
Not yet, Inspector. But there's got to be a joker in this deal somewhere. We'll just play the hand out, and we'll find it.
Yes, I'm Markel Evans. What's your business, Brandon?
Miss Collier and I came to make a few inquiries, Mr. Evans.
Well, get to the point then, Brandon. What do you want?
You were the construction engineer on the Riverfoot Tunnel, weren't you?
Yes. I wish I'd never heard of the blasted thing. I told them from the beginning that tunnel shouldn't be built, but they wouldn't listen to me.
Well, what were your objections to the tunnel?
Objections? Well, it was a waste of the taxpayers' money, for one thing. They could have built a road around both sides of that mountain for a fraction of what the tunnel cost. What if it does take a motorist a few minutes longer to reach the bridge? Safety's more important.
Inspector White says you received a number of threatening letters during the time the tunnel was under construction.
Yes, I turned them all over to the city council, but they didn't pay any attention. Those politicians...
Mr. Evans, how sound are the walls of the tunnel?
Young man, I'll put my work up against any construction job in the country.
Well, now, I'm not questioning your...
Here are the plans. The mayor told me to hand them over to you. Now, take them and get out. Your questions are an insult to a man.
All right, Mr. Evans. You want to take that attitude, you're of no help to us. Come on, Fern.
Well, I've met some grumpy old men before, but Mr. Evans takes the prize.
Sometimes grumpiness is employed to hide uneasiness, Fern.
You mean you suspect him, Jim?
I haven't made up my mind about that yet. So far, I'm too busy wondering about something else I saw in that office.
What was that, Jim?
There was a tiny model of a gold smelter on the work table in there.
A gold smelter?
Yes. And I'm wondering what interest a construction engineer in this city could have in a gold smelter. This is the Hartley Steel Mill, Fern. That must be the office over there.
What do you expect to find out here, Jim?
Well, this visit is more or less of a shot in the dark, Fern. You'll notice that this land adjoins the city property on which the tunnel is located.
Oh, yes.
In going through the city records, I discovered that before the tunnel was built, the Hartley Steel Company tried to buy up all that adjoining city property. They didn't succeed, but I'd like to find out why they wanted that land.
That sounds like an interesting angle, Jim.
Oh, here's the office building. Well, I guess we just walk right in.
That you, Joe?
I know, it's Jim Brandon. I've got business with Mr. Hartley.
Well, there must be some mistake. Mr. Hartley's been dead for 3 years.
I want to see the man in charge, then.
Do you have an appointment?
No, but I think he'll see me. I'm from the police.
Oh, well, come in. I'm Theodore Ramsey, the general manager here.
This is my assistant, Miss Collier.
Sit down, won't you?
Thank you.
I'm sorry to barge in on you this way, Mr. Ramsey, but there are a few questions I'd like to ask.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Brandon. Only I'm a little curious as to why the guard didn't call me from the gate to say you were coming.
I don't think he saw us. We came in the side entrance just as some trucks were pulling out.
I see. Well, go ahead, Brandon.
Some years ago, the Hartley Steel interest tried to buy the city land adjoining this property. Why?
Well, old Mr. Hartley was living then. And when he heard the city was thinking of building a tunnel under this mountain, he was afraid it might undermine part of our property and endanger our business.
Oh, I see. Any other reason?
Well, frankly, yes. We had always hoped that the city would build a road around this end of the mountain. A great deal of our material is delivered in trucks, and a good road would be to our advantage. Naturally, a tunnel through the mountain would cancel out the road.
And you weren't willing to build the road yourself?
Well, not unless we owned all the land.
Mr. Ramsey, do you own the steel mill now?
Oh, no. I'm just the general manager. Old Hartley's grandson, Lee Burgess, owns it.
Does he take an active part in running the mill?
Well, yes and no. You know how these rich boys are. He has an office over there near the smelting plant. But I don't think he's in it very often.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Ramsey. This was just a routine check.
Oh, that's all right. Even though we weren't very keen on the tunnel at first, we're just as much upset as you are as the way things have turned out. Call on me again if I can be of any help.
Well, Inspector, has the council decided whether they're going to open the tunnel or not?
Well, they reached a decision 2 hours ago, Jim. The tunnel is now open to traffic. I've just come from there.
Inspector, I just can't understand their opening the tunnel until you've had a chance to solve this case.
Fern, the council is inclined to believe that the whole disappearing aqua stage is some kind of a hoax. Or even a publicity stunt. Maybe they're right, I don't know.
I'll get it, Jim. Hello? Yes, the inspector's here. Sure, hold on a minute, please. Inspector for you.
Thanks, Fern. Hello? What? Holy smoke. Did you call the tunnel and tell them to stop all the traffic? Good. I'll get out there right away.
What's the matter, Inspector?
They just received a telephone call at headquarters saying disaster would strike the tunnel again at midnight. Come on, Jim.
Now back to the Avenger and the Tunnel of Disaster.
What time is it, Jim?
It's 11:58, Inspector.
Say, look at that car ahead.
Why, it broke right through the gate and went into the tunnel.
Oh, the fools. Jim, Fern, get out and stand guard here. See that no other cars get past the guard.
Okay, come on, Fern.
Right, Jim.
Where are you going, Inspector?
Into the tunnel.
Inspector! Inspector! You're crazy! You'll never come out of there alive! Come back!
Jim, why do you think it's important to go into the tunnel from the opposite side? We're losing time driving around this mountain.
Fern, every car that has disappeared within that tunnel went in at the north entrance. There's some reason for that, and I've got to find out what it is.
Oh, Jim, I'm afraid we're too late to save the inspector. We lost minutes getting to the place the guard had his car parked.
There's the entrance, Fern. Now hold tight. I'm going to crash right through the gate. Okay, Fern?
Yes, Jim. Oh, the guard is blowing for us to stop.
I'll explain to him later. We haven't a second to lose now. Keep your eyes peeled, Fern. If there's a clue in here, we've got to find it.
Right, Jim. Gosh, this place is frightening.
When we reach the center of the tunnel, we'll stop to see if we can pick up any sound.
There's absolutely no sign of another car in here, Jim.
No. This is the center here. I'll pull up here. Okay. Now, let's listen for a moment. No good. This place is as silent as a tomb.
What now, Jim?
I'll drive along slowly. Keep your eye on the road.
Jim, wait. I just caught sight of something on the side of the road.
What was it, Fern?
No. Something small that seems to be shining. There it is, Jim.
Huh? Oh, it's a pencil. It's the inspector's gold pencil, Fern.
Good heavens. That means he got as far as this spot, Jim.
Yes. And according to my mileage gauge, this is exactly 0.8 of a mile from the north entrance. Come on, Fern. We've got to get back to the laboratory. This is our first real clue.
Here, Jim. I've made some sandwiches for you. You haven't eaten a thing all day.
Oh, thanks, Fern.
How are you making out, Jim?
Well, according to these maps, that spot where we found the inspector's pencil is directly parallel with the Hartley steel mill.
But, Jim, if the tunnel walls are solid, as everyone claims, what connection can the steel mill have with the tunnel?
That's where my other discovery comes in.
Your other discovery?
Yes. According to this early geological history of that tunnel land, small deposits of gold were once discovered there.
Gold?
That could be the motive, Fern.
Jim, if old Mr. Hartley knew about the gold, that could have been his reason for wanting to buy the land.
Right. But old Hartley is dead. Somebody living must know about that gold, Fern. That's the reason they want the tunnel closed.
But who, Jim?
So far, we have 3 possible suspects.
3?
Yes. Merkel Evans, the construction engineer. Hartley's grandson, Lee Burgess. And Ramsey, the manager of the Hartley mill.
Well, I know why you suspect Evans, Jim. But what reasons have you for thinking Burgess and Ramsey may be guilty?
Both of them have the facilities and are in a position to mine the gold.
But, Jim, none of this is what you call solid evidence.
No, it isn't, Fern. But we haven't time to get that. We've got to force the hand of the guilty party.
How, Jim?
I want you to put in a telephone call to all 3 suspects. Tell each of them that Jim Brandon has discovered a hollow section in the tunnel wall, and that a crew of men is going to start digging at once. Then hang up.
Yes. And what are you going to do, Jim?
If there's any connection between the tunnel and the mill, the guilty party will show up at the mill. I'll be waiting for him there as the Avenger.
Oh, so you finally got here, Burgess. I've been waiting here at the gate for 10 minutes.
I came as soon as I could, Evans. I had to call my men here at the mill and tell them to get things set.
All right, then, come on. You haven't any time to lose. What was that noise?
I don't know. There's no one in sight. Say, who do you suppose that girl was who called to warn us?
Oh, now, how should I know? Can't bother about that now. Burgess, have you got enough dynamite to fill in our mine that adjoins the tunnel?
Plenty. Don't worry about that.
The minute I set eyes on that Brandon, I knew he was trouble.
Oh, stop griping, Evans. You knew this was a dangerous game when you came in on it. Anyway, we're not licked yet.
Yes, you can talk like that because you're young, Burgess. But what about me? I was a respectable engineer all my life until I let you talk me into this gold mining business.
I talked you into it. You're ridiculous, Evans. What? And you're yellow to boot.
Oh, listen here, Burgess.
Oh, shut up.
Arguing isn't going to get us anywhere. We're both in this thing up to the eyes.
Yes, you're right, I guess. We'll have to keep our heads now. We'll dynamite our mine for 20 yards, right there where it connects with the tunnel. And when the cops break through the tunnel wall, they'll run into nothing but dirt.
Right. And then I'll sue Brandon for everything he owns.
All right, here's the shack. Open the door, Burgess.
All right, get inside.
Lock that door after us. Burgess, how many men have you got down in the mine?
8.
Where are the prisoners?
In a room near the smelter. Say, what are we going to do with those prisoners?
Do with them? Eliminate them. What else?
I don't think I'd be in such a hurry to do that, Evans.
Huh? Who's that? Who's in here?
It's the Avenger. And this is the end of the line for both of you.
Where is he? Get him, Burgess.
How can I fight someone I can't even see?
You might as well give up. The police will be here in a minute.
All right, Burgess, now come on. Let's get out of here while there's still time.
No, we've got to dynamite the mine first. If we don't, they've got the goods on us.
It's too late, I tell you.
It's our only chance.
Unlock the trapdoor, then. Quick.
Okay. Help me move these file cases away from it.
No, you don't, Burgess. You're not going down in that mine.
Oh. You knocked him out.
Stay where you are, Evans, or you'll get the same. The police are here now, Evans, and you'd better deliver those prisoners in good health, or the charge will be murder as well as kidnapping.
Jim, Fern, over here. We're waiting for you.
What are you planning to do down here, Inspector? Deliver your dedication speech for these reporters?
No, Jim. I brought Merkel Evans down here in the tunnel to demonstrate exactly how this swinging wall works.
How do you feel, Inspector?
Fine, Fern, fine. Never better. Okay, Evans. Start talking.
All right. Now, you'll notice that there's a steel girder every 15 feet here through the center of the tunnel. Well, this section of the wall right here, between these two girders, opens just like a door. The huge hinges are behind the steel girder there on the right.
But where does the door end? There's no trace of a break in the wall.
It ends over there beneath that girder on the left, doesn't it, Evans?
Yes, that's right. Now, that girder is attached to this movable portion of the wall. When the wall swings back into place, that girder covers up the crack like a piece of weather stripping.
Open it up, Evans. We want to see for ourselves.
Well, I'll have to signal the man on the other side of the wall. You see, this whole section is wired and controlled by a photoelectric eye back there in the mine. Whenever we wanted to open the wall, all we had to do was break the beam and it swung out automatically.
Give the signal.
Good heavens. It's like a revolving stage.
When the wall is swung open like that, it looks like a curve in the tunnel.
And people drove right into the mine before they realized it.
But not you, Inspector.
Well, I threw my pencil out in time to leave a clue for you, didn't I?
Right, Inspector.
Jim, why didn't that section of wall sound hollow when they tested it?
It's too well reinforced, Fern. Look at the thickness of it.
Oh, yes.
Okay, Evans, that's all. Take him to headquarters and book him, boys.
Oh, Inspector.
What is it, Jim?
Smile. Those reporters are snapping your picture.
to see all this traffic going through the tunnel?
Yes, Fern. It proves how much the city needed it.
Is there really a rich gold vein under the tunnel, Jim?
No, Fern. As it turned out, Burgess and Evans had already mined most of the gold in this mountain. Not that it will ever do them any good.
There's just one other thing I don't understand.
What's that, Fern?
What happened to the two men who were in that car the inspector followed into the tunnel that night? They weren't held prisoner with the inspector and commissioner.
No, because they were Burgess's own men. That spectacular dash of theirs was staged to keep the disaster stories going.
Well, come on, Jim. We'd better get back to the laboratory. I have work to do.
So have I. The inspector wants me to write his dedication speech for the new courthouse next week.
All characters, names, places, and plots used in the Avenger program are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
This is a thought. A thought. A thought. Remember, listen for another adventure of...
The Avenger.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Shadow's latest adventure starts in just a moment. Right now, here's a short safety reminder. Next week, next month, may be too late to replace smooth, unsafe tires with new Goodrich Safety Silvertown. What if your tires suddenly lose their grip and skid wildly over a wet highway? What if a heat blister forms inside of your tire and bang, without warning, a high-speed blowout throws your car out of control? The sooner you equip with new Goodrich Silvertowns, the safer your family will be. I'll guarantee you'll never know what the word stop really means until you've felt the non-skid grip of the amazing lifesaver tread on a wet road. Yes, and you'll never know what real freedom from blowout worries is until you've discovered the peace of mind that comes from riding on the only tires built with the famous Golden Ply. Treat your family to two-way protection against skids and blowouts at no extra cost. For safety's sake, ride on Goodrich Safety Silvertown. The Shadow, Lamont Cranston, a man of wealth, a student of science, and a master of other people's minds, devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty. Cranston is known to the underworld as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard, his true identity is known only to his constant friend and aide, Margot Lane. Today's story, Professor X.
Yeah. 3,000 volts on the plate. 6,000 volts on the fourth amplifier. Yeah, that's right. Now I send a little more current to the millimeter, and we see what... knocking. Why do people bother me all the time? Oh, yeah, I come. Oh, bothering a man. How can I get my work done? Well, what is it? What are you...
Hiya, Professor.
Oh, Mr. Martin, I did not know it was you.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Working late as usual, eh, Professor?
Well, yeah, there's so much to do and so little time in which to do it.
Yeah.
Mr. Martin, you didn't come over to take everything away from me.
Hey, I sunk a lot of money in this laboratory, Professor.
But please, a little more time.
Take it easy, Professor. All I came over here was to see how far you've got with your work. Now, why don't you show me?
Oh, yeah, sure. I show you. Over here, please.
Okay.
Now, you see, under this cathode tube, I have a large container. I open the lid. Watch.
It's a cat, so what?
Wait, I close the lid. Now watch. Watch close. Now watch close, Mr. Martin. Watch close. Yeah. You see, I have done it.
Done what? You throw a switch, a lot of sparks fly, a bang like a firecracker. So what?
Yeah, but look in the box.
Okay. The cat. Why, it's gone.
Yeah, it is gone. Disintegration. Complete disintegration.
You mean that cat is gone into thin air?
Yeah. The rays of the tube cause tremendous electronic activity in the living body placed beneath it. With the result that when the potential reaches a high enough peak, the body disintegrates completely.
Never mind the scientific stuff. What I want to know is, why didn't you tell me about this before? I put up the dough for this place on a crack-brained idea so no one else would listen to. Now you got put it over and you didn't want to tell me about it. What's the idea?
Oh, yeah, but you don't understand. My work is not done.
I saw it with my own eyes.
Yeah, but that is only half of it. Reintegration, the assembly of the body at another point, that is yet undone.
Talk English.
When my work is complete, I will be able to disintegrate living flesh so that it can be sent across space by wires, like messages are now sent. You hear me, Mr. Martin? Living flesh by wire.
What good will that be?
Why, it will change the world. Human beings will be able to travel from one place to the other as quickly as radio waves now travel. Oh, I tell you, Mr. Martin, only a few months more work and I will be able to...
You'll be able to do nothing.
Why, what do you mean?
Your work is through.
Through?
Yeah,
no,
through.
No, my work...
Done, finished.
No, but my experiments have only begun.
And I say they're finished.
Well, why do you say that, Mr. Martin? You mean you don't give me any more money?
When I first heard about your idea, I said to myself, okay, fella, maybe he's a crackpot and maybe he ain't. But it's worth putting up a little dough. Well, now you've done your work, so finish.
Yeah, but I say again, I am not to...
And I say, it's true, ain't it, that if I was to put a man in that box, pull them controls, bang, and he'd be gone just like that?
Yeah, but the cathode tube expands itself each time the disintegration takes place.
You mean you have to put in a new tube every time?
Yeah.
Well, put in another one right now.
Oh, but alas, I cannot. That was the last one I have here. I have used them all experimenting.
Where'd you get them from?
A new consignment is coming tomorrow. I placed a permanent order with the company who make them.
Tomorrow, eh?
Yeah.
Okay. So you've done what I wanted you to, eh? I've got a couple of people I don't like.
Oh!
Yeah, and I'll put them in there. The box is plenty big enough. Shoot in the juice and, well... No body, no murder, no evidence. How do you like that, Professor?
Oh, no, but you cannot do that. I have discovered this for the good of man. I will tell the police.
So long, Professor. I told you were finished. Now the machine belongs to me. I'm the only one who knows about it. And I'll have no trouble getting hold of the new tubes to make it work.
What a strange sort of road this is, Lamont.
And it's leading us to a very strange man, Margot.
What do you mean?
Well, Professor Kramer isn't
exactly a simple character. The man's been on the faculty of some of the greatest universities in the county. Great inventive mind, yet he's a man whom very few people know about.
But why go all the way out here to this place to visit him?
Congratulations.
Why congratulate
Because
me?
in spite of the fact that you're a woman, you've controlled your curiosity for exactly 1 hour and 15 minutes of driving.
All right. Make fun of me. But I do want to know. Why come out here?
Professor Kramer was one of my instructors in school. For some reason, he took a sort of liking to me, and I haven't heard from him for some time. In fact, I haven't even known where he's been. You see, he left the university some time ago and has been conducting some private experiments, something to do with cathode tubes.
Whatever they are.
Now, to make it simple, call them X-ray tubes. At any rate, I haven't heard from Professor Kramer until yesterday.
And then?
Then I got a rather mysterious note telling me that he had something very important to show me, something that no one else in the world had ever seen.
Well?
So here we are, on our way.
Something that no one else in the world has ever seen.
Now, you are interested, aren't you?
Oh, I should hope so. But it's so late. How much further do we have to go?
I understand he lives in the house right at the top of this hill we're climbing.
Something that no one else in the world has ever seen.
Intriguing, isn't it? Well, here we are at the top, but I don't see any house. If this is a wild goose chase...
Oh, no, Lamont, look. Look through the trees.
Yes, you're right. This is a house.
What a weird-looking place to live, miles away from town.
Professor never liked company. Well, let's go see what's up.
All right. Trees are awfully thick, aren't
There's
they?
a path. Come on, take my arm.
Almost dark. I can hardly see.
Keep hold of me. Come along. Oh, looks this path. No one's been to visit the professor since last fall.
Lamont, how strange.
What?
It's dark, and yet there are no lights in the house.
I noticed that.
Could it be the wrong address?
Letter said the house on top of the
It
hill.
looks so deserted.
Well, we'll find out quickly enough whether I made a mistake. Here, up these stairs.
Somehow this place gives me the shivers.
After all, Margot, I didn't say I was taking you to a haunted house.
Oh, it must be the wrong house, Lamont. Look.
No, you look. Card under the bell, Alfred Kramer.
Then it is the right place.
Certainly. Find a bell button now. There's a bell pull.
She'd open the door. It's cold out
Must
here.
be asleep. I'll try again.
Not a sound from in there.
Strange, you should be asleep so early. I'll try knocking.
Lamont, the door's open.
Open all the time. Come on.
Wait for me, Lamont.
Professor? Professor Kramer?
Oh, dark.
Professor Kramer, are you here? It's Lamont Cranston.
We only had some light.
Yeah, switch. Yeah, that does it. Now we'll see.
Lamont.
What?
Well, Lamont, what's happened here?
Everything's torn up. Professor Kramer! Professor Kramer, are you here? Professor Kramer!
Lamont, is he there?
No, bedroom's empty. Everything undisturbed, but everything in this room's ripped apart.
What happened here?
Look at the wall over there.
What?
Those wires torn loose. Looks as if someone ripped some equipment out.
Yes, that's true, but why should the professor have left so suddenly?
Professor Kramer never did anything suddenly in his life. I just don't get this.
He isn't here, though.
If we were going away, why should he have asked me to come out here tonight?
No, we just decided to leave, that's all. You said yourself he was an eccentric old man. Come on, Lamont, let's get out of here.
Now, wait.
What is it?
The wall. Look.
What is it, Lamont?
Over here. See? New plaster, wet.
Wet plaster?
Yes. You see, Margot? This whole section here has been replastered within the last few hours.
What does that mean?
I'm going to find out what it means.
Lamont, what are you going to do with that stick?
Stand aside, Margot. I'm going to find out why this wall was replastered.
Lamont, you shouldn't. Damaging the wall, Professor Kramer.
Margot, look out. Replaster's breaking away from the original wall.
Oh! A man fell out of the wall.
Professor Kramer. It's Professor Kramer.
Oh.
Look, that bullet hole. He's been murdered.
Oh, but who?
His
What?
equipment, his experiments. Oh, don't you understand? Whatever it is, he wanted me to come up here tonight and see. Someone murdered him and stole that equipment.
How horrible.
A poor old man who spent his entire life devising things to help humanity. And for that he gets this, a bullet through his head and a plaster wall for a grave. Well, Professor Kramer, I promise you this. Whoever did this to you will meet the shadow.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we again join the shadow, let me ask you this question. If you're trying to squeeze the last few miles out of your tires, if you're driving around on smooth, worn tires, do you know what a chance you're taking?
The shadow knows. It doesn't pay to gamble on tires. Thousands are killed or injured every year when skids throw cars out of control.
Yes, motorists. And before you experience that sickening pit-of-the-stomach feeling, equip your car with the new Goodrich Silvertown tire. Then you will have the greatest skid protection ever offered, the skid protection of the Lifesaver tread. And if you're wondering how the new Goodrich Silvertown stacks up against other tires, listen to this. The engineers of America's largest independent testing laboratory tested the regular and premium price tires of America's 6 largest tire manufacturers with these results. The new Goodrich Silvertown with Lifesaver tread gave greater skid resistance than any other tire tested, regardless of price. It also gave greater non-skid mileage than any other tire tested in its own price range. It averaged 19.1% more miles before the tires wore smooth. And that's the same as saying you'll get every 6th mile free. Right now is the time to replace any smooth, dangerous tires on your car with Goodrich, spelled Goodrich. Goodrich Safety Silvertown, the safest thing on wheels. There is no extra cost.
Come on. I thought you told me you were an electrician.
Sure I am, Mr. Martin, but gosh, I never connected up a rigmarole like this one.
Listen, fella. You said yourself it was a simple job to connect this apparatus up following the diagrams in that notebook.
Sure, Mr. Martin, but I got it almost done. There's just a couple more wires.
Well, get going.
Oh, sure. Say, sure is a funny setup, like an X-ray machine, and it isn't exactly like any X-ray setup I ever saw.
Hurry up.
Sure, Mr. Martin. Yeah. This wire, yeah. Yes, and this wire. There you are. Got it connected up just like it says in those diagrams. Say, who is this Kramer fellow who's got his name signed on all the pages of the notebook, Mr. Martin? Is he the fellow who built this?
All connected up, eh?
Yeah, sure. Just like it says right there.
The new cathode tube has been put in?
Oh, yeah, and the power's ready to be turned on. You're going to tell me now, aren't you?
Yeah. I'll let the machine itself tell you.
Well, what do you mean? Gun? What?
You've been asking a lot of questions, fella.
Yeah, well, what are you pointing the gun at me for?
Open the lid of that box by the machine.
Well, why? What are you going to do?
Open it.
Okay. I don't know what you intend doing, but...
Cut the talk and open the box.
There. It's open now.
Now, get in there and lie down.
In the box?
Yeah.
I ain't done nothing, Mr. Martin.
If you want me to drill you, get in that box. Now, lie down.
Yeah, but Mr.
You want me to drill you with a bullet? That'd make you lie down fast enough.
Oh, no, I'll do it. Don't shoot.
Now.
Don't shut me in the box. I ain't done nothing. Mr. Martin. Hey, let me out of here. I can't breathe. Let me out of here, Mr. Martin.
Now we'll see if the machine works or not.
Let me out of here, Mr. Martin.
I throw this switch.
Mr. Martin,
that part of it's all right. You won't kick and yell much longer after this switch is closed. So, maybe it does work. I'll know as soon as I open the box. It works. There's nothing left of them. The box is empty.
All right, Margot, this is as far as we ride. We'll walk the rest of the way.
Whatever you say, Lamont.
Let's go.
I don't understand why you came all the way out here, Lamont. What could these farms out here possibly have to do with the murder of Professor Kramer?
Well, the man who murdered the old man didn't think it possible that anyone would call on Kramer before that plaster wall dried up. Yeah, walk down this road.
But what was your finding the professor got to do with this trip,
Not
Lamont?
expecting anybody to dig behind that plaster wall, the murderer didn't go through the professor's pockets. And in one of those pockets, I found a letter signed Joe Martin.
Martin? Who's he?
I checked carefully on Mr. Martin's career, and I find he's a rather strange individual to be having dealings with a man of Professor Kramer's caliber.
What do you mean?
Martin is a man who made a great deal of money during Prohibition days, and a great number of enemies. Police suspect him of at least half a dozen murders, but there's never been any tangible evidence against him. So many of his bootlegger friends were gunning after him. Shortly before Prohibition ended, he left the country. Returned just a short while ago and has been living in seclusion. Why he should have been furnishing money to the professor, as the letter indicated, is something the Shadow wants to know.
And Martin lives out here?
Right. This farm right ahead. Well, look at that fence.
A barbed wire fence all around the place.
Don't bother with the gate. Come on. Slip through these strands of wires and sort of surprise our host, Mr. Martin.
You'll tear my dress.
No, I'll hold the wires apart and you can slip through here.
Oh, Lamont! What? Oh!
No! Oh, don't come near! The wires are charged.
Lamont, it's burning your hand. Can't you get loose?
No. The high voltage has paralyzed my muscles. Get a stick. Get a stick. Try to...
What are you doing?
There's someone coming.
Martin, you mustn't see me.
Hey, where are you?
Get away, Margot. You've got to get away.
Oh, I'll get you loose.
No, get clear of me. Don't touch me. Margot, you all right?
I'm all right.
You took the whole force of the voltage through your own body in order to pull me loose. Margot, you're the
Stay
bravest.
where you are, woman. Stay where you are and shoot.
I'm not running away.
Who'd you pull off the wire?
Wire?
Don't stall. I saw you pull somebody loose. Where is he?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't give me that. Something short-circuited the wire. I got the alarm at the house, and I ran out just in time to see you pull someone off. Now, who is it? Where is he?
You see, I'm quite alone.
Oh, so you're sure about that, are you, sister?
Of course.
Okay. That's swell. If there's no one with you, you can come along with me.
Come along where?
In the house. I need a sort of a guinea pig.
A guinea pig?
Yeah, a human one. For an experiment. Works okay, don't it?
What is it?
Not scared much, are you?
Why should I be frightened?
Yeah, you're a funny one, all right. You're alone, there's no question about that. I found your car where you parked it, nobody else in it. I don't know, sure can't figure it out. I thought I saw a man on the wire.
Tell me why I should be frightened.
Now, why not, sister? I don't look like a Boy Scout now, do I? And this room full of electrical stuff, it don't look like a soda fountain now, does it?
Still see no reason to be frightened.
No? Well, something tells me that before you're 10 minutes older... Yeah, you know what you're going to be doing?
What?
You're going to be screaming your head off. Because you're going to be more scared than any dame's been scared in all her life.
Do you always talk in riddles?
Come on. Take a look at this box. Come on, take a look, I tell you.
What's in it?
Interested, ain't you? Take a look.
Why, it's empty.
Yeah, but not for long. You see, you're gonna be in it.
I?
Yeah. You remember what I said? A guinea pig? Yeah, pretty one, too.
What are you talking about? Why should I get in that box?
Kind of stalling, ain't you? Hey, who are you expecting? The Marines? The boyfriend on a white horse?
You've got to tell me what this is all about.
Sure, I'll tell you. Why not? It's your one-way ticket to hell. The same ticket I'm going to issue to a lot of my pals.
You mean kill me and others?
Yeah. The old professor figured out a sure way to get rid of the rats you don't like. And a way no cop living or dead could figure out. You put them in a box, you pull a switch, and finish. No body, no nothing. Neat, eh?
Too neat, Joe Martin.
Hey, who's talking?
A voice that should have talked to you a long time ago.
Come on out wherever you are. Come on out and I'll let you have it.
How can you send a bullet through something you can't see, Joe Martin?
A voice. Why, it's right close to me. Hey, who are you?
Call me The Shadow.
The Shadow?
From your face, I see you've heard the name.
I heard it, yeah, sure. The voice that comes out of nowhere. But it can't be. Voices don't talk out of air. It's a trick.
I will men not to see me.
You, woman. That's why you weren't afraid. Expecting him, eh?
And now he's here.
But he won't get me. Get in there.
Margot, are you rat throwing her in there?
No. I've got my hand on the electric switch. The minute you touch me or try to let her out of the box, I'll throw the switch and she'll be dead. And neither you or the devil will be able to get her back.
Margot, it's all right, Margot.
Yeah, it's all right as long as you don't touch me or touch that box. So you're the great Shadow that's got all the smart boys worried, eh? Well, what are you going to do about this?
Don't pull that switch.
Now, why shouldn't I? I paid that old boy Kramer plenty for this chance.
You murdered him.
Oh, you know about that too, do you? Well, maybe that makes me all the more anxious to throw the switch and get rid of your dame.
What do you want?
Oh, you're ready to make a deal, are you? Well, that's smart.
What do you want?
First, I want what no one else has ever been able to ask.
What's that? Speak up.
I want to see you.
See me?
Yeah, see you. See you in flesh and blood. Nobody's kidding me. You're not just a voice coming out of air. You've got a head and a body and legs and arms. And I want to see them.
No one has ever seen me.
Oh, Lamont, eh? Well, fella, you heard what she was yelling. No air. Are you going to let me see who you are? So maybe I can send a slug through you? Oh, not talking, eh? Don't like the idea of me getting the best of you, eh? All right, fella. I'm giving you the count of 3 to make up your mind. At 3, I throw the switch, and so help me, there won't be enough left of that dame to put in a matchbox. 1, 2. Do I get to see your Shadow? Okay, then here she goes. 3.
Margot. It's all right.
Lamont, are you all right?
Let me help you out of here. There.
Oh, that horrible sound. I thought
No, I'm all right.
But, Martin, where...
Look on the floor below the switchboard.
Oh.
Not a pretty sight, is it?
Oh, his face.
The electricity burned him as crisply as if he had sat in the electric chair. Don't look at him anymore, dear.
But how did it happen?
He was looking around trying to see me as his hand reached out to the switch. Instead of touching the insulated handle, his fingers closed on the metal.
Oh, but Lamont, why did you let him... Why'd you let him put me...
Well, finish your sentence. You mean, why did I let him throw the switch? Well, because it wouldn't have hurt you anyway.
Why not?
While he was busy threatening me, I disconnected the wires leading to the cathode tube.
Oh.
Risking your life would have been too high a price, Margot. Even to catch a rat of Martin's sort.
The rat caught himself in his own trap.
Yes. Yes, his own trap. The penalty for murder in this state is to die by electricity. Well, we can close the books on Joe Martin. The law has taken its course.
You have been listening to a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine, now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
And now, stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs, because even when you know who is guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler. And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. Flee from evil.
There was almost complete darkness around the parked car on the lonely road on the outskirts of Seattle. And the man at the wheel, heavy-set and 50-ish, tried to peer through this darkness. He couldn't see, but he could imagine what was taking place some 50 yards further up the road. A raised gun, careful aim, and then the shot that Bert Macklin was waiting to hear. Shot followed by the sound of running feet. A few moments later, Bert's nephew had run to the car, leaped inside, and Bert had the motor running, the car in gear, moving forward.
Swing around, Uncle Bert. We'll go back the way we came.
Right. You got him?
Yes. Yes, I got him. Hey, look out. You're getting off the road. We'll get stuck. Yeah, step. Oh, we've got to get out of here. You keep stepping on it, and I'll give her a push. Let up! Let up! Now. 1, 2, 3. That's it. She's free. Come on. Now, let's go, Uncle Bert. Get us away from here. Fast.
Nothing to worry about now, Freddie. You're sure you took care of him?
Oh, that's what I came here for. All the way from London. Yes, I took care of him, I'm sure.
You didn't get a look at him?
No, it was too dark, but he was sitting at the wheel of his car, and I slipped up alongside.
I see. Well, maybe it's over. Really over. At last.
There's no maybe about it.
All right, but... Well, after a month of paying off, wondering when I'd be tapped again, it doesn't seem possible that I'm rid of him, Freddie.
Inheriting money does have its drawbacks,
Decidedly. Good thing the fellow was only getting started. Even my entire inheritance could go fast that way.
Yeah. You better slow down, Uncle Bert. We're almost into town.
We'll go directly back to the party, give some excuse. And Freddie, you've done me a great favor.
Yes, and you're going to show your appreciation, of course. Our bargain, you know?
I'll never forget this. Your help. What you just did back there.
It'll be healthier for me if you do forget it right now. Killing a man, even a blackmailer, well, there's some sort of law, isn't there, Uncle Bert?
I prefer the other law. The one you mentioned early this evening. An eye for an eye.
Yes, you did say that, didn't you, Freddie? An eye for an eye. You were quite willing to lend a hand, so eager to cooperate. You feel a surge of confidence back at the house, facing the others, as Uncle Bert extends his apologies for being away.
Oh, sorry, Lloyd. Veronica, we didn't intend to be gone so long, you know.
Quite all right, old man. We went for a spin in Uncle Bert's new car. He's already imagining all sorts of things wrong with it.
Oh, not at all. I just wanted Freddie to try it out. He's very handy with machines, you know.
My, he is talented, isn't he?
Oh, I don't know, Veronica. Let's say, where's Uncle Frank?
He left here shortly after you two did. Said he suddenly remembered a business appointment.
Oh, a business appointment? Frank had a business appointment?
But it must have been rather important for him to walk out when so many drinks are being passed around.
Drinks? Oh, now, look here, Freddie. If any drinks were passed, they were passed right by me.
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry what we told Mrs. Fell to act as hostess till we got back.
Oh, your uncle's housekeeper made it quite clear to us that if we wanted any drinks while you two were gone, we'd have to fix them ourselves. Dinner, she said, is the only thing she'd attend to this evening.
Oh, did she? Well, I told her we'd only be gone a little while, the old gargoyle.
Oh, come now, Freddie.
Look, I'll attend to the drinks right away. Why don't we all go into the bar?
Wonderful idea.
Sure. Are you coming, Uncle Bert? Uncle Bert?
Huh? Oh, yes. Freddie, just a minute.
What's the matter?
Frank. Freddie, you don't suppose Frank's the one?
Uncle Frank? What? No, I never thought of that. It is funny, his having a business appointment just after we left the party to keep our appointment with your blackmailer.
Could have been, you know. We'll find out soon enough. There's not much we can do now.
No. Oh, I can't believe it, Uncle Frank.
Frank's not really your uncle, Freddie. He's my half-brother. I wouldn't put it past him, sponging off me the way he's been doing, though. Who could that be?
Let's see.
Good evening, gentlemen. Let's see now. You'd be Mr. Bert Macklin, and you'd be Mr. Fred.
Oh, what is it?
My card.
Sidney Hocker, private investigator. I don't understand, Mr. Hocker.
You will. I'd like to come in for a little talk, if you don't mind.
Oh, that's quite impossible. We have dinner guests.
Oh, of course. Naturally, you wouldn't want them to hear what I had to say.
Now, see here. What is the nature of your business?
It all ties in rather neatly with that little display you and Freddie here put on a little while ago in the outskirts of town.
Fred, I think we'd best step outside. Close the door. Now, Mr. Hocker, if you'll get to the point.
Well, that shooting a little while ago. That was me that Freddie boy pumped those bullets into. Or rather, it was my overcoat. You'll notice the holes.
What's it?
Yeah, I rolled up a few blankets, put my overcoat around them, my hat on top, and left it slumped over the wheel of the car.
Oh. I shot at a dummy. I see.
Merely acting on behalf of my client.
Client?
That's right. These days, I'm forced to take anything that comes along. Now to the business at hand, gents. As you know, my client has definite proof, Mr. Macklin, that the death of a former associate of yours was anything but accidental. Your former associate's name was Edward Wilson. This information could be dropped into a mailbox to the police.
Unless I pay. You see, Freddie, it isn't over.
What do you want, Mr. Hawker? How much?
Well, my client feels, in view of what's happened this evening, the attempted murder, that this payment should be $5,000.
$5,000? Freddie, do you...
Take it easy, Uncle Bert. We haven't any choice. Where do we deliver the money, Mr. Hawker?
My office will do, Freddie boy. Say about 9 tomorrow evening. Good night, gents.
We're licked, Freddie. Beaten. Through.
It's funny.
Funny? I fail to see the humor of it.
No, I mean, I'm not a murderer after all, am I?
No, that's right. You're not.
During dinner, you watch your Uncle Bert closely. His eyes wander about the table, settling on one guest and then another. And you know what he's thinking about, don't you? Uncle Frank could still be the blackmailer, couldn't he? You know that thought is going through your Uncle Bert's mind. Then there's Floyd Gillis, an associate at the lumber mill. He could be Mr. Hocker's client. Yes, either one of them could know about Bert's dead colleague, the one who was supposed to have committed suicide. And occasionally, Freddie, you feel Uncle Bert's eyes are on you, too. Dinner over, you take Veronica home. Then return to the house. Find Uncle Bert has something on his mind.
Freddie. Huh? This girl, Veronica. What do you know about her?
Well, how much does one know about anyone? You
meet on a boat trip. Why?
I was just wondering about her.
Oh, you mean you think that she could... Oh, no, that's nonsense. She's just here visiting her sick sister, helping out for a bit, that's all. No, if you ask me, Uncle Frank's your blackmailer.
It could be anybody, Freddie. Even you.
Me? Oh, now, really, isn't that a bit thick? Are you forgetting you asked me to come here all the way from London a month ago to help you out?
Yes, I did ask you. We made a bargain. You were to help me get this blackmailer off my neck. In return, I was to make you my sole heir.
Yes. And if I might point out, you had already been approached by the blackmailer while I was still in London.
That's right. I had been approached, but through an intermediary. That's something else I've been thinking about. Why should a blackmailer share his good fortune with a go-between, eh? Because he doesn't wish to reveal his identity to me, or because he doesn't happen to be on the scene at the moment. He could be anywhere. Even in London, Freddie.
Oh, really, Uncle Bert? You're letting this thing get you. No, you'd better stick with Uncle Frank for your blackmailer. Well, I'm going to turn in, get some sleep. You'll have the money tomorrow night, hmm?
Yes. I'll see what I can do. Good night, Freddie.
You're worried, aren't you, Fred? Because the thing that brought you here from London, your Uncle Bert's money he's promised to leave you in his will, is slowly slipping away, and you're powerless to prevent it. Yes, Uncle Bert's past is threatening your future. And you're even more certain of it the following evening as you sit in Sid Hocker's office and wait as he calls his client.
Hello, this is Hocker. Yes, he's here now. But with only half the money. I know, but he says the rest is tied up at the moment.
It'll be a week at least before he can manage the rest.
He says he'll have the rest in another week. Right. What? Got it. My client isn't very happy, Freddie boy.
But he is giving us more time.
1 week, Freddie boy. No more.
It's while you're walking back to the house that an idea strikes you suddenly. You want to find Uncle Bert's blackmailer, don't you? Yes. But instead of getting rid of him, you wonder about joining forces with him. Then you could start collecting on Uncle Bert's money now, rather than wait years to inherit it. Inside the house, you hurry to the telephone, pick it up, and toy with the dial, counting the clicks. Interesting, isn't it, Fred? If you can learn to count the clicks perfectly and listen again when Sid Hocker calls his client, and then remember the sound pattern. You'd have it, wouldn't you, Fred? The phone number of your uncle's blackmailer. Once you know that, Fred, you can contact the blackmailer directly. Offer him your valuable assistance in blackmailing Uncle Bert and split the money with him.
1, 2, 3, 4. By George, I think I can count the clicks. I think I can do it. With a little more practice, I know I can do it. After that, I'll have everyone just where I want them.
Extra pep, take those hills and high. Put Signal Ethel in your car and it will really fly. If you're surprised to hear me sing, just wait till you hear your car sing when you treat it to its first tankful of Signal Ethel. Yes, with the premium grade of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline in your tank, it'll be music to your ears when you touch the starter on cold mornings. Presto, your motor starts humming a tune quicker than you can turn on your radio. When it comes to acceleration, Signal Ethel will show you pep that makes even Dixieland jazz seem tame. And the knock-free power of Signal Ethel will send you up hills as smoothly and effortlessly as a coloratura from the Met soars to high C. And why not? After all, Signal Ethel is engineered to bring out the best in any car. So if it's best performance you want, just remember the famous last verse of that great shower room baritone Marvin Miller. Go farther and have fun. Enjoy your every spin. To get more out of any car, put signal ethylene.
It's been a trial, hasn't it, Fred? From the beginning, when you first discovered that your Uncle Bert was being blackmailed and your own future fortunes threatened. Yes, you were willing to commit murder to prevent it. But the attempted murder backfired, and the blackmailer doubled his price. But now you feel you're in command again, that your little plan will pay off. A few days of practice, and you can tell any phone number now when you hear it being dialed by counting the clicks, remembering the sound pattern. Yes. All you have to do is listen carefully the next time you're with Sid Hocker when he calls his client. Then a great idea hits you. True, it's a dangerous one. Something could go wrong. But it's worth considering carefully, isn't it? And it's constantly on your mind in the days that follow. Then on the evening of your appointment with Hocker to pay the rest of the money you promised, you step into the study, find Uncle Bert standing at the window, staring out into the night.
It's almost 8, Uncle Bert.
Oh, Freddie.
Well, hadn't I better be getting over to Hawker's?
You don't have to be there till 9. Perhaps you won't get there at all.
Well, you mean you didn't manage to get the rest of the money?
Oh, I got it all right. It's just that I'm not certain I want to turn it over to Hawker's client. Been trying to make up my mind all day.
Oh, now look here, Uncle Bert.
I know. If I don't pay up, Mr. Hawker's client will expose me. Perhaps that's what I really want. Get it over with once and for all. Why should I go on paying and paying and paying? He'll bleed me white.
But I thought we'd agreed the other day that you'd go on paying for a while at least and bide your time. He's bound to make a mistake.
If I could be sure.
No, I say pay off this chap. Pay as long as you're able. It's better than the noose.
I don't know.
It will take time and money, but it'll be worth it.
Perhaps you're right, Freddie.
We'll catch up to Mr. Hawker's client. You'll see.
All right. Bring the car around. I'll get the money out of the safe.
Uncle Bert had you worried for a moment, didn't he, Fred? Yes. You saw your entire plan collapsing and all that easy money slipping from your grasp. But suddenly it was all right again. And Uncle Bert agreed to go on paying his blackmailer. Now, with the money tucked away in your coat pocket, you drive downtown to Hawker's office.
Good evening, Mr. Hawker.
Well, Mr. Macklin. Johnny on the spot, eh? And with the money?
Johnny on the spot, yes. With the money, no.
What's this?
No, you see, Mr. Hawker, Uncle's had a bit of difficulty raising the money.
Now, see here, my
client...
client...
All he asks is a few hours.
I see.
Do you think that will be agreeable to your client, Mr. Hawker?
It might be, and then again it might not.
Why don't you ask your client?
All right, I will.
You sit at the edge of the desk. Try to appear calm as Hawker steps to the telephone and picks it up. You listen carefully as he dials.
Well, this is Sid Hocker. Right. There's been a delay. Mr. Macklin's having a bit of trouble raising the money. What? Oh, no. All he wants is a little more time. Huh? Right. Got it.
Let me talk to your client, Mr. Hawker.
Yeah, now, none of that.
Well, I only wanted to...
I'll answer any questions you have. Is that clear?
No. As you wish. You'll just have to call your client again.
I can afford it. Well?
My uncle is ready to make a settlement. Tonight. He's willing to pay $20,000 if your client will turn over every shred of evidence he holds against my uncle and drop the matter once and for all.
20,000, eh? Well, now, that sounds reasonable.
Well, suppose you see if your client thinks so.
Right. But mind you, no tricks.
No tricks.
You've got to make certain, don't you, Fred? And you listen carefully as he dials the number again. It's the same number he dialed before, isn't it? There's no mistake. And you're confident now you'll be able to dial that same number when the time comes.
Well, Mr. Hooker?
It's a Grebel, but my client wants the money delivered here by 11 tonight.
Good. I'll see you then, Mr. Hooker.
You hurry out of the office, downstairs into your car. From the glove compartment, you remove a gun. You slip it into your pocket. As you start back, you see Hawker walk out of the building, head for the parking lot in the rear. Quickly, you move after him. Then in the darkness behind the building, you catch up to him as he slides in behind the wheel of his car.
Oh, Hooker.
Hey, oh, it's you. Hey, what's the idea of the gun?
Move over,
What are you doing?
I said move over.
Wait a minute.
That's a good shot. Now, start up, Hawker. We're going for a bit of a spin. I think this will do, Hawker. A nice, dark, deserted road. Splendid place for a chat, hmm?
What's the idea?
Pull over, old man.
All right. Now what?
Well, first off, that business about Uncle wanting to make a settlement. That was a bit of a trick on my part, I'm afraid.
What?
Yes, you see, I was merely interested in having you dial that phone again.
What are you talking about?
I had to make certain I had the right number. You see, Hawker, by simply listening to the dial as it spins, counting the number of clicks.
You mean you can...
Oh, yes. I can dial that number again with very little difficulty. Now, are you going to tell me who the blackmailer is? Or must I find out for myself?
You don't know yet?
Would it be Frank Macklin by any chance?
Who's he?
Or Lloyd Gillis, perhaps?
Never heard of him.
I don't recognize the number at all. Of course, it could be a booth somewhere or a little hideaway, an apartment.
I wouldn't know.
I see. Well, if you won't cooperate, I shall have to find out by calling. I'm rather certain I'll recognize the voice, and I shall be most careful not to reveal my own identity, of course.
Well, now that that's settled, what more do you want with me? I ain't no good to you anymore.
That's right. However, inasmuch as I intend to do business with your client, a sort of partnership arrangement in the near future...
So that's it. You're going to be part of the scheme from now on, eh?
Yes. And my plans do not include you, I'm afraid. Does that upset you? Yes, I'm sure it does. Now, I shouldn't want you around, Mr. Hawker, to slip the word to dear Uncle Bert and tell him what I'm doing.
Yeah. What do you mean?
Oh, it's obvious, quite obvious, isn't it, old man?
No, wait.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Hawker. As you so aptly put it, you ain't no good to me anymore.
While watching some Christmas shoppers, I couldn't help thinking, if folks shopped as carefully for automobile batteries as they do for Christmas gifts, practically all drivers would decide on Signal Deluxe batteries. Just compare the power of various batteries. You'll find Signal Deluxe batteries give up to 35% more power for quicker starting and to take care of your radio and other electrical gadgets. That's because of Signal's microporous all-rubber separators, which have been called the greatest battery improvement in 20 years. Compare the life of various batteries. You'll see that Signal Deluxe batteries are guaranteed up to 2.5 times as long as ordinary batteries, a full 30 months on a service basis, which also means that the cost per month is amazingly low, even lower when you deduct the trade-in allowance Signal dealers are giving for old batteries. And liberal credit terms are available. No wonder more and more shoppers, drivers who really compare batteries, are choosing Signal Deluxe batteries at Signal service stations.
It's done, isn't it, Fred? Hawker is dead. The threat has been removed, and he lies buried in a shallow grave on the outskirts of town. Now all you have to do is call the blackmailer. And once you've learned his identity without revealing your own, you expect to approach him again later, cautiously, inform him of your plan for a partnership, to continue to blackmail your uncle together. And you certainly won't refuse, because you then reveal his identity to Uncle Bert. You drive back to town, park Hawker's car in the lot behind his office building, and then hurry upstairs. As you sit at Hocker's desk, you glance at your watch, and a smile covers your face. Yes, you're confident now that you've made the right decision, aren't you?
Hello, Freddie.
Uncle Bert, what are you doing here?
Looking for Sid Hocker. I thought I might persuade him to tell me who the blackmailer is, confirm my suspicions with this.
Oh, no, Uncle Bert. Put that gun away. Hocker's not here.
So I see. Delivering the money to his client, I suppose.
Yes.
I think you should know, Freddie, that I contacted the police tonight.
You what?
Yes, I told the police why I was being blackmailed, that I'd killed a man some time ago. I was going to give myself up, but I was going to get the blackmailer first. That's why I came here. I was sure Hocker could lead me to the blackmailer.
But I thought that
I was going to go on paying? No, I decided against that shortly after you left the house tonight.
Oh, really? Well, that wasn't very clever.
No, and you're going to regret it, Freddie.
Oh, what?
Oh, I've suspected for a long time you were behind all this.
Why? Well, that's ridiculous.
Is it? Let's see if my hunch is right. Empty your pockets.
My pockets?
I'll give you 3.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
1, 2.
All right.
That's better. Well, you do have the money. My hunch was right.
I can explain.
So Hocker paid off his client, eh?
Now, Uncle Bert, if you'll only listen...
No, I could forgive you, stealing money from me, but not blackmailing me, Freddie.
No, you don't understand this. I haven't blackmailed you. Look, I'll find the blackmailer for you.
None of your tricks. Put that phone down.
Well, let me call a number. I swear you'll hear the blackmailer's voice with your own ears.
I'm not that stupid. Me fall for a trick like that. And it is a trick, isn't it, Freddie? You want to catch me off guard. Get close enough to me so you can get this gun.
No, it's not a trick.
All right. We'll see. But you'd better not try any tricks. I'll listen in, yes. But on this extension phone over here. But remember, Freddie, I'll have this gun on you. I've already confessed one murder to the police. Another one won't matter much. Go ahead. Make your call.
Everything depends on this phone call, doesn't it, Fred? Your hand is steady, sure, as you dial. You know there can't be any mistake. But this is the number Hocker called. You're certain it's the phone number of his client, the blackmailer.
At the tone, the time will be 10, 9, and 40 seconds.
Hocker. Hocker was the blackmailer all the time.
No. It was you, Freddie. That phone call you just made was a trick. And a very stupid one.
No. No, Uncle Bert, wait! Shut!
At the tone, the time will be 10, 10 exactly.
Let that whistle be your signal for the signal oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Signal Oil Company has asked me to remind you that there's an easy way we can all help to make this holiday season happier for ourselves and others. Drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Ben Wright, Ed Begley, Constance Cavendish, and Ted DeCorsia. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Adrian John Doe, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at the same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. Stay tuned now for Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Who are the outstanding writers of weird and uncanny stories?
Poe, de Maupassant, Paul Willett, Wilkie Collins.
Where can I hear these stories?
Listen to the Weird Circle.
The Weird Circle. In this cave by the restless sea, we are met to call from out the past stories strange and weird. Bellkeeper, toll the bell, so all may know we are gathered again in the Weird Circle.
The Ogden's Playhouse returns to the air with another Weird Circle presentation. To be heard this evening is a remarkable story with a distinct flavor of mysticism. Falkland, by E. Bulwer Lytton. There's a flavor, too, in Ogden's fine-cut tobacco. Its distinctive character keeps smokers asking for Ogden's to roll their own cigarettes. No wonder, then, that Ogden's is famous for making and keeping friends among smokers who roll their own cigarettes. Make the acquaintance of Ogden's. You'll like its friendly character. Ogden's is easy to roll, delightful to smoke. Yes, easy to roll, delightful to smoke. And now the Ogden's Playhouse presents Falkland by E. Bulwer Lytton.
Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by, speak again the immortal tale, Falkland.
Falkland, you who seek the wisdom of the universe beyond the time of man, look to the lightning and the thunder. What are the words of fire you seek tonight?
Voice of the tempest, I look for the secrets of wisdom no man knows.
What is this wisdom you would know?
The darkest and ultimate triumph of life itself.
The secret of death? Such wisdom requires a price.
I will pay the price gladly, whatever it may be.
The price is the greatest a mortal man can pay. Being so wise, whomever you love within the narrow confines of this earth will die.
I love no one. The price is cheap.
Then beware of the time when you do love.
The bargain's made. Tell me the secret.
Death is a lovely wound, healed by infinity into an eternal circle of light. Far off, far beyond your thought, beyond the eclipse of time, beyond this universe of stars and dust.
Everything I need.
I forget you're an austere member of Parliament and excitement isn't in character. Well, I suppose when I get you happily married and settled here at Mandeville, I'll have to advertise for a husband for myself. Or else I'll be a dour old maid.
Nonsense. You? I can't believe it.
Hello. Hello, Robert.
Hello, Emily.
I'm sorry to be late, Julia. Emily, where have you been? Way down past the orchard over that hill. Oh, I'm out of breath. The country is really so beautiful.
Then you like it here at Mandeville, do you, Emily?
Oh, yes. The house is almost as big as a castle. But, Robert, there's a dreadful storm coming up. The sky's almost black as pitch. Must you go tonight?
If I don't, I may be late for my own wedding, and you'd hate me for that.
And so would I.
Anyway, business comes before the pleasure of being married. Goodbye, you two. Take good care of Emily for me, Julia.
I will. Hurry back to Mandeville, Robert.
Oh, it's not Mandeville I'll hurry back to, but to you, my beautiful bride. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Robert. Oh, what a shame he has to go. And on such an awful night. Now, don't tell me you're afraid of storms. Well, I am a wee bit. I had a reason. What? I bet I know. That's where the wedding's going to be. Under the arbor.
Robert told you.
No, I guessed. It's such a perfect place.
And there are millions of buds, Emily, just ready to bloom. Why, Emily, you're not listening to a word I say. Why do you keep staring out of the window like that?
Julia came to the edge of the wood, looking up, as if he were talking to the... Who do you suppose he was?
Certainly sounds like our Midland. Though you wouldn't think so, the way he stays cooped up in that old house of his. Anything else. Folk are frightened to death of it. He works in his dryer and nothing.
Oh, what a legend.
No, Robert was there.
Well, then you must know him.
Not very well. But my, isn't it strange that you should see Mr. Falkland on your first day at Mandeville? Very few people ever meet him at all.
He saw me, too. He looked tomorrow night.
Oh, he'd never accept, Emily. He never goes anywhere.
Well, ask him just the same. What harm can it do?
It would be a feather in our caps if he came to Mandeville.
Oh, yes.
And wouldn't Robert be surprised? All right, I'm game. We'll send him a note in the morning. But, Mr. Falkland, you must admit that living the life of a recluse, so to speak, would arouse the curiosity of the village.
Oh, you're right, low Italy.
Is that you then, Mr. Falkland? Spend your time at study?
Why, I scented my happiness and dying thirst somewhere inside, quenched mostly to myself, but that makes me no less.
Of course, here we are at Mandeville, and you have forgotten your studies. At least for a little while.
And I'm indebted to both of you for the dinner as well as the diversion. Now I shall go. I mustn't outstay my welcome.
Oh, but you're always welcome at Mandeville.
Mr. Falkland, sometimes my feminine curiosity gets the better of my good manners. And I'd like to ask you a question. I was wondering why you happened to come tonight when you've so often declined before.
Would you like a frank answer?
Robert says a frank answer is always better than a subtle one.
Well, then, I'll not be subtle. Yesterday, when I was walking on the hill, I saw a beautiful young lady on the path below, just at the edge of the wood. It occurred to me that she might be a guest here at Mandeville, and so I came to meet her. You see, my motive was entirely selfish. Now, good night. I'll go by way of your terrace and garden, if I may. Goodbye, Miss Lindale.
Good night, Mr. Falkland.
Well, no wonder people say he's strange. He is. Imagine, he came to Mandeville just to meet you and freely admitted it. I'm glad he's gone, Emily. Emily, look at me. Why, you're very pale.
Am I, Julia? I guess it's that disturbing Mr. Falkland. It does have a curious effect on one, doesn't it? Here, so close, I think I'll go for a walk in the rose garden.
All right, but don't be long.
But let us love while yet we may. Our summer is decaying, and woe to hearts that in their grey December go amaze. Who's there? Oh, Mr. Falkland, it's you.
I thought the rose arbor would hide me, Miss Lindale. Sorry to frighten you.
Well, it was quite a shock for a moment.
I've been enjoying the midnight beauty of the garden. Such roses and moonlight don't grow at Glenmere. But now I'll be on my way.
Oh, no, don't go on my account. I was only just walking around for a bit. I wasn't a bit sleepy, and the night air is very tempting.
Miss Lindale, I mustn't talk with you. Make me go. I don't have the will to do it myself.
But why should you go, Mr. Falkland? You are a strange man. You know, I didn't say it tonight, but I felt very keenly that I've known you before, and I can't remember where.
It was a meeting you dreamed. I've dreamed it, too.
Oh, it seems more than the fancy of a dream.
But it was the only way I could reach you. Dreams are safe. And there's no safety in tonight. Aren't you afraid?
Of what? Of the moonlight?
No. Of me. Look in my eyes. And tell me what you see.
A picture of a girl in an arbor of roses.
Is the girl alive?
Oh, quite alive. And laughing.
Well, then you know now why I can't meet you again. Ever again.
But I was only going to ask you if you'd go with Julia and me to the beach on Friday. And now you've refused before I could invite you. What do you mean? Why can't you come back to Mandeville?
Because I'd fall in love with the roses and the roses would die.
Oh, Julia told me that silly legend. I don't say you believe it yourself.
I only want to believe that I saw you here caught in a compliment of moonlight, not in a dream. Emily, that That verse you were saying, speak it again.
Oh, now.
Close your eyes, please, and speak it again. So I'll remember you.
All right. I'll close my eyes if you wish. But let us love while yet we may. Our summer is decaying. And woe to hearts that in their grey December go a-May. Mr. Falkland? Mr. Falkland? Why, he's gone away. Look what a lovely nautilus shell I found buried in the sand. Why, Emily, what is the matter? Emily, ever since... Julia, look who's that coming over the dunes. Why, it's Mr. Falkland. Whatever is he doing here at the beach?
Hello there.
Hello, Mr. Falkland. Emily, I really don't think we should encourage him. Have you come to help us find the loveliest shells from the sea, Mr. Falkland?
I have, Miss Linvale, if you'll forgive me for intruding like this.
Oh, the beach needs company, too. Did you ever see such a lonesome place? We've been waiting for a guide and boatman from the village, but he seems to have lost his way instead. Well, now what difference does it make? Now we can visit the cave, Julia. Mr. Falkland will take us. She's had her heart set on seeing the pirate's den. Oh, but, Emily, I'm too tired. I'm too exhausted to move an inch. Well, then you can wait here while Mr. Falkland and I go. We won't be long. Oh, do you mind, Julia? And how will we know the cave? Well, you see, even the prospect of an adventure makes her happy, Mr. Falkland. Well, if I remember rightly, the entrance to the den is small at the foot of the cliff, and you stoop to walk in, and then the floor suddenly slopes upward, and you go up a little way and inside the cliff itself. Now run along and hurry back. I'll wait for you here. Mr. Falkland, do you suppose she'll ever grow up one of these days? How funny. The daylight from the mouth of the cave lights the wall. Oh, let's go back. It's so dark and it's too much like a tomb.
Miss Linvale. Emily, wait a moment.
I knew you'd come today, Mr. Falkland.
I tried to stay away.
But I was as lonesome as the sea.
Well, then you hoped I'd come.
My heart was very tight with wishing. You're the wisest man in the world. Tell me, is it wrong?
I love you more than you know. But it cannot be. We mustn't see each other ever again.
Then this is love, I feel. And I'm not ashamed. I'm glad to know I never loved Robert at all.
Oh, my Emily, if I thought I could cheat death and take you from him. Don't you see, my darling? There's a contagion in every breath I breathe. Death grows inside of me. And I'm afraid to touch you. Afraid I'll murder what I love.
Then touch me now. Take my hand. There, you see, it's a foolish fear.
Emily, wait. It's grown so dark in here.
Falkland, the tide. It's filling the den.
Hurry, we must get out quickly. We'll have to swim underwater out of the mouth of the cave now before it's too late. Are you afraid?
No, not with you.
Then promise. If we live, you'll be my bride. We'll go away, far away together.
I promise. I promise.
But if we die...
Mustn't speak of dying.
Being so wise, Falkland, whomever you love within the narrow confines of this earth will die.
The mystery of life and death has always been a challenge to mankind. Many have attempted to probe this deep secret. Falkland, for instance, believed he achieved a measure of success, as we will learn in the second half of tonight's Weird Circle story. To the smoker who rolls his own cigarettes, the popularity of Ogden's fine-cut tobacco holds no secret. When you roll a cigarette with Ogden's, you know at once why Ogden's is the popular choice of roll-your-own cigarette smokers in Canada. Smooth, uniform texture, satisfying taste are at once evident in Ogden's, the cigarette tobacco famous for its unvarying high quality. You know Ogden's is a good tobacco the moment you see it. The moment you taste a cigarette rolled with Ogden's, you know it's the tobacco you've been looking for. The high quality of Ogden's is well known to smokers who roll their own cigarettes. So here's a reminder to try a package. You'll find Ogden's easy to roll, delightful to smoke. Yes, easy to roll, delightful to smoke. And now back to our story. On a visit to the sea, Falkland and Emily explore the pirate's den, a cave in a seaside cliff. The tide suddenly begins to fill the cave. Falkland, believing the curse of death is coming true, confesses his love. And Emily promises to marry him if they escape.
Row the boat faster, man. We'll never get there before the tide's full.
I'm doing the best I can, Mum. Didn't you know the pirate's den is dangerous? Many's the pair of lovers who drown there.
Oh, but they're not in love, and we must save them.
The tide comes in swift as an arrow here on the cliffs.
Look, there's the place just ahead. There a little to the right. Oh, how high the water is. Is it too deep for you to dive?
I don't know, Mum. I can't promise to get them out.
Wait, look there. There they are. Oh, there they are, swimming toward us.
My gum, they've cheated the tide. They're a lucky pair.
Emily, Mr. Falkland. Row faster.
They must have discovered the tide in time and swum under it, out of the cave.
Yes, but they're safe, and that's all that matters. Emily! Mr. Falkland! Now, Emily, keep the covers pulled up and just rest. Here's some broth.
Thank you, Julia. I'm all right now. Where's Mr. Falkland?
He went home by way of the garden.
Will he be back soon?
Of course not. Why do you ask that?
He saved my life. I haven't thanked him.
Oh, nonsense. He didn't do more than any other man would have. Now, you drink this broth.
Julia, I must see him. Send a servant. Ask Mr. Falkland to come.
Emily. Oh, you're feverish. Your forehead's so warm.
But I want to tell him not to be afraid.
Emily, what's happened? You frighten me the way you talk.
There's something I want you to tell Robert. Will you, Julia? Tell him we can't be married now.
What?
Oh, don't you understand? From the first moment I saw Mr. Falkland that day on the hill, I was hopelessly in love with him. I couldn't help it, Julia. It roared inside me like thunder.
Emily, I won't listen to this nonsense.
Is it nonsense to be in love? Oh, I never knew before what it was like. I only thought I was in love with Robert.
What has this man Falkland done to you? He's evil. He bends people to his will.
Oh, no, Julia. Nothing can change the way I feel. Nothing in this world. Now send for him, please. Tell him to come.
I'll do nothing of the kind.
Oh, try to understand. Do you want me to marry Robert when you know I love someone else?
Emily, this is outrageous. I'm going to send the carriage to London. When Robert comes, you'll have to tell him this yourself. Really, Emily, I never thought you capable of such deceit.
Oh, you don't understand. You don't know what it is. Now let me get up. He'll come back to the garden and I'll wait for him there. Falkland, here I am, under the arbor.
Oh, my Emily, I've been so worried, so afraid you were ill.
Julia said I shouldn't have come. But I had to see you, Falkland. Do you remember the promise?
I remember little else.
Where will you take me then? Far away. Somewhere I've never been.
Wherever you please, my darling. So long as you're there and I'm with you.
Now you see how silly your fears were. But I was afraid you'd stay away from me because of it.
Well, what have you done? Is there some magic in your eyes that defies even death itself? Oh, Emily, I'm not afraid anymore. Look at me. The curse is gone, and I can touch you and kiss you without fear of some terrible disaster. Emily, I'm happier than I've ever been before.
Falkland, look at that star. The first and brightest of the evening. Do you also understand the stars?
I only understand that you're safe and alive, and that love is the greatest wisdom of all.
Even now you look for wisdom. Oh, Falkland, I'm deliriously tired. When will you come for me? When will we go?
I'm resigned to say tomorrow. I dare not say tonight.
Tomorrow, then. But it's a long time away.
There's a minister in the village.
I'll not miss the roses.
I'll arrange the time and send you a note when to meet me and where, but I'm afraid to let you out of my sight.
There's nothing to fear. I'll be at the spot whenever you say. Not even death itself would stop me. Good night, Falkland. Good night.
Oh, Robert, I thought you'd never get here.
Well, I came as quickly as I could. Where is Emily?
She's been in bed all day. She's ill. I know she is. Oh, Robert, you've got to make her see it's not too late.
Have you talked with her today?
She's been asleep in the room next
door, murmuring Falkland's name and speaking of death and thunder and all manner of evil things. She's pale. She even cries in her sleep.
Then she won't see this Falkland again. I'll make sure of that.
Oh, but she's so determined, Robert. Last night, in spite of anything I could do, she went out in the garden to meet him.
How could you allow such a thing?
How could I stop it? She's possessed with evil.
And this letter, it's from Falkland?
A messenger brought it this morning. I didn't dare give it to Emily before you came.
Have you read it?
Oh, no, it's addressed to her.
Well, we'll certainly see what devilish stuff he's written. My darling Emily, I'm distracted with terrible apprehensions. I ask myself, how is Emily today? Does she love me still? And will she love me in spite of the disgrace Robert Mandeville may heap upon her? Tell him we love honorably and completely, as no two people have before. My darling, the time is midnight tonight. I'll be waiting on the road where it touches the lake. All my love, Falkland.
Robert, they're running away tonight.
I'm going to talk to Emily.
Oh, it's a terrible thing, Robert. She doesn't know what she's doing. Make her see how wrong it is.
Wait here. I'll call if I need you. Emily, are you awake?
Robert? Oh, Robert, I'm glad you're back. Please come in.
Julia sent for me. I left my business at a crucial time. What is all this I've been hearing about you and that devil, Falkland?
Oh, Robert, don't be annoyed. Don't raise your voice. I've been waiting to see you, to tell you myself.
Well, what is it? And why are you in bed? Are you ill?
Well, I do feel a little tired.
You know, don't you, that I won't let you do this drastic thing. That man has some power over you.
He loves me, Robert, more than ever you could. Oh, please try to understand. If I hurt you, I'm sorry and ask to be forgiven. I wouldn't harm you intentionally. I love Falkland in spite of anything you do or say. I can't help it, and nor can he.
Do you know what you're saying?
Yes, Robert, I do know.
You're ill. You're not yourself. This letter from Falkland. Emily, I have never read such a scandalous letter. I'll not allow you to wreck your life like this.
Is it for me? Robert, you had no right to read my letter. Give it here.
No, you'll never see it. Believe me, Emily, I know what's best.
Robert, stop. Don't burn my letter.
There. There now. An oil lamp has a second use, to destroy an evil thing.
How can I ever forgive you for that? Now it's gone. Where did he say to meet him? What is the time?
You'll never see Falkland again. You're to be my wife, Emily, and you've got to get this man out of your mind.
Robert, you don't know what you're doing. Now I must leave Mandeville. I must go to him.
You'll do nothing of the kind. Lie back. You're too weak to walk.
But I must. Help me, Robert, please.
Oh, Emily, what have you done to yourself? You're so pale. You're so ill.
Oh, Falkland.
Emily. Julia, come here.
What is it, Robert?
Emily's fainted. She's very ill.
Oh, poor child. Robert, send for a doctor quickly before the storm comes.
Watch her closely. This is one night Falkland will not have his way.
Falkland, where is the place of meeting? What is the time? Where are you waiting, Falkland?
Soul, in the thunder of the night, why do you weep?
For the loss of my love, which I cannot find. Where is Falkland? What is the time and place?
The time is eternal. The place is infinite, where sorrow is not known. Go back through the thunder, and leave the sorrow of your loss in the flesh of your loved one's heart. Go back through the thunder.
Oh, I thought I'd never find you.
Emily, my darling, come quickly before the storm breaks. Oh, you're more beautiful than ever.
I'm happy tonight. But, oh, my darling, don't you see? You must go alone.
Alone? Well, what do you mean, alone?
Until the time comes when we can meet again. Don't touch me now.
Emily, the curse is not dead. You've gone away from me.
Only as far as the strength of our love goes through the thunder. Bear the sorrow, Falkland. And sorrow will not allow you to forget. Goodbye, my darling. Goodbye.
Stop! Whoa there. Whoa. Are you from Mandeville?
Yes, we're doctors from the village. What do you want? We're racing the store.
What's happened there? Miss Linvale, is she dangerously ill?
She was dangerously ill. They called us too late. Miss Emily died 2 hours ago. Come back, man. We'll give you a ride to the inn. Why, he's bounding off up the hill. What's the matter with him? Do you know who that is? That's Falkland. I saw him once before.
Look.
climbing to the summit. Here, we better go and fetch him and take him home.
No, it's none of our affair.
Look, how he reaches his arms to the sky.
Well, man, what of it? We'd better be going.
But look, good heavens! Did you see that? The lightning struck him dead.
Falkland, you who have loved beyond the eternal strength of death, rise from the lightning's arrow of fire. Rise in the thunderous power of your love. Rise and meet her in this infinity of time. Wise man, the wisdom of eternal love is yours.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the story, Falkland. Bellkeeper, toll the bell.
Friends, we hope you enjoyed this presentation at the Ogden's Playhouse. May we suggest that your smoking enjoyment will be enhanced if you'll try Ogden's Fine Cut, the tobacco that rolls easily and smoothly into a satisfying cigarette smoke every time. You'll find Ogden's a quality cigarette tobacco on every count. Try Ogden's. It's easy to roll, delightful to smoke. Yes, easy to roll, delightful to smoke. Next week at this time, another Weird Circle story, The Trial for Murder, by Charles Dickens. Join us, won't you? Here's a good tip to pipe smokers. For real pipe smoking satisfaction, try Ogden's Cut Plug. It's a smooth, rich pipe tobacco.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Barry Winters at Masters Insurance and Trust.
Oh, hi, Barry. It's been years.
Sure, Johnny, because we don't usually have trouble with our accounts.
You mean you didn't?
Huh?
Until now.
Well, yeah, I'm afraid that's about the size of it. And this time it's bad trouble.
Tell me all.
Simplex Tackle Company, Johnny, over in Danbury.
Fishing tackle?
That's right.
Well, how come I never heard of them?
Well, they're a small outfit, a kind of glorified partnership.
What's that mean?
Well, it's owned by 9 men. One of them, Hanley Thomas, is president. The others are secretary, treasurer, and a flock of vice presidents.
So what's happened?
Well, the 9 of them, plus the 20 or 30 workers at the plant, are all covered by a group life insurance deal. And listen.
Yeah?
We've just had to pay off on 3 policies in a row.
Well, that's too bad, but why call on me?
Because, Johnny.
Why?
Those 3 deaths were all murders.
Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
And now, Act One of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Masters Insurance and Trust Company, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the ugly pattern matter. Expense account item 1, $1 even taxi to Barry Winters' office at Masters, where I hoped he could give me something more to work on than he had over the phone. And you know something? As it turned out, he gave me a lot more than he thought he did.
Police? Sure, they've been working on these murders, Johnny.
But they haven't come up with anything, except a theory that one man is behind them all.
Why, Barry?
Because the victims have all been members of the Simplex Tackle Company.
Well, but I don't...
Because they've all occurred within a month. Because each of them occurred on a Wednesday.
Pattern, huh?
That's right. And also, Johnny, because there's been no apparent reason for any of them.
Have the police found anything?
Nothing.
Same kind of weapon used in each case?
No. The first was a VP named Adams, run over by a car.
Sure it wasn't accidental?
The police say no. The second, John Bowers, was strangled, and Frank Dalvers was shot in his own home.
No pattern there. I mean, in the way they occurred.
Apparently not. But Hanley Thomas and the police don't agree.
Thomas is president of Simplex, you said.
And a real financial wizard. Used to be a promoter. Not much ethics, but a sharp businessman. As a friend or partner, I imagine he's a fine man. Here. I'll give you a complete list of the officers of the company, their rank and their salaries.
Well, I don't know exactly what good that'll do.
Here you are. And this is a list of the employees.
Have those employees all been checked out?
Sergeant Dennis over there at Homicide made quite a point of it. So did Mr. Thomas.
Well, look, why don't I run over there and talk with him? And to the Danbury police.
Yeah, I think you'd better. And, Johnny, the sooner the better.
Why do you say that?
The pattern. There are still 6 officers left in that company. That is, 6 who are still alive.
Item 2, another $1 for a cab back to my apartment. There I picked up my own car, and from here on in, the charge will be for mileage. Except for item 3, 4 1/4 for a tank of mobile gas. It was almost noon by the time I'd covered the 60-odd miles to the Simplex factory on the far edge of Danbury. To my surprise, it was quite a plant, new and modern in every way. A receptionist took my card, and a few minutes later, I was ushered into the office of Hanley Thomas, president.
Oh, this is a terrible thing. Adams, Bowers, Frank Dalvers, all within a few weeks.
Barry Winters, back in Hartford, seems to think these murders have all been the work of one man.
Well, the police and I concur in that theory. There's been a sort of pattern followed by the crazy killer.
But not an actual method, Mr. Thomas.
No, I'll grant you that's true. Car accident, strangling, pistol shot. But they were done by someone who must have been very familiar with his victims.
How do you mean?
Well, someone who knew, for instance, that Ben Adams took a long walk alone each night. He knew the route that he took.
Same thing applied to the second victim?
John Bowers always drove to work through a little woods. It was there he was stopped and strangled. Frank Dalvers always stayed at home alone on Wednesday nights while his wife was out playing bridge.
Someone broke in on him, huh? Have the police checked that?
Well, it was someone he must have let in. In other words, someone he knew.
Yeah, that's a possibility, I suppose. I understand you've checked on all your employees.
Yes, right off the bat, as much as the police could.
Any particular reason to suspect one of them?
Well, only because they were all in position to know these men pretty well, know their habits. We're a small company, Mr. Dollar. Our employees, including the girls in the office, only number 21.
That was your only reason to think one of them may have done it?
Oh, of course, we've had our share of labor troubles, a few dissidents in the ranks, so to speak. I suppose some of them resent the rather top-heavy management here.
You mean the fact there are 9 executives to only 21 employees, huh?
Yes, and I must confess the profits have been pretty good lately.
Barry Winters gave me a list of, here it is. Now, according to this, all of these...
What is it, Mr. Dollar?
Well, I got thinking on the way over here.
Yes?
Part of the pattern you mentioned, the 3 men were killed in alphabetical order.
What? Well, yes. Adams, Bowers, Dalvers.
But now that I look at this list again...
Of course. The pattern again.
No, I think that was just coincidence. The pattern, if there is one, is based on their order of rank. That is, if these salary figures mean anything.
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, look, first was Adams at the lowest salary among you officers.
Well, yes, Adams received $12,000 a year.
Yeah, look. Bowers came in next at $13,500.
You're right. And Frank Dalvers earned $15,000.
So, if this pattern should continue...
You mean to say you think there might be more of these murders?
If this pattern continues, the next to go would be...
Good heavens.
Would be James Williams or Charles Hart, both earning $16,500. Then a couple of more. Then you, Mr. Thomas.
Mr. Dolly.
Where'll I find James Williams?
Why, Williams is on vacation, a little place not far from here, Parvin's Pond.
When did he leave?
Last week, on Monday.
Have you heard from him?
No, No, I haven't been.
Of course, if the alphabetical pattern is the right theory.
Oh, excuse me. Yes?
Sergeant Dennis, Mr. Thomas.
Oh, it's the sergeant at homicide, Mr. Dollar.
So I hear.
I'll hold the phone so you can hear what he's
Thomas.
saying. Yes, Sergeant.
I'm afraid I have some bad news for you.
Oh?
Another one of your partners,
Williams.
Mr. John Williams,
Yes?
discovered his body over at Parvin's Pond this morning. He's been murdered.
Good Lord.
Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
And now for another episode in the life of Sergeant Donald Bellwether, my husband.
Oh, that's what I call a good dinner, Reba. Oh, that was delicious.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, dear. More coffee?
Yeah, just about half a cup, please.
All right. There you are.
Thank you.
Now, tell me all about your safety class. Did the boys enjoy your speech?
Oh, yeah, they sure did. Thanks to you, I did quite well. My lieutenant complimented me afterwards.
Well, good.
Yeah, but that same lieutenant threw me a curve, too.
How, dear?
Well, after I gave my talk, he asked the men if there were any questions. Well, that did it. But one of the guys stood up and said, look, Sarge, you claim there were over 95,000 deaths and over 9.5 million people injured in accidents in the U.S. last year. Looks to me like all those safety campaigns and slogans are doing no good at all.
Well, how did you answer?
I didn't. I couldn't think of an answer. I got out of it by saying I'd have more facts and figures at the next meeting.
All right, let's see now. Oh, yeah, here it is. Now, first, Sergeant Bellwether, you start off by telling the boys that since 1913, the accidental death rate has been reduced 35%.
Mm-hmm.
Or, in other words, if there hadn't been campaigns and safety measures put into effect to reduce accidents, almost 1 million more people would have been killed in the last 46 years.
Isn't it right?
It certainly is. I'm reading it right out of the National Safety Council record book. Oh, and another thing. Accidents in the farming areas are much higher than in the city. Now, do you know why?
Why?
Because in rural areas, there are fewer policemen enforcing safety laws and less traffic signs and signals to guide the motorists.
Mm-hmm.
You know, many more cars travel the city streets, and yet the per capita rate of accidents is much higher in the rural areas. Of course, the reason is obvious. In the city, more safety measures are instituted and obeyed.
Reba, you are wonderful. That's a good, logical answer. I don't know what I'd do without it.
Oh, that's my Donald. That's my doll.
And now, Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Ugly Pattern Matter.
Another of the executives of the Simplex Tackle Company murdered, bludgeoned to death in his little vacation cabin on Parvin's Pond, some 40 miles north of Danbury. And again, it was according to pattern.
How those carefree kids can fish and water ski out there when there's been a murder right under their noses.
Yeah, Sergeant, I know what you mean. This the cabin Mr. Williams was using?
Yes, sir. He came up here on his vacation Monday morning last week alone. There we are.
Who knew he was coming to this particular spot, Sergeant?
Why, everybody down at the plant, I guess. Now, the way the doc and I figured it out, Mr. Williams had just come in from fishing. Now, you see there, he just tossed his rod and stringer on the bed.
Ah. Everything's just the way it was, huh?
Yeah, except for his body. That's in Danbury at the coroner's.
You said he was bludgeoned to death.
Yeah, with that oar from his rowboat. You see it laying there on the floor?
Yeah, I see. Who found his body?
Little old lady from the cabin next door. She'd stopped by this morning to bring him some cookies. Knocked on the door swung open, and there he was. And the doc says the body was lying there ever since.
Have you checked that oar for prints?
The killer must have used gloves.
What about footprints?
Well, if there were any, the vacation crowd tramped them out long before we got here. Now, the way we figure is that he came in here Wednesday night, off the lake.
Wednesday?
Yes, Mr. Dollar, just like the other ones. It happened on Wednesday, a week ago tomorrow.
The pattern again.
Yes, sir. And if you ask me, it's the pattern of a madman. And this being a Tuesday again.
But what possible motive could there be for it?
When you ask me, it's one of the employees there at the plant. After all, for such a small company, 9 big money-making officers, at least there was 9.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Are those 21 employees paid pretty well?
No, in spite of the company making a lot of money. What with this recession we're in.
Read the signs, man. Most of this so-called recession's a lot of bunk.
Yeah, I agree with you. Everybody get out and dig instead of sitting around hoarding their money. Well, what I was going to say is that those executives took advantage and held down wages in spite of all the money they're making. So, just let one crazy hothead find out how good they're doing.
How well have you checked those employees?
The best we could. I talked with every one of them myself.
How about the officers of the company?
There's not one of them would do a thing like that. They're all fine men. Ask Mr. Thomas. Sure, they're hard-headed businessmen, everyone looking out for himself, but they're all fine men, and they're all making plenty of money.
Oh, which reminds me.
What's that, Mr. Dollar?
A list of the officers and their salaries. And according to this, if there's to be another victim...
Another? Oh, no.
I worked out another step in the pattern of these murders, based on the earnings of these men.
But then, Mr. Dollar, who will it be?
It won't be anybody if I can help it. But, Sergeant, I may have to ask you to put a 24-hour watch over an officer of that company named Mr. Charles Hart. I didn't bother explaining my own idea of the pattern to Sergeant Dennis. After all, my theory could be wrong. But I drove back to the Simplex factory, to the office of Charles Hart. I found only a secretary there.
No, he isn't here, Mr. Dollar.
Well, where is he?
To be perfectly honest about it, I don't know.
Hasn't he been in at all today?
No, sir. Hasn't been in since about last Wednesday.
Look, Miss, whatever your name is, have you called his home, his wife?
He's a bachelor, Mr. Dollar, and lives in a little apartment in Danbury.
Have you tried to call him?
Well, no, sir. You see, there was
Does Mr. Thomas know about his not being here?
There's nothing unusual about Charlie's leaving without telling us, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, Mr. Thomas.
He often goes off on sales trips like this.
He was last seen the day Mr. Williams was killed.
Well, surely you don't think Charlie Hart had anything to do with Jim Williams being... Oh, no. Did you find out anything over at Parvin's Pond?
No, not much, I'm afraid. Could this Charlie Hart have had any reason for wanting Williams out of the organization? And Adams and Bowers and Dalvers?
Of course not.
Yes. Yes, he could.
What?
Miss Gregg.
What do you mean by that?
Mr. Hart was the one who built up this company. The one who developed the products, put all his money in it.
Now, just a minute.
He's the one who sold all the products that made all the money. He and Mr. Adams were the ones who started the business.
Is that true, Mr. Thomas?
Yes, of course.
And when Mr. Thomas and his relatives came along...
Miss Gregg. What she says is true, Mr. Dollar. Charlie Hart and Ben Adams did start this business. They took on a couple of partners, Al Bowers and Frank Dalvers. They were the ones who decided on the expansion program, who came to us for the financing.
With the others gone, it should have been Mr. Hart's company.
Oh, wait, Miss Gregg.
Our financing made this present operation possible. But to imply that Charlie could have been driven by jealousy or any other motive to commit these crimes, that's absurd. How could you suggest such a thing, Miss Gregg?
I didn't say he did it. I only tried
We know what you said, and you've said enough.
Tell me one thing, Mr. Thomas.
Yes?
What happens to his share of the business when one of the partners dies? Or in this case, when he's murdered?
Well, the other partners absorb his share.
Then, if Charlie Hart eliminated one of you, it would add to his holdings.
That's true.
Okay, I'll see you later.
But, Mr. Dollar, if you believe for one moment that Charlie Hart... Why, I've known him for years.
Yeah? Well, I think I want to know him a little better.
Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
Do you know who said, democracy is based upon the conviction that there are extraordinary possibilities in ordinary people? Those words came from the American religious leader, Harry Emerson Fosdick. From the earliest days of the United States of America, there has been the sentiment that the average person can achieve an important goal if he is given an environment in which he can develop his capabilities to the fullest extent. An environment in which the individual is given the rights and privileges that he needs for development. It is the duty of every American to protect and stimulate this environment. Remember the words of Harry Emerson Fosdick. They are part of your American heritage. The extraordinary possibilities of ordinary people are inherent in American democracy.
And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Ugly Pattern Matter.
It was pretty plain that Charlie Hart, supposedly next on the list of victims, had plenty of motive for eliminating some of his partners in the Simplex Tackle Company. I guess the same applied to any other member of the company. But he, having started the business, knew all about the others, their plans, their habits. And he'd been last seen just prior to the murder of James Williams. I got his address, hopped into my car, and drove back to Danbury. But ringing his bell and pounding on his door got me nothing.
Here, young man. You want Mr. Hart? You'll probably find him at the factory.
Are you the building superintendent?
That's right.
Then I want you to let me into Mr. Hart's apartment.
Well, now...
All right, here are my credentials. I'm an insurance investigator.
Investigator?
Yeah, here, see?
Johnny Dollar, special...
And if that isn't enough, here's a 5-spot for your trouble. 10.
Well... But now don't you let on that
Okay, Dad, thanks. The same list that I got...
The office.
Huh?
The offices of our company.
Mr. Hart.
That's right, Charlie Hart. Should have looked behind the door when you barged in here.
Yeah, well, look. Would you like to point that thing the other way, please?
I'm sorry, Mr. Dollar, of course.
Oh, you know who I am?
Yes, I heard you through the door.
All right, is that the gun that killed one of your partners?
That killed one of my... No. But listen. Tomorrow's another Wednesday. Wednesday, Mr. Dollar.
I know.
And look at that list you're holding. I finally realized the progression in which these murders are happening.
Oh?
On the basis of our salaries at the company. Adams, Bowers, Dolvers, and Williams or me.
Yes, you've circled Williams' name.
Yes, because he got it last week. That's why I'm staying in here, locked in. Because tomorrow, if the killer strikes again, that crazy maniac killer...
Maybe. Or maybe that's what he'd like everyone to think. Charlie, a couple of questions.
Anything if I can help you stop this.
That company was once yours.
Yes, that's right.
You were the boss, the head man, until Hanley Thomas came along.
Yes, Hanley and his brothers and his brother-in-law.
And they took over as first in rank.
Well, they were entitled to, Dollar.
What?
It was their money made the company what it is. I'm not an administrator, a man who knows and plays all the angles. I'm just a worker and a salesman.
Now, wait a minute. You mean you're content with the present setup?
Yes, of course. In spite of the prodding of a sweet old secretary who thinks that
Wait a minute.
But these murders, Mr. Dollar.
You stay put. Keep that gun and don't move out of this apartment until I tell you to, no matter who comes to the door, to save your life.
You think you know...
Charlie, it's been right under my nose. The obvious. Almost too obvious. But I had no proof of anything. Only a hunch, but a potent one. So how to prove it out? Bluff? It might work, if I was right. I drove into police headquarters and picked up Sergeant Dennis, then out to the Simplex Tackle Company. But when I walked in, it was after hours, no secretaries about. When I walked into the office, I borrowed the sergeant's handcuffs and made him wait outside, his ear glued to the door.
Well, Mr. Dollar, I didn't expect you back. What do the handcuffs mean?
They mean arrest for the murder of your partners.
That's a very bad joke.
You and your brothers and brother-in-law, the whole company yours, once you got rid of the men who started it, who made it possible for your capital to make it pay off. But tell me, were you going to kill off your relatives, too, one by one?
This is the most absurd thing.
You covered your tracks pretty well. Perfect crimes. Except for that ore you used to kill Williams. Fingerprints as big as life all over it.
Impossible.
I figured the gloves you wore must have had holes in them, or have been worn very thin.
What?
That you just didn't notice in the excitement of the moment. And when I finally found those gloves...
You've been out to my home, ransacking my home.
And when your wife confessed that you weren't at home at the time of any of the murders.
That's a lie. She helped me plan the whole thing.
Oh. Then you admit the murders. After my bluff about the fingerprints.
I see. But now that you know, you haven't had time to tell anyone. There's no one around to hear the shot, Mr. Dollar.
No, but I heard a real clean confession, Mr. Thomas.
Sergeant, no, that was just to protect myself from this.
I'm afraid that kind of talk's a little late.
No, it is.
Look out!
Sergeant, I haven't seen that fast draw except on TV.
That's where I learned it.
There'll be a lot for the courts to work on about who else was involved with Thomas. The sergeant's bullet killed him, by the way, and I'd call it good riddance. Or at least quick justice. So, expense account total, including a lot of mileage on my car, $101 even. Remarks? Why bother? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote today's story. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Les Tremaine, Forrest Lewis, Herb Vigran, Junius Matthews, and Frank Gerstle. Be sure to join us next week for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking.
Johnny Dollar has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Case of the Burmese Goddess.
Yes, Watson. This little jade goddess is an ancient relic of Burma.
and its legend is as evil as its appearance.
Indeed? What is its legend, Holmes?
It's said that he who possesses this tiny goddess dies. But first he's forewarned by a strange death song, somewhat like the reedy melody used by snake charmers.
Good Lord, Holmes, listen!
We're at the door of Dr. John Watson's study, and we're about to hear another of his adventures with the fabulous Sherlock Holmes.
Well, good evening, Mr. Harris.
Good evening, Dr. Watson. I presume you have one of your memoirs ready for us tonight?
Indeed I have. And this one, Mr. Harris, although taking place in our familiar haunts of London, had sinister and mysterious overtones from the Far East, which to a lesser man than Holmes might have defied analysis.
Well, what do you call this memoir, Dr. Watson?
Holmes and I always refer to it as the case of the Burmese goddess. And Mr. Harris, after our audience is properly informed about the merits of Clippercraft clothes, I shall proceed with the facts of this very unusual story.
One of the best investments you can make is a really fine suit of clothes. That's an investment that will help you socially, in business, and give you all-round lift. And you don't have to spend a fortune, because a Clippercraft suit of finest material, designed and beautifully finished by master tailors, now costs you only $45. That's right, only $45. But don't let that moderate price fool you. Every Clippercraft suit looks like it costs many, many dollars more. Here's the reason you get so much more in style, workmanship, and value in Clippercraft clothes. More than 1,200 independent local merchants have pooled their tremendous buying power to give you the amazing Clippercraft values. But remember this, aside from the money you save, a new Clippercraft suit will really do things for you. Put one on and see how it really hugs your neck, how it broadens your shoulders, slims your hips, gives you that keen, well-built look. So buy a nationally famous Clippercraft suit. See what really fine tailoring can do for you. And now, Dr. Watson, what about the case of the Burmese goddess?
If my memory does not fail me, Mr. Harris, it took place in the summer of 1911. This was a time when England had consolidated her empire, and many of Britain roamed the far eastern domains in search of its ancient treasure. Among these was Sir John Brandywine, recently returned from Burma with a collection of priceless relics. He hadn't been in London an hour, however, when he received a strange visitor.
Sir John, my name is Daku. I have come a long way, indeed from my native land of Burma, for this interview.
Yes, and what is it you want, sir?
Some months ago, a sacred Burmese temple near Sitang was desecrated by vandals, robbed of its sacred relics. Among these was the jade goddess of Ema, the serpent goddess. Originally, there were two goddesses, the sisters of Ema, but one of them vanished centuries ago.
Yes, quite. And I have the only remaining goddess in my collection now.
Yes, Sir John. And I have come to purchase it from you and restore it to the temple.
I'm sorry, Daku, but the goddess of Ema is not for sale.
I am prepared to offer you a handsome sum, enough to keep you in luxury for the rest of your life.
I have no need of money, sir. And I repeat, the goddess of Ema is not for sale at any price.
I see. Sir John, no doubt you are aware of the old Burmese legend that he who possesses the goddess dies, that he is first warned by the song of the serpent, and then...
Yes, I know the story. Pure nonsense and poppycock, of course. Doesn't frighten me.
In that case, there is nothing more I can say or do at the moment. Good night, Sir John.
Sir John Brandywine.
Yes?
My name is Bailey, Reginald Bailey. I am an art collector specializing in Oriental objects of art.
Well, Mr. Bailey?
A client of mine saw the goddess of Ema when you exhibited it briefly in Paris on your way to England here. He has commissioned me to purchase it for him.
My dear sir, you're the second prospective purchaser I've seen this evening. And I'll repeat to you what I said to the first. The goddess is not for sale.
My client is willing to pay £10,000, a generous offer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bailey.
Sir John, I'm afraid you're being stubborn. I've been a collector long enough to know that there is no such thing as a priceless item. Everything has its price, and if it is a question of money...
For the last time, sir, I shall try to make myself clear. I will not sell the idol at any price. And now, Mr. Bailey, good night. What's that devilish noise outside my window? No, it can't be. That confounded Burmese legend. It's absurd. I'll soon find out what this is all about. Who's down there in my garden? Confound you, speak up, or I'll... No!
Oh, so you think Sir John Brandywine was murdered because he possessed the serpent goddess of Amar, Holmes?
Obviously, Watson, his demise followed the legend to the letter. After he was lured to the window, he was struck by a blowgun missile soaked in deadly reptile venom, and he died almost instantly.
Oh, Joe, now all this makes it hard for a chap to believe he's living in the 20th century.
Yes, true, Watson, but Sir John's room was rifled in highly modern fashion. Fortunately, however, he had the foresight to lock the goddess and the remainder of his collection in a vault immediately after he arrived in London.
I wonder what became of the other goddess, Holmes, the one that vanished centuries ago.
I believe I can give you the answer to that, Watson.
You can? Who has it, Holmes?
I have.
What?
Yes, Watson. Oh, forgive me if it's one of the very few secrets I've kept from you these many years. Up to now, I saw no reason to mention it to anyone. You remember the adventure of the Rangoon Ruby?
Yes, indeed I do. That was some 10 years ago.
Yes. At the culmination of that affair, the Burmese potentate involved was very grateful for some slight service I'd rendered him, and he gave me the goddess. It seems that it had secretly been kept by his family for many generations.
But, Holmes, where is the goddess now?
Safely under lock and key in my tin box at Barclay's Bank. But the only other goddess of Amar in existence, that possessed by Sir John Brandywine, will soon see the light of day.
Eh? What do you mean?
Oh, I take it you haven't read the Morning Telegraph, Watson. It seems that Sir John's widow is auctioning off her deceased husband's entire Burmese collection tomorrow morning at Brandywine House on Berkeley Square.
Jove! Then in view of Sir John's strange death, it might be interesting to see who bids for the goddess of Amar.
Quite, Watson. And that is precisely why we shall attend the auction tomorrow morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. The next relic from the late Sir John Brandywine's famous Burmese collection is this tiny jade goddess, the famous serpent goddess of Amar, a rare collector's item indeed. I see a hand raised. Your name, sir?
Monsieur Pierre Levy.
And your bid, sir?
£50.
Holmes, that thin-faced Frenchman is doing the bidding.
Quite. He's the only one. The others are obviously afraid of the legend. Watson, note the condition of the fellow's hair and hands.
What about them?
Interesting. Very.
Very well, I have £50. £50 once.
£100.
£100. I am bid £100.
£200.
300.
4.
5.
Holmes, what are you trying to do?
Buy the goddess, Watson. Outbid this fellow Labille for reasons of my own.
Coming into her own. £500. Will someone offer 6?
6.
7.
£700. Will the gentleman in the rear row give me 8?
£800.
£1,000.
£1,000. 1,000 I have bid.
Holmes, the other chap stopped bidding. He's leaving the auction.
Yes, he is indeed, Watson. But we have a new and late arrival. Note the high-born Burmese gentleman hurrying through the door.
I have the 1,000 once, 1,000 twice. Sold for £1,000.
Mr. Auctioneer, wait. My name is Ardaku, and I wish to bid.
I'm sorry, sir, but the goddess of Amar has already been sold to the tall gentleman in the front row.
Someone's at the door, Watson.
Yes, Holmes.
Mr. Holmes?
I am Sherlock Holmes. This is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
My name is Reginald Bailey. I'm an art collector, Mr. Holmes, and a client of mine is interested in the goddess of Amar you purchased at the auction this morning.
Well?
My representative, Monsieur Laville, foolishly allowed you to outbid him, thinking the price was too high. Well, I am interested in buying it now and am prepared to offer you a generous price.
How generous?
£10,000.
10,000? Holmes, that's 10 times what you paid for.
Yes, quite, Watson. But the goddess of Amar is not for sale.
Mr. Holmes, you don't realize what you're saying.
On the contrary, I know perfectly well what I'm saying. I repeat, the goddess is not for sale at any price. Now, Mr. Bailey, I bid you good night.
Very well, Mr. Holmes. I can only say you'll regret your action. Good night.
Well, dash it, Holmes, you must be mad, turning down an offer like that.
Not at all, Watson. You recall the French gentleman who bid against me at the auction? You remember I referred to the condition of his hair and hands?
Yes.
The skin on the fellow's hands was desiccated and he'd lost his fingernails. Moreover, on certain areas of his head, he'd suffered a complete loss of hair.
Dash it, Holmes, what's all this got to do with the Burmese goddess?
It means, my dear fellow, that the jade figure I purchased is worth a fortune. It means that not one, but two mysterious parties want the goddess and will stop at nothing to get it. If I'm not mistaken, there may be a desperate attempt to kidnap the goddess tonight.
You choose your family doctor, lawyer, and banker because you have confidence in them. It's just as smart to choose the place where you buy your clothes for the same reason. Right now in your own city, a friendly, respected, independent merchant sells Clippercraft clothes. He believes and acts on the belief that you will appreciate the genuine savings he passes on to you. He doesn't sell dubious merchandise. His business is built four square on a firm foundation. Fine tailoring, outstanding style, value, and quality. Exceptional quality is guaranteed by the Clippercraft label in every suit and topcoat. That respected trademark derived from the staunch Clipper ships that established honest New England quality everywhere in the world. Yes, you can trust Clippercraft clothes and the men who sell them. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abram and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now, Dr. Watson, you were relating to us the case of the Burmese goddess.
So I was, Mr. Harris. Holmes did not explain his observations any further, and I did not press him. That night at Baker Street, I fell into a troubled and uneasy slumber, and my last recollection was of Holmes sitting in his easy chair, smoking his pipe, and facing the window. He seemed to be waiting for something, expecting something. And then...
Watson. Watson, wake up.
Holmes, what the deuce is there?
Listen.
Good Lord, Holmes, the warning song. The warning of death. That infernal legend, Holmes.
Wait. We have a visitor in the yard.
Well, confound it, let's go to the window.
No, stay away from the window, Watson.
Eh?
To approach and open it means certain death. We shall wait here in the dark and elude the trap they've set.
Who are they?
Obvious, Watson. They...
2 shots from outside our window.
Yes, something's happened which I did not foresee. Watson, take your revolver and follow me down to the yard, quickly.
Holmes, there's a body of a man here in the yard. He's been shot.
Yes, and look, there's a man. He's just run out of the shrubbery.
Hello there! Stop! Stop or I'll shoot! Confound it, I missed him. He's right on the fence, Holmes. He's running down Baker Street.
Quick,
there.
After him.
The beggar was too fast for us, Holmes. He got away.
Yes, quite. But he's left us a souvenir in this corpse here. Right, let us examine the body. Aha!
What is it?
Identification papers, Watson. And note, they prove that this dead man is Inspector Paul Dubois of the French Sûreté.
Eh? What's a French police inspector got to do with a Burmese goddess, Holmes?
Everything, my dear fellow, everything. Remember, my competitive bidder at the auction was also French. Yes, the pieces of this remarkable puzzle are beginning to assemble themselves into a clear and precise pattern. And... one moment, Watson.
Yes?
Observe this slip of paper on the dead man's body. It seems to be a torn piece of rather expensive stationery.
What of it?
On it are written the words Room 322 in red ink.
Well, Holmes, what does it mean?
It means that very soon, Watson, I shall have the answer to this whole riddle. Suppose you find the nearest constable and inform him of this affair. For the moment, I shall return to our flat upstairs.
Well, the police will be here presently. Good Lord, the place was a shambles.
Yes, Watson, our flat was quickly rifled by someone lurking on the premises.
And the idol, it's gone, it's stolen.
Quite. From now on, we must move with all possible speed.
What do we do first, Holmes?
First, we must make a telephone call to the prefect of police in Paris.
And after that?
Find room 322. And there we may discover the goddess.
Yes, but how are we going to do that, Holmes?
Obvious. The room number Inspector Dubois wrote down means that this is a hotel rendezvous. And from the expensive quality of the stationery, we may deduce that Dubois wrote down this number in some first-class hotel.
But, Holmes, London is full of first-class hotels.
Yes, true, Watson, true. But here is the salient fact. The room number was scrawled in red ink, a highly unusual procedure. It can only mean that this particular hotel ran out of blue ink.
In other words, if we can find a first-class hotel using red ink...
Yes, quite, Watson, quite. But come, we are wasting too much time in talk. We must resolve this affair quickly before the night's over, or it'll be too late.
Hello? Laville, this is Bailey. I'm down in the hotel lobby.
Ah, oui.
Did you get that goddess out of the Holmes flat?
Oui, well, he ran after you, Monsieur Bailey. I took it from his apartment. It is here on the table now. I have already broken the goddess from the lead base.
Be careful what you do, Laville.
Have no fear in these matters, monsieur. Am I not an expert?
Yes, but these Burmese devils are after that goddess too, Laville. They were outside Holmes' flat when I got rid of Inspector Dubois. I'll be right up and then we'll get out.
Oui, Monsieur Bailey. As for these Burmese natives, they do not know where we are. Monsieur Bailey.
What is it? What's the matter?
They are here. They've come for the goddess.
What?
The song, the death song. It is outside my window.
Laville, hide the lead base, you hear? Let them have the goddess. That's all they want.
Monsieur Bailey, there's someone at the window. On the fire escaping. No! Ah!
Laville! Laville! So, they got it. The Burmese devils, they got it. They took the goddess, but the base, yes, it's still here on the table. Oh, the Orient fools didn't know. They left me a fortune. Now to get out. Canada, perhaps, Australia.
Or Newgate Prison, Mr. Bailey.
Holmes! Dr. Watson!
No, Bailey. Don't reach for that gun. As you see, I have my service revolver aimed straight at your head. I should not hesitate to use it at the slightest provocation.
Note, Watson, the dead man on the floor is Monsieur Laville, my competitor at the auction. And he suffered the same fate as Sir John Brandywine, the Burmese revenge.
Oh, yes. They've taken the goddess home.
Yes, and good riddance. Let them take it back to the sacred temple whence it was stolen. Our concern is with Mr. Bailey here.
How did you find me here?
A matter of routine investigation, my dear fellow. I shan't bore you with the details. And I wouldn't clutch that lead base so tightly if I were you. I believe you'll find it worthless.
What do you mean?
I mean that it's merely a solid block of lead. You see, my dear fellow, you purloined the wrong goddess.
What? Holmes, you mean you switched the figures? You took the goddess that you owned from the tin box at Barclays Bank and placed it in our flat?
Precisely, Watson. And the goddess I purchased at the auction now rests quite safely in the custody of Inspector Lestrade at Scotland Yard.
You cheated me. You cheated me out of a fortune.
Quite.
What's all this about? What fortune?
Fortune in radium, Watson.
Radium?
Exactly. A grain of radium stolen from the Curie laboratories in Paris, hidden in the base of the goddess of Aymar, and thus smuggled into England.
Well, Holmes, now that we've delivered the smuggler Bailey to the authorities, would you mind telling me the course of your deduction? I must confess I'm confused.
Are you, Watson? Well, the whole affair is really quite obvious. The Burmese motive to recover the goddess was simple enough, a sacred and religious quest. But it was at the auction, after observing La Ville, that a new element entered.
But how? How did you know?
The condition of the man's hands and hair. Loss of fingernails, desiccated appearance of skin, loss of patches of hair, symptomatic of work with radium. The fact that he was a Frenchman further heightened my suspicions.
Yes, but Holmes, I still don't see how...
La Ville, as I learned from the Paris prefect of police, was a worker in the Curie laboratory. He entered a conspiracy with this international thief Bailey to steal a grain of radium. The next problem was to smuggle it out of the country.
And so they concealed it in the Goddess of Amar, while Sir John Brandywine displayed his collection in Paris, eh?
Exactly. The lead base, of course, was a perfect carrier in which to hide the loot and get it past the customs and out of the country. They had planned to purchase the goddess from Sir John and then recover the radium. Their plans, however, went awry. Meanwhile, Inspector Dubois was hot on their trail, and they got rid of him.
And that, Holmes, closes this adventure.
Not quite, Watson. We are living in a new and dynamic age. I am a criminologist, not a seer, and yet I know that these radioactive substances hold the key to the future. And I cannot help but wonder if men will use them for good or evil.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was quite an adventure, sir.
Yes, indeed it was, Mr. Harris. It is, in fact, one of my favorite memoirs, and significant in the light of what is being done with radioactive substances today.
And now, Dr. Watson, what adventure will you have for us next week?
Next week, Mr. Harris, I shall relate to you the adventure of the golden pince-nez. It concerns an untidy rug, a box of Egyptian cigarettes, and a stab in the dark.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Lockridge. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelman. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Golden Pince-Nez. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes, Mutual Broadcasting System.
The most comfortable shoe sole in the world.
The Neolite sole.
Light.
It's light as leather.
Smart.
It's smart as leather.
And wear.
It outwears leather 2 to 1.
For men, women, children.
Get the Neolite sole.
Step on it.
This is WOR, New York, serving the largest single-station audience in America.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. This is E.G. Marshall. If we begin by being certain, we shall end by being doubtful. If we start by being doubtful, we shall end by being certain. This, according to the extremely wise Sir Francis Bacon. Doubt and certainty. It's like the old shell game, isn't it? You're absolutely positive you know which shell the pea is under. Or are you? Well, sooner or later, you have to make that decision because in many respects, that's what life really is, isn't it? The old shell game.
Excuse me. Do you mind being still for a moment? Someone's talking to me. My husband.
Your husband? But, isn't your husband dead?
I suppose you would call it dead.
Well, is he dead or isn't he?
It depends on how you look at it.
Well, there's only one way to look at it. A person is either dead or alive.
Our mystery drama, Brothers of the Angle, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Ralph Bell and E.V. Juster. It is sponsored in part by X-Lax and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The day is for honest men. The night is for thieves. This was said by no less a person than the great dramatist Euripides himself. With all due respect, we must reluctantly disagree. Today, a considerable amount, if not most, thievery takes place in broad daylight, in full unobstructed view. After all, where does some of the most blatant dishonesty take place? And who is performing it? Well, this is not going to be one of those serious, high-minded, muck-raking exposés. You know us. Entertainment's the name of our game. Listen, the doorbell is ringing.
Yes?
Mrs. Quackenbush?
Mrs. Who?
Quackenbush.
I'm sorry, my dear young lady. There is no Mrs. Quackenbush here.
Oh, there isn't?
No, there isn't.
Well, this is 91 Pershing Place, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Oh, well, are you sure? Because you see,
the name does sound familiar. Let me think. Quackenbush. Oh, yes, I have it.
Oh, yes?
We bought this house 40 years ago from people named Quackenbush.
40 years ago?
I remember now.
Well, that means that they're not here now.
No, nor have they been in almost half a century.
Oh, this is terrible.
Oh, something wrong?
Everything's wrong. I just...
Oh, come, my dear. Things can't be that bad.
Well, they're worse.
Oh, really?
You see, I sell hearing aids.
Yes?
And I had a week's training course with this company on various selling techniques and so forth.
Yes?
And they gave me a list of leads.
Leads?
Yes. They advertise in the papers and the media and so forth, and people send in for information. Well, those people become leads.
Oh, why, that's fascinating.
And one of my leads was this Mrs. Quackenbush. You see? Here's the name on the list. Ellen Mary Quackenbush. They promised me these were all live, current leads.
Oh, this one is obviously 40 years old.
Well, that's not too bad. Most of the others are dead.
Oh, I am sorry to hear that. I wish I could assist you in some way.
Well, are you hard of hearing?
No, I don't think so.
Not even a little bit?
Well, perhaps a tiny bit.
Well, could I sell you a hearing aid, maybe?
Well, I really hadn't thought of it.
Well, could I at least test your hearing?
Well, I don't see why not.
And you hear this?
Oh, yes.
Now, do you hear that?
Yes, perfectly.
That's what I was afraid of. Oh, I don't mean it that way. It's just that you have perfect hearing.
I'm so sorry, but for your sake, my dear.
Well, that's another job that didn't work out.
You poor child. You sound as if there had been a succession of unfortunate experiences.
Yes, I guess so.
Why don't you tell me about yourself?
Oh, I wouldn't want to impose on your time or anything.
My name is Mrs. Buttweiser. Henrietta Augusta Buttweiser. And I'm quite lonely.
Oh.
And you look like a perfectly respectable young lady. Would you care to join me in a cup of tea? And perhaps a sandwich or two?
Oh, no, I couldn't put you to all that trouble.
Oh, nonsense. It's lunchtime, and I hate to eat alone. I can tell when someone's hungry. I'll wager you didn't have breakfast this morning.
Oh.
No, very much dinner last night either.
Mrs. Buttweiser.
Now, my dear, everything is going to be all right. You'll see. It's going to come out all right. Another cup of tea?
Oh, yes, thank you.
And you must have another slice of this cake.
Oh, I know I'm making a pig out of myself.
Oh, you poor child. You must have been so hungry.
Oh, I'm all right now.
Are you?
Oh, yes. I'll go back home.
And where is home, my dear?
Oh, way out west. A little farming town, Clawson's Corners. Oh, I know you've never heard of it.
Well, I'm sure it's a lovely place.
No, it's small and it's dull. Nothing ever happens there, which is why I left it. I thought I'd become... You're going to laugh.
Oh, no, never.
Well, I thought I'd become a famous actress. Ask me why.
All right. Why?
Because I was a star of the Clawson County Regional High School Dramatic Society.
Well, I'm sure you were very good.
I was. I was even great.
That sounds exciting.
But you don't realize what great means till you go to New York, until you see the real professionals. I'm just an amateur.
Well, I'm sure with hard work and training.
No, you have to have more than that.
What?
Oh, I don't know. But whatever it is, I don't have it. And I'll never get it. Oh, I wanted it so badly.
Oh, my dear, it does seem so unfair.
It is. But what can you do about it?
Do you know what Mr. Buttweiser said? He was my husband. He said that the day you realize life is unfair and there's nothing you can do about it, that's the day you grow up.
Oh, he sounds like a wise man.
Oh, yes. Charles Frederick Buttweiser. He was an original, one of a kind, a man of deep wisdom. See, that's his picture on the table there.
Oh, he was handsome.
Oh, yes, indeed. The girls envied me, all of them.
I'll bet.
I often wondered what he saw in me.
Oh, you're a beautiful woman.
Oh, no. No, I was a plain girl who became a handsome woman. But Charles Frederick said, beauty, my dear, is in the eye of the beholder. That was from the philosophy of David Hume. Actually, I think he said it was in the mind of the beholder. Oh, my Charles Frederick. Oh, he was so educated.
He must have been wonderful.
Oh, yes. He was very well read. But he was also a man of action. Oh, here, let me get the album from the drawer. I have pictures of him. Oh, but I'm boring you.
Oh, no.
Are you sure?
Oh, yes. Is that him fishing?
Yes. Oh, my, he used to say, I bet I'm one of the very few people in the world who became fishermen because they read Isaac Walton. His epitaph was taken from a line by Isaac Walton. An excellent angler now with God. He wanted that on his tombstone.
Oh, yes. It's a very expressive thing.
Oh, and he loved the poetry of Coleridge and Shakespeare.
And what did Mr. Buttweiser do?
Oh, he was an engineer.
My, that sounds exciting.
Oh, most of them are rather dull. They just sit around all day at their drawing boards. But Charles Frederick was a field man.
A field man?
Oh, yes, indeed. Yes, he would put on boots and breeches and actually go out on the job. Oh, see? Here's a picture of him in... Oh, yes, India.
Oh,
Yes, they're building a railroad bridge over a river. The Gunga River. It's filled with crocodiles.
Oh, my goodness.
But you see, he made friends with the great crocodile spirit of the river. And he had no trouble.
Oh, that's unbelievable.
Yes. You see, Charles Frederick would go to these wild, primitive places that were filled with all kinds of, we call them superstitions. But who are we to say? And Charles would bring them the outer trappings of civilization. Railroads, highways, bridges, dams, refineries. But he always asked. He always asked and received permission from the local gods to change the face and the customs of the country. Oh, my goodness. Well, I've just been gabbing away. But you must forgive me. I'm an old lady.
Oh, you don't look so old.
I feel old. Ever since Charles went away.
Went away? I thought you said he died.
He did. Oh, but I'm sure he'll come back.
Come back?
Well, now, oh, my dear, you must think I'm crazy.
Oh, no,
It's just that you never heard of people coming back from the dead.
I never thought it was possible.
Well, in most cases it isn't. But we prepared for it.
Prepared for it?
Oh, yes. While he was alive, or I should say in this world, we discussed the eventuality of separation. We knew one of us would have to go first. And so we decided to believe that the other would come back from time to time.
You mean come back from the dead?
Well, perhaps not back all the way. That might not be possible. But now and then, for a little while, just to talk.
Oh.
It was something he learned from a sadhu. That's a kind of holy man in India.
Oh.
And that's where Charles Frederick learned that if a man and wife believe, then they cannot be separated, even by death. Do you believe that?
Well, I
know Charles Frederick is trying to reach me. Only there were some way. Something must be blocking him, if only. Oh, well, now that is enough about me and my silly old lady ideas. Now, child, what are you going to do?
Go back home?
But, my dear, you left it because it was so dull.
Well, any place is dull, where you're not happy, where you have no real friends.
Oh, my, that's great wisdom for one so young.
It's funny. Just talking to you, Mrs. Buttweezer, has given me, I don't know, maybe a new slant on things.
Well, now, what do you mean?
Oh, well, all this talk about the gods and India, it's made me believe for the first time, really believe, in fate.
Fate?
Yes, ma'am. Fate. I get a feeling just being in this house. I know now that, for better or worse, our destiny is decided for us. We have to find what that destiny is. And mine is not to be an actress or even to sell hearing aids. That's very clear.
Oh, my dear, that's wonderful if you truly see it.
I see something else. I see that I must go back to my home, back all the way to Clausen's Corners, because there is where my destiny is. Oh, I'm sure I've wasted enough of your time.
Wasted? Oh, never. Well, you're going back home, then.
Oh, yes.
When?
Well, as soon as I can.
Well, I would interpret that to mean as soon as you can raise the money.
Well,
let me give you some.
Oh, no.
Well, why not?
Oh, because we're strangers.
Are we strangers? Really? Oh, come, my dear, it's only a few dollars. And what better use could I find for it?
Oh, please. Please.
Oh, come now. It's nothing to shed tears over.
I can't help it. I'm so happy. Oh, bless you, Mrs. Buttweezer. Bless you.
Sally?
Yeah, it's Sally. Unless you gave some other dame a key to this joint.
What happened?
Is there anything left to drink?
Tell me what happened.
I can sure use a little pick-me-up. Oh, I tell you, Billy boy, I never put in such a day's work in all my life.
Will you tell me what happened? The Budweiser dame? Is she set up?
Is that old dame ever set up? Oh, I tell you, Billy boy, she is a rich, ripe piece of fruit. Ready, willing, and anxious to be plucked.
Now, what did you expect? Did you really think this was going to be one of those delicate, inspirational stories of love and hope and faith? My dear friends, we're involved in a hustle. I do hope we haven't shattered anyone's illusions. Now, in this type of story, you know the plot will have to thicken in the second act, which I shall bring you here very soon. Virtue is its own reward. We say this because it was a favorite phrase of Sir Isaac Walton's, and it's appropriate here. Not because this is a story about fishing, but because Sir Isaac was a favorite author of a key character in our drama. Sir Isaac Walton, in addition to being an authority on fishing, was also an eminent poet, essayist, and critic. Well, his favorite saying has perhaps provided the spur for a great many people who consider that virtue may be a warm principle, but a cold reward, and, therefore, seek another. Two such people are Miss Sally Magruder and Mr. Billy Falcon.
What did she say, Sally? What did the Budweiser dame say?
Listen.
Charles Frederick would go to these wild, primitive places that were filled with all kinds of, well, we would call them superstitions.
Got every word down on tape.
Hey, that tape recorder sure does a trick. Did you get the pictures?
Oh, sure. Oh, you can't beat that little wristwatch camera.
Okay. There's lots of work to do.
I'll develop the pictures, and you start listening to the tape.
Honey, this could be it.
How much do you think is in it?
Why, she's supposed to be worth $4 or $5 million.
Oh, are we sure?
She's a believer.
Oh, yeah, I could tell by the way she talks.
I checked her out. She goes for the message from the other world stuff. She's a live one.
I could sense that. Well, we hooked the fish. Let's bring her in. Yes?
How do you do?
How do you do?
My name is Billy Falcon.
Yes, Mr. Falcon? What can I do for you?
I don't know.
Well, why did you ring my bell?
I don't know.
Well, what do you want?
I don't know that either.
Well, I'm sure I don't know what to say.
Well, something told me to come here.
Something?
Or maybe it was someone.
Oh?
You see, I was out fishing.
Fishing?
Yes, ma'am. I'm a very enthusiastic fisherman, and folks that know me say I'm a fanatic on the subject. Well, I was fishing in Crystal Lake just about a week ago.
Crystal Lake?
Yes, ma'am. It's known throughout the state for bass. It's terrific.
Yes. My husband used to fish there all the time.
I heard a voice, and it said to me, I am a brother of the angle.
I am a brother of the angle? Why, that's from Sir Isaac Walton.
Is it? Well, anyhow, the voice said, look for me. Look for me. I didn't know what to do, but something made me put my fishing gear away, and I got into my car. I didn't know where I was going or anything, but I found myself at a cemetery. I'd never been there before. I'm not from around here, you see, and my feet just started walking toward a grave.
Yes?
In front of this grave, they stopped. And on this grave was written on a stone, Charles Frederick Budweiser, an excellent angler, now with God.
Oh.
Well, I got in my car and I came here. I still don't know why.
Oh, come in, please. Oh, please, Mr.
Falcon, Billy Falcon.
Oh, yes, Mr. Falcon. Oh, please, do come in. Oh, won't you sit down, please? May I get you some refreshment?
Oh, no, ma'am. I feel sort of queasy.
Queasy?
Well, something's happening inside of me. I don't know how to describe it. I go around saying things.
Like what?
Like what? Beauty exists in the mind that contemplates it.
You go around saying that?
Yeah, I'm not even sure what it means. And avarice, the spur of industry.
Why, that's all from Hume. David Hume.
I beg your pardon, ma'am?
Hume, the 18th century philosopher.
Yeah, I never heard of him.
Oh, this is remarkable.
And then I keep seeing rivers and crocodiles.
Are you sure?
Well, I'm not sure of anything. I just never experienced anything like this before in my life.
Oh, it's remarkable.
Yeah, well, I wish I could understand it. A man named Buttweezer who I never met, I didn't even hear of, and... Well, besides, he's dead.
Don't say that.
Well, the fact is, it's true.
Well, the fact is, we do not know what the fact is. In this world, what is a fact?
Well, Miss Buttweezer, the fact is, I'm not one of your educated persons. I only know I like to go fishing.
Yes, and so did he.
Well, it's the only time I'm ever really happy with things.
Oh, Charles Frederick, too.
Well, this man, he keeps interfering with me.
Interfering? Well, in what way?
I see a face. It's kind of long, thin, a hook nose, blue eyes, high cheekbones, small black mustache, long hair.
It's my Charles Frederick.
And all kinds of things keep happening. I say things I just can't figure out. Where's it come from?
Where? Oh, can it be?
Can what be?
Well, I'm afraid to believe it.
I'm losing my mind, that's what. Listen, I'm trying to say something.
Yes?
It's forming my mind. I can hear the words in my brain.
Oh, tell me.
Thus, use your frog, place your hook gently through his mouth, then, with a fine needle, take only one stitch to the wire of your hook to hold his leg. In so doing, use him as though you loved him. Hey, that's crazy.
Oh, that's Isaac Walton.
I never heard of that in my life.
Charles Frederick used to recite that all the time.
Yeah, well, what has that got to do with me?
Well, I should think it would be apparent by now.
Well, if you know, I wish you'd tell me, please.
You are being used.
Used?
Oh, yes. Yes, it's perfectly plain. You see, my husband is trying to reach me.
Your husband? Your dead husband?
My husband, Charles Frederick Buttweezer.
The one who's in his grave with the tombstone over him?
Well, that's where he happens to be now.
Mrs. Buttweezer, you are a very nice lady.
Thank you, Billy.
Look, if you'll excuse me, please.
I will not excuse you, Billy. Oh, no. My beloved Charles Frederick is using you as his conduit.
His what?
Conduit. You must listen so that you can relay his message to me and mine to him.
You actually believe this stuff?
You can ask me that now. Why, look at the thoughts that have been racing through your mind.
No, I don't want to.
Oh, but you must.
I'm going crazy.
No, you're not.
Ma'am, I got to get out of here.
No, I shall not let you go. Listen to me. It's just that he wants to talk to me. Oh, let him, please. Please let him. It has nothing to do with you.
Hey, lady, I got other things to do.
Oh, surely, Billy, you would not deprive an old lady, a lonely old lady, of her only chance to talk to her husband.
But he's dead. You got to face it, man.
He's what you call dead. Does that mean we can no longer talk to each other? Does it? Listen, isn't he talking to you now? Through you?
What do you want me to do, ma'am?
Oh, stay here.
Stay here? Hey, well, how? I got to go. I have work to go to.
I'll pay you.
I got a job. I got all kinds of responsibilities, ma'am.
But I'm so lonely.
Well, I'm sorry. What can I do about it?
Let him talk to me through you. And let me talk to him through you.
Nah.
No?
No, I just can't lose my mind. It's half gone already.
Oh, but Billy.
No, I gotta go.
Please.
It's the only sensible thing.
I said I'd pay you.
Well, how can I take money for this kind of crazy nonsense?
Take it. Oh, take it. I offer it freely.
No, I can't do that. I gotta go.
Well, where can you go? Charles Frederick's voice will follow you everywhere.
I'm going to a doctor. He'll take care of me. Goodbye, Miss Butler.
Oh, please, come back.
Believe me, ma'am, it's for your own good.
How's our little fish, Billy?
Oh.
And when do we reel her in?
After a while.
Honey, I've been reading Isaac Walton.
Oh, come on. I got old Isaac Walton coming out of my ears.
And he says, don't delay. Once you place the hook, land your quarry.
Yeah, well, we've gone beyond all that. Our particular fish has to miss me for a while. And just hope that I'll come back. Start to worry that I won't, then get so anxious that when I walk in, she'll just jump up and hand me a blank check signed.
It's going good, isn't it?
Way ahead of schedule.
Could it be going just a little bit too good?
Come on, what are you worried about?
Oh, nothing. It's just that everything seems so perfect.
Are you ready with your end of it? You got to sneak in through the back. Then you'll have the projector, the little microphone. Just whisper hoarsely.
Come on, I don't sound like Mr. Buttweiser.
Who knows how people are supposed to sound after they die? Besides, a good whisper is always effective.
Yeah, what about the payoff? How much is she good for?
How much?
Mm-hmm.
Honey, that decision will have to be made by her husband and Isaac Walton and David Hume.
A more sagacious trio will not be encountered every day. Well, here we have a little plot for you. A small intrigue. And it seems to be going swimmingly. Certainly, poor Mrs. Buttweiser has been admirably, if we may use that word, set up for it. What can go wrong? Can anything possibly go wrong? We do not foretell the future here. We merely ask you to wait for Act 3. Custom is the great guide of human life. We use this quotation from Mr. David Hume since he is central to the action of our story. Custom. Or, put it another way, we're all creatures of habit. And so we do today, generally, what we did yesterday. If we were foolish then, the odds are we'll be foolish now. Which gets us into other areas, like the leopard does not change its spots, or the more things change, the more they remain the same. You see where philosophy leads? Anywhere and everywhere.
Who's there?
It's me, Billy.
Oh, Billy! Oh, Billy, won't you come in? Oh, sit down, please.
I had to come back, Mrs. Buttweiser.
Oh, I knew you would.
I went to a psychiatrist.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, he said, Mr. Falcon, you're not crazy. There's a reason, a good reason for what you see and hear and feel. And that made me see the light.
It did? How?
Well, there is a reason. And that's all I had to know. So why can't I say that the reason is because it's happening?
Oh, well, of course.
I mean, your husband is in his grave, okay, but he does want to talk to you. Now, who am I to say it can't be done? Especially since I hear his voice.
Well, that's my point.
Now, other people, including a psychiatrist, they won't believe it, you understand?
Yes.
They don't believe it because they never heard his voice. If I never heard his voice, why, I'd never believe it either. But I did hear his voice. Which means...
Yes?
Well, which means I'm a different kind of a person. The type of person that can hear the voices of dead people. Does that sound crazy to you?
Oh, how can it be crazy? The things you've said concerning my husband, how would you know them?
Well, that's just it. I don't know him. I just say him. I came here tonight, even though it's late, because, well, I felt he was trying to say something.
Oh, about what?
And once again, I don't know about what. I just got a feeling.
Well, do you hear anything?
Do I hear any...
Is something the matter?
The lights in my eyes.
The light. Oh, well, why don't I turn out the lights?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's better.
Oh.
It's better. Everything seems so quiet and peaceful. Oh, no. Look at the car. Look out.
Look out for what?
It's terrible looking.
What?
It's a crocodile.
A crocodile? Oh, a crocodile. Do you see it? It's on the wall.
On the wall.
Is that a crocodile?
Is it?
Don't be afraid, my darling. Don't be afraid.
Who is that? Oh, whose voice is that?
Well, you know who it is. It's Charles Frederick Buttwees. Look, you see him? He's standing there.
Charles. Oh, Charles, is that you?
Yes, my darling.
Oh, where are you?
I am in India.
But why? Why, Charles? Answer me. Oh, I don't see him anymore, Billy. I don't see him anymore. Why can't I hear him?
My head hurts. It's so painful trying to hear his voice. And just to bring it to you, I want to rest.
No, don't let Charles go away. Not now.
Oh, please, Mrs. Buttwees, let me rest.
One more minute, Billy. One more minute. Let me talk to him for just one more minute. That's all. One more minute.
All right. I'll try. Charles Frederick.
There he is. I see him again.
Please, Charles, tell her why you're here.
I am so tired. Dearest wife, I shall return at another time with kind Billy Falcon. With kind Billy Falcon to tell you what to do. What to do.
Oh, what a relief. Mrs. Buttwees, you all right?
Yes. Oh, I feel so. Oh, Billy, what happened?
You mean you don't know what just happened?
Oh, I know that something wonderful happened. I feel a glow all over. As if I had just been talking to Charles.
But you have been talking to Charles.
I have?
Oh, he was here. You saw him.
Oh, then it was real. It was real.
Well, of course.
Oh, yes, I remember talking to Charles Frederick. Do you remember what he said?
He said he wanted to tell you something.
Oh, about what?
It had to do with the sacred crocodile of the river Ganga in India.
Oh, my. I wonder who that can be. Millicent.
Yes, Augusta, it's Millicent. Now, who is this scoundrel?
Now, see here, Millicent.
As your sister-in-law, I have an interest in your welfare.
You're just anxious to see how you can get your hands on some of your dead brother's money.
I'll disregard that. You're a foolish woman. Any fortune hunter could...
I will not tolerate this discussion in my house.
Your house? It was supposed to be mine. You pulled the wool over Charles Frederick's eyes.
Oh, Millicent. You're a mean, ungracious, grasping woman. But weren't for the sake of your dear brother, my beloved husband.
I have a sense of duty. I cannot allow you to be swindled by any flim-flam artist who walks in off the street.
This gentleman is a conduit.
Of what?
Oh, I don't expect you to understand. But he is a channel through whom I can communicate with Charles Frederick.
The old spiritualism racket,
You have no right to insult the beliefs of others.
You keep living in that world of your own. And as for you, young man, you listen to me.
I think I'd better be going.
One moment, please. Millicent, I spoke to Charles Frederick about matters only he and I could know about. There was absolutely no way for this gentleman to have learned certain intimate things that were known only to Charles Frederick and me.
Well, don't bet on it. I hope no money has changed hands. If you even took as much as 15 cents, I'll have you up before a judge.
Millicent, I cannot have you constantly insulting my friends and my guests. I will ask you to leave this house.
I'm leaving. But remember, friend, I'm keeping an eye on you.
Oh, please, Billy. Allow me to apologize.
Oh, that's all right. There are so many evil-minded and suspicious people in the world.
Don't go just yet, Billy.
Well, ma'am...
I suddenly feel so close to Charles Frederick. Don't you feel something, too?
Darling.
It's Charles.
Yeah, I see him.
There he is. Oh, now I know. He wants to tell me about an investment. He said he'd come back to tell me about an investment. Well, it would make $1 million. Oh, I think I know which one it is. I think I know.
Is that so?
Do you remember, my darling, the deal?
The deal?
The deal I told you about.
Oh, yes, my beloved, I remember. Buy the land. The 1,000 acres in Arizona from Millicent.
That is the deal.
Oh, my head.
Yes, Charles. Those 1,000 acres of desert. There's oil there. You're an engineer. You discovered that.
Oil?
You didn't want to tell Millicent because you were angry with her. But Charles, if I buy the land cheaply from her, I'd be cheating her. Oh, I don't think I should cheat her. Is that what you came back to tell me to do? Is it?
I said there was oil there.
Oh, my darling. Millions of barrels, you said.
Ah, yes. Then you must get that land. No one has told Millicent, have they?
No, she still thinks it's worthless. But, Charles, I can't hear you. Your voice is getting faint. And I can't see him. Not anymore. Billy?
Mrs. Buttweezer.
What? Oh, he was here. He was here. I spoke to him. I know I spoke to him.
Oh, you did?
Oh, what did we talk about?
Well, I don't want to repeat it. It was just intimate things between a man and his wife.
Oh, Billy, you're so tactful. Will I see you again?
Oh, of course.
When?
Why, the very next time Charles Frederick wants to speak with you. Okay, honey, this is the payoff. We buy that land.
That 1,000 acres in Arizona?
You heard. It's got oil. Look, here's what must have happened. He found out about the oil, right?
Mm-hmm.
He told his wife to buy the land from his sister. She was, ashamed to.
Ashamed?
You heard her. You seen her. She believes she'd be swindling the sister. But she also has a guilty conscience about not obeying her dear husband's instructions. So meanwhile, we pick up the 1,000 acres.
I don't know.
Oh, come on. It beats taking the money. That can be dangerous. And how much could we hit her up for? A couple of hundred, maybe 1,000?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, but this is oil. It's worth millions. And nobody could prove we ever got it shady.
How high should we go for it?
Well, how much can she ask for 1,000 acres in the desert?
What do you want?
Well, I'm fond of your sister-in-law.
And what does that mean?
Well, you see, I'd like to settle down and live in this town.
Oh, they run your kind out of here on a rail.
Oh, I'm going into business.
Business?
Yeah, real estate. As a matter of fact, I'd like to buy some from you.
Real estate? Where could I get real estate?
Well, you own some land in Arizona, don't you? 1,000 acres?
1,000 acres of sand. What would you do with it?
Oh, well, I could probably sell it to somebody, but I'd like to buy it from you because, well, it'll be a way to help you.
I am not asking help from you or anybody else.
Well, why not? Aren't you supposed to love and help one another? Why are you such a mean and ornery woman? I'll tell you why, because you're poor and too proud to take assistance even from your sister-in-law.
Well,
how much you want for that land, huh?
How much do I want?
Oh, come on. Oh, please, don't break into tears. I couldn't stand it.
Well, I can't help it. Nobody's ever been good to me before.
All right, how much you want for that desert land?
Well, can you give me what I paid for it? $5,000.
$5,000?
But it's only $5 an acre.
Oh, yeah, that's cheap at half the price. Okay, I'll raise the money.
Oh, Lord bless you, Billy Falcon. Lord bless you. Yes?
Oh, I'm looking for Mrs. Buttweezer.
I'm Mrs. Buttweezer.
You can't be Mrs. Buttweezer.
Then why not?
Oh, because she's a gray-haired lady with gold-rimmed glasses.
Oh, that was Mrs. Coolidge.
Mrs. Coolidge?
Yes, she minds the house for me while I'm gone. She and her sister Millicent.
Millicent?
Yes, they're wonderful house sitters. I don't know what to tell you if you're looking for Mrs. Coolidge. She said that she and Millicent had come into a windfall. I think it was $5,000. They're taking a trip.
Oh, I see.
Was there any message for Mrs. Coolidge?
Message? Yeah, message. Just tell her that I am a brother of the angle.
Oh? What does that mean?
She'll know, ma'am. She'll know.
The angle. What is the angle? How much more it has come to mean since honest Sir Isaac Walton's day. We have truly become a most geometric world, where everything is seemingly filled with angles and curves, and all serve as bait to snare the unwary. Don't take any wooden nickels till I get back. In essence, we could call this a fish story, because it has concerned itself with suckers. And if the true suckers were not revealed until the very end, well, it happens that way sometimes. Our cast included Ralph Bell, Joan Shea, and E.V. Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubove, with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law book success. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of The Lady in the Dark.
It had been a hot day in Paris, hot and clammy. And now with the coming of night, a thunderstorm crouched above the city, snarling and slashing at everything beneath it. It was a storm worth watching. So Mark Donovan and I had satisfied ourselves with the shelter of an awning that covered a sidewalk cafe on Rue Marc-Cadet Poissonnier.
Oh, brother, ain't this something? Not a cab in sight.
There just aren't very many cabs in Paris these days, Marcus, particularly around the Marché Puce.
Hey, look at the lights.
That one must have hit a power station.
Holy cow, it's blacker than a coal mine in his pocket.
Well, the rain's beginning to slacken. I almost hate to see it stop.
Race, did you get up?
No, why?
And somebody just sat down at this table. Somebody who ain't saying a word.
Oh?
Look on your cigarette lighter. We'll get a gander at this party.
No, do not make a light. It would be dangerous.
Dangerous? To whom?
To a man who thinks you are his friend. If your name is Race.
I'm Race. Who's the man?
Dr. Amaranth.
Amaranth? Of course I'm his friend. Where is he?
Across the street, lying in the doorway. He saw you stop here while it was still light. You and your companion.
He's hurt.
They shot him. He cannot walk. He thought that maybe you would help him get to his hotel.
Of course I'll help him. I wouldn't wait.
Hey, what do you know? The lights are on again. You know...
Mark's whistle was for the girl. And it takes plenty of pulchritude to pucker the Donovan lips. But this one had it. Dark hair, cut short and curling. Full lips. A breathtaking sort of face.
You will go to him now?
Yes, and you?
I thought I would find a Fiat to move him.
Go with her, Mark.
Oh, sure. What's a Fiat?
The carriage. Go along with her. Wait a second.
What is it?
Your name. I don't believe I heard you mention it.
Janine Renault.
I crossed the street to the doorway she had pointed out. Dr. Amaran. It was a name that brought back a poignant memory.
Who is it?
It's all right, Amaran.
Ace?
Yes.
Ace, thank heaven. I thought I knew you when I saw you stop. I told myself it had to be you. Because, Ace, I'm in trouble.
As I remember it, Amaran, we've been in trouble before.
You talked to Janine?
She and Mark Donovan have gone for a fiac. Where are you staying, Amaran?
Square Cligny-en-Cour.
Well, we shouldn't have too much difficulty getting you there, even without it.
What is it, Ace?
Someone outside. Several men.
Then they found me.
Who are they, Amaran?
I don't know, Ace. I don't know. They must be hounding me because of something from the past. What are they doing now, huh?
They seem to be talking it over. No, they're coming up the steps.
A gun. Do you have one, Ace?
No gun, unfortunately.
Oh, help me up.
Come on.
We must get into the house before it's too late.
It is already too late, Amaran.
In the shadows behind his flashlight, he could have been an ape. An ape in a Chesterfield coat. There were 3 more behind him, silent, lethal barriers to anyone's peace of mind.
I told you it do no good to run, Amaranth.
Perhaps not, look. But this time the odds are more in my favor. This time, I have a friend.
We are taking you, Amaranth. Friend or no friend.
Lorca meant what he said, and he had the means to carry it through. So instead of trying to dicker, I ground a shoe into his shin and slammed a short left hook to his jaw. He went back against the others, and I tried jamming to shut the door, but they piled back against me with a lot of weight, a lot of slugging, until finally...
That takes care of him. And now, Amaranth, we take care of you.
I came out of it to the realization that someone was bending over me. Someone wearing a perfume that for the moment made me forget the big throb that was my head.
You are going to be all right, Race.
Janine, how's Amaran?
He is not here. There is no one here but you and me.
What about Mark Donovan?
Still looking for a carriage. When we could not find one, I got worried and came back. What happened here?
There were just too many of them. Let me try sitting up.
What is it? You have not been shot?
No, I have an idea I was kicked after I was knocked cold.
Perhaps some cognac would help.
Or something like it.
Well, there is a bar in Square Cligny-en-Cour. We could walk to it from here. You could lean on me if you like.
Merci. Merci beaucoup. Looking at her across a table in the bar took some of the fog from my brain. And this was not by candlelight, but in the uncompromising glare of an electric bulb right above us.
It is good to sit down, no? This is not much of a place.
It's very good, Don. I can't even talk straight. It's very good to sit down. I'm quite contented being here.
Grace, who is Liesl Kruger?
Oh, a beautiful woman. She's no longer alive.
Oh. And you are in love with her?
Yes. She died trying to help me.
What was she like?
Lovely and warm, and she was a lot like you.
Thank you, Race.
What has Amaran been doing?
He has a small hospital for the poor. A sort of settlement. He's a wonderful surgeon. He could make a lot of money on the other side of the city, but he would rather spend his time with the poor.
How long has he been doing this?
Oh, it must be a year now.
And you're his...
Secretary. Simply his secretary.
Amaran told me he lived on this street. You know where?
No.
I wonder if they'd know him here.
Is it important?
I have an idea it might be quite important.
Then I shall ask for you.
She left me and moved to the bar. A slim figure, oblivious of the masculine comment she drew from the crowd. She came back frowning slightly with concentration.
The bartender knows him, and so do some of the others.
And his lodgings?
Number 27, only a few doors away.
Do you mind? I think I should go there at once.
Oh, you are still pale. Perhaps I'd better come with you.
We moved toward the door. To get out of the place, you went up a short flight of steps. It was here we were stopped by two men, one of whom I recognized as Lurker.
You do not seem to know when you had enough.
I've had quite enough, Lurker. Don't try to give me any more.
Why do you want to know where Amarant lives?
Amarant is my friend.
Sir? Well, we know where he lives. We take you there.
I prefer to go without you.
I said, we take you.
He stood 2 steps above me and plainly intended to have his way. So I doubled up, clutched a handful of his Chesterfield, and heaved him down the stairs. I leaned against the wall, spent from the exertion, and his partner lunged for me. But Janine, bless her, threw out a slim, tripping leg, and both of them were down.
Come, Race, before they get up. You think they might have brought him here?
It's possible. From the sound of it, there's someone in there.
You are going in? Here, then. Take this. I picked it up when that man dropped it.
Pistol. Good girl. Stand back now while I open it. All right. Don't move, any of you.
Good heavens.
There were 3 of them. 2 men and a girl standing there frozen. Catching a glimpse of myself in a glass on the opposite wall, I could understand their concern. My hair looked as though I'd just clambered out of bed. I had a badly battered eye, and there were streaks of blood down my face. To top it off, I had the pistol level in their direction.
Is there, something wrong?
Oh, I'm sorry. I expected to find someone else here. I'm looking for Dr. Amaran.
Well, we've been waiting for him, too. But not with a gun.
I put the pistol away. She wasn't the type of person you wanted to threaten. She was a blonde with a pretty face and delightful contours. I mentioned my name, and the girl made herself known as Sally Clayton. She introduced the younger man with the nearsighted stare as Glenn Young, and the pudgy older man as Dr. Holka. I told them about Amaran. They stared at me anew.
But he might be dead. They may have murdered him.
Yes. How well do you people know him?
Well, we know him very well. We all work with him at the hospital.
Any ideas as to why he's in a jam like this?
No.
Can't tell you a thing, but we've got to get him out of it somehow.
Yes, not only for his own sake, but there's the hospital and there's Pierre Philippe.
Pierre Philippe?
He's our worry patient right now. Poor child. He was knocked down by a runaway horse yesterday, and Amaran must operate on him tomorrow. Dr. Holka can tell you that.
Well, I'm afraid that even if we do get Amaran back, he's going to be in no condition to handle surgery. Isn't there someone else who can do the job, Dr. Holka?
The boy's skull was fractured, a critical injury in the Rowandic area. And there are 3 men besides Amaran who could operate successfully. Michel Fontaine is in the Riviera. Jacques Vissy is ill. And Dr. Boniface. No. Tomorrow is Sunday, and no one can find Dr. Boniface on Sunday. It will have to be Amaran. It will have to be Amaran, or the boy will die.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now we return to the adventures of Frank Race.
My feeling about the affair was a reaction of physical and mental depression. A friend had needed help, and I had let him down. Even the presence of attractive females offered no lift at the moment. But something needed to be done. So I went back to the bar on Square Clignancourt and bumped into Mark Donovan. He shook his head when I told him about what had happened.
I can see just how this deal's gonna turn out.
You can?
Yeah, I can. No profit, lots of bruises, and maybe a heartache for a hangover. What do we do next, huh?
What we should have done in the first place. Start asking questions.
Oh, that's fine. Where?
Well, I'd say this was a likely place.
The place is congenial, anyway. Tell me something. What are we trying to find out?
I want to contact a lad called Lurker. I have the feeling that a chat with him could be quite productive. Where liquor flows, tongues are usually free. I got nowhere and took a couple of hours doing it. But Mark became the confidant of a lady of the evening, and as a result, we presently paid a visit to a nearby pension, a hotel exuding an atmosphere that could only have come from decades of dust, flavored, not delicately, by garlic.
All right. What is it?
Hello, Lurker.
What do you want?
Thought we'd come in and have a talk.
Yeah, just friendly conversation.
I got nothing to talk about.
We think you have quite a bit to talk about, and we're prepared to extract it from you. What happened to Amaran?
I tell you this much, but nothing more. We did not keep him with us. The police came as we were walking him away. We had to drop him.
What made you attack him in the first place?
I say nothing more.
You're going to tell me, and you're going to tell me who you're working for. You have the answers, and I want them as of...
Why don't you try asking me, chum? I got all the answers, too.
I'd never seen this one before. He was young and looked as though he should be selling insurance. He wasn't holding a gun visibly, but both hands were in his coat pockets, and I got the feeling he hadn't been reaching for a cigarette lighter. I had a hand in one of my pockets, too, gripping the pistol Janine had given me, and I thought that made it a standoff until two other men sidled into the room.
What's the matter? Cat got your tongues?
So Lurker's working for you?
Yeah, Lurker's working for me. And guys that work for me don't talk. Not more than once they don't.
An American in Paris. Must be an interesting story, the effect you've been having on foreign relations.
I'm Tommy Janis.
It's no pleasure.
No? Well, I got word that you was here, Ray, so I thought I'd tag along, too. Lurker's one of my boys, and I never leave my boys on a hook. You shouldn't have come here bothering them, Race. Because it makes me think that if I let you go, you'll just come back and bother them again. So I can't let you go, can I?
I told myself I could start shooting, but I knew that that could have but one result with three other guns against us. Mark and I just wouldn't be around anymore. There was only one other out, but knocking off an electric bulb from your coat pocket by feel and nothing else, well...
What are you, the strong, silent type?
Guess I'm not very glib tonight. Had a hard evening.
And you're still having a hard evening, ain't you, Race? Kind of makes you sweat, don't it? I get kicks out of seeing guys sweat. Yeah, but you're supposed to be a tough boy. And you got beads of this stuff running down your forehead.
You misconstrue the significance of my perspiration, Tommy. You're right about my being under a strain. But it isn't for quite the reason that you...
The line! Get it clear, right! Be right with you! Let's go!
Amaran's hospital turned out to be quite a setup. Recently built, all new equipment, a costly installation. Even though it was Sunday afternoon, there were a number of people waiting outside its consultation rooms.
Oh, Mr. Race.
Hello, Miss Clayton. I came in to see if you had any news concerning Dr. Amaran.
News? Well, we've something much better. Come with me.
With an air of suppressed excitement, she took me along the corridor to one of the rooms. Here, propped up in a hospital bed, his left arm in a sling, was Amaran.
Race, you're all right. You were not badly hurt, huh?
Nothing a good night's sleep couldn't handle. But how are you doing?
He just finished surgery on little Pierre Philippe. Successful surgery.
Surgery?
Oh, it had to be done, Race. And I think we were lucky enough to bring off a fairly decent job.
I learned last night that you'd been able to get away from those thugs. But I never thought you'd be doing surgery this morning.
Oh, I'm deeply grateful for last night, Race. Really. If you had not delayed them, who knows what might have happened, eh?
This institution, Amaran, it's a revelation.
Oh, yes. It has been the greatest thing of my life, Race. I hope it can go on being so, but...
If you're thinking of these attacks that are being made on you, they can be stopped.
Oh, well, I wasn't thinking of that alone. You see, there is something else.
Yeah?
Something that threatens the existence of the hospital itself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, don't go away, Glenn. You're not intruding. Race, this is Glenn Young, another American who is my good friend.
We met last night. Hello, Race.
Hello, Young.
Oh, tell me, any luck with Madame Doucet, Glenn?
Just finished talking to her. And I'm sorry to say it was a very unhappy conversation.
Glenn Young seemed tired. His eyes had a staring look, and his brows were arched high, giving his forehead deep furrows. He took out a handkerchief and wiped his face.
Glenn, tell Race about our problem, huh?
It concerns the settlement, Race, the hospital.
Oh?
It was founded for Dr. Amarand and presented to him by a wealthy old lady, Madame de Serre. Since we don't operate on a profit basis, she also foots the cost of maintenance. But she's become upset because of what's been happening to the doctor. How she heard about it, I don't know.
Well, there was a reporter at the police bureau when they took me there last night. He probably called her. You see, Race, Madame de Serre is very devout. And she seems to have seized upon the idea that I've gone wrong or something, that I've become involved with underworld characters.
So she just indicated that she intends to alter her will, eliminating the trust clause, endowing the hospital with permanent maintenance.
Which you could see would make it impossible for us to operate more than a few weeks. Tell me, Glenn, how did she sound, eh? Completely adamant?
Completely.
No.
I don't think we've got a prayer.
Well, stop thinking about it, Glenn. You've done your share. Go out and relax.
I'll try, Doctor.
I shall go and see Madame de Serre this evening.
Doctor, you can't. You're not well enough.
I'll have to be well enough. It cannot wait. Race, if you can make it, I would like you to come with me.
But we weren't able to make the visit that evening. By late afternoon, Amaran's arm began to hemorrhage, a circumstance that confined him for the night. Nevertheless, he appeared at my hotel early next morning, and we reached the de Serre home about 10:30. An ancient-looking mansion had brought to mind the incongruous thought of a Rococo mausoleum. The elderly servant eyed us as though we had come to sack the place.
I hesitate to disturb Madame. She has not yet rung for me.
This late? I had the idea that Madame de Serre was always an early riser.
She is. But this morning she is probably indisposed. But we never disturb her.
Well, perhaps you'd better this time. She's a very old lady,
Monsieur, you may be right. I shall go to her at once.
We were left waiting in the tremendous hall, and it wasn't but a few minutes before a startled wail came from above. I helped Amaran mount the stairs, and we moved into a gigantic bedroom.
Oh, Monsieur, something has happened. Something terrible. Madame, she has been strangled.
It had been done with a cord. She'd been garroted. The open French windows, the thick vines up the masonry, it was obvious how the killer had entered. The old lady had struggled. Bedclothes were awry, a tray of medicines had been tipped off her nightstand. I picked up 2 or 3 vials, a thermometer, a small rubber plunger, and a hypodermic needle.
Monsieur, shall I call the police?
I am afraid that there's nothing else to be done.
Race, we ought to get out of this hotel for a little while. You've been coiled up in a chair all morning.
I've been overlooking something on this case, Mark. I feel it. Something obvious, something right in front of me.
Yeah. Look, how about this pistol that dame gave you? You want we should keep carrying it? You know something? The gendarmes don't like people toting rods, especially foreigners. Well, hey, how about it?
What's that, Mark?
Oh, brother, you in a fog. Look, you need a glass of something to pep you up.
Glass. That's it, Marcus. Mark, you've given me the key to the whole thing.
Yeah, I have? What do you know?
Come on, let's get over to the hospital. We were on our way through the lobby when I was tagged for a phone call. It turned out to be Amaran.
Race, I think I'm in trouble again. It seems to be the same group. I spotted some of them just outside the hospital. I think they're waiting for me.
You're at the hospital now?
Yes. I came in the back way through the cellar. I'm calling from my office. I could call the police, but that would solve nothing.
No, those boys would just drift away and get back to you later. We'd better take care of it ourselves. I'll be there, Amaran, in a few minutes. There were two of them standing just inside the hospital entrance as Mark and I went in. I sensed that Tommy Janis must be around somewhere, and Lurker. With Amaran in his office were Glenn Young and Janine Renault.
Oh, it's good to see you, Ace. I cannot seem to make this... Well, I just can't take this sort of thing as I used to. If Glenn and Janine hadn't been with me, I'm afraid I'd have to shout.
What do we do, Race? Try to sneak him out or make a fight of it?
I believe the place to settle it is right here.
I wish I knew what they were after.
They simply want your hospital, Amaran.
His hospital?
Glenn, those eyes of yours are bothering you again, aren't they? Here, this might help.
The suction cup from my lenses. Where did you find it?
Where you dropped it, beside Madame de Serres' dead body. You're one of those people who can't wear contact lenses for more than a few hours, aren't you, Glenn? Get pretty uncomfortable, don't they? Make you stare, make you stop blinking.
What are you getting at, Race?
Amaran, I'll give good odds that Glenn Young has some sort of a power of attorney from you concerning this hospital.
Yes. After all, he is the manager, and should anything happen to me...
That's right. He's your good friend. He intended to have something happen to you, Doctor. You were all set to be put out of circulation so friend Glenn in a hood by the name of Tommy Janis could take over. Then this wouldn't have been a free clinic any longer, would it, Glenn? And you'd have cleaned up, particularly with Madame de Serres' trust fund taking care of expenses. That's why you murdered her, isn't it, Glenn? Because she told you she was going to cut that off?
Tommy, listen, this fella...
Don't bother explaining. I heard it all from the other side of the door. Nothing's going to make any difference, Glenn. We just take care of all of them, that's all. We're all going down the hall, people, nice and quiet. Keep your hands away from your pockets, Race, or I'll start blasting right now.
Thank you again, friend Marcus.
Was really nothing.
I don't think any of those other lads are going to come in here. Not now, with the boss out of action. Stay where you are, Glenn. Don't get any ideas about running.
But Tommy Janis, look at him.
Nah. He's going to be all right. You know something?
What, Marcus?
That guy is really a smart cookie.
He is?
Yeah. What do you think it is? He picks a hospital to get shot in.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubove with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Gene Bates, Michael Ann Barrett, Gerald Moore, Wilms Herbert, and William Johnstone. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Elves production.
Thank you. Frontier Town, the saga of the Roaring West. Frontier Town. El Paso, Cheyenne, Calgary, Tombstone. Frontier Town. Here is the adventurous story of the early West, the tamed and the untamed. From the Pecos to Powder River, Dodge City to Poker Flat. These are the towns they fought to live in and lived to fight for. Teeming crucibles of pioneer freedom. Frontier Town!
Hello there. If you know anything about Dos Rios, our frontier town, then you've probably heard about me, Chad Remington. Oh, not that my name means anything, or am I an important citizen. But it just so happens that I'm a frontier lawyer. Just about the only lawyer in the whole county and for hundreds of miles around. To tell the truth, were it not for the little ranch my father left me, I'd never make both ends meet practicing law. But even with the direct type of law we sometimes have on the frontier, we do have a court, and we do have a judge. The fact of the matter is that Libby, the judge's daughter, may someday become Mrs. Chad Remington. Now, I say may advisedly, and it's all because of what happened not much more than a week ago. It all started when a crowd of hoodlums rode into Dos Rios, airing their lungs and triggering their guns.
Okay, this is the place. Let's fly up here. Come on. Let's go into Blackjack's place and wet our whistles with some of his best.
Come on,
Wait,
boy.
hey, Frankie.
Yeah?
You're all the time boasting about what a crack shot you are. Think you can hit that little gold eagle on that flagpole across the street?
I sure can. Watch.
You missed it a mile. Hey, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll all shoot for it. And the first man to hit it gets 6 free drinks on me. Okay, then. Get them hog legs out and let's get to shooting.
When this had gone on for a full minute, the judge, looking out of his office window and not finding anyone with a badge or otherwise attempting to stop this bloodless riot, slammed his window and stalked down the street toward the scene of the disturbance.
Did you hear me? I said stop it.
What? What's that again, mister? Were you talking to us?
I most certainly was talking to you. You and the rest of these hoodlums.
Oh, we're hoodlums, are we?
Judging from your conduct, you most certainly are. Now put those guns up before we throw the lot of you in jail for 30 days for disturbing the peace.
Quiet, Joe Jaspers. I'll handle this old coot. You happen to be the law around here, mister? Because I don't see no pin badge.
If you think it takes a sheriff or a marshal to lock you up, you've got a lot to learn. You either desist and behave like decent people, or I'm exercising the prerogative of any citizen and arresting you myself.
Friend, I don't know anything about this whatever you call it, but if you think you can lock me up, come on. Try it.
Why, you contemptible, insufferable... Yeah, what's all... Oh, what are you doing here, Judge?
Howdy, Black
Howdy,
Jack.
boy. Well, Mr. Turner, I suppose these maniacs are customers of yours.
Yeah, Judge. Not only are they customers of mine, they're friends of mine.
Darn good friends. Tell them again, Black
If
Jack.
they are friends of yours, Turner, then the friendly thing to do would be to tell them to either behave like gentlemen while they're in Dos Rios, or learn to be gentlemen with a 30-day course in our town jail.
The trouble with you, Judge, is you're getting old.
Oh, I am, huh? Well, I'm not too old to arrest a lot of them, and you included, if I have to.
Well, like you lawyers say, that's something that remains to be proved. But what I was talking about was, you seemed to forget when you were just a high-spirited young waddy yourself out to have a good time.
I am not forgetting anything. But you seem to forget that we've got a few laws left in Dos Rios.
But jeepers, Judge, these boys have been up country for a couple of months now. Ain't they entitled to come to town and have a little fun?
Look around the street, Turner. There isn't a man, woman, or child who hasn't run inside or has hidden in some doorway. Frightened off the street they pay taxes to maintain.
Yeah, so?
So, I'm giving you a final warning. While these men or any other of your so-called friends are in Dos Rios, either they toe the mark and behave, or not only will they go to jail, but I'll issue a writ padlocking your place, closing it up as a public nuisance.
Well, the riot, or near riot, happened in the middle of town. And as a result, I knew nothing about it because, well, I was out at the judge's house paying a visit I was enjoying on his daughter Libby.
Chad, believe me, I've thought about it as much as you say you have, but living the life you do, 1/3 lawyer, 1/3 freelance marshal, and 1/3 plain and simple troubleshooter. Well, don't you understand? A woman wants peace of mind and security.
Well, doesn't respect and affection and adoration mean something to a woman, too?
Take that man you run around with, Cherokee.
And what's wrong with the O'Bannon?
Oh, nothing. Run out of 2 states for peddling that fraudulent patent medicine of his. The only use he has for water is to bathe in it, and that not too frequently, and... No, it isn't Cherokee. It's just that I feel you aren't quite ready yet to settle down, Chad. Once you can convince me that you're...
Well, glad you're here, Chad.
Well, I'm glad somebody's glad I'm here. Why, Judge?
I just had a run-in with Black Jack Turner and a bunch of gunslingers who started to shoot up the town in front of that saloon of Turner's.
Oh, Father, I hope you didn't get into a fight.
No, but if I had, there'd have been a half a dozen cracked heads down there, I'll tell you.
What was it, Judge? What happened?
Well, it's a long story, Chad. So pull up a chair and sit down, and I'll tell you.
Well, you already know what the judge told me. All about the rowdyism in town and his clash with Black Jack Turner and his coterie of gun-toting friends. However, what I didn't know, and what the judge couldn't possibly have known, were the repercussions resulting from his threat to padlock Black Jack's Golden Slipper Entertainment Hall. Because while he was recounting to me what had happened, Black Jack and a couple of his friends were in the Golden Slipper mulling it over.
Now, I ain't telling you what to do, Blackjack, but I run up against solid citizens like that judge before. And I'm telling you, they're a cyclone on wheels when they get started.
Ben ain't just talking, Blackjack. You could see it in the old goat's eyes that he meant what he said.
And being a judge, like you say, you can make it stick.
Yeah, I know. But I've been doing a little thinking that might be good for this whole town.
Yeah?
That bald-headed busybody's been judge around here for the last 12 years, just because the people elected him once.
You mean you ain't had no election for 12 years?
No, I mean he's been re-elected every 2 years just because it's become a habit. As a matter of fact, nobody's ever run against him.
So, all right, but what's your idea?
Now, there's an election coming up the end of this month. Me and a couple other Jaspers in the same business would like it a lot better if we had a new marshal. A more, cooperative marshal?
Yeah?
So wouldn't it be a lot better if, while we were trying to elect a new marshal, we ran our own candidate and elected a new judge?
Are you serious? Who'd you run? Don't a judge have to be a lawyer? And the only lawyer around this saddle stop is that holier-than-thou Chad Remington.
Oh, is that so? And maybe you didn't know that old man Simpkins used to be a lawyer back in Indiana.
Jughead Simpkins?
Why, Jughead Simpkins ain't drawn a sober breath for years.
Sure. It'd make our campaign all the better. We could prove to the voters around here that even an old sot like Jughead would be a better judge than that fossil we got.
Oh, Blackjack, It wouldn't do you or us any good if he was elected. He don't even know what day of the week it is.
Ah, that's just the point. Now, if we elected Simpkins, don't you see, he'd do anything we told him? And with our own marshal and judge?
Yeah, it's all right.
Gentlemen, a toast.
A toast.
I give you Judge Jughead Simpkins.
Well, Libby was right. Being a troubleshooter at heart, I decided to go down and pay a call on Black Jack Turner to see if I couldn't make him realize that Dos Rios had grown up and that it was no town for the bad ones. The saddle bums, gents on the prod, and the ordinary backcountry variety of troublemaker. Aside from the usual gaiety in the Golden Slipper, everything seemed serene as I spotted Black Jack and walked up to his table.
Well, what do you want, Remington?
I want to talk to you, Black Jack. Talk to you like a Dutch uncle.
Yeah? Well, I don't want to talk to you. In fact, I don't even want you in my place. Gotta be careful who I let in here. The Golden Slipper's got a good reputation.
Now, look, Turner. I didn't come in here for any of your stupid jokes, and I'm not going to...
I'm asking you decent. Are you going to get out?
I'm going to get out when I'm good and ready.
Frankie, Ben, get him out of here.
My pleasure, Blackjack.
And just to make sure there's no real trouble, I think I'll just take charge of that pup gun.
Oh, you low down. Come on, Frankie.
Come on, boy. All right. We got him now, boys. Hey, Professor. We got someone we're heaving out of here. If you'll be so kind, let's have that famous march from the Bums Rush. That's it, Professor. Come on, boys. Now get this mule-headed maverick where he belongs, out in the street.
Hey, Charlie, open them doors.
That's it.
Now, 1, 2, and...
We'll return to the second act of Bullets for Boot Hill, our exciting frontier town adventure, in just a few moments. And now, Frontier Town.
Well, there's a saying that there's no fool like an old fool. But as you have seen, in my case, age didn't make any difference. However, it didn't take me long to get over feeling foolish. Particularly a few days later when I was sitting in my office, still licking my wounds, and Cherokee O'Bannon came banging up the stairs from his livery stable below.
Belly blue blazes, Chad, wait till you hear.
Wait till I hear what, Cherokee?
Well, they're running someone else against the judge in the election next week.
What? Running someone else for judge? Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. I got the information from the man who's running.
The man who's running? Who is it?
Old man Simpkins. Jughead Simpkins.
Simpkins? And what were you doing talking to Simpkins?
Well, Now, look here, Chad. What's that got to do with it?
Come on now. Where did you see Simpkins? You were over in that saloon again, weren't you?
That thing you so indignantly call a saloon is a rendezvous for the less fortunate people. People like me. We refer to it as the working man's club.
Well, sit down. And don't sit across the desk from me. Sit where you can exhale toward the open window. And tell me what else you found out.
What else? Isn't that enough, running a sodden reprobate like Jughead for judge?
But who's running him? Who's behind him?
Well, I ran out of money at that stage. Although if I'd had another 4 bits in my jeans, I'm sure I could have found out.
Another 4 bits worth of drinks, and you might have found out. But when you woke up tomorrow morning, you wouldn't have remembered anything about it.
Counselor, that is a base calumny. A slip of the hair of the dog that bit me, and I would have been sharp as a tack.
Regardless, I'll bet you right now that this is some of Black Jack Turner's doings. And by glory, Cherokee, If it is, I'm not going to rest until Turner and his whole crew are run out of this town, and preferably up to the state penitentiary. A few days later, when we could start reading the handwriting on the wall and the ridiculing posters tacked up all over town, Cherokee and I were in a sober and solemn conference with the judge and his daughter Libby.
Chad, this is so ridiculous. Mr. Simpkins ever knew any law at all. It's been burned out of his brain by alcohol years ago.
The ridiculous part of it is that there are actually people in this town who are starting to believe all those palpably asinine lies they're spreading around.
But you'll have your chance to answer the lies, Judge, when you make that campaign speech in front of the town hall tomorrow night.
And don't believe I won't answer them. Factually, categorically, and point by point.
I wish we really knew who is backing Simpkins. So hard to fight when you don't know whom you're fighting.
Well, Libby, it may be hard to fight, but it's not too hard to figure out.
Oh, I know whom you suspect, Chad, but honestly, I don't think
Sapper and sea serpents, Chad. What was that?
Chad, someone threw a knife through the window.
A knife with a note pinned to it. I'll get it. There. Well, this is going to set the democratic form of government back to the Dark Ages.
What is it, Chad? What does the note say?
Here, let me read that. Warning. If you try making that speech tomorrow, you'll never make another one. A friend.
Of all the cheap, contemptible, cussed things I've ever heard of, threats in a political campaign.
Well, they're not intimidating me.
Well, I should hope not. You'll show this note to the marshal and have deputies all around that meeting.
Certainly. That's a good idea. The marshal's up for re-election, too. And this is aimed at him as much as it's aimed at me. We'll have every deputy in town protecting that meeting.
If I were you, Judge, I wouldn't.
What?
Are you out of your mind, Chad? What do you want to do, have my father killed? Or maybe you think you can protect him single-handed.
No, Libby, that's no way to talk to Chad.
No, it isn't it? He couldn't even protect himself the other day down at Blackjack Turner's saloon.
My dear Miss Libby, what chances one man got
Thanks,
against...
Cherokee, but this isn't the time or the place for defending my stupidity. However, I'm still of the opinion that it would be a grave mistake to have tomorrow's campaign meeting surrounded by deputies. Now, if you'd only try to figure out what might be behind this thing, Judge, I think you'll see
Chad, you're just wasting your breath trying to argue with us. I'll fight for re-election. I'll fight every thieving no-good in this town. But just so long as we have law and order, I'm going to have the full protection of that law that I'm sworn to defend every blessed chance I can get it.
It was bad enough trying to argue with an old mossback like the judge. But when it came to arguing with Libby, well, there are several old axioms that apply to a situation like this. And besides, after the dressing down Libby had given me a few days before about being footloose and trouble-seeking, I just decided that the better part of valor was to let it go at that. So, with Cherokee in tow, I went at the problem in my own way, keeping both eyes peeled when we attended the campaign meeting at which the judge spoke the next day.
Even with the increase in civil suits, 3 cases out of 4 that are tried in my court are still criminal actions. Do you want a judge like my opponent to sit on the bench for that?
No, absolutely not.
Very well, then. Friends and fellow townsmen, then let us face facts. Let us compare the record of my opponent with my own record, since we both came to Dos Rios. Let us investigate and see which one of us has contributed more to the welfare and to the civic health of our community.
Philip, what was that?
Look, everybody, down the street toward the business section. There's been a holdup.
Don't stand there. Let this meeting go. Come on, Marshal, and all you deputies. Let's hit our horses and get after them.
For a moment, it was a maelstrom of men and horses. But as we pulled away from Town Hall and started through the business section of town, we could soon see that it had been Blackjack Turner's Golden Slipper Saloon that had been held up. trail led out of town, and then suddenly, just as suddenly as the shots had started, the trail vanished into the rocks. For the moment at least, it was a lost cause. There was no trail to follow, so the marshal slowed his own horse and turned in the saddle.
Say, there's no use killing off these horses, boys. There ain't a...
Well, they certainly disappeared like prairie dogs in the desert, Marshal.
Yes, and no wonder. If the marshal and all his deputies hadn't been down to a political meeting, a man might be able to get some protection around this town.
Don't be ridiculous, Turner. The marshal was only doing what he was supposed to do. Protect me from being murdered.
Yeah? Well, what about me? I'm a businessman and a taxpayer. Don't you think I'm entitled to some protection, too?
Now, hold on, Turner. Me and my deputies were out of town almost as fast as you were.
Sure, almost as fast. You almost got me back that $20,000 they got out of my safe. I tell you what I'm going to do. Because the marshal's office is so busy working for a judge who can't even take care of himself, I'm offering a reward of 10%, or $2,000, for the conviction of the men who robbed my safe. Now, come on, boys. There's no sense wasting time out here. Let's be getting back to town.
If you've noticed, I'd learned enough by that time to keep my mouth shut. But I did keep my eyes open. After the mob dispersed and went back to town, it didn't take Cherokee and me very long to discover the trail we'd been following was the trail of only 2 horses. It wasn't very likely that only 2 men could successfully hold up a saloon like the Golden Slipper and get away with it. That is, not without a little help. A little inside help.
By my sainted mother, Chad, how can you even figure that this is an inside job?
Item number 1. The note that was thrown into the judge's house.
Yes?
I tried to tell the judge and Libby, but they wouldn't listen. But did you notice the knife the note was stuck on?
The knife?
Yeah. It was a boning knife. A boning knife such as butchers use or they use in restaurants. Restaurants like Turner's Golden Slipper Cafe.
That doesn't prove the robbery was an inside job.
Item number 2. Wouldn't it make sense if this was a planned inside job to threaten the judge so that he'd do the obvious thing and seek the protection of the marshal and all of his deputies?
Yeah, presuming you're right, Counselor, why should a man want to steal $20,000 for himself?
Item number 3. You just heard Blackjack trying to make it sound as if the judge got special protection at the expense of all the other taxpayers. Now, if enough taxpayers believe that argument, the next judge in this county will be Jughead Simpkins.
Man alive, how can you even start to prove that?
Well, by doing something that's even more ridiculous, Cherokee. You and I are going to draw out every dollar we have in the bank and gamble. We're going to sit in a game with a professional gambler with nothing on our side but sheer bluff.
Come on, Ben. Have another one. You know, tonight for my special friends, the drinks are on the house.
Well, for $20,000, a fellow ought to be able to buy a lot of drink. Hey, look who just walked in. Chad Remington.
Well, looks like we can have the professor play the March from the Bum's Rush all over again. Hey, wait a minute. What's he doing coming in here with O'Bannon and the marshal?
I don't know, but we'll soon be finding out. Here he comes.
Believe me, Turner, I wouldn't be coming in here if it wasn't on business. And if you want your $20,000 back, just tell your bouncers to lay off.
Why, I wouldn't throw you out. Did you say something about my $20,000?
He certainly did. That reward you put up was so tempting, we went out and found it.
What are you talking about, anyhow? I don't believe you.
That's the truth, Blackjack. I've got the men who held you up down in jail, and they've confessed.
And if you don't mind, Turner, being a lawyer, I'd like my fee in advance. That'll be exactly $2,000. And in your case, I won't charge costs.
To put it politely, we want the reward.
First, I want to see the money.
You don't have to worry about the money, Blackjack. I got it down to my office.
That is not all of it. See here? This is some the marshal didn't have room for.
We decided to hang on to that much in case you welched, Blackjack.
So, since it gives your place a bad name to have me in it, why don't you just go back to your office, open the safe, and get us that $2,000, huh?
Okay. Come on, Ben. We made a bargain. We better live up to it.
He sure had made a bargain. And as soon as they left for the private office, Cherokee, the marshal, and I sneaked out to the back window in the alley and watched.
Is the door there, Blackjack?
Why, them dirty liars. They never got back that $20,000. It's still right here.
Why, sure. How could they get it back when it's always been right here?
Switch it! All right, Turner, reach. We heard every word you said.
Marshal, look out. They're gone. I don't mean to sound as if I'm boasting, Blackjack, but I generally get what I aim at. And in your case, it wasn't just your gun arm. To square myself with a certain young lady in town, I've spent the last 3 days aiming on putting you in jail. Come on.
Frontier Town, starring Reed Hadley and featuring Wade Crosby, is a Bruce Ells production. Story and direction by Paul Franklin. Music written and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again same time next week for another fine action-adventure story with your favorite young Western star, Reed Hadley. And now this is Bill Foreman telling you that Frontier Town comes to you from Hollywood.
Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salud, your health, senor.
Roma toasts the world. The wine for your table is Roma, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the Man in Black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, to introduce this weekly half hour of suspense. Tonight in Hollywood, Roma brings you the MGM star, Mr. Charles Lawton. The suspense play which stars Charles Lawton and which is produced and directed by William Spear is called Wet Saturday. This remarkable and sardonic story is rather difficult to describe. It most certainly isn't a whodunit. Is it, Mr. Lawton?
No, it definitely isn't. The question involved is not at all a matter of who done it. It's a matter of whether or not the who done it is going to get it in the neck. And if not, then who is, regardless of who actually done it. It's very complicated.
Very well put, sir.
And before the curtain rises on suspense, will you eavesdrop with me a moment? Dinner is over. A delightful dinner in one of the great homes of a land far to the south. And one of the guests is complimenting his host.
Ah, Raoul, your reputation as a host grows with each of your magnificent dinners.
That superb wine tonight, where did you find such perfection?
I will tell you a great secret. When I visited our good neighbor and ally, the United States, I tasted the wines of their California and knew instantly it was a great wine country. And I learned that some of their very choicest vineyards produced the wine we enjoyed tonight. Roma wine.
Our good neighbor to the south is right. Our own sunny California provides perfect conditions of climate and soil to produce some of the world's finest wines. And note this. What your wine connoisseur of another land prized as an expensive import, with import duties and high shipping costs included in his purchase price, comes to you from the great Roma wineries in California as an inexpensive American product. Roma's wide varieties of types and Roma's modest cost means that you can enjoy these fine wines often when entertaining guests as a pre-meal appetizer to serve with meals or for after-dinner enjoyment. You will be amazed at how little your dealer will ask for an assortment of several types of these fine Roma wines. Visit your dealer tomorrow and ask him for Roma, R-O-M-A, America's largest selling wine. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now, with Wet Saturday, and with the performance of Charles Lawton, we again hope to keep you in suspense. On this rainy afternoon, we should like you to meet the Princey family and their visitor. They are, of course, at home. Mrs. Princey, daughter Millicent, George, the son and heir, sprawled on a couch, and finally, Mr. Princey, biting on a dry pipe. Their living room is dull and overstuffed. Rain beats at the windows. They are any middle-class family at home on a wet day, except for one small item. As you sit with them in the living room, you can see through the door to the sun porch a pair of men's feet encased in high black shoes. They look like the feet of a curate. There is a tenseness in the room. The air is charged with excitement. But the feet are very still.
Well, don't keep staring at him. Listen to me, all of you. Don't you see? They'd hang her. That's what they'd do. They'd hang her.
Oh, Fred, it's too awful.
Awful? It's catastrophic. A supposedly sweet, gentle, intelligent girl, respected and loved by the whole village, doing a thing like this. Think of the publicity and the disgrace. Do you think I'm going to resign from the bench, the vestry, and sell out and live in some foggy hotel abroad? Oh, no.
No.
Oh, no.
I'll kill myself. I will.
Don't be a fool.
Any more than you have been, the governor may.
Will you be quiet? Wouldn't be so bad if it were you, George. Everybody in the village knows you're not responsible. Get off that couch and sit up in your spine. You might be of a little use here if you could think.
Oh, but I say, Governor, this isn't my funeral.
Shut up. As long as I can remember, George, you've been a trial and tribulation to me.
Oh, I can't stand it.
You've got to stand it, my dear. And keep that hysterical note out of your voice. Do you hear?
Yes.
Yes. We're talking about the weather. Now, George.
Yeah?
George, if he fell down the old well, say, striking his head several times, what about that?
I really don't know, Governor. What about it?
Don't be an ass, George. I'm asking you to think. He'd have had to hit the side several times in 30 or 40 feet, and at all the correct angles. No, I'm afraid not. I'm afraid that won't do it. Oh, we'll have to go over it all again, Millicent.
Oh, no, Father. No, I couldn't.
Millicent, we must go over it all again.
Fred, you're torturing her.
Oh, face facts, mater. With him lying there, no use pretending it's a picnic.
They might hang you, Millicent. Oh, do stop that shaking. Stop it, Millicent. Stop it. You must stop it. And you must keep your voice quiet, Millicent. We are talking about the weather. Now we will proceed.
I can't, not with those feet there.
You should have thought of that, Millie. I'm not moving her.
Shut up, George. And stop shuffling your feet. Now, Millicent, look at me. And answer me truthfully. Do you hear? Answer me. You were in the croquet court?
Yes.
Who knew you were in love with this wretched curate?
The whole village knows. They've been sniggering about it in the pub for the 3 years past.
Shut up, George. Millicent, we continue. You were on the croquet court?
Yes.
You were putting the croquet set into its box?
Yes, it was starting to rain. I was carrying the balls and mallets into the sun porch. The box was there.
You heard someone enter the garden gate and come across the yard?
Yes.
Could you see who it was?
Not at first. I was going into the sun porch. I threw down all the mallets but the red one and turned round.
And it was Withers?
Yes.
So you called him?
Yes.
Loudly?
Oh.
Did you call him loudly? Could anyone have heard?
No, Father, I'm sure not. I didn't really call him. I just spoke his name. He saw me as I went to the door, and he just waved his hand and came over.
Now, can I find out from you whether there was anyone about, whether he could have been seen?
I'm sure not, Father. I'm quite sure.
So you both went into the sun porch?
Yes, it was raining hard then.
What did he say?
He said, "Hello, Millie," and excuse his coming in the back way, but he'd set out to walk over to Liston.
Yes?
And he said, passing the park, he'd seen the house and suddenly thought of me, and he thought he'd just look in for a minute. He had something to tell me.
Yes, go on.
He said he was so happy he wanted me to share it. He'd heard from the bishop he was to have vicarage, and it wasn't only that. It meant he could marry. And he began to stutter and get all confused, and because I thought it meant me.
Don't tell me what you thought. Tell me exactly what he said, nothing else.
Yes, answer, Governor.
Well, oh, dear.
Stop crying. It's a luxury you can no longer afford. Tell me what happened.
He said, no. He said it wasn't me. It's Ella Bragdon Davis.
Oh.
And he was sorry and all that. Then he went to go.
And then?
I got mad. He turned his back. I had the red mallet of the croquet set in my hand. I'd forgot to drop it in the box when I came, and I was just...
Did you shout or scream? I mean, as you hit him?
No, I'm sure I didn't.
Did he? Come on, speak up. You've got a tongue in your head.
No, Father.
And then?
I threw it down. I came straight in here. I went to look for Mother, that's all.
My poor baby.
And you're sure no one else was about?
No one.
Leave the child alone, Fred.
You're not such a child, mate. Oh, Millie, I had no idea.
George, will you keep quiet? I'm thinking. You see, George, he probably told people he was going to Liston. Certainly no one knows he came here, for he didn't decide until he crossed the park. He might have been attacked in the woods. We must consider every detail. A curate with his head battered in.
Oh, don't, Father, don't.
Oh, shut up. A curate with his head battered in. A curate with his head battered in. Well, who would want to kill Withers?
Who'd want to kill Withers? Well, I would, with pleasure. How do you do, Mrs. Princep?
Captain Smollett.
Well.
Sit down. Pray, you mustn't get up for me, Mrs. Princep. You are the Millicent, my word, but I'm just being neighborly on a bad day. I wanted to ask you about those dahlia bulbs, Princep. I took a short cut on account of the rain and walked right in. I knew you wouldn't mind.
He heard you, Father.
Oh, dear. We can all have our little jokes, can't we? Now, don't you pretend to be shocked. This way, Smollett. This chair facing the fireplace, old man. Sit down, Mother.
Just straightening the curtain to the sun porch, dear. It looks so gloomy out there. Might as well shut the rain out.
Well, we were just talking about a little theoretical curate killing, Smollett. Young people these days like thrillers.
Parsonicide? Justifiable parsonicide. You heard about Ella Bragdon Davis? I should be a proper laughingstock.
Why should you be a proper laughingstock, Smollett?
I had a shot in that direction myself.
Did you?
She half said yes, too. Hadn't you heard? She told most people. Now I look as if I were jilted.
Too bad.
Oh, the fortune of war.
Yes, fortune of war. Yes, odd how that happens, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sit down, Smollett, old man. Mother, Millicent, Would you console Captain Smollett with your best light conversation? George and I have something to look at outside. The rain, you know. It's very bad, very bad. Come along, George.
Right, Governor. Perhaps we'll need raincoats, huh?
Oh, I don't think so, George. Just make yourself at home, Smollett. Make yourself at home, old boy.
A cigarette, Captain Smollett?
Thank you. Nasty day to be going out.
Oh, it's something about the old well just off the front porch door, you know. This terrible sudden weather seems to have loosened some of the stones.
Too bad. Too dash bad. Spoils the tennis and the croquet. I mean, a day like this, doesn't it, Millie?
Yes, it does.
She was practicing out on the croquet court earlier. But do pull your chair nearer the fire, Captain. It was so damp we thought it would be cozy to light it.
Thank you. I'm quite comfortable.
I hope you don't feel too bad about Ella Bragdon, Davis.
Oh, can't always win, you know. Can't understand, though, what you women see in these bloodless clerics.
Oh, I always thought Mr. Withers was is a very charming man.
I quite agree, but why should anyone want to marry him? You wouldn't want to marry him, would you, Millie?
Not now.
What?
That is, I used to... Oh, no, of course not.
Smollett.
Yes, Prince. Good Lord, man, you come on a fellow suddenly.
I suppose I did. You don't mind this old double-barrel shotgun, do you, Smollett? I've been working on it, sir. Might I have your attention for a minute? There's something on the sun porch I'd like to show you.
Yes, of course.
Smollett, George and I went out to see if we could shoot some rats which had been driven out of the old well by the high water. We were afraid they might get into the house. But you must listen to me very carefully, or you'll be shot. By accident.
Princey, what's the matter with you?
You heard me ask as you came in who would kill Withers. You also heard Millicent make a comment. An unguarded comment.
Well, what of it?
Very little, unless you were to hear that Withers had met with a violent end this afternoon. And that, my dear Smollett, is what you are going to hear.
What? Withers dead?
Yes.
Who killed him?
Millicent.
Oh. Good Lord.
Oh, shut up, snivelling Millie. Yes, it's a mess. And of course you would have remembered and guessed.
Oh, maybe, yes, I suppose I should.
Therefore, you constitute a problem.
Why did she kill him?
It's one of those disgusting things. Pitiable, too, I think. She deluded herself that he was in love with her.
Good heavens. Millie, yes, of course, I see.
He told her about the Davis girl, Ella Bragdon Davis.
I understand.
I have no wish, as you will comprehend, that she should be proved either a lunatic or a murderess. I could hardly go on living here after that, could I? Besides, I'm rather fond of Millie.
Quite.
On the other hand, you know about it.
Yes, I see that makes me a problem. You were wondering if I could keep my mouth shut. If I promised?
I'm wondering if I could believe you.
But if I promised?
If things went smoothly, yes. But not if there was any sort of suspicion or any questioning. You would be afraid of being an accessory.
I don't know.
I do. What are we going to do?
I can't see anything else. I mean, you'll never be fool enough to do me in. You can't get rid of two corpses.
Well, I regard it as a better risk than the other. It could be an accident, or you and Withers could both disappear. There are possibilities in that, of course.
Listen, you can't...
I can. But there may be a way out. There is, Smollett. You gave it to me yourself.
I did? What?
Well, you said you would kill Withers. You have a motive.
Oh, look here now. I was
listen,
joking.
Smollett, I can't trust you. You must trust me, or else I will kill you now in the next minute. I mean that. You can choose between living and dying.
Go on.
There's the old well just outside the sun porch door. That's where I'm going to put Withers. No one outside knows he's come up here this afternoon. No one will ever look there for him unless you tell them. Now, you must give me evidence that you have murdered Withers.
I murdered him? Why do you want that?
So that I shall be dead sure that you'll never open your lips on the subject.
I see. What evidence?
George?
Yes, Governor?
Hit him in the face.
Sure.
You keep out of this, man.
Oh, Captain, you should be more careful. Look what your teeth did to my knuckle.
Do it again, George.
Okay.
Father, how can
you keep quiet, Millie. Stop sniveling. I'm sorry, Smollett, but there must be traces of a struggle between you and Withers. Then it will be not altogether safe for you to go to the police. Now, George, would you get the croquet mallet?
Oh, right,
Yes.
okay.
And, George, take your handkerchief to it. You'll find it there on the sun porch floor.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got it, Captain.
That's right, boy.
There, Captain, there's the weapon.
See, as I told you, Smollett, there it was. Now, if you please, just grasp the end that mashed Withers' head. I shall shoot you if you don't.
Good Lord, you can't.
There.
All right.
That's it, old boy. That's right. Now, deposit it by the side of the house. Out of the rain, of course. Now, wait, George. First, you'd better pull a few hairs out of his head and put them under the nail of Withers' right hand.
Wait.
I'm sorry to mess your hair up, Captain.
Oh! Don't be a baby, Smollett.
That's all we need. And now for Withers, and we'll fix it right up. I'll be right with you, Governor.
Smollett, you may turn round now. Withers is just there in the sun porch. Draw back the curtain, old man.
Good Lord.
Yes. Messy. Now, you, Smollett. Now you've just got to drag him through the door and dump him in the old well.
Just beyond the door, Captain.
I won't touch him, I won't.
All right. Stand aside, George. Out of range, George. Just over there. There's only one place I want this charge of shot to go to.
Father.
Now, Millie, you keep quiet and stop sniveling. My aim is...
Wait a minute. Wait,
That's better. That's better, Smollett. Much better. Now, go along now. In here. You've got to take him outside, old boy.
By the shoulders ought to do it, Captain.
You keep quiet, George. Now, go on, Smollett. Go on. Under the arms. You've seen dead men before. Now, don't go green. Drag him out. Drag him, old boy. Do a little pulling. I'll just hold the gun here to make sure. Everything goes all right. Steady now. Mind the step there.
Mother.
Come away from the window, dear. Don't look.
But Captain Smollett.
Your father is a very resourceful man, Millicent. I'm sure what he's doing
But
is
the Captain, I can't stand
You
it.
mustn't question your dear father.
Say, you two still at it. There's enough trouble around here without blubbering.
Don't you call me blubbering, George Princey.
Well, you see, Smollett, everything is perfectly safe. You remember, you see, that no one knows that Withers came here. Everyone thinks he walked off to Liston. And he's had 5 miles of country to search. They'll never look in our well. Don't you see how safe it is?
I guess so.
Good heavens, old boy, you're dripping wet. Why don't you slip your raincoat on? Is the tea ready, dear?
In just a minute, dear. I'll ring for Bridget.
It's exactly what you need, Smollett. A nice, hot cup of tea. It's the best thing in the world to ward off a cold. Sit down, won't you, old man? Don't you mind getting the chair wet. That's all right. Would you have a cigarette?
No.
Help yourself, old boy. See, I stick to my pipe. Funny how you get attached to pipes. My wife always says to me...
Everything's hot, ma'am.
Oh, Bridget, yes. Put the tray in front of me here on the table. That's it.
Say, Captain. Why, you've cut your lip.
I just knocked it.
Why, how dreadful. Here, Bridget, give the captain this cup.
No, thank you. I rather think I'll be running along, if you don't mind.
Why, Captain Smollett, without any tea?
If you don't mind, Mrs. Princey, if I could just have my raincoat.
Oh, I'll get it for you, Captain.
This is very distressing, Smollett. Very
I'll be all right presently, I'm sure.
Oh, here we are. Let me help you, sir.
Thank you, young man.
There. You'd better go out the front way, Smollett. The walk is drier.
Oh, let me hold the door for you, Captain.
And don't worry, old fellow. Don't worry at all.
No. Well, good afternoon.
It's nothing serious, I imagine, dear. A little rest, of course. He'll be as right as rain. Oh, by the way, Millicent, you're not looking any too well, dear.
Not well at all. I'm sure it was that croquet court. Being outdoors in weather like this is simply foolhardy.
Yes.
Oh, mate is right, Mary. You saw what happened to Captain Smollett.
Come along, dear. I shall give you a hot foot bath and put you to bed. A couple of days in bed and you'll be fine again.
Now, you get plenty of rest, Millicent, and don't you worry about a thing. That's the best cure for you, dear.
I guess I'll have a little nap, too, Governor. Fine afternoon for a nap.
Yes, it is. Nice. Indeed it is, son. Well, enjoy yourself, boy. I'll see you later. I'll see you all later.
Your number, please.
Oh, would you get me to the police station?
Police station? Right away, sir.
Police headquarters, Sergeant Yancey speaking.
Oh, hello, Sergeant. This is Princey of Abbott's Road. I believe you know me.
Oh, indeed I do, Mr. Princey.
Sergeant, a rather horrible thing has just occurred. Quite extraordinary. It's murder, in fact.
Murder?
I'm afraid it looks rather bad. Well, for a close friend of ours, unfortunately. We saw him do it. I think you'd better send someone over right away.
Oh, a man should be there right about now, Mr. Princey.
I beg your pardon?
I say our man should be there now. Constable Martin has his post right below your house there, just rang in. Seems Captain Smollett was with him.
Captain Smollett?
He reported some rather queer goings-on at your place, but I certainly didn't understand it was murder. But just don't touch anything, Mr. Princey, and don't worry. Don't worry at all.
No, Sergeant. I won't worry, thank you.
Governor, where are you? Governor, where are you?
I'm right here, and stop shouting.
We have some visitors, Governor.
I can see that. I'm not... Well, Constable, good afternoon. Hello, Smollett. See, what a remarkable fellow you are, coming back like this. Here to reenact a crime.
Only the one against me, Princey. The one against the curate I'll leave to you people.
Extraordinary sense of humor you have.
Mr. Princey, I just had a look at what's in your well. Not a pretty sight, that. Not pretty at all.
Yes, Captain Smollett was thorough, if nothing else.
You saw him when he did it, sir? Out in the back?
Oh, yes. Oh, quite. We were just returning from a walk, and Smollett had evidently been laying for the curate, hiding out in those bushes by the road, I imagine.
He was never inside this house?
Never.
And you say, Captain?
I say that while I was inside this house, a guest of the family, I was coerced into dragging the curate's body outside and dumping it in the well.
Well, there we are.
Well, not entirely, Constable. I'll just remove my raincoat here and demonstrate how damp I got my clothes when I went outside without it.
Now, that's interesting, isn't it?
Yes. He undoubtedly removed his coat at some point between here and your post. I might as well tell you that his weapon, a red croquet mallet, is out by the side of this house. I shouldn't be at all surprised that you'd find his fingerprints all over it.
All over the end of the mallet, Constable. The end that mashed Withers' head. Not the end I'd have to grasp in order to do the mashing.
Governor, that's a decent try, Smollett, but it won't work. There must be other evidence, Constable. You'll undoubtedly find it when you examine the body.
He means the hair under Withers' nails. Well, sir, I happened to notice something when your young George there opened the door for me. If you'll carefully look, I believe you'll find a few of my precious hairs under his nails, too.
Well, what are you trying to say?
Shut up, George, will you? Constable, this is a complete waste of time. So far as a violent struggle between Smollett and Withers is concerned, Smollett's face speaks for itself quite eloquently.
But no more eloquently than your son's knuckles. As you see, Constable, a fresh abrasion. He did that on my teeth. Or did he?
What?
I said, or did he? He might have done that on Withers' teeth.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
I see what you mean.
Oh, but I didn't, Governor. He said that I did it on Mr.
You
Withers.
keep still, you nitwit. Let me think.
As a matter of fact, George, the more I think of it, the more I'm convinced it was your voice I heard. Quite a vigorous quarrel. Something about the curate jilting your sister.
Don't be ridiculous, Smollett.
Very well, Princey. If he didn't do it, who did?
Yes, that's what I'd like to know. How about it, Mr. Princey?
Yes, that is a sticker, all right.
George, my boy, it looks to me as if you're elected.
Elected? Well, what do you mean? I didn't do it.
Keep your mouth shut, will
But
you?
I won't, sir. I'm not going to take the blame for her. Millie did it. She did it with the mallet. I saw her.
Me?
Why, yeah.
Millie? You could prove that?
Prove it? Why, yes. Yes. Her fingerprints on the mallet.
Why, George, don't you remember when you made me touch the mallet when you picked it up with your handkerchief? George, I'm sure you wiped that handle clean. Oh, well, I can hardly expect you to remember that if you can't even remember killing the curate.
Governor,
I told you to keep still, George. I am thinking.
But Governor, you're not going to let him say that.
As long as I can remember, George, you have been a trial and tribulation to me.
What?
You shouldn't have done it, George.
Oh.
You shouldn't have done it. Now let's all have a nice hot cup of tea. Warms the cockles of the arms. Very good for you. Mother, where's the sugar?
And so closes Wet Saturday, starring Mr. Charles Lawton, tonight's tale of Suspense.
In just a moment, we shall hear again from Mr. Lawton. But first, let me ask you a question. Isn't it true that things we most enjoy are so often the little extra things, and more often than not, something that pleases the taste? That suggests a bottle of really good wine, Roma wine. It's so easy for you to make certain of high quality in your wine because all you have to do is to go to your dealer and ask for Roma, America's largest selling wines. They are made in California, one of the world's greatest wine-producing sections. You'll have your choice of Roma's great variety of types, from a delicious tangy sherry, a brilliant claret, or a hearty burgundy to a sweeter, heavier port. And you will be so impressed by the modest cost of Roma wines, you will want to enjoy them regularly at home as well as when you entertain. For this traditional form of hospitality is smart, yet inexpensive. A full measure of enjoyment, yet moderation in its best sense. For wines with greatness of character, always ask for Roma wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. But remember, before you buy wine, buy war bonds and stamps.
Hello, this is Charles Lawton. I hope you enjoyed our play this evening. Next week, I'm told that Suspense will bring you another of John Collier's stories. It's one of my very particular favorites. It's called Back for Christmas, and your star will be Peter Lorre.
Charles Lawton appeared by courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producer of the Technicolor musical Thousands Cheer. Don't forget, then, next Thursday, same time, for Peter Lorre in Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.